Chapter 1. Logging into the game early. The Empress had just emerged from her bath, still in the guise of the second princess. In the year of Xian, the 53rd, during the early days of March, in a secluded courtyard of the Duke of Easttown's residence in the capital. The harsh winter had only recently relented, and the bitter winds still swept through the sky, even as the last remnants of snow began to melt. Clad in light garments, Xia Chen trained diligently, perspiration glistening on his skin as he wielded his sword against the chilling breeze. His handsome visage was flushed, vitality surging within him, and his eyes gleamed with resolute determination. Clutching a crimson long sword, he executed strikes that sent ripples through the air, as if cleaving the very wind itself. With each swing, a stream of small characters materialized before his eyes. Basic sword technique perfected. You have comprehended the advanced technique sunlight, breaking demon blade. Your vitality has reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Will you break through immediately? As these words appeared, a smile illuminated Xia Chen's youthful face, and in that moment, the crimson sword in his hand transformed. The blood within him surged violently, tendrils of energy escaping his body and coalescing behind him into a radiant crimson sun. This celestial orb resembled the dawn of creation, slicing through chaos and darkness, brimming with vitality and fervor. Empowered by this celestial phenomenon, Xia Chen trembled with intensity, his very being akin to molten lava, his vitality reaching its zenith, as if he could set rivers ablaze and boil the seas. This extraordinary moment was fleeting. With a piercing gaze, his youthful face took on a gravitas as he struck with his sword, transforming the courtyard from the depths of winter to the warmth of early summer. With a single blow, he altered the course of fate. At that instant, a crack echoed from within him, as though an unseen shackle had shattered. The surging vitality within him found release, rushing forth like the Yangtze River flowing into the ocean. And in that moment, Xia Chen's aura peaked. He had attained the 8th rank of refinement. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. For a brief moment, it seemed as if two eyes merged into one, resembling a double pupil. Yet, this anomaly vanished as quickly as it appeared, and Xia Chen returned to composure, his formidable presence receding, rendering him an ordinary youth once more. It has been 2 months since I arrived in this world, and I have finally broken through to the 8th rank. A smile graced Xia Chen's lips. 2 months prior, he had discovered that he had entered an early version of a mysterious game. In his previous life, it had suddenly manifested on Earth, its origins unknown, save for the fortunate few who were selected to enter this realm that felt so vivid and authentic. This was the era of the great martial emperor, a period Xia Chen was not well versed in. He had entered the game early, and by the time it officially launched, the Empress had already ascended the throne. Now is the time of the second prince vying for supremacy, but in 5 years, the third prince's coup will erupt, leading an army into the capital, breaching the White Tiger Gate, and storming the palace. The crown prince will perish, and the third prince, in a frenzy, will slaughter the royal bloodline. Yet, the ultimate victor will not be him. Xia Chen pondered the narrative of this era. Regrettably, he had only entered this world during the first public testing phase, 6 years after the Empress had taken the throne. Thus, his understanding of the past was superficial, merely grasping the overarching events. The struggle for power appeared to be a contest between the 2 dragons, but hidden in the shadows was a concealed dragon. In 5 years, during the coup at the gate, the second princess would descend like a thunderous army, wielding the sword of the ancestor, leading cavalry into the White Tiger Gate. That night, the palace would echo with cries of battle, blood staining the pure white snow, and ultimately, the second princess would quell all insurrection. However, the great martial emperor, the crown prince, the third prince, and all male members of the royal bloodline would be slaughtered on that fateful night. Thus, the great martial dynasty would usher in its first female emperor, heralding a magnificent new era. Is it because of this imperial seal that I have been able to enter this realm 11 years early? Xia Chen opened his palm, revealing a seal imprinted upon it, resembling a totem, visible only to him. This seal was adorned with 9 dragons, exhaling chaotic energy, surrounded by primordial purple mist. Vaguely, he perceived the sun, moon, and stars orbiting the seal, with the sun and moon Zhuang stars at its center. Xia Chen wished to delve deeper, but the seal dimmed entirely, becoming inscrutable. Regaining his focus, Xia Chen exhaled a deep breath, seeking to calm his heart. Regardless of the seal's mysteries, enhancing his strength and power was of paramount importance. In the current era of the great martial emperor, the political landscape was tumultuous, rife with banditry. While overall stability reigned, the realm was already fragmented into 4 factions. This was his opportunity. Only in chaos could heroes arise. I must act swiftly once the Empress ascends, quelling the 8 Kings' rebellion and consolidating the power of the great martial dynasty. We shall enter an era of unification. Xia Chen recognized the necessity of early strategic planning. For although the unified era promised safety, economic prosperity, and cultural flourishing, it also diminished opportunities. In that time, the great martial dynasty would become the sole hegemony, dominating the seas and subjugating all Buddhists, Taoists, and even the so-called players would bow before the Empress. Only after the awakening of spiritual energy and the merging of realms would this world transform into a reality. The pinnacle of martial prowess would rise, the Empress would vanish, the great martial dynasty would fragment, and the era of the immortal and heroic dynasties would commence, ushering in new opportunities. As Xia Chen contemplated these matters, he filled a basin with water, taking up a towel to wipe the sweat-soaked body. In this life, his circumstances were rather fortuitous, having been born into the Duke of Easttown's household. The great martial dynasty had endured for 8 centuries, and 637 years prior, the Ling Emperor had favored eunuchs and elevated the foreign clans, leading to a rebellion among the lords that besieged the capital. The Ling Emperor's 8th son, the martial Zhong Emperor, restored the land, waged a northern campaign, reclaimed the old capital, and re-established order, resulting in the present-day Great Martial's 19 states, renewing its fortunes for 6 centuries. The founding Duke of Easttown, Xia Xuanjin, had followed the martial Zhong Emperor from the borders, rising from humble beginnings to become a renowned divine general. During the northern campaign, the martial Zhong Emperor divided his forces into 3 routes, with the eastern route led by Xia Xuanjin. When the other 2 armies faced obstacles and the northern campaign seemed futile, Xia Xuanjin led 5,000 cavalry over 1,000 miles, striking the capital like a sword into the enemy's heart, breaching the city, claiming the enemy's head, and turning the tide of battle, reshaping destiny and aiding the martial Zhong Emperor in solidifying his reign. At the grand awarding ceremony, the martial emperor, before all the ministers, declared, externally fierce yet internally wise, unmatched in prowess. Thus, Xia Zhan's achievements were unparalleled among the ministers, and he was granted the title of Duke of Easttown. There were whispers that his merits warranted a princely title, yet due to the ancestral decree of not bestowing princely titles to those of external lineage, he remained the Duke of Easttown, when otherwise he might have been the Duke of Easttown. Currently, the Duke of Easttown was in its 17th generation, thriving and prosperous without decline. Although still referred to as the Duke of Easttown, the family had long attained the status of 3 dukes. Though I may not be highly regarded in the Duke's household, it is still a far better start than many others. Xia Chen felt content with his circumstances, knowing that many players who entered during the initial testing phase had begun as nameless commoners, some even as beggars on the streets, facing a hellish beginning. According to the game's balance mechanics, earlier entrants typically received lesser starting identities. Yet Xia Chen had defied this norm, being born into a noble family. Third young master, there is a letter from the second master. At that moment, an urgent figure rushed in, a young servant in green garb, breathless and flushed, whether from the biting cold or the haste of his run was uncertain. The young master possesses an indomitable spirit, diligently practicing day after day, wielding the sword thousands of times in the courtyard, honing his martial path, and ultimately achieving success. Your comprehension is extraordinary. One day, you will create a technique in the courtyard, naming it the Sunlight-Breaking Demon Blade. History of Xia, Volume 1, Chronicles of the Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 2, The Princess? Let me clarify. The protagonist possesses a sacred body for cultivation, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy to commence the next phase. Furthermore, The protagonist is equipped with a system that can enhance experience and proficiency, allowing players to bypass traditional cultivation methods to elevate their prowess. In the small courtyard, the grand locust tree sprouted tender buds, radiating vibrancy under the embrace of the spring sun. "Master, there is a letter for you from the Second Lord," exclaimed Xia Chen, her face alight with joy. Finally, the Second Lord had remembered the young master. If memory serves, the last letter had arrived 3 years prior. Xia Chen calmly accepted the letter from Xia Chen, displaying neither joy nor sorrow, yet a hint of surprise slipped from his lips. Has something occurred in the outside world? 3 years had elapsed without any correspondence, and this sudden letter suggested that matters were far from simple. The young master is truly perceptive. There is great news. The Second Lord has slain a third-grade unparalleled monster in the Eastern Wilderness, reputed to be a sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness Mountains. Following this victory, the myriad beasts have retreated 100 miles, vanquishing the calamities of the Eastern Wilderness and greatly enhancing the prestige of our martial nation. Xia Chen, still in her youth and a year younger than Xia Chen, had just turned 16, a time of youthful exuberance. She spoke with uncontainable excitement, as if she herself had struck down the third-grade monster. Everyone says that within a year or two, peace may finally be restored in the Eastern Wilderness. At that time, the Second Lord and the Second Lady will surely return home. Young Xia Chen's face glowed with anticipation. After 14 years, the master could finally reunite with his family. Yet upon hearing this, Xia Chen's eyes betrayed no delight. He had inherited all the memories of the former Xia Chen, feeling as though he was the original, having awakened those memories merely 2 months prior. In his mind, the words of Xia Chen unfurled information about the Second Lord, the Duke of Donghou, Xia Yuan, Xia Chen's biological father. In Xia Chen's childhood recollections, his father, Xia Yuan, had showered him with affection until the age of 3, when a martial arts assessment revealed him to be a waste. Following this revelation, Xia Yuan fell into a silence, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Though my son is deemed a waste, as my firstborn, I shall surely seek great fortune to reverse his fate." The day after uttering those words, the Eastern Wilderness demon tide erupted, and Xia Yuan was appointed as the marshal for demon suppression, commanding an army of 100,000. Xia Chen's mother, Su Xiaoxue, a formidable sorceress, accompanied him into battle. The young Xia Chen, unaware of the implications, merely desired to follow his parents to the Eastern Wilderness, but was sternly refused, as it was deemed too perilous. Thus, at the tender age of 3, he was left alone in the Duke's residence, and that departure marked a span of 14 years. For the first 3 months, letters often arrived at the Duke's residence, bringing demon blood to refine Xia Chen's flesh. However, 5 months later, the correspondence dwindled. Young Xia Chen believed it was due to the chaos wrought by the great demons of the Eastern Wilderness, with battlefields shifting rapidly, leaving no time or energy for letters. A year later, he learned from the residence's servants that the Duke's family was to welcome another legitimate heir. Upon inquiry, he discovered he had a younger brother. His mother, Su Xiaoxue, became pregnant again within the first month of her expedition with Xia Yuan. Following the birth of his brother, the frequency of letters from the Eastern Wilderness decreased from 1 every 3 months to 1 every half year. After he turned 6, there was only a single letter, and no more elixirs or blood essence were sent. The original Xia Chen still believed that the battlefield was fraught with danger, and that his father, as a military commander, had no time to spare for him. It was not until later that he learned from the servants that his brother, born amidst the turmoil of the Eastern Wilderness, had been deemed a genius with unparalleled roots, heralded as a prodigy. It dawned on Xia Chen. He had been forsaken, now accustomed to a life of unfettered freedom, albeit with a somewhat peripheral existence in the Duke's residence. Xia Chen did not endure the melodrama often depicted in television dramas, such as malevolent servants or condescending treatment. His uncle and aunt treated him well, regarding him as their own son. Yet now, with his parents' return and the arrival of his prodigiously gifted brother, Xia Hao, who possessed a rare bone of extraordinary potential, would his days of freedom remain unchanged? Especially with the knowledge that this bone was the legendary Supreme Bone, though it paled in comparison to his innate dual pupils. it still promised to radiate brilliance in the impending revival of spiritual energy. After 14 years apart, even information regarding the eastern wilderness reached the residence's servants before it reached him. Thus, despite their blood ties, Xia Chen and they had become akin to strangers. Please take your leave, and also inform the kitchen to double the amount of food for lunch today. Xia Chen smiled and nodded at Xia Chen, who had accompanied him since the age of 4. They had spent 12 years together. Xia Chen was, in a sense, part of the family, although he belonged to a collateral branch established over 200 years prior, leading to a dilution of their bloodline. Nonetheless, he still bore the Xia surname, which enabled him to be raised in the duke's residence alongside the legitimate heir, Xia Chen. Xia Chen nodded, understanding that his young master had recently been diligent in martial practice, requiring increased sustenance. However, he was still somewhat astonished. Doubling the amount meant one person would consume over 20 portions. Watching Xia Chen depart, Xia Chen slowly lowered his gaze to the yellowed envelope in his hand, adorned with a qilin pattern. After a moment of silence, he extended his finger and lightly sliced his fingertip with the crimson blade, allowing a single drop of warm blood to fall. Instantly, the qilin pattern on the envelope seemed to respond, glowing intensely, as if echoing a qilin's roar. This phenomenon lasted for a breath or two before the radiance retracted, returning to calm. Xia Chen recognized this as a technique of his mother, Su Xiaoxue. Although spiritual energy had yet to revive, the realm of high martial arts still existed. A single individual could rival an army of 10,000, and one sword could sever great rivers. Yet, those who reached such prowess were exceedingly rare across the realm. Most, despite their strength, remained within the realm of ordinary folk. The system was rather rudimentary, categorized into martial artists and sorcerers. In his previous life, Xia Chen merely regarded it as an intriguing game, simplifying the distinction into warriors and mages. Moreover, this world was home to demons, and Su Xiaoxue was a potent sorceress. This letter was expressly intended for Xia Chen, for only his blood could unlock it, an enchantment to deter outsiders from intercepting or prying. Such magic was beyond the grasp of the crude martialists. Xia Chen opened the envelope, revealing exquisite rice paper, smooth to the touch, yet containing only a few terse words. Your father will return in 6 months at the shortest, 2 years at most. Additionally, the emperor has arranged a marriage. As my son, you are to wed the second princess. Conduct yourself well and do not bring disgrace to the dignity of our duke's house. The succinctness of the message struck Xia Chen profoundly. The first part of the statement was not unexpected. After all, the victory in the eastern wilderness had been long awaited. The ranks of martialists, sorcerers, and demons fell within the spectrum of 1 to 9 grades, with third-grade demons being exceedingly rare. With the slaying of such a formidable foe, the protracted conflict in the eastern wilderness should finally draw to a close. However, it was the latter part of the message that made Xia Chen's pupils constrict. He was to wed the princess, the second princess, the future empress. Chapter 3. Dear younger brother. In the courtyard, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill, and Xia Chen's heart was far from tranquil. The empress, a formidable presence in the era of unification, instilled awe across the realm, with the 8 desolates bowing in submission, consolidating the world's fortunes and establishing laws for millennia. With the power of this unified fortune, she erected temples, boldly proclaiming her grand aspirations to the heavens, forcibly transforming the Great Wu dynasty into a dynasty of destiny ahead of its time. Within the Great Wu territory, this fortune suppressed all. Thus, those not of the Great Wu were deemed heretics, their cultivation progression stunted, while those holding official positions within the Great Wu, depending on their rank, could harness varying degrees of the dynasty's fortune to accelerate their cultivation. The heroes of the world fell into this snare. This state of affairs persisted until the awakening of spiritual energy and the merging of realms, at which point the Empress vanished, the fortune of the Wu dynasty crumbled, and the unified structure disintegrated, liberating the heroes from the oppressive grasp of the Great Wu's national fortune. However, once Pandora's box was opened, there was no turning back. Thereafter, any ruler of a dynasty emulated the Empress, using fortune to suppress their domain. The dynasty's fortune became a remedy for cultivation, with higher ranks leading to swifter progress. And the rulers reaped the greatest rewards. As Xia Chen reflected upon the unfolding narrative, he realized that in his previous life, he had treated this world merely as a game. Consequently, he had not invested much thought in the early stages, merely skimming through events. Yet, with the advent of the Merging Realms version, this world became the primary realm, and everything turned palpable. The players no longer possessed immortality, and he began to sense something amiss. He had never heard of the Empress having a fiancé. Xia Chen shook his head, diligently recalling, attempting to deduce the current situation from the subsequent plot. Regrettably, by the time he entered this world in his past life, it was already early in the era of unification, and no one knew what the Empress, who was once the second princess during the reign of the Wen Emperor, had truly experienced. No, during the era of unification, the Eastern Town Marquis' estate still shone brilliantly, producing countless talents. My dear younger brother, Xia Hao, possessed the legendary Supreme Bone, an extraordinary talent, and during the Empress's reign, he became a pillar of the empire, the sharpest spear in expanding the Great Wu's territory, achieving remarkable military exploits. The Empress, with her grand vision, broke tradition and conferred upon my younger brother the title of King of Eastern Town. Yet, there were whispers in the streets suggesting that the reason my younger brother Xia Hao could attain kingship was due to a betrothal made during the Empress's time of tribulation, with a commoner from the Eastern Town Marquis' estate. Ultimately, this commoner perished in the door seizure incident, blood spilled on the spot. After the Empress ascended to the throne, the matter of the betrothal faded into obscurity. However, it was precisely because of this incident that the Empress compensated the Xia family, granting Xia Hao an exceptional kingship. Originally, Xia Chen had believed these were merely rumors, thinking them to be the fabrications of ill-intentioned individuals seeking to tarnish the Empress and the King of Eastern Town's reputation. Yet now, it seemed that perhaps all of it was true. The Empress indeed had a past with the Eastern Town Marquis' estate, and that commoner, whose name was never inscribed in history, was he, Xia Chen. Was my existence merely a dark chapter, an unbearable past that would tarnish the Empress's illustrious image, rendering me nameless? Xia Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet deep within his gaze, a peculiar phenomenon emerged, as if the sun and moon fused, becoming one, with tendrils of chaotic energy swirling, his eyes flashing with a chilling brilliance. If that is the case, my narrative will conclude with the door seizure incident. No wonder I had never heard of a legitimate son named Xia Chen from the Eastern Town Marquis' estate in my past life, that brilliant pillar of the empire. Xia Hao had a biological elder brother. Xia Chen's expression regained serenity, akin to the depths of an abyss, unruffled by the slightest ripple. He stepped into the house, donning an elegant robe. In the courtyard, there had once been several maidservants. However, after he turned 12, the Marquis' estate dismissed all of them. It was not that the estate sought to bully him due to his youth. Rather, this was customary for all scions. Before reaching the 8th rank, martial practitioners were most averse to losing their purity. Yet, surrounded by beautiful maidservants, it was inevitable that one might taste forbidden fruit, adversely affecting their future prospects. As Xia Chen stepped out of the courtyard, a beautiful woman dressed in a flowing green gown, in the bloom of youth, approached him gracefully. Baizhu, Xia Chen recognized her. The third young master, the master and Madame summon you. Baizhu halted before Xia Chen, performing a respectful bow, her demeanor courteous, devoid of the arrogance often displayed by those who bask in favor, looking down upon this somewhat inconspicuous young master within the Marquis' estate. I understand. Xia Chen nodded, then followed by Zhu, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her alluring form, feeling a rush of blood. He quickly averted his eyes, having just broken through. His vitality surged at this moment. Baizhu, a maidservant by the side of the matriarch of the Xia family, Cui Mingru, had long been intended to be assigned to Xia Chen's courtyard to attend to his daily needs once he attained the 8th rank. As Xia Chen diverted his attention, he began to outline the intricate web of relations within the Marquis' estate. The estate had a legacy spanning 6 centuries, yet the current main lineage comprised only 3 branches. The old Marquis, Donghou Mansion, though now 86 years of age, still brimmed with vitality. However, he had withdrawn from managing household and court affairs, focusing on seclusion, aspiring to reach a higher realm. The old marquis had 3 sons. The eldest, Xia Chen, referred to as the master by Baizhu. The second, Xia Yuan, was Xia Chen's biological father, known within the estate as the second master, and the youngest, Xia Hao. Currently, the one managing the marquis's estate was the eldest, and Wuhou Xia Chen. Xia Chen followed Baizhu through the winding outer courtyard, arriving in a grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a stern-looking middle-aged man seated at the head, alongside a woman in her 30s, exquisitely maintained, exuding an air of regal elegance. Uncle Aunt. Xia Chen approached the hall, bowing respectfully. Chener, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Xia Chen smiled, urging Xia Chen to rise, while the beautiful lady beside him echoed the sentiment. Chener, it has been quite some time since you last joined us for a meal. Have you grown distant from your aunt upon hearing that your sister-in-law is returning? Cui Mingru playfully chided Xia Chen, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions, revealing the grace of a mature woman. Cui Mingru, the matriarch of the Xia family, had nurtured and cared for Xia Chen since childhood, regarding him as her own child. Aunt, I have been diligently practicing martial arts lately, hence my absence. Xia Chen smiled as he settled beside Cui Mingru, warmth blossoming in his heart. Although his biological mother had neglected him for years, pouring all her affection into her second son, his uncle and aunt treated him with kindness, never looking down upon him due to his innate frailty. He had grown within the marquis's estate since the tender age of 3, facing little hardship, thanks to the care of Xia Chen and Cui Mingru. Upon hearing Xia Chen's mention of rigorous martial training, both Xia Chen and Cui Mingru's expressions darkened, their hearts heavy with sighs. Although an innate frailty could still engage in martial practice, achieving significant accomplishments in life remained exceedingly difficult. Even with 100-fold effort compared to others, the returns were still meager. Xia Chen and Cui Mingru inquired further about what Xia Chen currently lacked, and the 3 engaged in warm conversation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a close-knit family. Your father has made significant contributions in the Eastern Wastes, and the Emperor has conferred a marriage pact, betrothing you to the second princess. Are you aware of this matter? What are your thoughts? After their pleasantries, Xia Chen broached the main topic. I just learned of it. Xia Chen nodded, his expression serious. Is there still room for negotiation on this matter? Xia Chen had no desire to wed a princess. To outsiders, it was a tremendous honor. However, for both the Marquis's estate and Xia Chen himself, it would merely be a gilding on the lily, perhaps even restrictive, especially since the betrothed was none other than the future Empress. This was far too perilous. Who could say how he had met his demise in his previous life? In his tender years, the Emperor's martial prowess was unremarkable, resulting in a certain aloofness from his parents. They departed for the battlefield and remained absent from their homeland for 14 years. Correspondence was infrequent, and their affection for the Emperor appeared somewhat tepid. From the tender age of 3, the Emperor dwelt alone within the clan. Fortunately, his uncle and aunt treated him as their own progeny, bestowing upon him abundant care and nurturing him into adulthood. Annals of Xia, Volume 1. The Veritable Records of the Grand Progenitor. Chapter 4. The Imperial Edict. The noble house has stood unyielding for 6 centuries, relying on a succession of remarkable talents and formidable generals capable of commanding vast armies. In this present age, the world is divided into 3 realms. To the north lies the Great Feng, to the west the Great Qing, while the eastern wilderness is rife with formidable demons, and the mountains stretch endlessly. To the south, the southern barbarians and the thriving witchcraft persist. The realm is anything but tranquil, with these external threats looming. The noble house need not incessantly curry favor with the emperor to gain his favor. Instead, it is the imperial family that often seeks to ally with the noble house, bestowing rewards during various festivals each year. This time, the betrothal of a princess serves as the most conspicuous signal. As for Xia Chen, he has never been one to languish beneath others. Should he truly forge a marriage pact with the future empress, the impending coup 5 years hence would constrain him in ways he cannot abide. Do you not wish to wed the princess? Chui Mingru inquired softly, her gaze lingering on Xia Chen, her mature beauty radiating gracefully. I do not wish to, Xia Chen replied resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. By now, the imperial edict should have already departed the palace and be en route to our noble house. Xia Chen sighed and shook his head. This decision had long been deliberated and settled, and they were merely now announcing the outcome. Xia Chen remained silent, fully aware that many matters had already been predetermined. Given his current status, he possessed no qualifications to partake in these decisions. Yet he was undeniably one of the protagonists in this marriage. How absurd it was that he would only learn of everything once the dust had settled. Originally, this marriage was not intended for him. The emperor had his sights set on his younger brother, and the envoy had arrived in the eastern wilderness only to be politely declined by his second brother. Consequently, the focus of the marriage shifted to him. Observing Xia Chen's silence, Chui Mingru contemplated for a moment before gradually revealing the competitive undertones behind this union. Xia Chen inquired closely and learned that this marriage was initially meant for his younger brother, Xia Hao. However, their parents had decisively rejected the proposal, citing Xia Hao's youth and the need for him to concentrate on martial studies, asserting that he should not be distracted by early matrimonial commitments. They then proactively submitted a petition, arguing that as the legitimate eldest son, Xia Chen was of suitable age and proximity to the second princess. After receiving this letter, Emperor Wen remained silent for 3 days and only this morning issued an edict acknowledging Xia Yuan's petition, thereby confirming the marriage. Chui Mingru regarded Xia Chen, who wore a calm expression with a tinge of sympathy. For an ordinary individual, becoming a royal consort would signify a meteoric rise. Yet for someone from a family of merit, it represented a constraint. 6 centuries ago, the Ling Emperor's favoritism towards eunuchs and reliance on the powerful relatives led to chaos among the lords, nearly toppling the dynasty. Had it not been for the restoration efforts of the Wuzong Emperor, the throne would have long since changed hands. After securing the realm, the Wuzong Emperor reflected on past lessons and established regulations forbidding powerful relatives from meddling in politics or holding significant positions. Although he did not eliminate their influence entirely, powerful relatives were no longer favored. A century ago, the Suzong Emperor began to re-employ powerful relatives to balance the court. Today, while the situation for powerful relatives has improved compared to the past, they still face numerous restrictions. Becoming a royal consort is indeed a form of powerful relative. This is precisely why Xia Yuan, faced with the emperor's proposal to wed his daughter to his youngest son, would rather offend the emperor than agree to the match. Marrying the princess offers no hope for the future. A sigh of resignation flickered in Xia Qian's eyes. This nephew was already destined for a tumultuous fate. Yet the emperor's decree is unassailable. Someone must forge this alliance. If the Xia Yuan couple do not wish for their youngest son to bear this burden, then their eldest son must step in. While this is undoubtedly unfair to Chen'er, given his innate limitations, he has devoted years to studying military strategy. Yet his martial prospects remain limited. Becoming a royal consort, coupled with the support of our noble house, might indeed secure him a life of wealth and comfort, possibly a blessing in disguise. Xia Qian reflected, feeling a sense of closeness to this nephew, having watched him grow up, especially in contrast to the unfamiliar Xia Hao. However, as the head of the family, he must prioritize the family's interests. The younger son, Xia Hao, possesses exceptional talent, perhaps capable of achieving the legacy of their ancestor, Xia Xuanjin, and may one day become the family's leader. He should not be shackled by the title of a royal consort. Though Xia Chen harbored indignation, his gaze remained tranquil, a faint smile gracing his lips as he accepted this unavoidable fate. He was acutely aware of the implications. His own parents were reluctant to jeopardize their youngest son's future. So, he recalled that he had an older brother in the capital who had been cast aside, thereby neutralizing the emperor's apparent attempt at alliance, which was, in essence, a strategy of division and suppression. His impending marriage was merely a byproduct of political maneuvering. His thoughts on the matter were inconsequential. Even the future empress, who commands the world, had been used as a pawn in political unions prior to seizing power. Thus, What could he not endure? Firm in his resolve, Xia Chen remained exceptionally optimistic, finding clarity in this revelation. Moreover, the individual originally chosen for this union did not even desire to marry her, leading to this unexpected turn of events. It was no wonder that the history of this era during Emperor Wen's reign was shrouded in secrecy. To be unable to dictate one's own destiny is indeed distressing. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he sighed inwardly, the last statement escaping his lips, directed either at the future Empress or himself. In that moment, he grew ever more resolute in his ambition for power. In the main hall, Elju entered with hurried steps, yet maintained an air of composure and elegance. Master, madam, a delegation from the palace has arrived, led by none other than Eunuch Yi himself, with great pomp. Xia Chen and Shui Mingru exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the purpose behind the visit. Chenner, let's go forth to welcome the envoy. Xia Chen rose silently, following behind them to confront his destiny. Upon reaching the gates of the noble house, Xia Chen encountered the esteemed Eunuch Yi, described by Elju. With graying hair, yet a youthful demeanor, his complexion was vibrant. Though a eunuch, he exuded an aura that commanded respect, and none dared to underestimate him. Yi Wuzheng, known as Eunuch Yi, had served 3 generations of emperors, weathered the coup, and remained a steadfast guardian of the palace during the reign of the Empress, his power immeasurable. Xia Chen instinctively recalled these details. This was indeed the rightful heir of the Anong Marquis, strikingly handsome. Eunuch Yi beamed at Xia Chen, extending his congratulations. Xia Chen, witnessing this future luminary of the coup, respectfully bowed. This surprised Eunuch Yi, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling and nodding back, leaving a favorable impression of the young man. Although Xia Chen was the protagonist, many subsequent events would not significantly concern him. He merely needed to be present. After welcoming Eunuch Yi into the noble house, they proceeded with bathing and changing attire. Eunuch Yi then proclaimed the imperial edict, and Xia Chen received it, solidifying the marriage arrangement. The formalities left Xia Chen in a daze, overwhelmed by the multitude of rules and rituals required by such a decree. Generally, imperial edicts are conveyed in a more casual manner, devoid of such elaborate ceremonies. However, this occasion, involving the betrothal of a princess, warranted a grand display to signify the importance of both parties. The entire process consumed the afternoon, and as Xia Chen held the edict, intricately adorned with dragon motifs and forged from unknown materials, he felt as though he were in a dream. He had truly become the fiancé of the Empress. Yet, could he survive the impending coup and successfully assume the role of imperial consort? In the coup, Xia Chen had perished on the spot. Was it truly an accident? Reflecting upon these thoughts, he gazed at his uncle and aunt walking ahead, no longer hesitating, and quickened his pace to join them. Uncle, I have advanced to the 8th rank of the refining essence realm. I wish to seek a position to serve the nation. Xia Chen declared emphatically, taking a deep breath. In his youth, the founding emperor was characterized by a composed and reserved demeanor, concealing his brilliance among his peers. However, the Empress of the Wu dynasty recognized his extraordinary potential at a glance, believing he possessed remarkable talents destined for greatness. At that time, the Empress Yao Guang was still a princess, and the Emperor of the Wu dynasty sought a suitable consort for her. Yao Guang thus took the initiative to propose a match, leading to the successful engagement between her and the founding emperor. History of Xia, Volume 1, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 5. The Shattering Demon Blade of Shouyang. In the courtyard of the Marquis's residence, a winding path paved with blue stones meanders gracefully, resembling a lively ribbon weaving through a vibrant floral landscape. Spring has just arrived, and some renowned flowers can no longer contain their blooming, competing for splendor. A gentle breeze carries a rich, fragrant aroma that is refreshing to the senses. Xia Chen and Shui Minglu suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Xia Chen, their expressions betraying their astonishment. You've broken through to the 8th rank? Under ordinary circumstances, a breakthrough to this level would hardly warrant a glance from them. While the 8th rank is commendable, particularly for Xia Chen, who is merely 17 years old, it is not extraordinary in the Marquis's residence, where numerous prodigies abound. Aside from a few exceptional talents among the direct lineage, even within the collateral branches. There are several young individuals of remarkable gift emerging in Xia Chen's generation. Thus, reaching the 8th rank is hardly astonishing. However, the fact that it is Xia Chen who has achieved this breakthrough is noteworthy, especially considering that Xia Chen and his wife are well aware of Xia Chen's innate capabilities. Over the years, although Xia Chen's biological parents did not send rare herbs or precious material from the eastern wilderness, Xia Chen has provided him with numerous valuable resources to refine his physique. Yet, despite the considerable resources expended by the Marquis' residents, Xia Chen had only managed to ascend from being unranked to the 9th rank in body refinement. This left Xia Chen lamenting the reputation of the so-called waste body in martial arts. Yet now, Xia Chen has broken through to the 8th rank. In recent days, he felt an awakening during his practice of the foundational sword technique, gaining insights that led to his unanticipated advancement. Xia Chen spoke truthfully, omitting some key details. There is no longer a need for excessive modesty. He must swiftly secure the support of the Marquis' resources to rise. Show me. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's expression turned grave, his heart filled with doubt. He had entered a state of enlightenment while practicing the foundational sword technique. The foundational sword technique of the Marquis' residence, honed over 6 centuries and influenced by the kingdom's strongest 9th rank sword techniques, is the most effective for body refinement, tailored specifically for 9th rank martial artists. This foundational sword technique had long reached a point where it could neither be improved nor altered. Even in his youth, Xia Chen had learned this very technique. Now, Xia Chen claims to have derived new insights from it. In his youth, Xia Chen had harbored lofty ambitions of contributing to his family by improving this technique. Yet despite his current level of mastery, he has never attempted to modify it. Not only he, but Xia Chen's biological father, Xia Yuan, and the true master of the Marquis' residence, Duke Xia Chutian, have also been unable to achieve such improvements. Fetch a sword. Xia Chen instructed a nearby attendant. Use this one. Without hesitation, Xia Chen drew a long, dark blade emanating a chilling brilliance. At the moment the blade appeared, Xia Chen felt as though a black serpent had leapt from the abyss, its cold scales seemingly capable of devouring the soul. This vision was fleeting. The dark blade soon returned to calm. Xia Chen understood that this was not an illusion. It was a divine weapon, born from the blood of a 3rd-rank demon, and it contained the suppressed soul of that demon within its blade. It was one of the Marquis' treasures. As Xia Chen grasped the long blade with both hands, he felt its weight, even though its extraordinary aura had receded. The blade was astonishingly heavy. Had he still been at the 9th rank, he would have struggled to lift it, let alone wield it. This blade itself was a test, one that gauged his level of mastery. Seeing Xia Chen steady in his grip of the long blade, Xia Chen nodded with approval. This boy has truly broken through to the 8th rank. With this thought, Xia Chen felt a surge of anticipation regarding Xia Chen's claims of enlightenment. Holding the dark blade, Xia Chen's eyes blazed with fervor. His entire being felt as though it were boiling with energy, strands of vitality coursing through him. As a great sun's silhouette rose behind him, the energy in the air shifted slightly. At this moment, Cui Menglo's eyes sparkled, hailing from the prestigious Cui family. She was sensitive to the energies of the world. A surge of extreme yang energy was absorbed into Xia Chen's body, ultimately flowing into the dark blade in his palm. The shattering demon blade, he bellowed, standing in the garden as if confronting an army of thousands, facing myriad demons, his back to the onlookers, and raising the sword towards the abyss. His aura reached its zenith, his blood and energy boiling, his spirit at its peak as he slashed forward, causing the heavens to change hue. Xia Chen observed as a radiant sun flickered within his palm. The brilliant blade light met with his hand. Though it did not break through even the surface of his skin, Xia Chen could not conceal his delight, unable to remain composed. Did you truly improve the foundational sword technique? Though his tone was questioning, Xia Chen had already accepted it. What he had witnessed just now, while different from the foundational technique, bore no difference in essence. It was undoubtedly an advanced version of the foundational sword technique, harnessing the essence of the sun, condensing the spirit of slaughter, driving away all evils. This technique served both as a means to vanquish foes and to refine one's flesh. Cui Menglu articulated the essence of the shattering demon blade. In her view, while it was a means of killing, its more critical aspect was its ability to communicate with the heavens, drawing the essence of the sun to refine the body. Could such a technique be wielded by a mere martial artist? This technique appeared to blend the arts of martial and sorcerous disciplines, an extraordinary sword technique indeed. Cui Menglu found her heart in turmoil. Although Xia Chen was not a sorcerer, he swiftly grasped the crux, the 9th rank of body refinement, the 8th rank of essence refining, and even the 7th rank of spirit refining, all fundamentally focus on bodily conditioning and flesh refinement. While martial artists cannot communicate with the energies of the heavens, they must either toil tirelessly over time or consume rare herbs and treasures. Yet now, this sword technique could actively commune with the energies of the heavens to refine the body, undoubtedly accelerating the cultivation process from the 9th to the 7th rank. Xia Chen quickly recognized the value of this technique. Keep your insights on the sword technique confidential, and do not disseminate this technique. Xia Chen's expression turned serious as he surveyed the attendants and maids behind him. Fortunately, these attendants and maids were trustworthy family members. Otherwise, today would have birthed further calamities. This sword technique is to be dedicated to the family. It is entirely at your discretion, uncle, Xia Chen declared without hesitation. The reason for revealing the sword technique was to exchange for resources for advancement. Moreover, the family had indeed expended significant resources on him over the years. Even if he were to offer it freely to the family, he would have no objections. Very well, Chener. Your improvement of the sword technique is a great merit to the family. I shall report your achievements to the Merit Pavilion and inform the clan elders. Additionally, you may proceed to the Technique Pavilion to select another technique. Furthermore, you expressed a desire to seek employment outside. I will assist you in arranging this. Xia Chen declared with resolute conviction. The family has thrived for 6 centuries due to a comprehensive merit system that ensures no deserving individual is overlooked. Chapter 6. Who says women cannot be empresses? It is declared that the Empress maintains her virtue, possesses high aspirations, and has an exquisite taste in beauty. She remains pure in both spirit and body, devoid of any consorts, and will not entertain such notions in the future. Within the Marquis's residence, flowers bloom vibrantly as Xia Chen reveals a radiant smile. He is indifferent to everything else. His sole desire is to venture forth and establish his own foundation. Although the Marquis's residence is splendid, it ultimately lacks the autonomy he seeks. He understands that while he can harness its resources, he cannot wholly rely upon it. The Marquis's estate belongs to many, not solely to him, and his interests do not equate to those of the Marquis. Yet, he currently finds himself able to utilize the prestige and resources of the Marquis to secure a more favorable position in officialdom. Why toil through the ranks when a shortcut is at hand? Xia Chen has never been one to endure hardship without purpose. Accompanying Xia Chen, he proceeds to the merit building to meet with the clan elders, collect his accolades, and etch the essence of the Shouyang demon-breaking blade into memory. To the east of the palace, an imposing yet understated mansion stands along the central avenue. Its vermilion gates rise majestically, copper nails glimmering with the passage of time, flanked by formidable stone lions. This is the residence of Princess Yao Wang, the second daughter of the emperor, who is now in the bloom of youth. Long ago, she sought the freedom to enter and exit the palace at will, and shortly after the recent spring festival, she took it upon herself to move out of the palace. An act deemed improper by the standards of etiquette. According to protocol, even upon reaching adulthood, a princess should continue residing within the palace until her marriage to a prince consort. None could fathom the conversation that transpired between this princess and the emperor, which led to his unprecedented approval. However, it soon became known among the courtiers that she had been betrothed to the son of the Eastern Marquis. In the main hall of the princess's residence, 3 women and 2 men sit quietly, yet all eyes are drawn irresistibly to the dragon-patterned imperial edict casually placed aside. At the forefront sits a woman whose skin resembles the finest jade, her brows delicate and distant, and her eyes twinkle like stars, exuding profound calmness. Her nose is elegantly refined, and her long, dark hair cascades like a waterfall, appearing even more lustrous in her resplendent attire. Her beauty is exquisite, rendering all others in the room dim by comparison. The edict lies beside her. Princess Yaoguang. Within the Eastern and Marquis residence, Xia Chen is virtually invisible, seemingly unworthy of her stature as a noblewoman. From the crowd, a woman voiced her discontent, shattering the tranquility. What can be done about this? The second princess's gaze remained placid and inscrutable, revealing no hint of joy or sorrow. The woman in emerald and yellow found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the decree had been issued, and the matter was beyond resolution. Perhaps we should send an assassin to eliminate Xia Chen? I've heard he is not favored in the Marquis' residence. The Eastern Marquis has been away at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield for 14 years, with only a letter arriving every 3 years, indicating his indifference toward his legitimate son, suggested a man seated to the left. Such folly. Assassination is a despicable tactic that cannot be employed lightly. Should it succeed, it may offer a temporary solution, but whether it fails or succeeds, it will lead to considerable chaos, with no way to rectify the situation. Chided the young man seated at the far left, named Ho Chi-ming, a scholar from the Imperial Academy. Although educated, he was not naive. If assassination could truly resolve matters, it would be a different story. However, regardless of the outcome, it would spell disaster. Though Xia Chen may be deemed a waste, lacking the esteem of the Eastern Marquis and the Marquis' residence, he is still the legitimate son of the Marquis. Furthermore, this marriage was decreed by the Emperor, intended to forge a bond with the Marquis' estate, showcasing imperial favor. Who the second princess marries is of little consequence, provided her betrothed is of the Marquis' lineage. Thus, even should Xia Chen perish, it is highly likely the second princess would still be wed elsewhere. Su Jun, upon hearing Ho Chi-ming's reprimand, felt a surge of anger but stifled it in the presence of the princess. Yaoguang listened in silence, disappointment flickering in her gaze toward Su Jun. Both Su Jun and Ho Chi-ming were her recent recruits from the Imperial Academy, and it was apparent that Ho Chi-ming surpassed Su Jun in intellect. Assassination is not an impossibility, yet to employ it against the legitimate son of the Marquis feels trivial. If all matters in the world were to be resolved through killing, chaos would have already engulfed the realm. Though the Eastern Marquis' estate may not hold the highest rank in martial exploits, it is replete with talent. The Eastern Marquis, Xia Chutian, is hailed as a legendary military hero of the previous generation. 36 years prior, during the Huayan campaign against the Great Foam, a 3-year-long battle ensued. Ultimately, General Xia Chutian led an army of 200,000 to vanquish the renowned General Shao Yu of Great Foam, penetrating deep into the enemy territory, coming within 30 miles of the capital. Had it not been for the encroachment of the Great Qing from the west and the eastern wilderness beasts seizing the opportunity, that battle could have decimated Great Foam, if not entirely. This victory catapulted the Eastern Marquis to fame, and following it, he relinquished his military command, retreating to focus on martial cultivation. This strategic withdrawal earned him the trust of the emperor, leading to abundant rewards. The second princess understood well that this action eliminated her father's suspicions while providing an opportunity for the second generation of the Xia family to shine. The brothers Xia Chen and Xia Yuan began to distinguish themselves in the military, achieving significant accolades and emerging as leaders among the martial offspring. 21 years ago, the eldest, Xia Chen, who inherited one of the 2 Marquis titles, distinguished himself in battle against the southern barbarians. Following this, he emulated his father's example, retreating from the limelight and returning to the capital to manage the Marquis' affairs. Despite years of seclusion, he should not be underestimated. The second son, Xia Yuan, inherited the Eastern Marquis title and was appointed commander of the Eastern Wilderness battlefield 14 years ago. For the first 13 years, he maintained a steady position, achieving no remarkable victories but also committing no errors, ensuring stability along the eastern frontier. The officials sighed in relief and rejoiced. Xia Yuan's ability to stabilize the eastern front was commendable, although he had achieved great success in comparison to his father and elder brother. He was no longer seen as extraordinary. However, Unbeknownst to them, a month prior, Xia Yuan had bided his time for 13 years, only to emerge and vanquish a third-rank demon, shocking both court and country. Such prowess among the three commanders could not fail to astonish the realm and incite the royal family's apprehension. In the current tumultuous times, the Great Wu is not the sole power, and in dealing with the Marquis's estate, it is essential to cultivate alliances rather than resort to suppression. In such circumstances, how could one contemplate assassination against the Marquis's legitimate son? Xia Chen, perceived as a mere waste, poses little threat. It is merely a matter of marriage, a situation already established, requiring no further deliberation. The Eastern and Marquis's estate remains loyal to the emperor and has made significant contributions to the state. Thus, alleviating the emperor's concerns is indeed a favorable endeavor. Princess Yaoguang smiled radiantly, illuminating the entire hall, yet her gaze remained profoundly serene. Deep within her heart lies a grand ambition, one she has never shared with another. Her peculiar actions and refusal to confine herself within the palace walls stem from this very ambition. Who says that women cannot rule the world? Princess Yaoguang aspires to be the first of her kind. Chapter 7. The Golden Generation. In the depths of the Donghou Marquis Mansion, within a grand 7-story ancient tower exuding a unique aura, the foundational sword technique has indeed been improved. 7 distinguished elders, their hair graying, rose from their seats, some inadvertently pulling out their white beards, while others spilled their tea, their hearts in turmoil. The foundational sword technique, as the name implies, is meant to forge the bedrock of martial arts. It is the fundamental law. A person's combat prowess and future potential are profoundly linked to this foundational law. Thus, the foundational sword technique of the Marquis Mansion is a closely guarded secret, accessible only to the direct descendants of the Marquis and those exceptional disciples who have passed rigorous tests. This technique is the cornerstone of the Xia family's enduring legacy over 600 years. Every martial arts family possesses its own unique foundational law, all shrouded in secrecy to maintain their longevity. The Xia family's foundational law was initiated by their ancestor, Xia Xuanjun, and has been refined over generations by family heads and elders who believed it had already reached a state of perfection, rivaling even the imperial foundational techniques. Yet now, to their astonishment, it has been further improved by a junior. As they gaze at the crack in the ground, radiating intense energy, which Xia Chen had just demonstrated before them, they may have questioned verbally, but their hearts had already accepted the truth. Their strong reactions stemmed from sheer incredulity. Well, although your martial talent may be lacking, your comprehension is truly extraordinary. In terms of your contributions to the family, you surpass your father, Xia Yuan. The elder with the gray hair spoke directly, laughing heartily, while inwardly lamenting the unfairness of fate. How could the heavens bestow such exceptional comprehension upon this child while denying him martial talent? If only he had been gifted in both, the Xia family would have produced another unparalleled genius. His name is Xia Yu, the elder brother of Donghou Marquis, Xia Chutian, the uncle of Xia Chen and Xia Yuan, making him Xia Chen's great-granduncle. Among the 8 brothers of Xia Chutian's generation, he is the third. Yet, due to his outstanding talent and intelligence, he was chosen as the head of the Xia family to inherit the title of Marquis, while the other 7 brothers held military positions in their youth. 36 years ago, during the Huaiyang War between the Great Wu and Great Feng, Xia Chutian became legendary in a single battle, ultimately choosing to return his military authority and retire from the army. His brothers followed suit, returning their military powers to serve as elders in the Marquis Mansion, fostering the next generation and enhancing the family's foundation. No military achievement can compare to your creation of this technique. Another elder remarked, who is Xia Chen's 5th grandfather. Xia Chen. The Marquis Mansion has thrived for 600 years, producing countless talents over generations. 300 years ago, their ancestors were once again granted the title of Onwu Marquis, and 173 years ago, they received the title of Anong Marquis. Thus, the Xia family boasts 3 Marquis titles. For them, military achievements are not lacking. Xia Chen's improvement of the foundational technique is of immense significance for the family, ensuring that future generations will be even more exceptional with accelerated cultivation speeds. After departing from the Merit Tower, Xia Chen realized this was his first visit. It was also the first time he had seen his elders in 17 years. However, judging by their reactions, they must have heard of Xia Chen's infamous reputation as a talentless individual. He had successfully made his presence known, which would greatly benefit his status in the Marquis Mansion. The 7 elders regarded him favorably, and exchanging the Shuyang-breaking demon blade for this was certainly worthwhile. Xia Chen pondered, as for what he had said about inscribing his name in the family history, so that after his death he could enter the ancestral hall alongside many great talents of the family. He was indifferent. He sought fame during his lifetime. The legacy of his name after death was not his concern. As he traversed the winding backyard and passed through the martial training grounds, he observed the lively scene. Children aged 5 or 6 were practicing their foundational punches under the guidance of martial instructors, while 11 and 12-year-olds were wielding spears, the glimmering blade demonstrating formidable prowess. One youth lifted a massive stone, drenched in sweat, yet his eyes radiated determination and perseverance. Brother Chun, at that moment, a 13 or 14-year-old boy dropped the stone in his hands, his movements resembling those of a monkey, quickly approaching Xia Chen. Brother Chun, did you come to watch me? The boy, with a round face and a playful smile, appeared adorably naive. His name is Xia Wen, the son of Xia Chen's third uncle, Xia Han. Although Xia Han hailed from a family of martial achievements, he favored the literary path, aspiring for a scholarly career for his son. However, Xia Wen, from a young age, gravitated towards martial arts, displaying remarkable talent, while his academic pursuits were less than stellar. Due to Xia Chen's apparent lack of martial talent, Xia Han had taken him under his wing, teaching him to cultivate righteousness through literature and the Confucian path. Consequently, before turning 10, Xia Chen often dined at his uncle's home, developing a close relationship with his uncle's children. I visited the Merit Tower to select a technique and stopped by to see you, Xia Chen replied with a smile. In the Marquis Mansion, children, regardless of gender, began their martial training at the age of 5, enduring the elements daily. However, due to Xia Chen's lack of martial talent, his uncle Xia Chen permitted him to forego daily attendance at the training grounds to preserve his dignity. In his youth, Xia Chen was unwilling to accept this and persevered in attending the training grounds. Yet, as his peers advanced rapidly while he struggled to even grasp the basics, he gradually ceased his visits. Xia Chen scanned the training grounds and noticed many youthful faces, but most of those who were his age or even a year younger had moved on. He knew that they had likely broken through to the 8th rank of refining essence, entering the military to hone their skills, as is the tradition in the Marquis Mansion, where age is secondary to cultivation level. Brother Chun, another voice called out, and Xia Chen turned to see a delicate girl, seemingly around 10 years old, shyly approaching him. Her cheeks flushed, having just completed a set of martial forms. She is the daughter of Xia Qian and Cui Mengru, named Xia Yushi. A few more individuals approached, all descendants of the 7 elders, as well as a few outstanding younger relatives. Hesitant at first, they eventually joined in greeting Xia Chen. Hearing the whispers around them, they recognized him as a direct descendant. Although Xia Chen had been somewhat of a background figure in the mansion over the years, his reputation was significant. After all, it was the first time in the history of the Marquis Mansion that a talentless individual had emerged amidst a lineage established by martial prowess. Some greeted Xia Chen with smiles, while others remained calm, merely nodding, neither seeking camaraderie nor hostility. Yet, none dared to mock him. They were all still young. Most were mature for their age, possessing high emotional intelligence. No one would easily offend a direct descendant, even one lacking martial talent. Moreover, many were aware that Xia Chen had become a royal son-in-law, which further dissuaded any mockery based solely on his lack of martial ability. Furthermore, in terms of seniority, Xia Chen was the elder among them all, and the Marquis Mansion has emphasized brotherly respect for 600 years. Xia Chen greeted each person warmly, his demeanor gentle and inviting, akin to a spring breeze. His gaze fell upon several young men present, his expression serious. These individuals were destined to shine brightly in the future. Xia Chen, styled Xuanba, is the younger brother of the Heavenly Emperor. From a young age, the Heavenly Emperor imparted wisdom to him. Thus Xia Chen held a deep respect and affection for his elder brother. In his youth, the Emperor was like a concealed dragon in the depths, nurturing his brilliance in silence, patiently awaiting the opportune moment, which led him to remain inconspicuous among his peers. Within the imperial clan, only Xia Chen remained unaffected by external influences, fostering a close and profound bond of friendship and brotherhood with the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 8. The Hidden Mastery Pavilion. At this moment in the martial arts arena, during the intermission, the various martial masters observed the gatherings and casual conversations among the crowd without interruption. Summer Chen's gaze fell upon a seemingly aloof youth, approximately 12 or 13 years of age, named Summer Chen. Having exchanged pleasantries earlier, Summer Chen was aware of his identity. He was a scion of the Summer family's collateral line, destined to command the formidable martial cavalry and dominate the eastern wilderness battlefield in the forthcoming era of unification. Yet now, this divine general still bore the innocence of youth. Summer Chen's attention shifted to another young man, Summer Hao, his grandfather's direct grandson, who was also poised for remarkable achievements in the future. "Brother Chen, are you about to embark on your journey of training?" exclaimed Summer One with an expression of joy. Summer Chen candidly shared his intention to visit the Hidden Mastery Pavilion and his plans for an outing. "I am on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier. When that happens, I shall seek you out, Brother Chen." Summer One, with his youthful exuberance and straightforwardness, shared his thoughts without any ulterior motives. Summer Chen was astonished. Summer One was merely months shy of 12 and was already nearing an 8th tier breakthrough. Indeed, the prodigious talent of the Summer family shone brightly in the era of unification. The younger generation of both the Summer family and the great Wu dynasty flourished like bamboo shoots after a rain, heralding the arrival of a golden age. Summer Chen mused excitedly, realizing that the current generation had yet to fully mature. The accumulated luck of the Summer family over 6 centuries would soon be unleashed, propelling them to new heights. He recognized the necessity of seizing this opportunity ahead of time. The Hidden Mastery Pavilion. The grand structure boasted 7 levels. Summer Chen had previously only visited once, during his studies of fundamental sword techniques. This time, due to his notable achievements, he was granted access to all floors below the 6th level. Not in haste, he made his way directly to the 5th floor, entering the 1st level and approaching a bookshelf on the right, where he picked up a volume to peruse. The Sword Technique of the Surging Wind. Summer Chen scanned the pages rapidly, yet his mind was elsewhere. Recording martial arts. He calmly asserted within. Martial arts being recorded. 125-100. A virtual interface materialized before his eyes. Although he had entered this world earlier and was no longer a mere player, this auxiliary system had remained intact, granting him full access. For instance, it assisted in comprehending advanced sword techniques, and now, it facilitated the recording function. Initial players possessed only the rudimentary function of increasing proficiency, simple and crude. His auxiliary system had long since evolved to the version of spiritual awakening. Thus, even when players from the Empress era arrived, Summer Chen, with his advanced capabilities, would effortlessly outclass them. As Summer Chen wandered through the pavilion, he was swiftly recording the martial arts of the entire 1st floor. However, the vast accumulation of over 6 centuries within the Duke's residence presented an overwhelming breadth of knowledge. Even after filtering, ordinary martial arts were not permitted within the pavilion, and the techniques on the 1st floor remained extensive and profound. He selectively recorded those techniques marked as significant before abandoning the 1st floor and ascending to the 2nd. The 2nd floor housed martial arts suitable for the 8th tier refinement stage. It encompassed a plethora of techniques: swordplay, knife skills, spear techniques, halberd methods, and various body training and breathing techniques. Additionally, there were numerous military formations. Summer Chen even encountered some methods practiced by sorcerers. The Summer family, founded on martial prowess, had accumulated an immense wealth of knowledge over 600 years. Having historically quelled various rebellious sorcerer sects and absorbed their techniques, Summer Chen focused on recording the military formations, recognizing the terrifying prowess of martial artists and sorcerers in this world. However, he noted that these formations were predominantly basic, often comprising 3 to 5 individuals, with only a select few capable of forming a 7-person unit. He was not overly disappointed. Such military methods were closely guarded secrets, the very foundation of noble martial families. The advanced formations capable of commanding thousands or tens of thousands were exceedingly rare, valued treasures within the Summer family, not meant for all to learn. Xia Chen estimated that such esteemed techniques would be stored at least on the 5th floor or higher. In the entire Great Wu dynasty, there were scarcely a handful of noble martial families that possessed formations capable of commanding over 1,000 troops. Deep within the hidden mastery pavilion, Summer Huang and Summer Hong exchanged glances, having observed Summer Chen's peculiar behavior on the 2nd floor. They were Summer Chen's 4th and 6th granduncles, respectively. Earlier, they had witnessed Summer Hao, Summer Hong's grandson, in the martial arts arena. Their primary duty was to guard the pavilion, and after being summoned unexpectedly to the Merit Pavilion, they learned of Summer Chen's improvements to the basic sword techniques, thus forming a lasting impression of him. What was he doing? Merely browsing? Summer Hong pondered aloud, perplexed by the young man's actions that even his 70 years of experience could not decipher. Ask me? Who should I inquire? Summer Huang retorted with a hint of irritation. Equally baffled, this lad possesses great comprehension, yet he is still too young. His resolve is not yet steadfast. His martial talent seems somewhat lacking, requiring proper guidance. If he develops a restless spirit, his future achievements may be limited. After observing for a moment longer, Summer Hong shook his head, offering his critique of Summer Chen. A martial artist must possess a clear goal, unwavering resolve, and a relentless spirit. Yet Summer Chen's indecision was evident as he hastily picked up and discarded techniques without thorough examination. Such a mindset was detrimental to achieving greatness. It's a pity. No wonder Summer Yuan neglects this child, pouring all his attention into his younger son, Summer Hao. Summer Hong sighed, turning his gaze away to refrain from further scrutiny. Unbeknownst to Summer Chen, every action of his was being closely watched and critiqued. However, even if he were aware, he would pay no heed. Externally calm, internally he was elated, and as he observed the completion of each technique at 100 on the system panel, a smile graced his lips. This time, he intended to empty the vast repository of the hidden mastery pavilion. Feeling the passage of time, he realized an hour had elapsed. He swiftly recorded several unique techniques from the 2nd floor before abandoning the rest and ascending to the 3rd floor. The techniques on the 3rd floor were fewer than those on the 1st and 2nd, yet they exhibited a discernible increase in quality. Summer Chen even glimpsed some Taoist and Buddhist techniques, their scriptures and true meanings specially designated to a distinct section. Surprised to find such teachings within the Duke's residence, Summer Chen recognized the significance of these scriptures, especially as they had flourished during the era of spiritual awakening. Their techniques were far from trivial. Some seemingly ordinary texts would, in time, unveil profound truths. Some individuals had gleaned the Arhut breathing technique from the scripture of the Arhut, while others visualized the celestial palace of peace from the scripture of peace, propelling themselves into the extraordinary. Summer Chen prioritized the recording of these valuable texts from both the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. Chapter 9. The Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. Without neglecting a single layer, Xia Chen meticulously absorbed the 3rd and 4th levels. Upon reaching the 5th level, he found the space expansive yet sparsely populated with merely 100 martial arts manuals. Xia Chen continued his methodical approach, sensing that the time required to absorb the techniques varied across the levels. For instance, the 1st level typically took only 2 to 3 seconds, while the 5th level demanded at least 1 to 2 minutes. He patiently awaited the completion of his task. In this layer, he discovered a collection of techniques for commanding a 1,000-man formation, capable of summoning the full might of an army to enhance oneself. There were 10 tomes, uniquely arranged in a designated area. Another section housed Buddhist and Taoist arts, while yet another corner displayed Confucian calligraphy and paintings. Each scroll imbued with a distinct Tao rhythm and infused with a profound vitality, providing immense benefits to scholars pursuing the Confucian path. Inscription. Xia Chen approached the artworks and commenced the engraving process. Observing the progress bar on the panel, a smile graced his lips. Once he completed the absorption of all techniques on the 5th floor, he picked up a tome titled The Red Sun Body, Refinement Technique, and pretended to read. Simultaneously, he murmured within his heart, initiating the simulation and infusion process. The system began its simulation. 5 minutes later, new text appeared on the panel. The essence of the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique is being infused. Progress values, 5, 35, 78. The entire transmission lasted 3 minutes, during which Xia Chen felt his skin heating up, his flesh and bones seemingly tempered by molten lava, every sinew akin to being forged by a divine craftsman, expelling impurities. In his eyes, a great sun rose, merging the insights from the Xia-breaking demon blade with the mysteries of the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique. Each drop of blood thickened, brimming with the essence of the utmost yang. The entire 5th floor radiated warmth, akin to the peak of summer. Xia Chen resembled freshly forged steel, just emerged from a high-temperature furnace. Elders Xia Hao and Xia Hao materialized in the expansive 5th floor space, their expressions grave as they observed Xia Chen's transformation. Has he comprehended the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique? Has he grasped the essence so swiftly? They exclaimed in unison, disbelief flashing in their eyes. They were aware of the significance of this technique, which greatly benefits martial practitioners, even showing efficacy for those at the 4th rank. Hence, it was housed in the 5th level of the repository of techniques. They had initially paid little attention as Xia Chen casually surveyed the manuals. But how could he suddenly comprehend the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique? Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, the great sun within gradually receding, the vigorous energy emanating from his pores subsiding, and his skin returning to its normal hue. 4th uncle, 6th uncle, what brings you here? Xia Chen feigned curiosity, fully aware that such an important place as the repository of techniques would naturally have guardians. How did you grasp the Red Sun Body Refinement Technique so quickly? Xia Hao, impatient by nature, was the first to inquire. I'm not certain. I was merely observing when a sudden realization struck me. Xia Chen scratched his head, appearing adorably naive, his expression reminiscent of an advanced version of Xia Wen. Xia Hao, momentarily silenced by doubt, could only mutter, You don't know? A sudden realization? Is it really that simple? Xia Huang stepped forward, seizing Xia Chen's hand as a surge of true energy flowed into him, probing his condition. He harbored suspicions regarding his grandson. However, after tracing Xia Chen's meridians without detecting any anomalies, he noted the boy's robust physique and remarkably deep foundation. Indeed, while his innate talent for martial arts seemed ordinary, his underlying potential was profound. Why did you choose this particular technique among so many? And what were you doing earlier? Xia Hong pressed, perplexed by Xia Chen's earlier actions. I have heard that ancient sages extensively studied myriad texts, blending the essence of countless teachings to create remarkable methods. And thus I, lacking in humility, sought to emulate the ancients. Xia Chen rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As for his choice, he felt a connection between this technique and the Xia-breaking demon blade he had previously comprehended, which prompted his selection. Xia Huang chuckled softly, then burst into hearty laughter. You wish to emulate the sages? It has been years since I encountered such an amusing notion. However, realizing that his laughter might discourage the child, he quickly added, You are still quite young, with limited experience. Moreover, your current realm is too low. It is premature for you to delve into myriad teachings. What you need now is to focus and pursue a singular path. Even with exceptional talent, one should choose only a supplementary route. Overly diverse learning can be detrimental to one's realm and mindset. Xia Chen nodded vigorously. Although your aptitude for martial arts may be lacking, your insight is remarkable. There may yet be a chance for you to achieve great things in the future, Xia Hong encouraged. Yes. After conversing with Xia Hong and Xia Huang for a while, the two elders patiently imparted various cultivation insights before Xia Chen took his leave. As he departed the repository of techniques, Xia Hong sighed. What a pity for this child. His comprehension is prodigious, yet he is burdened by a flawed physique. How unfair fate can be. Why was he not guided towards a Confucian path in his youth? Wasn't it said that he followed third Uncle Xia Hao closely during his childhood? Why was he not allowed to continue on that path? With such remarkable insight, had he cultivated the righteousness of Confucianism, our Xia family might have produced a great scholar. Xia Huang lamented, genuinely pained that such a bright future had been squandered. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had primarily produced rough martial practitioners, often looked down upon and suppressed by literati in the imperial court. If Xia Chen were to become a renowned scholar, perhaps the Xia family could finally establish a literary lineage, achieving a balance of yin and yang. Xia Hong remained silent for a time before finally speaking slowly. It is said that, many years ago, second uncle sent a letter from the Eastern Wilderness battlefield to third uncle, stating that his child should practice martial arts. Even if he is flawed, he ought to wield a sword on the battlefield rather than a pen. The repository of techniques fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, a voice broke the stillness. Alas, second uncle Xia Yuan was a fine man and an exceptional general, gifted and talented. He never brought shame to our family. Yet, he lacked in the role of a father. Xia Huang shook his head, recalling Xia Yuan's attitude towards Xia Chen, deeply sighing. In his youth, the heavenly emperor had known little warmth from his parents and grew up in solitude within his clan. The elders of the family had never regarded his martial talent favorably. Nevertheless, the heavenly emperor possessed a tenacious spirit, unyielding and diligent in his studies, exploring countless texts with extraordinary insight. One day, while in a repository of classics, he suddenly comprehended a profound technique, leaving the clan elders astounded. The History of Xia, Volume 1, The Chronicles of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 10, Official Position. As Xia Chen returned to his courtyard, the night had already enveloped the earth. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting delicate beams of moonlight that danced upon Xia Chen's fingertips like ethereal sprites. From a moment he left in the morning until the evening, this day had been more vibrant than the past 2 months combined. Young master, upon hearing the commotion, Xia Chen hurried out, joyfully exclaiming, I've heard that His Majesty has betrothed the second princess to you. News has spread throughout the estate, and gifts have been sent from every courtyard. Yes, just help me keep them safe. Xia Chen nodded, not wishing to expend too much energy on such matters. In the following 2 days, Xia Chen remained diligently within his courtyard, devoted to his studies and training. As the proficiency levels on his system panel increment, he felt his progress accelerating at an extraordinary pace. The pure yang energy within him had thickened, and his combat prowess was now incomparable to before. He wielded the Shouyang demon-slaying blade to harness the extreme yang energy of the heavens and earth, refining his flesh and blood with precision. Simultaneously, he practiced the Qiyang body forging technique to cultivate his internal energy and strengthen his bones. While these 2 methods bore some similarities, they complemented each other, leading to a fundamental transformation of Xia Chen's physique. This tranquility was shattered on the 3rd day when a longtime attendant of the patriarch Xia Chen knocked at the gate of Xia Chen's small courtyard. Third young master, the master requests your presence. As the 3rd in line among the direct descendants, Xia Chen was referred to as the 3rd young master within the estate. Uncle Dong, why have you come personally? You could have simply sent someone to summon me, he said, hastily inviting the middle-aged man in, still shirtless from his body training. Xia Dong, a trusted aide of Xia Qian, also shared the Xia family's bloodline, being a branch that separated 156 years ago, thus maintaining a close kinship. He had followed Xia Qian since childhood, akin to a personal tutor, accompanying him in martial arts, military strategy studies, and even during his time in the military camp. 21 years ago, he had achieved great merit alongside Xia Qian at the southern frontier, earning a title of general. However, after Xia Qian withdrew from military service, he too resigned his official position, remaining by Xia Qian's side as a mere attendant. Regarding matters concerning the young master, it is better that I come personally. Xia Dong smiled, observing Xia Chen's skin, which glimmered like forged iron, the crimson hue gradually fading, revealing a hint of astonishment in his gaze. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Uncle Dong, please take a seat while I freshen up. I will be with you shortly, Xia Chen said with a smile, pulling Xia Dong's hand and guiding him to sit in the courtyard. Although Xia Dong considered himself a subordinate, no one genuinely regarded him as such. Xia Dong wore a pleasant expression, appreciating the respect shown by this somewhat unassuming third young master, who treated him with far more courtesy than other young masters. Before long, Xia Chen had refreshed himself and changed into a clean outfit. Despite feeling a flicker of joy within, he maintained a steady demeanor, exuding an air of calmness. He had already surmised that Xia Qian's summons were related to his official position, which must have reached a resolution. The Duke's residence was vast, and due to the inability to traverse quickly, Xia Chen strolled leisurely. After more than 20 minutes, he finally arrived at Xia Qian's quarters. "Uncle." No need for excessive formalities. The understated and reserved hall housed several chairs. As Xia Chen took his seat, a maid promptly served tea before retreating. "Chener, your desire to venture out for experience has been addressed. There are currently 3 available positions, all quite commendable," Xia Chen stated, sipping his tea at a measured pace. A smile spread across Xia Chen's face. Indeed, being backed by the Duke's residence made matters easier. In his previous life, it took him over half a year in the game to attain an official rank, and even then, it was merely the lowest 9th rank. Yet now, 3 positions were at his disposal. Although he was unaware of their specific ranks, the Duke's residence would undoubtedly offer something substantial. The first position was in the Imperial Guard, the Yulin Wei, the second was with the Qingzhou garrison, and the last was in the Southern Border Army, all of which were of the 7th rank. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled. The Xia family, as a prestigious clan, allowed its descendants to serve as officials through family connections, and the ranks were not low. This was precisely why Xia Chen had sought Xia Chen's assistance. To be able to directly ascend without starting as a mere soldier. What a farce that would be. Starting from a higher point surely allowed one to demonstrate their capabilities more effectively. Yulin Wei it is. Xia Chen inhaled deeply and made his decision swiftly. The Imperial Guard served as the Emperor's personal troops, tasked with safeguarding the palace and the capital's security. They were responsible for maintaining law and order and had the authority to enforce the law against criminal activities within the capital. What Xia Chen coveted most was this last aspect of law enforcement. Although the capital was rife with influential figures, with a casual toss of a brick, one might strike a royal or noble. However, if he could wield this responsibility effectively, it would grant him immense power. Moreover, it was crucial to note that 5 years later, during the coup d'etat, the Imperial Guard played a significant role. Perhaps he could lay the groundwork in advance. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xia Chen's gaze. He dismissed the garrison position, while the Southern Border Army could hone his skills and quickly accumulate military achievements. It was of little use to him at present. With the system's assistance, his cultivation speed was already secure. Although military merit was advantageous for rapid promotion, Xia Chen believed that remaining at the center of power in the capital would present more opportunities. "Have you made your decision?" Xia Chen asked earnestly. "Uncle, I am certain. I choose the Yulin Wei," Xia Chen declared without hesitation. "Very well, await my news." Xia Chen smiled and waved his hand. Xia Chen, in turn, smiled as he took his leave, his spirits soaring. After 2 months, was he finally set to leave the novice village? Capital, here I come. In his previous life, although he began as an ordinary commoner, he soon experienced the splendor of the capital. This time, however, his initial status was exceedingly noble. Yet the Duke's residence imposed various restrictions. He could not leave the estate freely until he reached the 8th rank. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why did he still retain memories of the philosophies of various schools, the Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, poetry, and prose from his previous world? Xia Chen pondered a crucial point. Although the players from his previous life had descended into this world, they were unable to recall the culture, thoughts, and classic literature from their former existence, as these memories were entirely obscured upon entering this realm. It was as if this world forbade the existence of such knowledge. Only when the version of multiverse integration was launched did this restriction lift. Xia Chen speculated that it likely pertained to the supreme principles and truths, with certain scriptures and profound thoughts barred from manifesting prematurely. Had he become the overlooked individual? Taking a deep breath, Xia Chen glanced once more at his hand, where only he could see the ethereal shadow of the 9-dragon imperial seal. "What is your origin?" that you not only allowed me to enter this world ahead of time, but also retained my auxiliary system and lifted the veil of obscurity? Xia Chen murmured to himself. As he spoke, the imperial seal emitted a soft, hazy glow, as if awakening and seeking to respond. Chapter 11. The Celestial Realm. As Xia Chen observed this extraordinary transformation, his pupils constricted. For the past 2 months, he had endeavored to awaken the Jade Seal, yet it had remained entirely unresponsive. Today, however, ethereal strands of light began to emanate from it. Hastening his pace, Xia Chen traversed the vast estate, entered his chamber, and secured the door behind him. He felt an intense warmth radiating from his palm, as if something were striving to emerge from within his very flesh. Xia Chen could distinctly sense a connection with the Jade Seal, as if they were symbiotically intertwined, sharing a common origin. A faint haze of chaotic energy enveloped the seal, and in a moment of reverie, Xia Chen seemed to witness the intricate interplay of Tao and principle, as divine chains of order surged forth. Mysterious runes materialized upon the surface of the Jade Seal, revealing a multitude of sentient beings prostrating themselves in reverence, consumed by celestial flames. At the heart of this vast expanse, a towering altar constructed from 5-colored chaotic stones stood, embodying an ancient and enigmatic rite. Xia Chen was captivated by the resounding chant of this ritual, echoing as if it sought to pierce the heavens. "Are you calling for me?" he pondered, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, goosebumps rising across his skin. At that moment, the once ethereal Jade Seal began to solidify, as if it were destined to manifest in this world. Descending from an unknown realm, unable to resist, Xia Chen approached the seal, which floated in his chamber, exuding tendrils of violet energy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his room, drawn into the Jade Seal. Outside, the estate, renowned for its multitude of formidable beings, remained utterly oblivious to his disappearance. Xia Chen swiftly regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself in an unfamiliar world. This realm was enshrined in ice, cloaked in an eerie silence, save for the vicinity surrounding him, which pulsed with a semblance of life. He discovered himself standing atop a colossal 5-colored altar, where various items lay scattered. Among them was a primordial beast of immense proportions, its fresh blood still oozing as though it had just been slain. There also rested a chaotic jade, exuding chaotic energy, alongside a golden phoenix egg. "Is it a phoenix egg?" Xia Chen mused, though he was certain this was his first encounter with such items. Yet, information about them surged into his mind unbidden. In the distance, he glimpsed another egg suspended in the void, emanating vibrant life, as if undergoing a process of rebirth. His heart trembled. He then noticed that not far from the pure-blood phoenix egg, another egg seemed to resonate harmoniously with it. "A dragon egg!" Xia Chen exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. The phoenix and true dragon had long since vanished from existence, as the apex divine beasts of the cosmos. Any trace of them would incite chaos and bloodshed. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, there had been those who quickly rose to prominence after acquiring mere drops of phoenix essence or dragon blood. Yet here lay a phoenix egg alongside a dragon egg, seemingly teeming with vitality. This was astonishing. To offer such primordial beasts and rare treasures as sacrificial offerings. Whom were they honoring? Heaven? No, it could not be. Xia Chen's thoughts surged tumultuously. Who could possibly merit such offerings? He instinctively believed it to be a tribute to the heavens, but upon surveying his surroundings, he swiftly dismissed the notion, for he stood above the heavens, seated within the celestial palace. Before him sprawled a vast complex of palaces, constructed from celestial materials, stretching across countless miles, as if subduing the cosmos itself. In this moment, Xia Chen felt as though he had become a deity of this realm, with the entire world within his purview, aware of its circumstances. He had acquired some form of authority, desiring to approach the offerings. He found himself obstructed by an invisible barrier as he drew near. Despite numerous attempts, he ultimately conceded. It appeared that all access remained sealed to him. Was it that he had not earned their recognition, or were the conditions for unlocking them insufficient? Xia Chen speculated, yet soon relinquished his concerns, refocusing on this enigmatic world. Was this the celestial realm, once powerful and sovereign over the heavens? Yet it seemed to have succumbed to some unknown calamity, leaving everything frozen in time. He beheld the celestial soldiers encased in ice and the names adorning the palaces: Lingxiao Hall, Ministry of War, Pharmacy Hall, Hamlin Academy, the various sects, the demon-slaying platform, the deification platform, the Hall of Hidden Merit, the Transcendence Pool. A myriad of departments housing individuals exuding terrifying auras, all encased in ice. Their lives appeared to have dimmed, yet within them pulsed crystalline stones suffused with a unique resonance of the Tao, filled with the essence of universal laws. As Xia Chen continued to observe, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his ears. His pupils dilated as he beheld a golden divine dragon, spanning untold territories. Erupting from the Lingxiao Hall, the dragon was elusive, its form obscured, yet it radiated an aura of extreme frailty, its golden light dimming, as though it were on the brink of vanishing entirely from this realm. The Dragon of Fortune. Xia Chen suddenly recalled the dragon's origin. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and upon perceiving Xia Chen, a profound joy illuminated its gaze. In an instant, it soared above him, and before Xia Chen could react, it plunged into his forehead. Merging with him, Xia Chen felt as if his very being were on the verge of exploding. A torrent of energy surged into him, shattering his meridians in an instant. Yet, this energy also bore an immense vitality, causing his previously dissipating form to rapidly regenerate. Destruction and rebirth interwove, each opposing yet unified. Xia Chen's body transformed into a vessel, achieving an extraordinary equilibrium. Simultaneously, his eyes underwent a profound transformation. The previously faint dual pupils began to manifest fully. His black and gold irises appeared to mutate, and within the luminous orbs, two distinct pupils emerged. One yin, one yang, reminiscent of the merging sun and moon, suffused with purple-gold energy. The golden dragon of fortune flitted by, seemingly merging with his gaze. The dual pupils, an ancient anomaly, were said to belong to those of supreme destiny. It was rumored that those who possessed such eyes would inevitably command dominion over the heavens, provided they did not perish prematurely. Now, the dual pupils within Xia Chen began to awaken. Time lost all meaning as Xia Chen eventually regained consciousness, discovering his physique had been forged like adamant, fundamentally altered from within. The golden divine dragon was the embodiment of this fractured celestial realm's fortune, yet it had now integrated into his being. Xia Chen's expression turned grave. The dynasty of fortune could harness the collective luck of the realm, bestowing titles upon divine officials who could cultivate through the power of that dynasty's fortune. This was the very essence of the celestial dynasty's struggles for supremacy. In a world rife with conflict, the pursuit was solely for the power of fortune. Only the ruler of a dynasty could bear the weight of the national fortune's golden dragon. Yet now, it appeared that he had absorbed that golden dragon of fortune. Chapter 12. The Supremacy of the Imperial Way. Xia Chen meticulously examined his body, but the golden dragon of fortune had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. During the exploration, he felt his vitality reaching an unprecedented peak. His state was exceptionally good. It seemed that his innate talent had been reshaped, and his strength had remarkably advanced to the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. Xia Chen murmured to himself. Although he possessed an auxiliary system that merely required him to enhance his proficiency to improve his power, the remolding of his innate talent, no longer being a waste body, was evidently significant. As for his own strength enhancement, Xia Chen was only slightly astonished. A tremendous surge of energy had poured into his body, and at that moment, he felt as if his body had been utterly annihilated. Yet unexpectedly, that energy harbored a rich vitality, allowing his body to be reborn. Xia Chen stood calmly at the center of the altar and began to move forward, with the Lingxiao Palace ahead. He was unaware of how long he had walked. Here, time seemed to have ceased its flow. A day, a month, a year, or perhaps even a decade or a century. The distance, though seemingly short, felt as if he had traversed an endless expanse. Eventually, he entered the Xixiao Palace. Before him stood magnificent deities, their forms larger than mountains, their gazes piercing through the depths of the underworld. Their presence could crush mountains and rivers. However, at this moment, they were all motionless, bowing their heads, paying homage to the front, as if exhausting their entire life force. Within their rib cages, mysterious crystals were brewing. Xia Chen was stunned by the scene before him. The nine-dragon jade seal in his palm was far more significant than he had imagined. It seemed to contain a dilapidated, ancient heavenly court. Unable to resist, Xia Chen gazed toward the direction of the bowing deities, where a towering figure stood, surrounded by stars, with 9 true dragons-like ornaments floating upon his arms. This figure stood silently, yet the aura of an imperial sovereign emanated. The supremacy of the imperial way, all paths submitted. Reincarnated eyes. Xia Chen's heart trembled. In the instant he gazed, the endless chaotic mist that had obscured the emperor's visage slowly dissipated. At first glance, he was captivated by the man's eyes, which were naturally endowed with reincarnated pupils. At that moment, Xia Chen's own reincarnated pupils seemed to awaken, resonating with the emperor's, as if calling out to one another. Sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, a beam of purple gold light shot forth from the emperor's reincarnated pupils. Again, Xia Chen instinctively wanted to retreat, recalling the golden dragon of fortune that had abruptly entered his body before. Yet at that moment, he felt utterly immobilized. The entire world appeared to awaken, myriad paths roaring, as the purple gold light penetrated directly into his mind. A colossal influx of information exploded in his consciousness. Xia Chen groaned softly, and darkness engulfed him as he fainted on the spot. When Xia Chen awoke, a faint light appeared on the distant horizon, gradually dissipating the night that enveloped the capital, heralding the return of brightness to the world. He glanced at the clock produced by the Donghou Mansion in the room. Had only one night passed? Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that aside from feeling somewhat drained, his physical vitality had reached its zenith. My realm has ascended to the 7th tier of the spirit refinement realm. What I experienced was not a dream. Xia Chen opened his palm and noticed the jade seal symbol slowly manifesting in his vision. Delicate rays of pure light radiated, as if celebrating that the precious jade was no longer shrouded in dust. He could distinctly sense a special connection with this jade seal. Xia Chen meticulously recalled everything that transpired in the dilapidated heavenly court the previous night. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head as if pricked by needles. The primordial imperial way of the celestial scriptures? A new scripture had appeared in his mind, and while he wished to peruse it, he found it obscured by a veil of chaotic mist, as if it had yet to be revealed to the world. This was an imperial scripture, bestowed upon him by the Lord of the heavenly court. But why could he not comprehend it? Was it because the spiritual energy had not yet revived? Or was it that he had not established a dynasty of fortune, failing to gather the essence of fortune, thus preventing him from accessing it? Xia Chen speculated, but ultimately relinquished the thought, believing that when the time was right, he would naturally grasp its profound meanings. He sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to restore his vitality. Although his strength had significantly increased, it seemed that the acceptance of the scripture's inheritance had consumed a vast amount of his energy, leading to his fainting. Xia Chen surmised that it was all due to his own weakness. Neither his physique nor his vitality could bear such power. Not to mention undertaking cultivation. Xia Chen practiced until the afternoon before finally opening his eyes, his complexion rosy, with his vitality and physical essence restored to their peak. He stepped into the courtyard and began to practice his punches, the wind from his strikes howling, creating a series of explosive sounds. The distinction in quality between the 7th and 8th tiers of power was indeed palpable. At this stage, the 7th tier was already considered impressive. Even in the military, one could serve as a captain, commanding 1,000 men. In the martial world, such power could indeed be deemed as that of a master. Young master, your documents have arrived, along with your armor. The Forbidden Army has also sent a shipment. Just as Xia Chen practiced his punches, Xia Chen rushed into the courtyard, holding documents and a set of armor. Xia Chen paused and took the documents, reading them directly. This was an appointment letter issued directly by the Ministry of War. Thus, Xia Chen officially stepped into the officialdom. His starting point was the 7th tier of the captain rank, and indeed, the status of a noble house's heir proved advantageous. Xia Chen smiled, reflecting on how much time and effort he had expended in his previous life to attain a 7th-tier official position. Yet now, he had achieved it effortlessly. The illustrious legacy of the noble house, spanning 600 years, countless military accomplishments, and the sacrifices of fallen ancestors had culminated in this moment. Xia Chen gazed at the document in his hand, murmuring to himself, fully aware of why he had obtained this. "Young master, when will you take office?" "Tomorrow," Xia Chen replied calmly. He had been anticipating this moment for 2 months. "So soon?" "Young master, I wish to accompany you." Xia Chen's eyes sparkled. Having spent his youth within the noble house, he yearned to see the outside world. He had demonstrated considerable talent, breaking through to the 8th tier of the spirit refinement realm just a month ago. "Very well. Gather your things and accompany me to the office tomorrow." Xia Chen nodded. As the son of a military family, he was permitted to bring his own soldiers, a practice not uncommon in the current Donghou dynasty. This was intended for military offspring to swiftly gain control of the camp and prevent troublemakers from causing disturbances, as well as for safety, for many times. The offspring of military families were not merely gilding their status, but rather heading to the battlefield to engage in true combat. This was why civil officials of the Donghou dynasty had no objections. Anyone who raised an objection would be swiftly countered by the military, stating, "If you do not permit the offspring of military families to serve, perhaps you would prefer sending your own descendants to the battlefield to confront barbarians and beasts." Upon uttering these words, the court would fall into a profound silence. The following day, at dawn, Xia Chen rose early. Today marked the day of his appointment. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guard. Xia Chen donned his official military attire and stepped out of the courtyard. Xia Chen was already waiting at the entrance, accompanied by 3 robust men radiating vitality. At a glance, Xia Chen discerned that these 3 were no ordinary individuals. Their imposing aura was palpable, exuding an innate ferocity simply by their presence. "Young master," the 4 spoke in unison. Xia Chen was not taken aback by their presence. These men were the household guards of the Marquis's estate. Every offspring of the Marquis was allocated several guards, serving dual purposes as protectors and foundational support, facilitating the young noble's swift acclimatization to military affairs. "Let us proceed," Xia Chen nodded, offering no further words. The 5 of them traversed the estate quietly, exiting through a side gate. The Marquis's residence stood at the heart of the capital, in close proximity to the imperial palace. Upon stepping outside, they found themselves on the Central Avenue, a thoroughfare established 800 years ago at the founding of the dynasty. Although termed a street, it resembled a grand plaza capable of accommodating 12 carriages simultaneously, remarkably spacious. Despite the early hour, the avenue buzzed with activity, vendors lining the sides, each engaged in their daily commerce. The streets were thronged with passers-by, and the rhythmic clatter of horse-drawn carriages marked the dawn, as the vast capital began to function like a well-oiled machine. After a casual breakfast by the roadside, Xia Chen and his companions made their way toward the headquarters of the Imperial Guards, responsible for the safety of the capital. The Imperial Guards were stationed within the inner city, their headquarters situated conveniently close to the palace. "Halt! Who approaches?" As Xia Chen approached the imposing headquarters near the palace, he was intercepted. Fully armed soldiers in armor stepped forward, yet their demeanor remained respectful. "I am here to assume my duties today," Xia Chen stated succinctly, eschewing any pretense or theatricality. He had come to fulfill a mission. "Lieutenant Xia." The soldiers immediately stood at attention, saluting with respect. They had already received word of a lieutenant's arrival from the esteemed Marquis of the East. Xia Chen nodded, maintaining a serious expression that conveyed an air of aloofness. "Lieutenant, I shall escort you inside." A junior officer stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his face beaming with smiles as he personally guided Xia Chen into the headquarters. As Xia Chen's figure disappeared beyond the entrance, the remaining soldiers exhaled deeply, their whispers filling the air. Goodness, when did our superior ever display such a beaming countenance? The selection criteria for the Imperial Guards were exceedingly rigorous. Most members were hereditary or distinguished by merit, with only the most valiant warriors permitted entry. As the emperor's personal troops, they possessed a certain confidence, accustomed to encountering not just lieutenants, but even generals. While they would show courtesy, they would never adopt such a subservient demeanor. Yet, the current situation was markedly different. Of course, look at who it is. Although his reputation in the capital may be tarnished, his lineage speaks volumes. This newly appointed lieutenant's arrival stirred a mix of apprehension and curiosity among the guards. Our ranks are filled with talented individuals. The addition of another noble from the Marquis's estate is merely a matter of spectacle. Let's observe, one soldier remarked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lieutenant, this is the barracks. Li Shi led Xia Chen into the expansive backyard, which, despite being the rear area, was surprisingly vast, resembling a military camp. At that moment, a group was engaged in drills on the training grounds. Where are my troops? Xia Chen inquired calmly, aware of his unfamiliarity with the surroundings and in need of guidance. The officer accompanying him displayed commendable insight. Over there, but at this moment, Li Shi hesitated, his expression betraying uncertainty. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, pressing for more information, yet Li Shi remained reticent. You may see for yourself, Lieutenant. Without further ado, Xia Chen ventured deeper into the barracks. As he approached the rear right flank of the camp, boisterous laughter erupted. I won again. This afternoon, I shall treat my brothers to drinks at Deshun Tower. Standing outside a tent, Xia Chen overheard the raucous sounds of merriment and the unmistakable clatter of tiles being played. It dawned on him that this world featured a game similar to mahjong, a rare form of leisure. However, such activities were strictly forbidden in the military, particularly when gambling was involved. Yet his countenance remained impassive, causing Li Shi, who observed quietly, to feel a pang of unease. This newly appointed lieutenant was somewhat inscrutable. Aware of the situation, he initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, but now he failed to detect any sign of anger in the lieutenant's demeanor. It seemed that this lieutenant was not one to be easily provoked. He merely hailed from a prestigious lineage. I shall go call them. Xia Chen, standing behind Xia Chen, could no longer contain herself, her face flushed with indignation. It was early morning, while other squads were engaged in training, and this group brazenly played tiles. I will handle it, Xia Chen interjected, his gaze penetrating the thick fabric of the tent, revealing the scene within. This morning, he had noticed a peculiar enhancement in his vision, allowing him to perceive extraordinary details. Such scrutiny made it effortless to see through mundane barriers. With a decisive step, he lifted the tent flap, a gust of cold air startling the two guards stationed at the entrance, causing them to shiver in surprise and anger. Who dares to intrude upon the military camp? Still groggy from their brief slumber, the soldiers, having encountered figures from the Imperial Guard before, felt emboldened to shout. Their exclamations captured the attention of others inside the tent, causing those gathered around the gambling tables to stand in alarm. Xia Chen, he proclaimed, his voice steady and unwavering. Who is in charge here? Silence enveloped the camp, some immediately recognizing the newcomer, their faces tightening with anxiety as they hastily concealed their gambling tiles within their armor. Others, however, remained unfazed, wearing smiles devoid of respect. It is young Master Xia. How eager you are, arriving so soon after your appointment yesterday. At that moment, a sardonic voice emerged from within the tent, displaying no fear of Xia Chen. Chapter 14. The First Day in Office. Inside the military tent, a burly young man rose to his feet, shaking the nameplate in his hand, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Xia Chen. Instead of displaying fear, his expression bore a hint of provocation. Zhao Yu, the commander of the Feather Forest Army, was the third son of the Duke of Jinwu and a direct subordinate of Xia Chen. Xia Chen had already familiarized himself with the backgrounds of several officers under his command, having received their profiles from the Marquis's estate just the day before. With particular emphasis on Zhao Yu, Xia Chen understood the root of Zhao Yu's hostility towards him. He had usurped Zhao Yu's position. Had Xia Chen not been parachuted into the role of lieutenant, it was a foregone conclusion that Zhao Yu, due to his status as the Duke's son, would have assumed that title. Zhao Yu had boasted in front of his subordinates that he would host a feast for all once the military appointments were finalized. However, merely 3 days had passed, and the situation had drastically changed with Xia Chen's sudden arrival, which naturally incited Zhao Yu's resentment. Since yesterday, he had taken the lead in stirring trouble, leading his men in defiance of drills and indulging in leisure within the military camp. Intending to give Xia Chen a harsh welcome, Zhao Yu glared at Xia Chen with eyes ablaze. The military uniform he believed should rightfully be his now adorning the reputed waist of the Xia family. Did he not understand the grave offense of leading card games within the ranks? Xia Chen, undeterred by Zhao Yu's fiery gaze, directly questioned him. Although he was indeed an airborne soldier, what made Zhao Yu superior? Hadn't Zhao Yu himself parachuted into his position as a commander of the Imperial Guard? Everyone resented privilege and envied those who possessed it. Zhao Yu's privilege had been earned through generations of sacrifice and bloodshed by his ancestors. For 6 centuries, the Xia family had laid down their lives for the nation. This was merely a testament to the Zhao family's inability to rival the Xia clan, resulting in Zhao Yu's humiliation at being outmaneuvered and losing the position. Now, with no pressing tasks at hand, they were merely entertaining themselves during their leisure time. Did young Master Xia have any objections? Zhao Yu retorted, his demeanor still dismissive. When on duty, one must adhere to their rank. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yu. Furthermore, I am addressing you. Xia Chen's voice was calm, yet an inexplicable sense of pressure emanated from him. A sensation Zhao Yu had only ever felt from his father or other high-ranking officials. This caused Zhao Yu's face to flush with embarrassment. Feeling humiliated that he was intimidated by this so-called waste of the Xia family. Is it that you, Lieutenant, wish to establish your authority on your very first day? Zhao Yu's eyes glinted with malice. His family had already warned him to behave during these days and not to stir trouble, yet he remained obstinate. Though all of them were scions of noble houses, Xia Chen was the legitimate heir, while Zhao Yu had 2 elder brothers. However, he was well aware that Xia Chen was not held in high regard within the Duke of Jindong's household, and the Duke of Anong was indifferent to this firstborn son, a fact that had spread throughout the capital. Moreover, Xia Chen was infamous for his lack of physical prowess, bringing shame to their military lineage. Thus, Zhao Yu did not believe his status to be inferior to Xia Chen's and, disregarding his family's counsel, was resolute in challenging Xia Chen. I shall not grant him face in public, diminishing his authority. Once I open this door, I shall set an example for others. How could he possibly maintain his standing within the Imperial Guard thereafter? Zhao Yu's thoughts were simple. He aimed to crush Xia Chen's reputation into the ground on his first day in office. Outside the tent, numerous soldiers had begun to eavesdrop. Their curiosity piqued the moment Xia Chen entered the military camp. The crowd outside swelled, as nearly everyone who was not engaged in training rushed over. At the center of the camp, 2 middle-aged men sat sipping tea. Shall we intervene? One suggested. We can simply pretend we are unaware and continue enjoying our tea. It is not our place to meddle in the conflict between the young nobles. However, Xia Chen was, after all, the legitimate son of the Duke of Jindong and a prince consort. As the Emperor's personal army, if we allow that Zhao Yu to create a ruckus, it could lead to undesirable consequences. One of the commanders, with a square face, sipped his tea, his expression laden with concern. Patience is key. Precisely because of his unique status, we should refrain from intervening. Today marks his first day in office. If he cannot even manage his own subordinates, it may lead to disappointment among some. The general, dressed in civil officer attire, yet exuding a fierce demeanor, spoke solemnly. General, are you implying that someone is keeping a watchful eye on Xia Chen, perhaps? The square-faced man, known as Qin Mu, appeared startled, suddenly realizing something. Just as he was about to speak, the general's piercing gaze caused him to clamp his mouth shut. We are the Emperor's personal army. While it is customary for military scions to enter our ranks, the manner of their entrance is of utmost importance. Without the Emperor's approval, even the Duke of Jindong would find it challenging to place his people here, Li Wenzhong remarked, his gaze drifting as if to pierce through the camp and witness the unfolding conflict. Qin Mu nodded in understanding. To disrespect superiors, instigate unrest, and engage in gambling within the military, Do you comprehend the gravity of these 3 offenses? Xia Chen's voice resonated within the tent, penetrating the air so that all eavesdroppers outside could hear. Zhao Yu frowned, feeling a deep discomfort from Xia Chen's calm demeanor, as if he were being scrutinized by an exalted figure. Has he truly deluded himself into thinking he is a person of consequence? Zhao Yu scoffed internally, increasingly dismissive. After all this time, what could Xia Chen truly do to him? Lieutenant, you do not seriously intend to punish me, do you? Not with your capabilities? Zhao Yu erupted into laughter, and as he did, several soldiers gradually drew closer, standing behind him, an invisible aura of intimidation forming. In an instant, Xia Chen and his companions unleashed their own presence, no longer restraining their aura. For the 3 offenses, as per military regulations, you shall receive 100 strokes of the cane and be expelled from the camp. Those who obstruct shall be punished equally. Xia Chen remained composed, as if he were unaffected by the shifting atmosphere. However, the moment he finished speaking, his aura transformed dramatically. His blood thickened, and a scorching heat enveloped him, coalescing into a radiant sun behind him. He drew forth a crimson long blade, striking directly at Zhao Yu. This blow was akin to a blazing sun slicing through the void, causing Zhao Yu's hair to stand on end and a visceral sense of peril to grip him. Open! Zhao Yu swiftly unsheathed his military sword, channeling his internal energy into it in an attempt to block Xia Chen's strike. He had not anticipated that this notorious waste from the capital would dare to draw his weapon in such a public setting. Why did this strike feel so terrifying? Violent sparks erupted at the point of contact between their blades, and as their swords clashed, Zhao Yu's countenance shifted dramatically. He sensed a tremendous force surging from the point of impact. In the next moment, he let out a cold snort, his face flushing crimson, before he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His entire body was flung backward, crashing into the tent and tumbling out, landing atop a soldier who had been eavesdropping outside. Both men fell to the ground in a heap. Instantly, the entire military camp fell silent, all present rendered motionless. Chapter 15. Expulsion from the military camp. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, catching everyone off guard. It was indeed a swift escalation. How brazen could one be? It was only when they beheld Zhao Yu, his arms hanging limply and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, that they snapped out of their stupor. Commander! A voice echoed from within the tent, and someone rushed out to assist Zhao Yu. To their surprise, this seemingly refined officer possessed a tempestuous temperament. Wasn't he reputed to be a notorious incompetent? How could he exhibit such formidable strength? Zhao Yu was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, quite domineering indeed. In the military camp, whispers of astonishment arose from a distance. Observers noted that Xia Chen had vanquished Zhao Yu with but a single strike. It was common knowledge that Zhao Yu hailed from a noble family and practiced extraordinary martial arts, capable of holding his own against several 7th-rank experts in the army. Although Zhao Yu had been caught off guard, his defeat was startlingly decisive. Li Shi, who had escorted Xia Chen into the camp, wore an expression of disbelief. He had anticipated a confrontation, but never imagined that the local bully, Zhao Yu, would suffer such a significant setback right from the outset. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. It appeared that the infamous waste of the noble family had some genuine prowess after all. Not only was Li Shi taken aback, but even Xia Qian and others behind Xia Chen exhibited signs of surprise. Xia Qian sensed that her young master had undergone considerable changes during this period. His thoughts seemed inscrutable, and his strength appeared to have surged dramatically. After effortlessly defeating Zhao Yu, Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged. He slowly sheathed his crimson blade and lifted the curtain of the military tent. Sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him as if he were bathed in a sea of gold, exuding an aura of sacred authority that was inviolable. What a handsome visage! This was the immediate reaction of all who beheld Xia Chen's countenance, although he donned armor and eschewed the attire of a wealthy young master. His appearance and demeanor were nothing short of exceptional. Xia Chen approached Zhao Yu's side. "What do you intend to do to my young master?" Zhao Yu, pale and weakened, attempted to raise his arms, but found them shattered by Xia Chen's earlier strike. The 3 soldiers behind him quickly stood in front of Zhao Yu, protecting him. They were the Zhao family guards. Zhao Yu had openly defied authority and was now at my mercy. Where is the disciplinary team? Xia Chen paid no heed to the guard's inquiries, but surveyed the surroundings. His words, though softly spoken, rippled through the camp. The soldiers exchanged glances, and soon, some began to gather in formation. The initially hesitant soldiers, witnessing their comrades rallying and glancing at the bloody Zhao Yu, gritted their teeth and joined the ranks. In mere moments, the entirety of the Jiazi camp, comprising 98 individuals, had assembled. Where's the disciplinary team? As Xia Chen's voice resonated, 5 individuals stepped forward with efficiency and precision. This newly appointed officer, undeterred by the Zhao family's influence, had struck decisively, leaving no room for ambiguity. Take him away. 100 military strikes, and then summon the Jinwu Duke to collect him. From this day forth, he is expelled from the Imperial Guards. Xia Chen cast a cold glance at the prostrate Zhao Yu, his voice devoid of emotion, sending chills down the spines of many. Expelled from the Imperial Guards? The captain of the disciplinary team, Li Zheng, quivered as he asked. Is that unclear? Shall I repeat myself? Xia Chen's gaze bore down upon Li Zheng, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast. For reasons unknown, he sensed that this newly arrived officer exuded a pressure greater than that of any minister in the court. I understand. Li Zheng nodded rapidly. What qualifications do you possess to expel me from the Imperial Guards? Though Zhao Yu's breath was faint, he regained some composure upon hearing Xia Chen's words. Anger surged within him, and he spewed forth another mouthful of blood, his eyes alight with fury. If he were truly expelled from the Imperial Guards, not only would he lose face, but he would also be unable to show his face in the capital circles again. Even the Jinwu Duke would likely become a laughingstock, fodder for the gossip of the city's elite. Xia Chen dismissed Zhao Yu entirely. This man was foolish enough to openly gamble within the military camp, daring to provoke him so brazenly. In the military, humility was paramount. Was he not essentially handing Xia Chen the knife to establish his authority? How could the wise Jinwu Duke have spawned such a fool? Xia Chen pondered, questioning whether Zhao Yu was truly of his lineage, for he seemed to possess none of the Duke's attributes. What are you waiting for? Execute the punishment. Xia Chen gazed at Li Zheng with displeasure, causing Li Zheng to shudder. No longer hesitating, he and his 4 subordinates advanced toward Zhao Yu. During the process, the Zhao family guards attempted to intervene, but Xia Chen and others swiftly disarmed several of them. They had been idly waiting for an opportunity to assert their presence. But Xia Chen had effortlessly seized control of the situation. The soldiers in the camp watched as Zhao Yu was dragged away, and soon, chilling screams echoed from a distance, sending shivers down their spines. Zhao Yu was the Jinwu Duke's son, yet the heir of the East Town Duke showed no reservations, treating him with utter disdain. None among them, regardless of their positions or backgrounds, dared to underestimate Xia Chen any longer. He had decisively taken control of the situation. His strikes were executed with precision, akin to autumn winds sweeping away leaves, capitalizing on the momentum with swiftness, accuracy, and ferocity, swiftly establishing his authority and solidifying his position. In the center of the camp, Qin Mu nodded slowly, a hint of admiration on his face. Although Zhao Yu's methods were somewhat crude, relying on his noble lineage, he had expected Xia Chen to exhibit some caution. To his astonishment, Xia Chen was audacious, employing brute force to quell dissent, demonstrating that he must have studied military strategy at the East Town Duke's estate. Li Wenzhong, a general in the Feathered Forest Army, sipped his tea, his expression calm. He is your subordinate. Once he has fully showcased his prowess in front of his peers and established his authority, bring him to see me. You should not have entered the military camp directly. That is not the proper decorum. Li Wenzhong's tone was brusque, but upon seeing Qin Mu's serious demeanor, he quickly added, Be more respectful. Yes. Qin Mu replied with deference. Li Wenzhong sighed, lamenting that the Feathered Forest Army was small. This newly appointed officer was not only the East Town Duke's heir, but also a prince consort, his status far too exceptional to treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Who could predict what the increasingly inscrutable emperor thought of Xia Chen? If he had arranged for him to join the Imperial Guards for some ulterior motive, the emperor's gaze might be fixed upon this very moment. Chapter 16. The advantages of being a son-in-law. Xia Chen followed closely behind Qin Mu, gradually traversing the military camp toward the general's tent. The Feather Guards, a segment of the Imperial Army, comprised 3,000 personnel, under the supreme command of the General of the Middle, a fourth-rank official. Beneath the general were 3 captains, each overseeing 1,000 guards, with Qin Mu being one of them, thus Xia Chen's direct superior. Below the captains were the lieutenants, who managed 2 battalions, totaling 200 men. Under the lieutenants were the brigade commanders, 1 for each battalion. Previously, the A-shaped battalion was under Zhao Yu's command, and it was indeed the personnel from this battalion who were engaged in a card game within the tent. Xia Chen was already acquainted with Qin Mu, and to his surprise, despite being his superior, Qin Mu treated him with considerable courtesy. After a moment of reflection, Xia Chen grasped the reason behind this. "Captain, may I inquire as to why the general has summoned me?" Xia Chen approached Qin Mu and spoke softly. "I am not certain. You will discover the answer upon entering." Qin Mu replied with a smile, shaking his head. "However, I suspect it is not of great significance. You have just assumed your post, and, according to protocol, should have first reported to the general." Qin Mu observed Xia Chen, whose demeanor was calm and unassuming, lacking the previous ferocity he had displayed toward Zhao Yu, and felt prompted to elaborate further. Xia Chen, pondering this, realized it was indeed an oversight on his part. Initially, he had been escorted by the guards, assuming he was to meet the general, only to be led directly to the tent. With narrowed eyes, he recognized that this was all part of a calculated scheme. Lost in thought, a soldier emerged from the expansive military tent. "Captain, the general requests your presence." Xia Chen nodded and, with poise and confidence, entered the tent. Upon entry, he beheld a middle-aged general seated within. "I pay my respects to the general." Xia Chen immediately clasped his fists and performed a respectful military salute. In the military, hierarchy dictates all interactions. Even if background matters were to be discussed, they would be reserved for private discourse. Subordinates must show utmost respect to their superiors, a fundamental principle. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, any insubordination from a subordinate toward a superior is a grave offense, which is why Xia Chen dared to expel Zhao Yu from the Imperial Army. There is no need for excessive formalities. Li Banzon Shukulat, inviting Xia Chen to take a seat while personally pouring him a cup of tea. "I summoned you primarily for the purpose of a meeting and acquaintance." "Ha ha." Li Wanzhong displayed no airs of superiority as he continued. "We are both descendants of martial merit, akin to family. Furthermore, I have significant ties with the Duke of Jindong's household. 200 years ago, my ancestors accompanied the Duke on military campaigns, achieving remarkable feats and ultimately securing a marquisate for our family. Although this title is not hereditary, it has nevertheless integrated us into the realm of martial merit, allowing me to hold the position I do today. Therefore, if you do not mind, you may address me as uncle." Li Wenzhong regarded Xia Chen, actively seeking to strengthen their bond. "Uncle." Xia Chen responded without hesitation, smiling in agreement. Yet, internally, he remained composed, swiftly analyzing the situation. The materials sent by his uncle Xia Chen the previous day included a detailed account of Li Wenzhong's background. While the Li family was part of the martial merit group, the tides of fortune had shifted over 800 years, with many martial families having emerged and faded throughout history. The founding martial families had dwindled to 3. The Wuzong Emperor's reclamation of the realm could indeed be considered a founding achievement, as countless loyal subjects were rewarded during that era. Yet, now only 6 families remained, while the rest had long since declined. Presently, the core strength of the martial merit group consists largely of families that have risen to nobility due to military exploits over the past 1 or 2 centuries, and the Li family is among them. However, the Li family's marquisate had long since vanished, and since Li Wenzhong's father's generation, the family had begun to decline. The destiny of the Li family appeared to follow the same trajectory as many martial families, gradually waning until they faded from the historical stage. Yet, just as the Li family seemed on the brink of collapse, Li Wenzhong unexpectedly rose to prominence, rapidly ascending to the rank of general, commanding the Feather Guards. This resurgence had allowed the Li family to regain some vitality within the martial merit group, affording them a degree of influence. He is favored by the emperor. Although Xia Chen did not find this explicitly stated in the materials, he swiftly deduced this conclusion. The only plausible explanation for such rapid advancement within the imperial army was the emperor's recognition. Otherwise, such a pivotal position as the commander of the Feather Guards would not be entrusted to just anyone. The favorable treatment he received indicated that his status as a son-in-law was not as disadvantageous as he had initially perceived, particularly within the imperial army, where this identity proved exceedingly advantageous. Xia Chen quickly comprehended why both Qin Mu and Li Wenzhong exhibited such cordiality toward him. His lineage as a scion of the Duke of Zhendong was one aspect, but the fundamental reason likely lay in his status as a son-in-law. If the royal family could be likened to a household, the imperial army was evidently akin to the royal family's retainers, and, as a son-in-law, he was, in a sense, a half-master. Until the royal family's stance toward him was unequivocally defined, those beneath him would naturally refrain from negligence. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen's demeanor grew increasingly composed. Before Li Wenzhong, he maintained neither subservience nor arrogance. The two engaged in a cordial exchange over tea, drawing their rapport closer, and soon began calling each other uncle and virtuous nephew with ease. As Xia Chen exited Li Wenzhong's tent, a smile graced his face. This initial encounter exceeded his expectations. The authority he could potentially wield within the imperial army might surpass his prior assumptions. Upon returning to his own quarters, Xia Chen hurriedly approached him. "Young master, the general did not trouble you, I hope? In the military, we refer to ranks. Please refrain from calling me young master henceforth." Xia Chen waved his hand and continued, "No, I had a pleasant discussion with General Li." He briefly recounted the situation to Xia Chen and the three family soldiers accompanying him, named Xia Hui, Xia Hao, and Xia Kong. All were seasoned warriors who had seen the battlefield, with Xia Hui having achieved the 7th rank in the spirit refinement realm. In the military, such prowess would certainly qualify him for the roles of lieutenant or even captain. As Xia Chen conversed with the four, a voice rang out from outside the tent. Subordinate Qian Nan requests an audience with the captain. Within the tent, Xia Chen received another brigade commander, Qian Nan. Upon entering, Qian Nan promptly performed a military salute and expressed his loyalty, evidently having heard of Zhao Yu's downfall. Truth be told, he felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Yu had approached him the previous day, proposing a united front against the newly appointed captain. Fortunately, this morning, he had taken his troops out on patrol, avoiding a confrontation. Otherwise, he feared he too might have faced expulsion from the imperial army. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Chapter 17, Duke Jinwu. In the military tent, Xia Chen scrutinized Qian Nan, remaining silent for a considerable time, causing cold sweat to pour from Qian Nan's forehead. Just as terror gripped Qian Nan's heart, a calm voice resonated in his ear. "Stand up." "Thank you, my lord." Qian Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him as the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped him dissipated. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He sensed that the newly appointed Xia Chen exuded an imposing presence far more daunting than that of the middle-ranking officers within the army. Is this the demeanor of a direct descendant from the Duke of Zhendong's household? Qian Nan marveled internally. "How was the patrol?" "All is well. We encountered a theft incident midway and apprehended the thief, who has since been taken to the Ministry of Justice." Qian Nan promptly replied with utmost respect. Xia Chen proceeded to inquire about various matters, primarily concerning the duties of the Yulin Guards and certain precautions to take. Most of this information was already within Qian Nan's knowledge. He sought clarification on some details. Recently, the capital had been somewhat unsettled, with spies from the Daqing dynasty beginning to surface, and our Yulin Guards have been ordered to assist the lantern bearers in swiftly locating these spies. Qian Nan mentioned a matter that piqued Xia Chen's interest. The lantern bearers were an organization that, due to the unique circumstances of the Dao dynasty, did not fall under the jurisdiction of the cabinet or the 6 ministries, functioning independently of the civil and military frameworks and reporting solely to the emperor. It bore similarities to the Jinui of the Ming dynasty in Xia Chen's recollections. Xia Chen nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. Although the imperial guards wielded considerable power, during peacetime, Their influence within the capital was not as formidable as one might imagine, at least in cases of incidents or foreign spies. The emperor would first think of the lantern bearers, followed by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. The Yulin guards mostly acted in a supportive role or were called upon to assist in apprehensions once matters had settled. At noon, Xia Chen invited his colleagues and subordinates to dine at Tongfu Tower, and everyone was eager to oblige. All those within the military and without tasks attended the gathering. Eventually, even Li Wenzhong and Qin Mu arrived, instilling a sense of awe among Xia Chen's colleagues. They all understood the implications of this scene, being seasoned individuals in the capital. Thus, their respect for Xia Chen grew, and they frequently offered him toasts with fervor. Meanwhile, the Duke Jinwu's residence erupted in chaos. Young master, what has transpired? Before grand entrance, the guard spotted Zhao Yu being escorted back by family soldiers. Zhao Yu appeared utterly wretched. His arms hung limply, his back a gruesome sight, and he had lapsed into unconsciousness. The approaching guards changed color upon witnessing such severe injuries. Had Zhao Yu not possessed martial prowess, he would have likely succumbed to his wounds by now. The once tranquil Duke Jinwu's residence became a flurry of activity, with servants rushing about. Someone hurried to the eastern city to summon the finest doctor from the Xuanji Medical Hall. My son, Lady Zhao, Zhao Yu's mother, rushed into the room and saw her son lying on the bed, unresponsive. Who did this? Such cruelty, disregarding the dignity of the Duke Jinwu's residence. Lady Zhao glared at the family soldiers accompanying Zhao Yu. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. He had been well this morning, and now he was being carried back in such a state. Could it be the spies from a rival nation? Madam, several family soldiers hastily knelt to apologize, recounting the events in detail. That scoundrel acted with such malice against a colleague. How could the Duke Jinwu's residence, a place of martial honor, be treated so callously? We must ensure that my husband holds him accountable. Lady Zhao's eyes burned with fury upon learning that her son had not only suffered broken arms, but had also been subjected to 100 lashes and expelled from the Imperial Guards. Is there no justice in this world? Enough. A middle-aged man entered the room, looking displeased at his wife's outburst. My lord, you must take a stand for Yuer. That little brat intends to ruin him. Lady Zhao, seeing Duke Zhao Yu enter, quickly pulled him to her son's bedside, pointing at Zhao Yu in tears. Duke Zhao Yu's expression hardened as he beheld his son's condition, yet he maintained his composure. He brought this upon himself. Just yesterday, I took him into my study to explain the intricacies of his situation, advising him against provoking that Xia family brat, who is now his direct superior. It would be effortless for him to exert control. I even promised to assist him in securing a position as a captain soon. Yet this fool still chose to confront him, and in such a crude manner at that. Duke Zhao Yu's eyes flared with anger. This youngest son paled in comparison to his two elder brothers in both intellect and capability. Lady Zhao paled at her husband's scathing reprimand, but retorted, True, you were instigated the conflict, but we are a family of martial merit, part of the same camp. Even if there are disagreements, must it come to such brutality? Had Yuer not reached the 8th rank, those 100 lashes could have killed him. Upon hearing his wife's words, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Duke Zhao Yu's gaze. But reason quickly reclaimed control. Military matters differ from ordinary affairs. On his first day in office, the new officer had to assert his authority. If he did not establish his dominance, how could he maintain respect in the Imperial Guards? From the moment that fool chose to stir trouble, the matter could not end amicably. Duke Zhao Yu spoke calmly. Although the title was inherited, he had led troops and understood the stakes involved. He felt profound disappointment in his son for his clumsiness. Had it been him, he would never have publicly challenged his superior on the first day of their appointment. That Xia family brat already held the moral high ground. Such a confrontation should have been handled discreetly, allowing the Xia lad to stumble into a significant misstep. And so, this matter is to be brushed aside? He has directly expelled Yuer from the Imperial Guards. Does a mere captain possess such authority? Lady Zhao persisted, her voice still laced with anger. Enough. I have my plans regarding this matter. He lacks the authority to do so. However, your son is too foolish. He has provided the perfect excuse for them to act against him. Should this escalate, the outcome would be the same. For now, He must remain prudent and refrain from targeting that individual. His circumstances are peculiar, and perhaps the emperor himself is watching him. Do you understand? Duke Xiaoyu fixed his stern gaze upon his wife, issuing a warning. Why, yes, I understand. Observing her unwillingness to relent, Duke Xiaoyu sighed. His eldest and second sons had inherited his intelligence, while this youngest one seemed to have taken entirely after his mother, lacking any semblance of his wisdom. Chapter 18. The Astonished Second Princess. The Princess Yao Guang's residence. In the rear garden, a beautiful figure gazed at the pond. The central pond shimmered with rippling water, adorned with broad lotus leaves and delicate pink and white lotus flowers standing gracefully, resembling shy maidens dancing upon emerald jade. Goldfish frolicked in the water, occasionally splashing crystalline droplets, adding a touch of vivacity to this tranquil scene. All of this beauty resembled a picturesque painting, until a woman clad in yellow hurriedly approached, shattering the poetic ambience. Your Highness, news has just arrived regarding Xia Chen. Would you like to hear it? He has taken office. The second princess did not turn around, continuing to admire the lotus flowers in the pond. How does the princess know? The woman in yellow was taken aback. She had said nothing, and yet the princess was already aware. Her name was Li Wei, one of the second princess's personal attendants. Li Wei, possessing striking beauty, adored candied hawthorn, and was a prodigy in swordsmanship. In the 25th year of the Empress, she had ventured alone to Sword City to challenge the Sword Saint, defeating 3 swords and astonishing the world. He had always remained at the residence of the Duke of East Town, and aside from rumors of his martial incompetence, there was rarely any news from him. In recent days, the Duke's residence had been strategizing for his position, and it was rumored to be in the Imperial Guards, which likely pertained to this matter. It is not difficult to deduce. The second princess spoke coldly, her thoughts clear. You are truly remarkable. Li Wei sincerely admired her, wondering why she had not thought of these things. You should learn more from Ziyue. Read extensively, for books contain great wisdom. The second princess shook her head, acknowledging her maid's strengths but lamenting her lack of intellect. Reading makes me drowsy. Ziyue enjoys it, but I prefer delicacies. How delightful they are. Li Wei shook her head, giggling as she rushed to the second princess's side. Having grown up with Ziyue alongside the second princess, their relationship was informal. Your Highness, do you wish to hear about him? He is your future consort. Li Wei approached Yao Guang, a blush gracing her cheeks. Both she and Ziyue were devoted attendants to Yao Guang, and according to custom, they would also serve the prince after the marriage. I do not wish to hear. The second princess observed Li Wei's demeanor, shaking her head, though her eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. She intended to tease Li Wei, yet she found herself indifferent to the man destined to be her husband. Why are you like this? I shall tell you anyway. Li Wei pouted adorably, clinging to the second princess's arm as she hurriedly recounted all that had transpired with Xia Chen in the Imperial Guards. Upon hearing Li Wei's account, the previously composed second princess exhibited a flicker of emotion in her gaze. He incapacitated Xiaoyu with a single strike? Indeed, they say Xia Chen was incredibly fierce, facing an entire battalion alone. The others did not dare to move, utterly intimidated. Li Wei nodded earnestly, her affirmation unwavering. Did he act with his family soldiers? No. The second princess nodded, her curiosity piqued but not pursuing further. What troubles you? Is something amiss? Though Li Wei was clever, she was not naive. Noticing her normally astute mistress's unusual demeanor, she inquired promptly. The Duke of East Town had a long-standing regulation that only those who achieved the 8th rank in the refinement realm could leave the residence to join the military. Xia Chen's emergence indicated he had reached this rank. However, was he not a martial waste? Initially, she had suspected that he had only reached the 8th rank through the Duke's significant expenditure of precious medicines. Yet now, it seemed her earlier judgment might be flawed. His combat prowess must have reached the 7th rank of the spirit refinement realm. While realms could be attained through precious medicines, combat strength was determined by various factors. The second princess spoke slowly, her expression revealing her uncertainty. Could he have consumed some miraculous elixir? Li Wei's eyes brightened. Such miraculous elixirs do not exist in this world. Xia family, have you concealed a secret? The second princess furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling the rumors of Xia Chen's martial incompetence. These rumors had always originated from the Xia family, yet no one from the outside had ever encountered Xia Chen. This implied that the information could have been deliberately spread by the Xia family. But for what purpose? To conceal an ordinary genius? It was well known that the Xia family had produced talents in the past, and even in this generation, several prodigies had emerged. Thus, did it warrant such concealment for merely Xia Chen? The ever-perceptive second princess found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend. Continue to keep an eye on Xia Chen. Report to me with any developments. The second princess turned to Li Wei, only to find her, unbeknownst to Wen, had pulled out a candied hawthorn and was savoring it, causing the princess to smile and shake her head. Very well, I shall remain vigilant. After speaking, Li Wei produced another candied hawthorn from her sleeve. Your Highness, would you care for some? There are so many delectable treats outside. Life beyond the palace is far more enjoyable. Li Wei smiled and quickly took another lick of the candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour flavor bursting upon her taste buds, causing her eyes to squint joyfully. I do not wish to eat. Just have one, I bought plenty. As she spoke, Li Wei pressed a skewer of candied hawthorn into the second princess's hands. 15 minutes later, the second princess held a skewer of candied hawthorn, admiring the flowers while savoring the treat. To her surprise, the candied hawthorn proved quite sweet. A smile involuntarily graced the lips of the typically aloof second princess. Afternoon. With no significant matters at hand, Xia Chen, feeling rather bored, summoned the personnel from his two camps to familiarize himself with them. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquainted himself with nearly 200 individuals. While this may seem trivial, it was, in fact, quite significant. He appointed his family soldier, Xia Hui, to temporarily lead the Jiazi camp as commander. Xia Hui possessed the 7th rank of the spirit refinement realm. Upon learning this, Xia Chen discovered that he had previously held the position of deputy in the border army, overseeing over 1,000 men. Thus, managing 100 soldiers was a mere trifle for him. To appoint him as a minor battalion commander would be an affront to his capabilities. Although Xia Chen's appointment was somewhat irregular and procedurally flawed, once he reported the matter, Lieutenant General Li Wenzhong did not hesitate to process the paperwork. While such actions were technically improper, they were merely a matter of principle. Li Wenzhong was more than willing to grant this favor. Moreover, Xia Hui's position was only temporary. Should Xia Chen leave the Imperial Guards or transfer elsewhere, Xia Hui would undoubtedly accompany him. Having not been attached to his prior deputy position, it was unlikely he would feel any sentiment for a mere battalion commander now. Chapter 19. Case Analysis Evening. Upon returning home, Xia Chen initially intended to patrol the streets during the curfew. However, he soon learned that the curfew duties assigned to his 2 battalions had already been completed 2 days prior. Thus, he found himself with no obligations that evening, and since he could not indulge in the pleasures of the brothel, he decided to return home instead. Young master. Not long after Xia Chen entered his room, he heard Xia Qian's voice outside. Come in. Young master, the information regarding the undercover agents from the Qing has arrived. Xia Qian entered, holding a stack of documents. This was internal data from the Yulin Guard, and as a school officer, Xia Chen had the authority to access it. In recent weeks, the situation in the capital had become somewhat tumultuous, reportedly reaching the imperial ears and inciting the emperor's wrath. The lantern bearers were deployed, apprehending numerous individuals, which had left the citizens of the capital in a state of anxiety. The military defense map of the Northwest had been stolen. As Xia Chen perused the documents, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The northwest border of the Great Wu Kingdom bordered to Qing and to Feng, housing an army of 200,000 soldiers. The theft of such a crucial military map was indeed serious. It was no surprise that the emperor was furious enough to mobilize the lantern bearers to conduct widespread arrests in the capital. The fact that such an important military map could be taken directly from the Ministry of War without arousing any suspicion suggested the presence of a traitor within. Xia Chen murmured to himself as he examined the documents. For decades, Great Wu and Qing had been embroiled in continuous strife. However, aside from the major Huayang battle against Feng 36 years ago, there had been no large-scale wars, merely minor skirmishes at the borders. Now, with the military defense map stolen, It was evident that this could incite significant turmoil. After 36 years, Dafeng must have regained its strength. Since the Huayang battle, Qing and Dafeng have been drawing closer, appearing to form an alliance against Great Wu. As Xia Chen contemplated this, he continued to read. The documents indicated that the military map had been stolen by a minor official from the Ministry of War and subsequently handed over to a blacksmith in the West City. When the lantern bearers learned of this, they found the two had already taken their own lives. The trail ended there. 6 or 7 days had passed since the theft, and the military map had undoubtedly been disseminated. It seemed the situation in the Northwest would undergo significant changes. Xia Chen pondered. Regardless of whether he could unearth the Qing undercover agents, the military map was certainly lost, possibly already returned to the capital of the Qing. There had to be at least one intermediary between the minor official and the blacksmith. Yet, this intermediary was not mentioned in the documents. Was it an oversight or a deliberate concealment? Xia Chen quickly discerned an anomaly within the documents. The minor official had access to the Ministry of War and managed to steal the military map from its core. Such a feat could not have been accomplished alone. Moreover, Xia Chen noted that the minor official resided in the inner city of the north, while the blacksmith lived on the outskirts of the West City. The distance between the two was over 20 li, making it impossible for the minor official to have personally delivered the military map to the blacksmith. During the curfew at night, neither the inner city nor the outer city allowed movement unless one possessed a special pass. The military map had gone missing during the night. As Xia Chen lay in bed, mulling over these thoughts, he realized that only the imperial guards and the lantern bearers could move freely at night, implicating both parties as suspects. It was even possible that both factions had been infiltrated. Xia Chen meticulously unraveled the threads of this case and arrived at numerous conclusions. Yet the information at his disposal was exceedingly limited. He could only deduce these insights from the case files, and he suspected that these documents were not comprehensive. The lantern bearers must possess more information. They were professionals in both investigation and case handling. Regrettably, he lacked the authority to request case files from the lantern bearers. Even if he were to approach them, the Yulin Guard would merely be viewed as aides, akin to mere enforcers in their eyes. It was a well-acknowledged fact that the Yulin Guard was not adept at handling cases, and they rarely concerned themselves with such matters. Typically, they awaited the resolution of significant cases by influential figures before being summoned to apprehend individuals or conduct raids. Thus, regardless of whether it was the lantern bearers, the criminal ministry, or the court of judicial review, many matters would not be thoroughly communicated to the Yulin Guard. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Chen gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Xia Chen arrived early at the Yulin Guard headquarters. "Boss, good morning." As soon as he entered the military camp's courtyard, he spotted Li Shi, who had shown him in the previous day. Li Shi was beaming with enthusiasm, bouncing over and holding up a bag. "Boss, would you like a bun? I specially bought these from the Dog Doesn't Bark bun shop. They're the best in the capital. You must try." Xia Chen observed Li Shi, whose face was wrinkled with smiles, and though he was barely in his 20s, he appeared as if he were in his 40s. Xia Chen squinted slightly. It remained uncertain whether this lad intended to pull a fast one or merely wished to witness the drama unfold. "Boss, they are truly delicious. An exquisite taste. These buns are hard to come by. You must make a reservation in advance." Li Shi seemed oblivious to Xia Chen's shifting demeanor. Still wearing a broad grin, he was almost thrusting the bun into Xia Chen's hands, as eager as a loyal hound. Xia Chen glanced at him, then at the fragrant bun in his hand. The peculiar name of the bun shop, Dog Doesn't Bark, struck him as rather unappealing. Dogs are our loyal friends. They do not betray us. If they did, one might end up with dog meat buns. He scrutinized the bun in his palm. Indeed, the meat was substantial, and the filling was thin, tasty indeed. No wonder some of the capital's officials favored this establishment. As he munched on the bun, he casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's expression subtly shifted, realizing that his little ruse had been seen through by the school officer. Given that this school officer had dealt quite severely with the son of the Marquis of Jin just the day before, it was clear he was not an easy person to get along with. What if he decided to retaliate? "The buns are excellent. Make sure to bring me one every day." Just as Li Shi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, he heard Xia Chen's voice. Looking up, he saw Xia Chen had already moved on. Realizing this, Li Shi's face lit up with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, boss. I'll bring you breakfast every day," he exclaimed excitedly. Xia Chen had initially intended to step into the military tent, but paused, his expression bemused. What did he mean by bringing breakfast every day? One might think he was pursuing him. He glanced once more at the delectable bun in his hand. Indeed, the name Dog Doesn't Bark was rather unfortunate. Chapter 20. Recreational Activities. Noon. Li Shi hurriedly approached once more, his beaming smile revealing a face adorned with charming wrinkles that exuded a sense of joviality. "Chief, after the evening's duties, I would like to invite you to a delightful place." Li Shi leaned in closer to Xia Chen, speaking with an air of mystery. A sly grin etched across his face. He possessed a boldness that belied his rank as a mere minor officer, directly addressing Xia Chen, a captain, to foster a sense of camaraderie. Xia Chen regarded him with an odd expression, pondering whether this lad intended to lead him to some brothel or a place of entertainment. In this world, options for amusement were scarce, particularly in the evening, which typically revolved around drinking, listening to music, and engaging with women, often culminating in what was euphemistically referred to as deeper interactions. Consequently, the industry of deeper interactions flourished. However, brothels represented the upper echelon of this sector, akin to upscale clubs where the women were undeniably beautiful. Yet, the costs were exorbitant. A single night could easily consume more than half a year's earnings of an ordinary family, and that was merely for the lower-tier establishments. To indulge in the company of a renowned courtesan required far more than mere monetary exchange. In light of this, the more affordable establishments thrived. Although somewhat inferior to brothels, their lower prices attracted a considerable clientele, making them exceedingly popular. To be frank, Xia Chen harbored a certain yearning for such venues. Despite his virtuous demeanor, he believed in partaking in the joys of life. Upholding this philosophy, Xia Chen readily acquiesced to Li Shi's invitation. With nothing pressing to attend to that evening, he decided to accompany the lad, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. "Tonight, I shall join you," he declared, patting Li Shi on the shoulder, recognizing the young man as potential. Li Shi departed the military tent with a beaming countenance, eager to organize their evening's escapades. How fortunate it is to have a leader like you, where leisure and enjoyment are effortlessly arranged. No need to count coins or worry about the details, though one might wonder if this is a peculiar form of indulgence. Xia Chen mused, his mind steeped in academic curiosity as he anticipated the cultural clash that awaited them that night. As night fell, the day had been relatively uneventful. In the afternoon, Xia Chen had accompanied his subordinates on a stroll through the bustling capital, a sight that left his companion, Xia Chen, in awe. They passed by the Princess Yao Wang's residence, glancing at the imposing lions that stood sentinel at its entrance, weathered by time. Xia Chen quickly diverted his gaze, refraining from further scrutiny. He also familiarized himself with the locations of several brothels, not out of a desire for personal indulgence, but rather in the spirit of an upright gentleman, a paragon of virtue. That evening, this virtuous gentleman followed Li Shi and Xia Chen through the gates of the Yulin Guard, stealthily entering an alleyway. Xia Chen began to feel uneasy as their path diverged from the locations he had surveyed earlier. "Hee, Chief, this will be thrilling. Music and dance await us." Li Shi's excitement bubbled over, his smile revealing an abundance of creases. "I understand that you hail from the esteemed Ho residence, where strict regulations prevail. Before reaching the 8th rank, one is not permitted to venture out freely, let alone spend the night outside," Li Shi continued, realizing that Xia Chen had likely never visited such establishments. "Tonight, I shall treat you, allowing you to experience the vibrant nightlife of our capital." Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen, flushed with embarrassment, interjected, questioning why the young master would not return to the residence that night, only to discover they were headed to such a place. He himself had never been, but had heard whispers from the kitchen staff about the unparalleled allure of these venues, where one could become utterly captivated after a single visit. "Is this not the route to Suyu Street? Aren't brothels primarily located there?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, though a sense of trepidation began to brew within him. Was this a trap? Could it be that the Zhao family sought vengeance, luring him into this dimly lit alley for retribution? Li Shi, sensing Xia Chen's apprehension, quickly reassured him. The lower establishments are somewhat beneath your esteemed status, while brothels are more fitting. However, given your unique position, those places can be crowded and chaotic. If word were to spread and tarnish your reputation, it would be dreadful. Thus, I have arranged for a venue called Xia Courtyard, where patrons don mass for discretion. It offers both music and dance, as well as overnight accommodations. Li Shi spoke earnestly, aware that the news of Xia Chen's betrothal to the second princess had spread throughout the capital. Xia Chen regarded him with an odd gaze, pondering if this young man possessed a remarkable depth of thought. In the Great Wu dynasty, frequenting such establishments was not uncommon. In fact, it had been romanticized by scholars, becoming a mark of refinement. Among literary circles, if a young man had not visited such a place by his early years, it was deemed a disgrace. Xia Chen contemplated this notion, reflecting on the audacity of scholars who took pride in their pursuits of pleasure. No wonder, during the reign of the Empress, there had been a crackdown on the deeper interactions industry, leading to lamentations among players entering this world who regretted missing out on the previous era's splendor. Some even conspired to incite rebellion against the Empress to restore their former glory. Of course, such a plot was swiftly quashed by the Empress herself. I assumed you were taking me to the Jiaofeng division? Xia Chen jested. I could hardly afford it. Merely entering costs 5 taels of silver, and entertaining oneself with music and drink incurs additional charges. As for the company of women, one would need at least 10 taels to even contemplate such a notion. Li Shi shook his head, his eyes brimming with longing for the Jiaofeng division, having heard tales of the exquisite women who resided there. Moreover, many of them were the daughters and wives of officials, making the prospect of such encounters intoxicating. The allure of such status was simply unattainable elsewhere. As they continued onward, Xia Chen remained silent, absorbing Li Shi's descriptions of etiquette and expectations, gradually forming a clear understanding of the nature of these establishments. They were not merely places of carnal indulgence. They also fostered cultural pursuits such as music and poetry, elevating their appeal. The more refined the establishment, the more sought after it became. The Xia Courtyard, where Li Shi intended to take them, was a prime example of such an establishment, albeit with the core business of providing overnight accommodations. Before long, the trio found themselves in a secluded alley, arriving at a courtyard whose architecture blended seamlessly with the surrounding buildings. The simple inscription Xia Courtyard graced its entrance, misleading those unaware into believing it was merely a residence. In his youth, the founding emperor was devoted to the path of enlightenment, serving in the imperial guard. A colleague invited the founding emperor to indulge in revelry and drink at various brothels during the night. The emperor replied, "In my youth, I must devote myself entirely to martial pursuits. I cannot squander my time in such frivolity or become ensnared by the allure of women." Thus, he resolutely declined the invitation. Consequently, the emperor's proficiency in martial arts advanced remarkably, far surpassing that of his peers. From the History of Summer, Volume 1, Chronicle of Emperor Taizu, Chapter 21, The Elegant Abode. The name Elegant Abode is indeed melodious. Xia Chen marveled at such an exquisite designation. Yet who could have anticipated it to be a sanctuary for the exchange of souls? Li Shi, possessing keen insight, approached the door and knocked, explaining to Xia Chen as he did. The elegant lady, the proprietor of this quaint courtyard, enjoys a modest renown in the capital and is greatly admired by literati. It is said that even some officials from the court occasionally grace this place with their presence. Upon entering the courtyard, one must pay an entrance fee along with the cost of refreshments. And whether one can remain overnight depends on whether their talents can capture the attention of the elegant lady. However, even if she is not impressed, one may still choose from among the serving maidens. The elegant lady is highly esteemed in the capital, renowned for her beauty. Xia Chen was somewhat astonished. This elegant lady possesses a shrewd business acumen. Is the elegant abode not, in essence, a high-end private club? Leveraging her personal brand, the elegant lady has cultivated her fame, differentiating herself from other establishments through a mutually agreeable ambience that enhances her competitive edge. This unique approach, cloaked in the allure of mutual desire, is sure to pique the curiosity of scholars and literati, who often hold lofty standards and seldom consider themselves inferior to others. Moreover, the unattainable only increases one's desire to attain it. Having failed to secure an overnight stay during a first visit only fuels the longing for subsequent visits. The tantalizing sensation of something visible yet intangible serves to further entice patrons, thus boosting repeat business. Truly remarkable. Xia Chen nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding this elegant lady, though he wondered whether the owner of this charming abode was indeed the elegant lady or someone else entirely. "Do you possess an invitation?" A small head appeared from behind the door, its round cheeks and delicate features rendering it quite adorable. Li Shi promptly presented the invitation, and soon the door swung open. Xia Chen, having prepared a mask as advised by Li Shi, stepped inside, immediately enveloped by the fragrance of cosmetics. The round-faced maid led the trio into the courtyard, where a gathering of approximately 30 individuals, all dressed in scholarly attire, merely glanced at the newcomers before returning to their conversations. Xia Chen took a seat at the end and began to observe earnestly. In the courtyard, lively maidens danced gracefully, while others engaged in drinking games and poetic challenges. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to the center of the courtyard, where a dancer captivated his attention. Aside from her somewhat revealing attire, the dancer exuded an exceptional grace, reminiscent of a refined lady of noble birth. Such elegance explains the considerable acclaim surrounding this otherwise ordinary abode. It is indeed elegant and unpretentious, though one wonders what the elegant lady herself truly looks like. Surely her beauty must be striking, or else her fame would not be so extensive. As Xia Chen pondered, he was suddenly enchanted by the sound of enchanting Qin music, which stirred a slight commotion among the attendees. The elegant lady was set to make her entrance. He listened intently to the mesmerizing melody until it faded, at which point Li Shi spoke up. The elegant lady is reputedly skilled in poetry, song, and music, particularly excelling in the art of the guqin, with some asserting her talent rivals that of the finest musicians. Xia Chen nodded, peering into the room where he glimpsed a graceful silhouette illuminated by the flickering lights, casting a delicate shadow upon the screen. "Esteemed gentlemen, thank you for your patience." A melodious and clear voice resonated as a beautiful lady emerged from behind the screen, a smile gracing her lips. Instantly, the eyes of all present, even those masked, brightened with admiration. "What noble lady!" Upon witnessing the true visage of the elegant lady, Xia Chen couldn't help but smile. This was a play on contrast, quite intriguing. "Dear elegant lady, we are merely here to enjoy some libations. The night has scarcely begun, so there is no need for such formalities," exclaimed a man seated in the front row, adorned in opulent attire, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at her. "Indeed, the beauty of a lovely maiden is always worth the wait," chimed in another rotund gentleman. In response, the elegant lady chuckled softly, partially concealing her face with a handkerchief, exuding an air of shy allure that made one yearn to embrace and cherish her. The moment she appeared, the radiance of all the maidens in the courtyard dimmed, as the attention of every guest gravitated solely towards the elegant lady. The atmosphere reached a new zenith, with guests eager to engage her in conversation, vying for her attention, hoping to become the favored companion of the evening. The elegant lady scanned the room, her gaze sweeping over each masked individual. When her eyes lingered briefly on Xia Chen, it seemed as though she sought to pierce the veil of his disguise and discern his identity. Noticing this subtle exchange, the other guests began to scrutinize Xia Chen as well. Despite his mask, he exuded an undeniable charm, effortlessly drawing the focus of the crowd. Could he be a scion of nobility? Speculations circulated among the guests, yet there was no overt panic. They were all patrons of the evening, wearing masks, thus ensuring a level playing field devoid of any need for concern. "Gentlemen, shall we commence with a round of the Flying Flowers game?" The elegant lady suggested with a smile. This game, favored by scholars, requires participants to recite verses containing specific keywords, with the loser facing a drinking penalty, thus demanding a solid foundation in poetry. The attendees nodded in agreement, clearly brimming with confidence in their abilities. Xia Chen participated in several rounds, contributing a few lines, yet refrained from drawing too much attention to himself, allowing him to blend into the background. Although hailing from a prestigious military family, he had been taught the importance of education from a young age. While he may not be a master, he possessed a solid grasp of the fundamentals. As time drifted by, various games unfolded, flowing waters and passing flowers, even culminating in poetic competitions. The courtyard, neither too large nor too small, pulsated with a vibrant atmosphere. Xia Chen couldn't help but admire the elegant lady's talent. She skillfully orchestrated the entire affair, elevating the ambience to its peak. Throughout the evening, several scholars distinguished themselves with their remarkable poetry, and even Xia Chen found their work commendable. Esteemed gentlemen, I find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall retire for a brief respite. May you all continue to enjoy yourselves. The elegant lady rose, offering a graceful bow. Her demeanor was warm and refined, embodying the essence of an esteemed noblewoman. The guests nodded in agreement, though a palpable tension hung in the air, for they understood the main event was approaching. It remained to be seen who among them might be fortunate enough to capture the elegant lady's favor and be granted the honor of remaining by her side. Among those who had performed admirably that evening, several stood confidently, convinced that they would be the ones chosen to stay. Chapter 22. An overnight stay. In the courtyard, the majority of the attendees had shifted their focus away from the game. However, a small group realized their chances of being selected by Qingyao were slim, and their gazes began to linger on the maidens in the courtyard. Shall we choose a maid, or should we return tonight? Li Shi whispered, as the hour approached the end of the night and the curfew loomed. The trio did not stand out, and Qingyao paid them little attention, prompting Li Shi's inquiry. Xia Chen, blushing at the back, fell out of his depth. It was his first time in such a place, leaving him somewhat awkward. Let us wait a bit longer. Xia Chen replied calmly. Li Shi pondered, choosing not to elaborate further. Logically, Xia Chen should have been a novice in such settings, yet he exuded an air of ease, as if he were an old hand, displaying composure throughout the evening, unlike a novice. Inside the room, behind the screen, steam rose and mist filled the air. A graceful figure slid into the wooden tub, warm water enveloping her delicate skin, petals of various flowers floating atop, their fragrance intoxicating. Qingyao's shoulders, as exquisite as jade, were exposed, her hair damp, and her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of melancholy, rendering her even more endearing. In this moment, her demeanor had transformed from the previous radiant smile to one of purity, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. If Xia Chen were to witness Qingyao in this state, he would undoubtedly marvel at her ever-changing charm, perfect for role-playing, an exhilarating thought indeed. At that moment, a maid, while replenishing the water for Qingyao, inquired, "Miss, shall we keep someone for tonight?" Qingyao's establishment did offer overnight services, but she did not entertain guests every night, only once or twice a week at most. Yet, this rarity made her all the more desirable. There had even been a wealthy suitor who offered 1,000 taels for a single night, but she had declined, thereby enhancing her reputation. Upon hearing the maid's question, Qingyao furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by an idea, her eyes sparkling. "Please invite the gentleman in the white mask, who possesses an extraordinary aura. I wish for him to stay overnight." The maid paused, confused. He had seemed rather unremarkable this evening, while several other gentlemen had stood out. Keeping him for the night might provoke discontent among the others, tarnishing our establishment's reputation for fairness. Tonight, let it be so. Perhaps the troubles we have faced recently can find resolution through him. A faint smile graced Qingyao's lips, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful expression. This person holds a special status? The maid was intrigued, for she herself was quite stunning, yet she felt overshadowed by Qingyao's presence. He is none other than Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong, recently betrothed to the second princess of Donghou. He is currently an officer in the Imperial Guard, and I hear he expelled the son of the Jinwu Marquis from the guard just yesterday, so he must have secured his position there. Qingyao's smile took on a sweet quality, her charm multifaceted. The maid, Xiao Yan, was taken aback. She knew her mistress possessed unique eyes capable of seeing through masks. "Very well, I shall fetch him." Without hesitation, Xiao Yan exited the room. Sighing, Qingyao rose from the tub, her flawless figure revealed in all its artistic grace. Crystal-clear droplets cascaded down her delicate skin, glistening under the light, a sight unfortunately unseen by anyone. Outside the courtyard, esteemed sir, as Xia Chen and his companions quietly sipped their drinks while observing the dance, a young man in a white mask approached them. My father, Li Gang, is a minister in the Ministry of Revenue. I noticed your distinguished demeanor from afar, but you seem to be new to this establishment. The young man smiled and quickly added, I am Li Kuei, courtesy named Eshan. Dressed as a scholar, he bowed to Xia Chen and confidently unfurled his fan. Upon hearing the name Li Kuei, Xia Chen's lips twitched slightly. He wondered if beneath that mask lay a burly man with a beard who would address him as brother upon speaking. Do you have an older brother? Xia Chen could not resist asking. Why do you say that? I am the only son in my family. Li Kuei replied, fanning himself, seemingly trying to showcase his unique charm. Oh, merely a moment of curiosity. My name is Yang Shi, no courtesy name, just call me by my name. Xia Chen tossed a quip, but upon realizing no one understood, he felt the conversation waning. He adopted a serious tone. When one ventures out, especially for leisure, it is prudent to assume an alias. Ah, so you are young Master Yang. Li Kuei bowed again, but his mind raced, trying to recall any prominent Yang families in the capital with whom he had no connection. Could he be a descendant of the esteemed Yang Lao? Suddenly, Li Kuei thought of Yang Yin and Yang Lao from the cabinet, and his heart raced. However, he dismissed the idea. Yang Lao was known for his strict upbringing, and he had never heard of any offspring of the Yang family frequenting such establishments. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, Li Kuei was speculating on his lineage, and even if he did know, it would matter little to him. A mere minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a fifth-rank official, held little significance in the capital. He had no need to be overly concerned. Li Kuei observed Xia Chen's lukewarm demeanor and found it difficult to gauge his background. Nevertheless, he surmised that Xia Chen hailed from a well-off family, for his aura was undeniable. He initiated another conversation. Brother Yang, it seems unlikely that Xingyao would keep someone overnight tonight. Why not we head to Suyu Street? It's lively there, and I know of a brothel where the maidens are exceptionally beautiful. We could enjoy some drinks and stay there for the night. I shall treat, Li Kuei boasted, confidence radiating from him. In the saying, men share four great bonds of friendship: shared experiences, battles fought together, spoils divided, and indulgences shared. He believed his judgment was astute. Perhaps this Yang Shi stemmed from a prominent family in the capital, and if he guessed correctly, it would be a significant gain. Li Shi, standing behind Xia Chen, felt a surge of wariness at Li Kuei's words. What? Does he intend to usurp my superior? Tonight, he had invited his superior to Qingya's establishment. Yet this fellow was suggesting an alternative brothel, implying that his arrangements were lacking and the evening was not fulfilling. In an instant, Li Shi's perception of Li Kuei shifted dramatically. Chapter 23. The Fortunate Second Princess. Li Kuei remained blissfully unaware of the invisible offense he had caused. Just as he was basking in a moment of confidence, a woman emerged from within. Miss Xiao Lian. The crowd, previously prepared to retreat, suddenly lit up with excitement. Though they had no chance for Miss Qingya to stay overnight, the prospect of spending the night with Miss Xiao Lian was nothing short of splendid. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xiao Lian. Her beauty rivaled that of the most celebrated courtesans in the renowned brothels. If he could spend the night with her, his visit would certainly not be in vain. As Li Kuei entertained such thoughts, he watched as Xiao Lian greeted the assembly and made her way directly toward him. His heart raced. Had he been chosen? Did this enchanting lady see something extraordinary in him, perhaps recognizing his lineage as the son of a government official? However, to his astonishment, Xiao Lian glided past him and approached Yang Shi, the very individual he had hoped to befriend. Young master, my lady requests your presence, Xiao Lian announced, performing a graceful bow to Xia Chen. Instantly, her pristine white attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves and revealing her rounded figure. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their gazes aflame with desire. Yet, confusion rippled through the crowd. Miss Qingya was indeed inviting someone to stay. But was it this man? They recalled that she had lingered a moment longer in his presence earlier, yet during the game, her attention had shifted away, rendering him seemingly unremarkable. Several talented young scholars, who had initially shone brightly, now stood up, their faces reflecting indignation. Why should a newcomer surpass them? Was it their unwillingness to compete that had led to this injustice? Surely, matters of the heart should not be trifled with, especially when it concerned the opportunity for deeper connection with Miss Xia. Miss Xiaolian, this seems rather unfair. This gentleman has shown nothing exceptional tonight. Someone boldly questioned. Standing beside Xia Chen, Li Kuei was already petrified. He had just claimed there was no chance for Miss Xia to host them overnight, even suggesting they seek entertainment elsewhere. Only to witness this very young she being selected. Why was this happening? They all wore masks, indistinguishable in looks. Was it merely due to a slight edge in demeanor? Observing the growing agitation among the crowd, Xiao Lian inhaled deeply, then wore a reassuring smile. Esteemed gentlemen, whether you may stay at Xia's residence tonight ultimately depends on my Lady S wishes. She has made her decision clear. Do come again another day. Turning back to Xia Chen, she added, "This way, sir, please." Xia Chen rose, addressing his companions, Xia Chen and Li Shi. "Let us go. But remember to rise early tomorrow. We have tasks in the camp, likely to assist the lantern bearers." Li Shi whispered to Xia Chen, offering him a knowing glance. Ignoring the remark, Xia Chen followed Xiaolian. However, as he passed the still-dazed Li Kuei, the latter seized his arm, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Brother Yang, is there a secret to how you caught Miss Xia's eye?" Li Kuei momentarily hesitated, refraining from uttering the phrase, pulling strings. He too yearned to know how to gain such favor. Xia Chen pondered briefly before patting Li Kuei on the shoulder, whispering, "Perhaps it is simply that I am more handsome than the rest." With that, he departed, leaving behind an air of mystery. The others, especially those who had previously excelled, grew anxious, fearing Xia Chen might truly have charmed Miss Xia. They considered following him, but two burly figures stationed at the corner of the courtyard stepped forward, blocking their path. The talented youths exchanged glances with the imposing figures, then silently retreated to their seats, pretending as if nothing had transpired. For scholars, the ability to endure and adapt is paramount. Upon entering the room, Xia Chen discovered an unexpected expanse. The courtyard was surprisingly vast. Quietly trailing behind Xiao Yan, he absorbed everything around him. "Young master, we have arrived." Xiao Yan halted at a room in the inner courtyard, gesturing for him to enter. Xia Chen lingered at the threshold, hesitating as he observed the alluring silhouette through the door. Resolute, he pushed the door open. As he stepped inside, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. An exquisite blend of floral and feminine scents, utterly captivating. Inside, Xia sat before a vanity, engrossed in her grooming. The copper mirror reflected her delicate visage, droplets of water glistening at the tips of her hair, reminiscent of scattered jade. She gently lifted a silk handkerchief, wiping away the moisture with movements as soft as caressing spring petals. Next, she took a wooden comb, meticulously working through her flowing black locks, each stroke releasing a faint, enchanting aroma. Her hair, now smooth and lustrous, shimmered like dark jade beneath the flickering candlelight. Dressed only in undergarments, her modesty was preserved, with no excess flesh exposed. Her cheeks radiated a healthy glow, embodying the grace of a refined lady, rendering the ensuing scene irresistibly alluring. Xia Chen quietly admired this moment, choosing not to intrude, savoring the beauty before him. "Such composure, young master." Suddenly, a cool voice broke the silence as Xia turned her head, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. "If such splendor were to be marred, it would only betray my lack of appreciation for the finer things." Xia Chen chuckled lightly, adopting a playful demeanor. "You have entered my chamber, yet you still wear your mask?" Xia's gaze was tinged with a hint of longing as she approached him slowly. "I thought it would add an air of intrigue." Xia Chen replied with a grin, while Xia paused, momentarily perplexed by his words. However, her keen intellect allowed her to grasp that he was alluding to the notion of deeper connection. This realization elicited a scoff from her. Men are indeed only ever tempted by a woman's form. Xia Chen chose a seat at the table and cast a glance at Xia's graceful figure, particularly her pronounced curves, which promised an exhilarating encounter. "The moon is beautiful, and the night is long. If you desire to see more, Perhaps we should be more candid. With a smile, Xia Chen removed his mask, revealing a striking face with deep, luminous eyes, a noble nose, and lips that curled into a subtle smile. His skin glowed with a porcelain-like radiance, captivating in the interplay of light and shadow. Though Qing had previously caught a fleeting glimpse of his face through unique gaze technique, it was merely a hasty look. Now, with their proximity, her gaze lingered on his features, unable to divert her attention. Chapter 24. The Four Great Beauties of the Capital. What a handsome visage! Qingya couldn't help but admire inwardly. It was her first encounter with a young man possessing such unparalleled beauty. Unconsciously, she found herself reminiscing about the second princess of the Great Wu. How fortunate she was. Her future husband bore such a countenance. Surely there would be no monotony in the boudoir. As this thought crossed her mind, Qingya felt her cheeks flush, wondering why such notions invaded her thoughts. She quickly averted her gaze, perplexed by the whimsical ideas swirling in her mind. Soon, she composed herself, regaining her natural poise. Young master, your appearance is truly exceptional. You could undoubtedly contend for the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Qingya smiled, recalling how some good-natured souls in the capital had ranked the handsome and beautiful, designating 4 as the 4 great beauties and 4 as the 4 great handsome men. Though the title may seem somewhat trite, the 8 individuals on the list, regardless of gender, possessed looks and demeanor that transcended the ordinary. Thus, Qingya had indeed encountered the so-called 4 great handsome men of the capital. Xia Chen poured himself a cup of tea, showing no reservations, exuding an air of authority. I have had the fortune to meet one, yet he pales in comparison to you. Qingya, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, took the initiative to sit beside Xia Chen. Her words were not mere flattery, but sincere truth. Moreover, according to her intelligence from the imperial city, Xia Chen was merely 17 this year. In a year or two, as he approached maturity, his beauty would surely reach its zenith. Xia Chen chuckled at this remark, wondering if he had become the male equivalent of Yang Guifei. Such innate beauty is hard to conceal. Hidden away in a secluded chamber, will the world be astounded upon my emergence? A line of poetry abruptly surfaced in his mind, reflecting on how, in these 17 years, he had rarely ventured beyond the estate, leaving few to recognize him. He then pondered his betrothed, who was destined to become an empress. Perhaps he indeed had the chance to become an alternate version of Yang Guifei. He was struck by the coincidence that the alias he recently adopted also bore the surname Yang, as if fate had woven a thread of connection. What occupies your thoughts, young master? Observing Xia Chen's distant gaze, Qingya felt a twinge of curiosity. Hadn't she merely offered a heartfelt compliment on his looks? Why was he so lost in contemplation? Nothing. Xia Chen regained his composure, sitting upright, prompting a smile from Qingya. Could it be that this young man was visiting such a place for the first time? Young master, the night stretches long. Sipping tea grows tiresome. Here, we have fine wine. Qingya's bright eyes sparkled with mischief as she lifted a jug of exquisite wine from the table, pouring a cup for Xia Chen. Curious about the beauty of the 4 great beauties, Xia Chen sought to engage in conversation, for his knowledge of the capital's gossip was rather scant. You are unaware of this? Qingya was taken aback. Did not men typically find such matters most intriguing? Yet, her professional demeanor soon quelled her astonishment as she began to speak. The 4 great beauties hail from distinguished backgrounds, more credible than the so-called 4 great handsome men. Without a doubt, one is a direct disciple of the contemporary master of the Heavenly Masteress residence. Another is a renowned Buddhist nun from the Heavenly Dragon Temple. The remaining 2 are from the secular realm. One is the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Lin Hanpu, while the other is Princess Yawang, the second daughter of His Majesty. I have heard recently that Princess Yawang has been betrothed to a legitimate son of the Duke of Zhendong. As she mentioned the second princess, Qingya lingered on the subject, carefully observing Xia Chen's reaction. To her disappointment, his expression remained unchanged, as if the Duke's son had no significance to him. Have the Heavenly Master's residence and Heavenly Dragon Temple also participated in the rankings? Xia Chen inquired, intrigued. The Heavenly Master's residence and Heavenly Dragon Temple were revered sanctuaries of Taoism and Buddhism in the Great Wu Dynasty, arguably the most prestigious sites for these philosophies. The leaders of both institutions were the pinnacle of their respective disciplines. Yet, neither organization engaged in worldly affairs, residing on opposite sides of the capital, as if in opposition. Though they did not participate, some well-meaning individuals had nonetheless included them in the rankings. Xia spoke softly, her voice imbued with a touch of Jiangnan charm. How does your beauty compare to the four great beauties? Xia Chen mused. How could I possibly compare to them? Xia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then shook her head with a light laugh. Young master, do not jest. In terms of status, appearance, and demeanor, I am world apart from them, unworthy of comparison. With a soft, self-deprecating tone, she rose gracefully. Young master, it is growing late. Do you truly wish to engage in a lengthy discourse with me tonight? Seemingly reluctant to dwell on the matter, she moved to the bedside, lifting her delicate foot to step onto the bed. Instantly, her demeanor transformed from that of a refined lady to the most enchanting enchantress of the world. Her eyes sparkled with allure, casting an intoxicating charm that enveloped the room in a sultry atmosphere. Xia Chen smiled, his steps light as he approached the bed. It appeared that Xia could no longer contain herself, her impatience evident. Young master, do not be so cold-hearted amidst this beautiful night. You are only concerned with conversing and neglecting to partake in some playful revelry. Xia's gaze held a hint of longing, her contrasting demeanor strikingly apparent. Xia Chen chuckled, contemplating the idea of embracing this enchanting lady and indulging in her captivating allure. However, as he made a move, a sudden wave of fatigue enveloped him, rendering him powerless as he collapsed onto the bed, drifting into slumber. Bah! Truly, men are all the same. No sooner had he left his engagement than he rushed to such places. Xiaolian entered, disdain evident in her tone, resembling a small lioness. She had been stationed outside, aware of Xia Chen's identity and having overheard Xia mention the second princess's engagement. I did not expect him to visit me. However, this presents an opportunity. We might leverage his presence to provide information to the lantern bearer. Recently, their investigations have become increasingly aggressive, resulting in significant losses for our underground network in the capital. If this continues, we may face grave repercussions. Xia sighed, casting a glance at the now slumbering Xia Chen before gracefully descending from the bed. Her demeanor restored to that of elegance and composure. The previous allure entirely vanished. She appeared cool and ethereal. Beside her, Xiaolian spoke with indignation. Those accursed subjects of the Great Feng. Had we not intervened back then, they would have long been annihilated by the Great Wu. Now that they have regained their strength, they dare to deceive us, stealing military maps and framing us in the process. Xiaolian's frustration was palpable, as many of their members had recently been captured. Although mostly peripheral members, if this continued, it was only a matter of time before they would be implicated. More critically, the covert operatives of the Feng National Inspection Bureau had divulged their intelligence to the lantern bearer, resulting in severe losses for their Imperial City Department. Chapter 25. The Royal City Division. Within our Royal City Division, there must undoubtedly be an undercover agent from the inspection court. Otherwise, we would not have been caught in such a dire predicament. Our identities are no longer secure, and after this incident, it is imperative that we assume new identities. Xia spoke in a cold tone, her expression grave, and Xiaolian nodded in agreement. After exchanging glances at the slumbering Xia Chen, Xiaolian could not restrain herself from speaking. Miss, what shall we do next? Should we directly employ illusionary arts to convey some clues to him? But even if he receives the clues, will he investigate the matter? Xiaolian's concern was evident. The work of espionage was primarily managed by the lantern bearers, while Xia Chen was merely a captain of the Imperial Guard. Would he truly be of any use? Individuals of their esteemed lineage likely aspired to achieve great feats upon entering the officialdom. Records indicated that Xia Chen had joined the Imperial Guard with intentions far beyond idleness. Regardless of the outcome, we must take the initiative. We cannot allow the agents of the inspection court to lead us by the nose. As Qingya spoke, she approached the bedside, her gaze rippling like water. Imbued with a peculiar energy, I will first draw him into a dreamscape, subtly influencing him within this realm. Tomorrow, he will visit Chunhua Tower, where he will uncover certain clues, all the while believing that his own intellect has led him to these details. Little does he know, he has become a tool in our hands. A smile graced Qingya's lips, were it not for the necessity of gathering intelligence. She would never have permitted that loathsome man into her room. As for allowing him to touch her, that was out of the question. Regardless of who entered, they would be ensnared in her dream, a realm so vivid it could easily deceive the senses, capable even of influencing thoughts and perceptions. Qingya's entire being shimmered, particularly her eyes, which sparkled with a peculiar light. Two ethereal butterflies emerged from her eyes, fluttering delicately into Xia Chen's body. However, the moment they entered, Qingya's expression shifted. Within her line of sight, she suddenly beheld a pair of eyes gazing down upon her, cold and devoid of emotion, as if belonging to a deity. These eyes possessed 4 pupils, seemingly encapsulating the essence of Tao and reason, the ultimate truths of the world. Transformed into a butterfly, Qingya felt her soul tremble, as if frozen in place. In the next instant, the 2 azure butterflies that had infiltrated Xia Chen's consciousness shattered, rendering all illusions null and void. Qingya opened her eyes, her pallor evident, a hint of terror still lingering within her gaze. Just as she contemplated retreating, a large hand firmly grasped her slender, jade-like arm, an overwhelming force radiating from it, causing her to stumble and fall onto the bed. When she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Xia Chen's embrace, who regarded her with a half-smile. In a fleeting moment, Qingya perceived that within Xia Chen's eyes, 2 pupils had merged into one, deep and consuming like a black hole capable of devouring one's very soul. "Release my lady," Xiaoyan exclaimed, her heart racing as she realized the perilous situation. Her mistress's neck was being held captive. Yet, she was also baffled. Hadn't Xia Chen succumbed to the illusion and fallen asleep? In the embrace of beauty, with a touch as warm as jade, the tension was palpable, yet neither seemed inclined to deepen their interaction. To her astonishment, the renowned Qingya was revealed to be a formidable sorceress, forcefully ensnaring others into her illusions. Could she perhaps even kill within the dream? Xia Chen, intrigued, inquired as he gently caressed Qingya's flawless visage, lifting her exquisite face as though he were a wealthy scion teasing a virtuous woman. His gaze fixated on her sapphire-like eyes that still emitted an ethereal blue glow. Their bodies were pressed closely together, breaths mingling against each other's cheeks. Instantly, Qingya's skin prickled, her body responding with a rush of goosebumps, her cheeks flushed as if she had consumed too much wine. In the corner, Xiaoyan observed with growing agitation as Xia Chen paid her no heed, instead focusing his attention on her mistress. With a burst of energy, Xiaoyan's spirits surged as she tensed, resembling a small beast poised to pounce at any moment. A sorceress, a 7th-grade martial artist, within the Royal City Division. Who would have thought that such a modest abode could conceal such strength? Xia Chen remained unfazed, emboldened as he continued to trace his fingers over Qingya's immaculate features, the warmth of his touch igniting a vibrant hue upon her cheeks. An experience unlike any she had ever encountered before. "You were never truly asleep. You heard everything we discussed. Impossible. You clearly consumed the tea and wine, both laced with sedatives." Qingya, held in Xia Chen's arms, struggled to regain her composure, realizing the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Fear gripped her as she worried that this man might indeed compromise her purity, prompting her to speak in an attempt to divert his attention. That night, to ensure absolute security, she had even added a physical component, introducing a colorless sedative developed by their Royal City Division into the tea and wine, supplemented by her ocular arts. Yet it had proven ineffective on this man. "Perhaps I am simply more robust. Your dosage was insufficient," Xia Chen remarked casually, aware that any foreign substance entering his body would first be scanned by his system. If deemed harmful, it would be nullified. His body was virtually immune to toxins. Qingya was taken aback, What nonsense was this about insufficient dosage? The courtyard is filled with our people. You cannot escape. Be wise and release my lady, or else you intend to take action against me. Do you truly believe you can subdue me in an instant under such circumstances? Just with your 7th grade prowess? Xia Chen retorted, assessing Xiaoyan, a mere maid, appearing youthful yet possessing the 7th grade training of the spirit mirror. It was clear that Qingya's background was far more significant than he had initially surmised. Even if she had gone missing from the royal city, it was unlikely she was an insignificant figure. Tonight, he may have just ensnared a significant catch. He continued, you may attempt to act, or even summon those in the courtyard to assist you. Perhaps some possess 6th or even 5th grade abilities capable of subduing me. However, I must caution you on 2 points. Firstly, those individuals are likely also members of the Royal City Division, not mere servants of your household. If they were to witness you in such a compromising position with me, don't blame me for the repercussions. Secondly, it is now curfew. Lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard are patrolling nearby. Should conflict arise here, do you truly believe that the experts among the lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard would not sense it immediately? Xia Chen smirked, his laughter bordering on reckless, as he playfully pinched Qingya's delicate, smooth cheek. His confidence in his own abilities and the security of the capital allowed him to remain at ease while leaving Xia Chen and Li Shi to return alone. Chapter 26, Miss. He didn't do anything to you last night, did he? Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Xia Chen's laughter, as he embraced a beautiful woman, creating an image reminiscent of a villain tormenting an innocent maiden. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, her face flushed with anger. Yet she felt utterly powerless, for Xia Chen's words rang true. Should a conflict erupt here, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable figures from the capital, leaving them with no escape. Young master, since you are already aware of our identities, might you consider releasing me so we can sit down and converse properly? At this moment, Qingya had regained her composure. She gazed intently into Xia Chen's bright eyes, sensing that this seemingly inconspicuous heir of the Donghou Mansion harbored secrets far beyond what was documented in the archives of the Royal City Office. Is it not possible to converse while on the bed? Xia Chen's fingers lightly grazed Qingya's enticingly smooth back, sending shivers down her spine and flushing her skin with warmth, as if struck by an electric current, an extraordinary sensation swelling within her heart. Xia Chen was warning her, making it abundantly clear that she had become a captive, yet she still sought to maintain control and assert her dominance in the discussion. Young master, having overheard our conversation, I shall speak candidly. The military defense map was not stolen by us. Rather, it was a scheme devised by the Donghou Inspection Institute, using us as scapegoats. Why should I believe you? I have no knowledge of who stole the military defense map. Yet you are indeed affiliated with the Royal City Office. That is indisputable. Furthermore, it seems you hold a respectable position within the Royal City Office. Capturing you and dismantling your stronghold would be a significant achievement. Xia Chen smiled. For regardless of who had stolen the map, delivering the perpetrator would be a commendable feat. Why seek distant solutions when the answer lay so close? Both Qingya and Xiao Lian fell into silence, unable to counter his assertions. For Xia Chen, capturing individuals from either the Royal City Office or the Inspection Institute would be a notable accomplishment. There is another option. The Donghou Inspection Institute must have infiltrated your Royal City Office, and surely you have similar arrangements. Why not provide me with information regarding the whereabouts of the Inspection Institute's members in the capital, along with evidence that the military defense map was not stolen by your faction? In exchange, I shall release you. Suddenly, Xia Chen's voice resonated once more, illuminating the room as Qingya and Xiao Lian, who had previously been engulfed in darkness due to his words, were now filled with a glimmer of hope, their emotions soaring like a roller coaster. Qingya cast a deep glance at the young man, so close to her that she could almost feel his breath. This youth not only possessed striking looks, but also harbored ambitions that surpassed those of his peers. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Capturing members of the Royal City Office was indeed a commendable feat, but it was insufficient. If the military defense map had truly not been stolen by the Royal City Office, the truth would inevitably surface as the lantern bearers continued their investigation. thereby diminishing the significance of his achievement. However, if he could proactively uncover this issue and severely cripple the Inspection Institute's network in the capital, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of Emperor Wen. Xia Chen pondered deeply. He was not merely content with dismantling a single stronghold of the royal city office. He aimed to leverage this opportunity for rapid advancement. If successful, while it might draw ire and attention, the benefits would outweigh the drawbacks. Time was limited. He had only 5 years remaining, and he was merely a lowly 7th-rank officer. Thus, he needed to rise swiftly. On what grounds should I trust you with the Inspection Institute's intelligence? If you turn around and capture us, would that not lead to my complete downfall? I cannot provide you with guarantees. Your only assurance lies in my integrity, and you may choose not to gamble. Xia Chen tightened his grip on Qing Ye's delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His casual words bore a hint of dominance, while an enigmatic aura emanated from his eyes, subtly influencing her thoughts. In that brief moment, Qing Ye was reminded of the immense eyes resembling the very essence of the heavens that she had glimpsed when she invaded Xia Chen's consciousness. The room fell into a prolonged silence, until finally, a voice emerged slowly from Qing Ye's alluring lips. Very well. I shall provide you with the intelligence regarding the Inspection Institute's spies. As dawn broke, sunlight poured into the room, illuminating it like a sea of gold. On the bed, Qing Ye slowly opened her eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Her waist ached, her legs felt numb, particularly at the knees, as if she had knelt for too long, now marked with bruises. As her consciousness returned, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. She suddenly turned to her side, discovering that indeed, a man lay beside her, his arm draped over her waist. Sensing her movement, his warm hand tightened possessively, drawing her closer into his embrace. Feeling his broad, heated chest against her, her cheeks flushed crimson. She glanced down at her attire, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Her clothing remained intact, albeit somewhat disheveled. Good morning. Xia Chen's eyes remained closed, as if still in slumber, yet his voice floated through the air. May I be released now? Qing Ye urged herself to regain composure. Although she had utilized her unique identity to gather information, she had never permitted any man to touch her. Throughout, she had maintained her purity. Though this man had not forced himself upon her, the circumstances of their night together, alone in a room and sharing a bed, alongside the physical contact, left her feeling conflicted. With a slight bite of her lip, she regarded Xia Chen with complex emotions. Despite the fact that the final act had not occurred, her innocence had undeniably been tainted by this martial prince. That won't do. Your people are all around. If I release you, what if they surround me and tear me to pieces? Xia Chen still kept his eyes shut, yet he seemed acutely aware of everything, remaining vigilant. Last night had been late, and with the curfew in effect, he had naturally remained. Is the information I requested ready? Xiao Yan, feeling the heat of the hand resting on her waist. Qing Ye's gaze grew complicated, her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself before calling out to the door. The door swung open immediately, revealing Xiao Yan, her eyes red and filled with murderous intent, brandishing a long knife as she stormed in. Miss, that scoundrel didn't do anything to you last night, did he? Chapter 27. The Test of Compliance Last Night. Xiao Yan remained awake throughout the night, standing in the courtyard. Initially, she intended to stay in her room, but alas, Xia Chen had expelled her. I'm perfectly fine. Qing shook her head, yet her expression betrayed a hint of unease. Indeed, Xia Chen had not been overly aggressive towards her, but in the latter half of the night, she sensed that he had fallen asleep. She attempted to break free from his grasp and escape. However, just as she made her move, Xia Chen, seemingly endowed with a divine foresight, awoke and restrained her once more. As a punishment for this disobedient beauty, Xia Chen forced her to kneel in a position of utter humiliation, resulting in bruises on her fair, porcelain-like knees. It was only when she was utterly exhausted that he permitted her to lie down and rest. After this encounter, she dared not indulge in any further antics. This young man possessed an eerie ability. Xiao Yan observed her mistress's somewhat unnatural demeanor, growing increasingly anxious. Although no significant commotion had been heard from the room last night, Who could fathom what this man had done to her mistress during their shared night? Please hand me the documents. It's getting late, and I must attend to my duties. Xia Chen beckoned to Shao Yan, his manner reminiscent of an owner summoning a servant, which only fueled her frustration further. Gazing at the sky, Xia Chen realized that if he did not head to the office soon, Xia Chen, unless she might genuinely believe his earlier actions had left him weak and fatigued. He had no desire for them to think him incapable due to trivial matters. Hand over the documents. Although Qingyao was unaware of what Xia Chen meant by going to work, she was disinclined to prolong their confrontation. After a night filled with struggles, she had gained nothing. Reluctantly, Shao Yin retreated, and shortly after, she re-entered with a stack of documents in hand, begrudgingly presenting them to Xia Chen. Xia Chen lounged on the bed, one hand accepting the documents while the other released Qingyao. Feeling the warmth of his hand that had rested on her shoulder, she sighed in relief. After a night of turmoil, her attire was disheveled, exposing one of her delicate shoulders. Thus, the proximity between them was devoid of any fabric barrier. Despite Xia Chen's release of Qingyao and his gaze fixated on the documents, she dared not move an inch, having witnessed the young man's uncanny abilities the previous night. She was convinced he had been asleep, yet he had anticipated her every move, catching her off guard as if he had foreseen her actions. Such prowess was terrifying. No wonder he had allowed her to sleep beside him after their confrontation. He possessed no fear of being attacked in slumber. Interesting. It appears your Imperial City Inspectorate has embedded numerous agents within the Bureau, Xia Chen remarked, smiling as he perused the detailed documents in his hands. As one of the three most formidable dark organizations in this world and the Emperor's Sharpblade, the Lantern Bearers, the Imperial City Inspectorate of Deqing, and the Bureau of Investigation of Defeng were all interwoven in a complex web of infiltration. The most fierce battleground lay within the capitals of the three nations. Although the capital of Donghu was the domain of the Lantern Bearers, it concealed agents from the Imperial City Inspectorate and the Bureau of Investigation, a secret known to the court's officials and even the common folk. This situation did not arise from the Lantern Bearers' complacency, but rather from their acute awareness that even if they exterminated all agents of the Inspectorate and Bureau in the capital, new operatives would immediately infiltrate. Neither Deqing nor Defeng would allow the political center to remain unguarded. Similar scenarios unfolded in the capitals of Deqing and Defeng, rife with lurking spies. Here, in the stronghold of the Lantern Bearers, they should ideally ally with the Bureau of Investigation, if not assisting each other, at least refraining from betrayal. Yet, this time, the Bureau had used them as pawns, leaving no room for grievances if they retaliated. Qingyao spoke coldly. After a moment of silence, Xia Chen finished reading the documents, then raised his hand and sliced his fingertip, crimson blood exuding an unusual energy. He calmly commanded, "Open your mouth." Taken aback, Qingyao momentarily faltered, but as a sorceress, she instinctively sensed something peculiar about the blood. She knew that some sorcerers could utilize their own blood to perform strange spells. Seeing her hesitation, Xia Chen wasted no more words. He seized her face, roughly prying her mouth open and thrusting his bloodied finger inside. Cough, cough. Qingyao gasped, struggling to breathe, covering her mouth in disbelief. What have you done? This is a technique from my Marquis's household, usable even by martial artists. My essence now intertwines with yours. From this moment on, wherever you go, I shall sense your presence. Therefore, I hope this information is accurate. Furthermore, you might consider changing your identity. If you comply, there may be opportunities for collaboration ahead. Xia Chen smiled, gently squeezing Qingya's smooth, flushed cheek, much like a devil, before rising from the bed. It's getting late. Attend to my grooming and attire. Xia Chen treated the space as his dominion, without a hint of courtesy, his gentle tone laced with authority. Lying on the bed, Qingya bit her lip, her expression complex. Ultimately, she rose slowly, preparing to style Xia Chen's hair. Serving someone for the first time was a novel experience for her, and her methods felt clumsy and unfamiliar, leading to an awkward process. Yet, Xia Chen displayed remarkable patience, never once considering a change of attendants. The entire encounter resembled a process of taming. If any onlookers from another realm were to witness this scene, they would understand Xia Chen's intentions. In their world, such behavior had a specific term, the test of compliance. Xia Chen entered the office, feeling invigorated. Young master. Xia Chen awaited him inside and hurried over upon his arrival. Boss, how did it go last night? Li Shi also spotted Xia Chen, his gaze flickering before he approached, adorned with an understanding smile shared among men. What could it be but pleasure? Xia Chen clapped Li Shi on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face. As long as the boss is comfortable. Li Shi grinned foolishly in response. Have all the brothers arrived at the office? Xia Chen inquired, scanning the room. Most have arrived. Good. Assemble the A and B divisions. Xia Chen's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Xia Chen was taken aback, unsure why the sudden call for assembly, but he refrained from questioning. Li Shi, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Soon, all 200 of Xia Chen's subordinates mobilized, swiftly gathering at the camp. Chapter 28. Should there be resistance, execute immediately. Within the camp, the expressions of the soldiers from various battalions were marked by confusion, unable to comprehend why the two, Xia and Yi, seemed poised for an impending conflict so early in the morning. Xia Chen called Xia Hui aside and whispered certain matters into his ear. The more Xia Hui listened, the more solemn his expression became, until finally he heard Xia Chen declare, "We shall split our forces into two. We must proceed swiftly, and if anyone dares to resist, they're to be shot on sight. However, the core individuals must be captured and brought back." Understood, sir. In the military encampment, Xia Hui addressed Xia Chen by his title, refraining from using young master. Xia Chen stepped before all the soldiers and announced, "The Jia battalion will follow Commander Xia, while the Yi battalion will accompany me." Beyond that, he uttered no further words. The 200 elite soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, yet none dared to inquire about their mission. Aside from attacking the imperial palace, their sole duty was to obey orders. Fully armed, Xia Chen's contingent of elite soldiers swiftly dashed out of the Yulin Guard headquarters, heading straight towards East Street. "Young master, what exactly are we doing?" At this point, Xia Chen stealthily approached Xia Chen to inquire in a hushed tone. "No need to ask too much. You will understand shortly." Xia Chen shrank back slightly, aware that his master's demeanor indicated that significant events were about to unfold. 15 minutes later, they arrived at East Junk Street. This street served as a hub for tea houses and theaters, essentially the cultural center of the capital. Various theatrical performances and storytelling traditions first flourished here before spreading throughout the realm. Baiwa Tower. Xia Chen halted before this renowned theater in the capital. Surround this theater. Not a single fly is to escape. Anyone who disregards the warning and attempts to break through is to be shot on sight. Xia Chen's stern and icy commands sent shivers down the spines of the elite soldiers. The capital was home to numerous dignitaries, particularly at Baiwa Tower, which was immensely popular, often frequented by members of the royal family. The thought of mistakenly shooting someone with significant connections could lead to dire consequences. Yet, considering their leader's background, the soldiers experienced no hesitation and swiftly encircled the entire Baiwa Tower. Inside Baiwa Tower, a grand and opulent stage showcased a variety of performers. Recently, a play titled The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks had captivated the elite of the capital. This production originated from Baiwa Tower, necessitating at least 3 performances daily to satisfy the incessant demand of the nobility. The Tale of the Mandarin Ducks tells a love story between a nobleman's son and a princess from the eastern wilderness fox tribe, a union deemed unworthy by societal standards. However, against all odds, the protagonists secretly pledged their lives to one another. What was initially a tale of happiness took a dark turn when the fox princess met her demise, leaving the audience in stunned silence. This was their first encounter with such a tragic outcome. Subsequently, the male lead descended into darkness, embarking on a path of vengeance to avenge the female lead's death. This unique narrative instantly captivated the audience's attention, making tickets for the Tale of the Mandarin Ducks exceedingly difficult to procure. Trouble. The officials have surrounded Baiwa Tower, just as the plot reached its climax. The servants from various residences rushed into the venue, their expressions betraying their alarm. The grand doors of Baiwa Tower were forcefully thrust open, and armed elite soldiers streamed inside. Instantly, chaos erupted within the theater as the audience grappled with the unfolding events. Elite soldiers do not move. Remain where you are, or face execution on the spot. Just as the theater teetered on the brink of pandemonium, a booming voice cut through the air, momentarily disorienting everyone present. Xia Chen stood at the forefront, flanked by over 10 elite soldiers who drew their blades in unison at his command. Meanwhile, crossbows and firearms were aimed at the audience, ready to unleash a volley at the slightest sign of resistance. The destructive power of these weapons, once unleashed, would be nearly impossible to evade, even for the most skilled fighters. Initially displeased by the interruption, several dignitaries now wore expressions of apprehension, swallowing their inquiries about the soldiers' intentions. They obediently settled back into their seats. Xia Chen surveyed the crowd, quickly fixing his gaze on the center stage, where a striking young performer portrayed the male lead in the tale of the Mandarin Ducks. At that moment, the young performer also scrutinized Xia Chen, their eyes locking in an exchange. How handsome! Nothing extraordinary. The former thought belonged to the young performer, who instinctively assessed Xia Chen. The latter was Xia Chen's own judgment, as the intelligence he received categorized the actor as a handsome man, recently rising to fame due to the success of the tale of the Mandarin Ducks, attracting the admiration of many noble women. Yet, upon seeing his appearance, Xia Chen found him unremarkable. Seize him. Without further ado, Xia Chen pointed at the performer and commanded coldly. Instantly, 5 elite soldiers unsheathed their long knives and charged towards the performer with the swiftness of a tiger pouncing on prey. The performer's expression turned grave. He had sensed something amiss the moment the soldiers entered. Now, as they targeted him, it was evident that this was no mere coincidence. Without hesitation, a martial actress blocking the path of the elite soldiers stepped forward, brandishing hidden weapons in her hands. The 5 soldiers quickly raised their long knives to defend themselves. But 3 more figures emerged behind the performer, igniting a fierce struggle on stage. The audience below was left in shock, some narrowly avoiding the hidden blades that whizzed past them, sending chills down their spines. They never anticipated that the performers would possess such martial prowess and dare to confront the elite soldiers. The realization that they had been watching a performance by a group of ruthless individuals left them trembling. Advance! Xia Chen remained composed, showing no signs of panic in the face of chaos. Immediately, 10 more skilled fighters surged forward from behind him, while even more elite soldiers poured through the entrance. Standing center stage, the performer felt a sinking dread. His identity was now exposed, and it was likely that today would be his last. Even if he managed to escape Baiwei Tower, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of patrolling elite soldiers and the hidden lantern bearers. There was no retreat. Nevertheless, the performer refused to surrender. From his sleeve, he produced an array of paper figures, some wielding large blades, others brandishing long swords. These paper figures swiftly enlarged in the air, appearing almost lifelike. Soon, they demonstrated impressive combat skills, clashing fiercely with the elite soldiers. Chapter 29. The Azura Officer. Inside the Baiwei building, the air was filled with gasps of terror and panic. The flickering lights of swords terrified many spectators in the hall, their faces turning pale. Fortunately, the venue was filled with elite troops, which offered them some solace. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes. The situation had dragged on longer than he anticipated. He desired a swift assault, catching the intelligence bureau's undercover agents off guard. Yet now they were stalled. Everyone charge. Capture them swiftly. With that command, Xia Chen drew the crimson long knife from his back. As his vitality surged, the blade radiated a searing heat. His aura instantly intensified, exuding an overwhelming dominance. He struck at a paper figure, igniting it in flames. A figure capable of fending off 2 or 3 elite troops was obliterated in an instant. Leading the charge, Xia Chen resembled a tiger among sheep, dispatching one paper figure after another, while behind him, Xia Chen led the elite troops in a fierce assault. While slaying the paper figures, Xia Chen kept his focus on the actor. The intel provided by Xia indicated that this actor was a mid-level official within the Intelligence Bureau, directing many of their operations in the capital. This theft of military defense plans was closely linked to him. The actor's expression was grave, even in this dire moment. He remained composed, quickly scanning his surroundings for an escape route. Break through. He commanded coldly, sending forth more paper figures. However, maintaining these figures seemed to drain him significantly, rendering his face pale. "Go ahead, I'll hold them off." The first actor, wielding a large blade, positioned himself in front of the main actor. Just then, Xia Chen closed in. With a thunderous roar, the actor swung his blade, attempting to cleave Xia Chen in half. Anticipating the attack, Xia Chen struck first. In that fleeting moment, all present witnessed a radiant sun emerging from Xia Chen's blade, illuminating the ground. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a gash appear in the center of the actor's body, and to their horror, he was split in two, blood staining the stage. The scene was gruesome. In the private boxes above, some noble ladies and young maidens turned pale, their gazes toward the striking young man, now filled with fear and dread rather than admiration. A living man had been dismembered before their eyes. Any normal person would be terrified by such a sight. Blood splattered onto Xia Chen's face, giving him the appearance of a hellish demon. After dispatching the foe in front of him, Xia Chen pressed on toward the actor. "You are Xia Chen, the so-called waste of the eastern town marquise. It seems everyone has been deceived. You've hidden your true capabilities well," the actor said, retreating while fixing a cold stare on Xia Chen. The Intelligence Bureau had his dossier, but it was evidently flawed. A 17-year-old 7th-tier martial artist, even within the eastern town marquise, was considered a prodigy. Xia Chen had no intention of engaging in conversation with the actor. His sole focus remained on the leader. He was determined to reach the core target, disregarding the others who sought to protect the actor. As he led the charge, the Red Sun body refinement technique surged within him, enveloping his body in a protective aura akin to armor. His speed was lightning fast, and, as his dual pupils manifested, the movements of those around him seemed to slow, as if time itself had altered. The actor, spotting a nearby window, prepared to leap through, but suddenly a figure, resembling a demonic god, appeared behind him. A hand reached out, and the actor felt the air around him being sucked away. In the next moment, pain shot through his neck as Xia Chen lifted him effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick. Though a sorcerer with various abilities, he was vulnerable when confronted by a martial artist, especially one like Xia Chen. With the capture of the actor, the chaos within the Baiweb building was swiftly quelled. The actors attacking the elite troops were shot down by crossbows, while the remaining ones were apprehended. The entire process, though intricate, occurred rapidly, as they secured their target in less than 10 minutes. "Take everyone back to the precinct before I return. No matter who comes, do not let them take the prisoners." Xia Chen instructed Xia Chen, commanding him to personally lead 30 men back with the captured individuals. "Boss, I'll go with Brother Xia Chen. With so many people in the Baiwa building, it's safer if I accompany you," Li Shi interjected, eager to alleviate Xia Chen's burden. Xia Chen glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Inside the Baiwa building, the elite troops were administering blood-sealing needles to the Intelligence Bureau's undercover agents crouched on the floor, clutching their heads. The blood-sealing needle was a disposable artifact developed by the Celestial Master's office, significantly restricting martial artists. Once implanted, it was nearly impossible to mobilize their vital energy. Xia Chen observed the actor in his grasp, who glared at him with a chilling intensity, as if intending to consume him alive. "So, targeted towards me, you must have grasped our information. You aspire to seize credit from the Lantern Bearer, and after hiding for so long, your ambitions are quite substantial." The actor glared fiercely at Xia Chen, having anticipated an encounter with the Lantern Bearer, but never expected to fall into the hands of the elite troops. Especially not to Xia Chen, whom he had dismissed. Xia Chen remained silent, delivering a decisive blow to the back of the actor's head, rendering him unconscious. His methods were brutally straightforward, yet remarkably effective. He held the actor securely in his grasp, refusing to hand him over to Xia Chen or Li Shi. He intended to oversee this matter personally. "Gather some men. We're heading to another location," Xia Chen commanded, leading a group swiftly away from the Baiwa building. Intent on executing a lightning strike that would catch the Intelligence Bureau completely off guard. "Boss, where are we going now? Are there more undercover agents?" Li Shi inquired with keen interest, patting Xia Chen's arm. "I don't know." Xia Chen shook his head. refraining from elaboration as he turned to address the aftermath at the Baiwei building. The audience, having come to watch the performance at the Baiwei building, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Observing the capture of all the undercover agents, they began to murmur among themselves. Are they from the Royal City's office or the Intelligence Bureau? Who would have thought the Baiwei building was their stronghold? One person said, trembling with fear. In the annals of history, the founding emperor, during his youth, served among the elite troops, displaying extraordinary intelligence and insight. When the military defense plans were stolen in the capital, he discerned the enemy's plot and boldly led the elite troops, decisively capturing the undercover agents. This pivotal moment unraveled the military defense theft. As a result of this victory, he was dubbed the Jade-Faced Young Lord. Volume 3 of Xia's Chronicles. Record of the Founding Emperor, Chapter 30, The Third Prince. Who is that formidable leader? Although Xia Chen swiftly concluded the combat, he left a profound impression on everyone. Throughout the entire ordeal, he remained silent, merely executing his actions with ruthless efficiency. Such dominance and coldness. That captain was extraordinarily handsome. It is astonishing that such a striking man exists in the capital. Within the pavilion, several elegant women gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Despite the earlier gruesome scene, they were now captivated by Xia Chen's appearance. They inquired about his lineage, curious if he was betrothed. Some young ladies gazed dreamily, their cheeks flushed with color. On the third floor of Baiwei Tower, in a private room with the finest view, a remarkably refined young man was sharing tea with a charmingly alluring woman. Even amidst the chaos, these two remained unfazed, observing the spectacle as if it were merely a grand performance, while everyone else below played their parts as mere actors. Su Buliu, how skilled was that captain just now? The cultured young man inquired with a light laugh, not bothering to turn to the swordsman, standing silently in the shadows. This individual, displaying impeccable mastery over his energy and vitality, wielded his blade with such precision that all his strength converged at the tip. Having already grasped the essence of sword intent, in the realm of the 7th rank, few could rival him. Beyond that, there was little else to discern about his capabilities. It remained unclear if he concealed further strength. Su Buliu, appearing to be in his late 20s, assessed Xia Chen thoughtfully. If you were at the same level, you might prevail. The young man, intrigued by Su Buliu's insight, responded, one must engage in combat to know for certain. Oh, you are the renowned genius swordsman of the capital. Do you not possess unwavering confidence? The young man expressed mild surprise. I am already at the peak of the 5th rank, soon to ascend to the 4th. If I were to suppress myself to the 7th rank, defeating him would be no challenge. However, in my earlier days of the 7th rank, I would still require a confrontation to discern the outcome. Su Buliu, though terse, patiently elaborated upon his thoughts when prompted by the young man. The young man's curiosity about Xia Chen deepened. How fascinating. Investigate who he is and bring him before me. I wish to meet him. It is unexpected to find such talent within the Imperial Guard. A smile graced the young man's face as he addressed his servants. Su Buliu, known as a prodigy in the art of the sword, was anticipated to ascend to the 3rd rank in a decade or two. Yet, now a contender had emerged who could rival him in prowess. No need for inquiries. If my assumptions hold true, this individual must share some connection with us. At this moment, the enchanting woman, who had remained silent, turned her head, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she sat gracefully, emanating an irresistible charm. Although she appeared to be around 30, her unpretentious attire imbued her with an air of nobility. Oh, my dear aunt knows his identity. The young man, taken aback, recalled that his aunt was ambitious and not one to remain passive, having gathered a network of informants to meddle in state affairs. He should be the legitimate son of the Marquis of Anong, recently betrothed to Yao Wang. Reports suggest he is exceedingly handsome, rivaling the so-called 4 great beauties of the capital. Having witnessed him today, he surpasses even them in allure. The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement as she reflected on Xia Chen's visage, her gaze revealing a hint of longing. Princess Pingyang, mature and alluring, craved power and had remained unmarried all her life, harboring a deep-seated loneliness while yearning for love. My niece is indeed fortunate. Princess Pingyang sighed. for she was the youngest sister of Emperor One, raised by him despite not sharing the same mother. Having ascended to the throne for over 50 years, the emperor had treated his sister as a daughter. Upon her maturation, she exhibited a keen interest in politics. Remarkably, Emperor Wen did not obstruct her, instead permitting her involvement. Meanwhile, the third prince was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly insignificant captain of the Imperial Guard was linked to him in such a manner. Is my aunt's information accurate? If I recall correctly, Xia Chen was notorious for his ineptitude, having been neglected by the Marquis of Annong for years. How has he become so formidable? Recently, the Xia family had secured him a position as a captain in the Yulin Guard, aligning with his status and appearance. It was undeniably him. His cultivation, however, was indeed surprising. As Princess Pingyang pondered, resting her chin delicately upon her hand, Xia Chen remained oblivious to the scrutiny he was under in Baiyue Tower. He was hastening towards another location, a tavern that served as an intelligence hub for the inspection bureau in the capital. It was highly probable that the military defense plans had been leaked from this very establishment. Despite encountering resistance during the apprehension, the heavily armed Imperial Guard swiftly captured the tavern owner. Scrutinize thoroughly. Not a single piece of information should be overlooked. Take everything, Xia Chen commanded sternly. He then immediately led his men to the next location, a charity home known as the Shanyang Hall, akin to a modern orphanage or nursing home. However, upon arrival, he discovered it was deserted, inhabited only by a few children and several immobile elderly individuals. There is no one inside, sir, and we found no information, one of his subordinates whispered. Xia Chen fell into silence, gazing intently at the shabby signboard emblazoned with the word Shanyang Hall. The journey from the Yulin Guard to Baiyue Tower, then to the tavern, and finally here had not exceeded an hour. Yet, the place had already been vacated. It was evident that the personnel at the following locations had also retreated swiftly. Such intelligence was indeed remarkable. Where shall we proceed next, sir? One of his men quietly inquired. Throughout the entire operation, Xia Chen had shared little information with them. As of now, they remained unaware of the identity of those they had apprehended. Return to the barracks. Xia Chen gestured, realizing they had already alarmed their quarry. Further searches would be futile. Upon returning to the Yulin Guard headquarters, he was greeted by Qin Mu at the entrance. Seeing Xia Chen's arrival, Qin Mu hurried over. I heard you took out 200 men this morning. What is going on? Have you captured so many people? Qin Mu was perplexed. Although the Imperial Guard indeed possessed the authority to make arrests, the scale of this operation, conducted without his knowledge, had undoubtedly spread throughout the capital by now. They're all from the Inspection Bureau. The situation was urgent this morning, and I could not request your permission beforehand. I will personally explain to the general shortly. Xia Chen understood he had overstepped by not seeking prior approval before leading such a large contingent to make arrests. Had he been an ordinary citizen, Qin Mu would have likely summoned guards to detain him the moment he entered. Chapter 31. Dividing the Cake. Qin Mu's expression hardened. The reprimand he intended to deliver faltered on his lips. Xia Chen pulled Qin Mu aside and whispered, My lord, I understand the procedure may seem awry, but rest assured, once the Zhonglong general learns of this matter, he will be overjoyed. Not only will he not place blame upon you, but this achievement might even elevate your standing. A radiant smile adorned Xia Chen's face, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor, which had been as cold as a reaper. Though Qin Mu held the rank of a deputy, he was nonetheless Xia Chen's superior. Xia Chen, having studied the teachings of Chairman Mao, had internalized the wisdom of the elder. In the realm of politics, it is imperative to cultivate numerous allies and minimize adversaries, uniting all who can be united. At critical junctures, individuals will naturally rally to elevate one to the highest echelons. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu's eyes brightened. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Xia Chen interjected, The individuals have already been apprehended, and time is on our side. Why don't we proceed to see the Zhonglong general together? Xia Chen's smile was radiant. What? Are you suggesting that the military defense map was actually pilfered by agents from the Inspection Institute? Zhonglong General Li Wenzhong exclaimed, springing from his seat, spilling tea all over himself, stunned by Xia Chen's revelation. Qin Mu, standing nearby, wore a look of astonishment. He was well aware of the recent upheaval in the capital regarding the theft of the military defense map, and their Yulin guards had been tasked to assist the lantern bearers in a thorough investigation. The consensus was that the military defense map had been stolen by the Royal City Division. Even the lantern bearers were currently of this belief. Yet, now Xia Chen was presenting an alternate narrative. As per my information, the military defense map was orchestrated and directed by those I apprehended today. They have been secured, and all will be clarified during the interrogation. Furthermore, even if the military defense map is not linked to these individuals, their affiliation with the Inspection Institute is indisputable. Regardless, we have achieved a significant accomplishment, Xia Chen reported respectfully. Li Wenzhong resumed his seat, regaining his composure, yet the more he contemplated, the more his smile widened. If it were indeed the case that agents from the Inspection Institute had stolen the military defense map, it would be a monumental achievement. Even if Xia Chen were mistaken, as long as those captured were indeed agents, it would still count as a significant success. There would be no loss in any scenario. However, there was a concern about offending the lantern bearers, and whether he could withstand the pressure from that direction remained uncertain. Before Li Wenzhong could voice his thoughts, Xia Chen spoke again. Li Wenzhong's gaze flickered. The lantern bearers operated independently of the court, wielding immense power. The loss of the military defense map already reflected poorly on them. Should it be confirmed that it was stolen by the Inspection Institute, it would signify a grave dereliction of duty on their part. The glory of this accomplishment would effectively elevate him at the lantern bearer's expense. It matters not. Our Yulin guards are the Emperor's closest military, and the lantern bearers cannot encroach upon our domain. Moreover, we possess the rightful authority to intervene in this matter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Li Wenzhong's resolve solidified. The opportunity for glory was within his grasp. If he hesitated now, it would be an unworthy display of timidity. Did he not have his own backing against the lantern bearer's overwhelming influence? Let this matter remain discreet for now. We must extract confessions from those apprehended and gather irrefutable evidence. Then, I shall seek an audience with His Majesty to claim our merit. As Li Wenzhong concluded, his gaze fell upon Xia Chen. Realizing that this youthful nobleman from the Hou residence was far more astute than he had anticipated, devoid of the arrogance he had exhibited upon his initial arrival. His approach was remarkably shrewd. Xia Chen had essentially laid the groundwork for success before him, and naturally, he would reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen smiled and respectfully clasped his fists. I shall defer to the general's command. A seasoned politician must grasp the art of sharing fortune. It is essential to provide for those beneath while ensuring the superiors are also gratified. One must never indulge in solitary gain. History serves as a testament. Those who seek to hoard success invariably meet a dismal end. Xia Chen was acutely aware of this principle. At present, he was still too insignificant. Engaging directly with the lantern bearers would yield no favorable outcome. It was far wiser to allocate a portion of the credit to allow Li Wenzhong to bear the banner and charge ahead, while he could remain concealed, biding his time for growth. The ensuing conflict with the lantern bearers was beyond his current capacity to engage. Qin Mu, standing aside, observed Xia Chen engaged in animated discussions with Li Wenzhong, feeling a sudden sense of disorientation. He couldn't help but reflect on a phrase, in the year of 35. I stood as a mere pawn. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be Xia Chen as superior? Why were his subordinates and superiors fervently discussing matters while he stood there, unable to interject a single word? Yet, upon further consideration, Qin Mu realized he had no burdens to bear. Merely lying back and reaping the rewards was a rather delightful predicament. Perhaps it was best to focus on supporting from the sidelines. Qin Mu resigned himself to this fate. As Xia Chen emerged from Li Wenzhong's military tent, he encountered Xia Hui and his men entering. What is the situation on your end? My lord, I have dismantled 3 strongholds and apprehended all the key figures. However, upon reaching the 4th stronghold, it was already deserted. Xia Chen fell into contemplation upon hearing Xia Hui's report. He had only secured 2 strongholds, while Xia Hui's associates from the Inspection Institute had evidently received word too late. Bring them in, Xia Chen commanded succinctly. He had nothing more to add. The primary actors had been captured, rendering this venture far from a failure. Noon arrived, and the atmosphere among the Yulin soldiers felt distinctly tense, as if a cloud of anxiety had enveloped them from top to bottom. The Zhonglong general, who had previously remained in his tent sipping tea, had made several trips to the small prisons at the rear of the Yulin Guard headquarters, emerging each time with a beaming smile that he could not suppress. It was likely connected to the individuals Xia Chen had apprehended that morning. Many speculated as much. Xia Chen remained diligently within the military tent, only stepping out to accompany Li Wenzhong to interrogate the captured actors. Though referred to as a prison, it was merely a few airless rooms. In the entire court, only the Ministry of Justice and the Lantern Bearers maintained their own independent prisons to expedite the extraction of effective information. Xia Chen had even imparted several techniques for memory recovery, aiding the actors in swiftly recalling the events surrounding the theft of the military defense map. He refrained from intervening further, knowing that after teaching the memory recovery techniques, the small prison echoed with the sounds of anguished cries, sending chills down the spines of those who overheard. Those conducting the memory recovery techniques began to regard Xia Chen with a newfound reverence. This newly appointed commander was undoubtedly formidable. Such grotesque forms of punishment were beyond imagination. Even agents trained for special operations would likely find it unbearable. Chapter 32. The Importance of Swift Action. In the afternoon, the lantern bearers arrived. Neither Xia Chen nor Li Wenzhong were particularly surprised. This morning, their feathered forest guards took extensive action, capturing numerous individuals, and the news could hardly be contained. It had already spread throughout the capital. As an intelligence organization, how could the lantern bearers have not received word? Initially, they paid little heed, but as more intelligence flowed in, their expressions grew grave, realizing that something significant was unfolding. Captain Kai Ming of the lantern bearers, acting under the orders of our commanding officer, arrived to make an arrest. Accompanied by a dozen others, he presented his badge, speaking courteously yet with unwavering authority, immediately demanding the individuals in question. Captain Kai, have you perhaps made an error? This is the Feathered Forest Guards. Who are you here to arrest? Qin Mu personally intercepted Kai Ming at the entrance, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Do not feign ignorance, Captain Qin. I heard this morning that the Feathered Forest Guards apprehended a batch of spies. The matter of spies has always been under the purview of the Lantern Bearers, while the Imperial Guards oversee the safety of the city. Having captured these individuals, they should rightfully be handed over to us for detention, Kai Ming asserted. Qin Mu chuckled upon hearing this, unfazed. Indeed, we did apprehend a group this morning, but there are no spies among them. We received reports from the populace indicating that they are lawbreakers plotting to endanger the capital's safety. It is our duty as the Feathered Forest Guards to protect the city, and we are currently interrogating them to prevent any accomplices. Once our examination is complete, we will naturally hand them over to you. Kai Ming's lips twitched in irritation. Did he truly believe they could deceive the lantern bearers? Captain Qin, I have no desire to engage in further debate, whether they are spies or mere lawbreakers. Hand them over to the lantern bearers. We will handle the subsequent matters and will not forget the contributions of the Imperial Guards. Kai Ming, with a resolute demeanor, attempted to enter. Qin Mu's expression hardened, and he stepped forward. This is the sanctum of the Imperial Guards, even as lantern bearers. You have no right to intrude at will. With that, soldiers behind him formed a barrier, preventing all others from advancing. Kai Ming's face turned ashen as he scrutinized the unyielding Qin Mu, his expression fluctuating. After a tense silence, he regained his composure and coldly stated, "Very well. I shall report this to the commanding officer. The Imperial Guards have no authority to detain prisoners. This matter will be noted in our records." With that stern proclamation, Kai Ming turned and led his men away. He realized that forcing entry was not a viable option, especially since it was clear that someone was benefiting from the situation. Otherwise, a mere captain would not dare to be so obstinate. "Captain, what shall we do next?" One subordinate inquired. "What else can we do?" We returned to report to the commanding officer. "I am but a lowly captain. I cannot stir up trouble on their turf," Kai Ming replied angrily, kicking at the ground in frustration despite his calm eyes. "The Feathered Forest Guards would rather offend us than surrender those individuals. Is it because they harbor significant merit, or is there another reason?" His mind raced, swiftly connecting the dots to the military defense map. The only matter that could provoke such a firm stance from the Feathered Forest Guards was indeed this issue. A foreboding sense crept over him as they had received confirmed intelligence that the individuals captured this morning were from the Inspection Institute. However, the details remained elusive, as Xia Chen and Li Wenzhong had tightly sealed the information. Very few were privy to the full circumstances, and interrogators were prohibited from leaving the prison to prevent any leaks. While the Lantern Bearers were an intelligence organization, the Imperial Guards held a unique position. Unless directed by the Emperor, casually inserting spies among the Feathered Forest Guards could lead to grave consequences. Thus, even at this juncture, the Lantern Bearers remained unaware of the precise developments. Upon relaying his conjectures, Kai Ming garnered immediate attention. The Lantern Bearers, when mobilized fully, were a formidable force, particularly when driven by a specific purpose. That night, the Lantern Bearers, acting on the intelligence of Xia Chen's earlier operations, apprehended those from the Inspection Institute who had received advance warning and fled their stronghold. Under rigorous interrogation, they finally uncovered the deeper insights. In the dead of night, what? The military defense map was stolen by someone from the Inspection Institute. Commander Liu Li of the Lantern Bearers spoke in a low, intense tone, his gaze fixed intently on the trembling subordinate reporting. The examination results confirmed this, the subordinate stammered. Liu Li sank back in his seat, taking a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Lantern Bearers had committed a significant oversight, having spent days investigating yet misidentifying their targets. If the Emperor were to learn of this, how would he perceive Liu Li's capabilities? It was no wonder that after several days of inquiry, no critical results emerged. The direction had been misaligned, making success nearly impossible. Summoned Shun Fang. How could he make such an egregious error? Liu Li's frustration boiled over, but he quickly regained his composure. Bring me my garments. I must go out. Despite the late hour, he had already retired to bed, having been roused from the embrace of his beautiful concubine. Now, sleep evaded him as he knew he had to rush to the Feathered Forest Guards to retrieve the key individuals and confer with Li Wenzhong. This incident needed to be reframed as a collaborative discovery between the Lantern Bearers and the Feathered Forest Guards, leading to a thorough investigation and ultimately the capture of the Inspection Institute personnel. In doing so, not only would they evade blame, but they would also garner credit. However, just as he finished dressing and stepped into the hall, his steward rushed in breathlessly. Master, someone from the palace has arrived. Liu Li's expression changed, realizing too late that the Feathered Forest Guards had already made their move. Meanwhile, Xia Chen awoke feeling rejuvenated, having enjoyed a restful night. The previous evening, he had remained at the Feathered Forest Guards headquarters, ensuring all evidence linking the Inspection Institute to the theft of military defense documents was meticulously gathered before departing. He understood that his role in the ensuing events was now minimal. The intricacies of their political maneuvering were beyond his current reach. As Xia Chen practiced a set of punches in the courtyard, he was preparing to leave for work when a family guard appeared. Third young master. The master has summoned you. He wishes to ask you something. Understood. Xia Chen nodded, altering his course from west to east, heading towards the inner courtyard. He anticipated inquiries regarding the military defense map. Both he and Li Wenzhong recognized the necessity for swift action. They aimed to settle matters before others could react. Thus, last night, Li Wenzhong had entered the palace to finalize the details. Chapter 33, Emperor 1, Mingda Courtyard. This courtyard served as the residence of Xia Chen, basking in the brilliance of spring, adorned with a tapestry of flowers. With a history of 4 centuries, every generation of the family has dwelled within its confines, leaving indelible marks of time upon its landscape. Second brother. As Xia Chen arrived, he spotted a young man emerging from the courtyard, strikingly handsome and in his early 20s. Xiao Chen. The young man, named Xia Xian, is the second son of Xia Chen, currently serving in the elite Dragon Guard. He has ascended to the rank of deputy commander in just a few short years, establishing himself as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the military. Xia Xian nodded at Xia Chen, his mind drifting to the words their father had just imparted. His gaze towards Xia Chen shifted subtly. This was the first instance of such an event occurring within the military, where accolades were seized from the grasp of the lantern-bearer. And the pivotal figure was none other than his younger brother before him. "You may enter first. Father is awaiting you." Without indulging in pleasantries, Xia Chen nodded and departed. Xia Chen, unfazed, recognized that Xia Chen had always been somewhat aloof, yet devoid of malice. They shared a reasonably amicable relationship during childhood, but as they grew, Xia Chen moved to a separate courtyard, leading to a gradual estrangement. Chun'er, upon stepping into the courtyard, Xia Chen beheld Xia Chen seated in the garden, seemingly anticipating his arrival. After offering a respectful bow, Xia Chen made himself comfortable, and a nearby maid poured him tea before retreating to a distance. Xia Chen, picking up a delicacy from the table, began to savor it. It was surprisingly delightful, fitting for a breakfast. He was quite familiar with this courtyard, recognizing every blade of grass and every maid, having spent most of his early years here. However, as he matured and developed a sense of pride, he chose to move out of Mingda Courtyard, typically residing in his own quarters except during festivals. Xia Chen observed Xia Chen as he enjoyed his meal, his gaze contemplative. Before he spoke slowly, "The military defense map incident was your design." In the absence of outsiders, Xia Chen was forthright. This morning, he had received news of significant events transpiring within the palace the previous night. "Perhaps, but I allocated the credit to Li Wenzhong to shield myself." Xia Chen swallowed a pastry and took a sip of tea, responding calmly. "You handled this matter appropriately. After all, you are merely a lieutenant, newly navigating the political realm. Being too conspicuous could be detrimental." Xia Chen nodded, his gaze towards Xia Chen now tinged with approval. "Do you know what transpired last night?" Xia Chen's tone shifted to one of solemnity. "After General Li entered the palace late last night, I returned and did not involve myself further," Xia Chen replied, shaking his head. "Lu Li has fallen." Xia Chen's composed words concealed a bombshell of information. Lu Li had presided over the lantern-bearers for 26 years, having been elevated by the late Emperor I, and was indeed the epitome of a dark sovereign orchestrating all clandestine activities within the realm. The fall of such a figure could only herald a seismic shift within the court of Donghou, where numerous so-called influential figures would likely be crushed in the ensuing upheaval. Is this due to the military defense map incident? To some extent, the theft of the military defense map signifies Lu Li's dereliction of duty. Moreover, he erred in targeting the wrong individuals, committing two grave mistakes in succession, which led to his dismissal from command in the palace last night. Sighing deeply, Xia Chen appeared pensive, as if lost in thought. Xia Chen fell silent, grappling with the reality that he had orchestrated the downfall of Lu Li, a prominent figure within the Donghou political landscape. This incident may merely serve as a catalyst. After all, Lu Li had wielded power for 26 years, being a tool for many unspeakable deeds, thus earning the ire of numerous factions. His downfall, though ostensibly due to incompetence, was likely a result of multiple forces conspiring against him, Xia Chen remarked, surveying his surroundings before sipping his tea. Xia Chen's expression sharpened, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he admonished, "Silence. Speak with caution," though his tone was reprimanding. The glimmer in his eyes revealed a newfound respect for Xia Chen's insightful analysis of the court's dynamics, a depth of understanding one would not expect from someone so sheltered from the outside world. In a family renowned for its prodigies, few possessed such political acumen besides his third brother. Even his two sons lacked sensitivity toward the intricacies of governance. Could it be that when one door closes, another opens? Contemplating this, Xia Chen's gaze softened as he regarded Xia Chen. The Xia family had never lacked in talent, but they sorely needed individuals with strategic foresight and political sensitivity. Without such thinkers at the helm, the more brilliant they appeared, the closer they edged toward decline. Perhaps allowing Chun'er to pursue a military career was a misguided choice. He should have been encouraged to engage in scholarly pursuits instead. This would have eased the burden on his third brother and alleviated some pressure. Sighing inwardly, Xia Chen reflected on how he had initially intended for Xia Chen to study alongside his third brother, only to be deterred by a letter from his second brother, Xia Yuan. If only he had disregarded that advice. Regret weighed heavily on him. Unaware of the depth of Xia Chen's thoughts, Xia Chen probed further. "Our sovereign is exceedingly clever, yet profoundly self-serving. Over the years, he has consistently incited discord between the civil and military factions to maintain equilibrium in governance. Moreover, he has manipulated Liu Li and Princess Pingyang to reclaim certain powers, placing them in the limelight while he remains in the shadows, overseeing all from a lofty perch. Although Liu Li's hands are stained with blood, every significant action was orchestrated by the emperor behind the scenes. He reaps the benefits while Liu Li bears the blame. Our emperor's mastery of political maneuvering is truly remarkable, having grasped the overall dynamics of the court in recent days. Xia Chen found the current emperor strikingly reminiscent of the Jiajing emperor from his own world, self-serving yet extraordinarily gifted, having governed for over 50 years with unparalleled control over power. What other thoughts do you have? To Xia Chen's surprise, Xia Chen displayed no signs of indignation at his irreverent remarks. Instead, he pressed on with his inquiries. Chapter 34. Significant Affairs in the Capital. In the courtyard, Xia Chen gazed at his uncle, a faint smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. As everything unfolded, just as he had anticipated, the Hou family, with its 600 years of splendor, could not have maintained its brilliance through the tumultuous shifts of power solely on the ideals of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. It raises the question of whether the loyalty to the emperor is indeed as steadfast as claimed. Both the old lord of Eastern Town and Xia Chen had remained discreetly within the confines of the Hou residence, shunning external interactions for many years. Was it not due to the suspicions of Emperor Wen? For the safety of the Hou family and the future opportunities of the next generation, they had no choice but to act thus. Recently, his adoptive father, Xia Yuan, had achieved remarkable feats in the eastern wilderness. It would not be long before he returned to the capital, and the outcome seemed all too predictable, relinquishing military authority and withdrawing from court affairs, perhaps only to await another outbreak of war for a chance to emerge. This reflects a form of political acumen, undoubtedly intertwined with emotion. How could one remain unaffected in such circumstances? The fall of Liu Li must have delighted the civil officials, Xia Chen remarked solemnly. Indeed, this time, it was none other than the esteemed Li Gulao who took the initiative. Perhaps a deeper reason lay behind the emperor's abandonment of Liu Li. Xia Chen nodded, acknowledging that although the lantern bearers were established to maintain a balance between the civil and military factions, their primary focus had been to suppress the civil officials. Over the years, the civil faction had grown exponentially, emerging as a formidable threat to imperial authority. Recognizing the implications of these events is commendable. You are the catalyst in this matter. On the surface, it appears as though Li Wenzhong is at the forefront of the charge. However, Li Wenzhong has always maintained a neutral stance and is not adept at handling such cases. It is unlikely he would take such a significant risk to seize glory from the lantern bearers. According to the intelligence I have received, you apprehended individuals after leading a private expedition and then reported to Li Wenzhong, did you not? Xia Chen spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery. Xia Chen was taken aback, astonished that Xia Chen was aware of this affair. This is something I can deduce, and others can too. The capital is not devoid of astute minds. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen intently. Maintain a low profile during this period. I will assist you in navigating certain matters. Thank you, uncle. Xia Chen replied respectfully, bowing as a paragon of humility, earning a nod of approval from Xia Chen. You may go, Xia Chen gestured, allowing Xia Chen to depart. Intelligent individuals require no superfluous words. In the ensuing days, the political landscape of the capital experienced seismic shifts. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard mobilized, and the downfall of a prominent figure ignited excitement among many. Positions at the top are limited, and only when those above falter can the subordinates ascend. In the unseen realms, the lantern bearers launched a fervent assault on the Great Fang's Inspection Bureau. Numerous covert agents concealed within the capital were captured or even executed on spot. Far in the northwestern frontier, military forces began large-scale mobilization, entering a state of readiness against the neighboring Qing Kingdom to the west and the Great Fang to the north, ever prepared to confront warfare. Several key representatives of the martial meritocracy were summoned to the palace for military discussions. and the cabinet convened to deliberate on who should lead the campaign should a conflict erupt in the northwestern territories. Amidst this atmosphere thick with tension, Anwu Ho Xia Chen was summoned to the palace multiple times. Xia Chen received word through unofficial channels that the emperor intended to appoint Xia Chen, even considering the old lord of Eastern Town, Xia Chutian, who was presently in seclusion. 36 years prior, Xia Chutian had nearly obliterated the Great Feng during the Huaiyang campaign, and the entire court held considerable confidence in the old general's capabilities. It is unlikely your grandfather will be called upon. His military achievements during the Huaiyang battle were too significant. Should war erupt again and victory be attained, he might very well be conferred a royal title. However, such a scenario is improbable. Both the emperor and the cabinet would strive to prevent it. In the garden, Xia Chen and Xia Qian strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation. Since that day, Xia Qian had frequently summoned Xia Chen, sharing insights and seeking his opinions, which surprised Xia Chen. Xia Qian observed Xia Chen, who trailed half a step behind, his eyes displaying complexity. Who would have imagined that the recent significant events in the court would be connected to this seemingly inconsequential Imperial Guard lieutenant? Therefore, if the Qing kingdom truly seeks to wage war anew, the only candidates for deployment would be you, uncle, and the Grand Marshal. Xia Chen remarked with a smile. In the current martial landscape, few possess the capacity to command large-scale military operations, and among them, only the old lord of Eastern Town, Xia Chutian, and Xia Qian, who had distinguished himself in the Southern Frontier Campaign over 2 decades ago, along with the current Grand Marshal Ouyang Jing, have a substantial chance of prevailing against Qing. Notably, 2 of these 3 individuals hail from the Xia family, which explains their family's tendency to operate with utmost discretion, consistently relinquishing military authority after each conflict. Any emperor would likely harbor suspicions. The emperor has issued a decree for the second brother to swiftly conclude the conflict in the eastern wilderness. The strain of dual warfare is overwhelming. Should the situation prolong, the Qing kingdom would undoubtedly intervene, placing us in peril. Furthermore, the emperor would certainly not permit both the second brother and me to simultaneously command troops. Xia Yuan currently commands over 100,000 troops in the eastern wilderness. Should war break out with the Great Feng, at least 300,000 troops would need to be mobilized. The Xia family, thus, would wield over 400,000 troops, already a formidable force within the Great Wu nation. In such circumstances, no one dares to gamble. Xia Chen remained silent, realizing that his adoptive parents would soon return from the eastern wilderness. Xia Qian, observing Xia Chen's impassive demeanor, sighed inwardly. The atmosphere of tension escalated as the lantern-bearers undercover agents confirmed troop movements within the Great Feng territory, prompting the cabinet to convene several late-night meetings. In addition to this matter, another significant event unfolded in the capital: the appointment of a new commander for the lantern-bearers, a man named Ma Song. His ascension took the entire capital by surprise, for Ma Song had previously been inconspicuous, even among the 8 divisions of the lantern-bearers, holding the least power. Yet, instead of following Lu Li's downfall, he had remarkably risen to prominence, seizing the ultimate prize and emerging as a significant victor, prompting much contemplation among the populace. Xia Chen merely absorbed some information without further inquiry, as his relationship with the lantern-bearers was currently minimal. He awaited promotion, anticipating that as the military defense matters settled, it would soon be time to reap the rewards of victory. Calculating the timeline, he expected a potential elevation in position within the next couple of days, a thought that brought a smile to his face. Additionally, Xia Chen noted another incident. The Qingyao Pavilion had caught fire the night after his departure, completely consumed in flames, with not a single soul surviving. This tragedy left many former guests of Qingyao Pavilion heartbroken, as they realized they would never again behold their goddess. The Graceful Lady of Qingyao. Chapter 35. The Shift of Power. What a pity for the graceful young lady. So young, yet she has perished, Xia Chen lamented, following Xia Chen, one hand holding a fried dough stick and the other a cup of soy milk. As one of the trio who accompanied Xia Chen to the Qingyao cottage that day, Xia Qian had met Qing Yan. Now, upon hearing the news of her demise, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Xia Chen, without turning his head, took a bite of the bun in his hand, the rich aroma exploding on his palate. Indeed, the dog-ignored bun was delightful, but truth be told, Xia Chen preferred rice noodles for breakfast. The noodles, cooked in a broth simmered to perfection with various condiments, presented an exquisite taste. Unfortunately, such delicacies were scarce in the capital. Xia Chen had visited several places in recent days, yet none matched his expectations. He shook his head at the thought, swallowing the bun before speaking. Each person has their own destiny. Some may have died, yet still live on, while others may be alive, but have truly perished. Xia Chen scratched her head, clearly baffled by Xia Chen's philosophically profound statement. A smile crept onto Xia Chen's lips, and he chose not to elaborate. He harbored no belief that Xia had truly died. Despite suffering a significant loss at his hands, she was undoubtedly clever, with such monumental events shaking the capital. Even the powerful minister of the Lantern Bearers, Lu Li, had fallen from grace, an outcome instigated by Xia Chen himself. Such turmoil would naturally draw many eyes toward him. How, then, had Xia Chen discovered the hidden identities of the surveillance agents lurking in the capital? Although Xia Chen and his companions had maintained a low profile that day, the capital was rife with individuals of great influence. It was likely that Xia Cottage would be uncovered. Xia would not take such a risk. Thus a fire was set to obliterate her identity entirely. Bold indeed, to remain hidden within the capital. Xia Chen gazed silently at a small red dot marked on his system panel. This dot represented Xia. On that day, he had deceived her. His blood bore no tracking effect. He was, at present, merely a martial artist, lacking any sorcerous abilities or arcane knowledge. Yet, simplicity often leads to profound truths. Xia Chen possessed a system with mapping capabilities, which he had meticulously explored over the past few days, completing 95 of the vast capital's map, save for the Imperial Palace. That morning, he had marked Xia within the system. As long as she remained within his mapped territory, she would have nowhere to hide. Currently, the map indicated that Xia was in the western district of the capital. For now, Xia Chen had no intention of seeking her out. As long as she lingered in the city, he could find her at any moment, unable to escape his grasp. Thus, he resolved to surprise her one night soon. At the Yulin Guard headquarters, as Xia Chen entered his military tent, Qin Mu approached him with an air of mystery. "Why has the esteemed captain come in person?" Xia Chen asked with a smile, remaining seated. "Please, just call me Old Qin if you don't mind," Qin Mu replied. His face creased with joy, entirely shedding the serious demeanor he had shown when first meeting Xia Chen. Qin Mu took a seat beside Xia Chen and poured himself a cup of tea. Clearly, their relationship had grown much closer after recent events. "After this, you may very well be promoted to captain. We will then be of equal rank," Qin Mu remarked, taking a sip of tea and exhaling a deep breath, reflecting on the curious notion of a 17-year-old captain while he himself was already 35. It was clear that Xia Chen's future was boundless. Has there been a resolution regarding the military defense map? Xia Chen immediately understood. The matter was nearing conclusion, and they were on the cusp of reaping the rewards. Otherwise, Qin Mu would not be this excited. Although the military situation in the Northwest had taken precedence these days, the officials had not forgotten about the military defense map. Their success in uncovering this case would surely be recognized and rewarded soon. Qin Mu suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Congratulations, my good friend," Xia Chen said, raising his cup in a toast. "Haha, you are the mastermind behind this. The Lieutenant General has already reported the matter, and after this, you will undoubtedly secure a captaincy," Qin Mu exclaimed, lamenting that if not for Xia Chen's youth, his accomplishments in solving the military defense map case and dismantling the dark web of the Great Feng Inspection Agency in the capital would surely have secured him more than just a captaincy. Indeed, a 17-year-old, fifth-rank captain was a rarity in the 800-year history of the Great Wu dynasty. Perhaps the Lieutenant General will be reassigned to the Longwu Guard as general, and I may follow him. It would afford me the opportunity to give you a nudge in rank. Qin Mu continued, his spirits high. Though the Yulin Guard and Longwu Guard each operated as separate military entities, their actual power differed vastly. The Yulin Guard comprised only 3,000 men, responsible solely for maintaining order in the capital, while the Longwu Guard boasted 6,000 elite soldiers tasked with safeguarding the inner palace, directly responsible for the emperor's safety. Although the position of Longwu Guard General was merely a third-rank official title, its influence was immense, with only one superior, the Emperor Wen. If Li Wenzhong were to assume this role, he would have effectively ingratiated himself with the emperor, securing a central position within the power structure of the Great Wu dynasty. Is the information reliable? Though the decree had not yet been issued, the lieutenant general had entered the palace twice in the past few days, indicating that the matter was likely settled. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's mind raced. Changes in positions inevitably lead to a reshuffling of power. Being appointed as Longwu Guard General signified that Li Wenzhong was undoubtedly a confidant of Emperor Wen, affirming Xia Chen's previous assessment that Li Wenzhong stood firmly behind the emperor. The former Longwu Guard General had been too close to the crown prince, thus. Suddenly, Qin Mu glanced around, leaned closer to Xia Chen, and whispered. Though he did not finish his sentence, Xia Chen grasped the implication. The Longwu Guard General was akin to the emperor's bodyguard, and now, this bodyguard had been seen in close proximity to the heir apparent, a signal utterly intolerable for any emperor. The relationship between the emperor and the crown prince had always been complex, both a line of succession and a rivalry, with the crown prince being the only one capable of openly threatening the emperor's power. Xia Chen quickly cataloged these thoughts, deciphering the valuable information. The emperor, feeling uneasy about the crown prince, had thus supported the third prince to create a balance, inciting a rivalry between the two. Although the strategy was sound, it would ultimately sow the seeds of turmoil for the impending coup by the third prince 5 years hence. A gleam of insight ignited in Xia Chen's eyes. The political stage was vibrant and alluring, and he too yearned to take his place upon it. Chapter 36. The Art of War Afternoon. Xia Chen remained in the military camp, refraining from his usual routine of patrolling the streets. Reports from various sources hinted that news of a promotion was imminent. He held a military treatise in his hands, engrossed in its study. This particular work was authored by a renowned strategist of this world, and it was a book that nearly every student of military tactics had encountered. This was not Xia Chen's first time delving into its pages, and even he had to concede that some of the concepts articulated within were quite profound. "Sir!" At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. "Come in," Xia Chen replied without lifting his gaze, his focus unwavering on the text. Li Shi entered, his eyes falling upon Xia Chen, who sat poised at his desk. He could not help but be momentarily entranced. What an elegant young nobleman he was, possessing an unparalleled beauty. At this moment, Xia Chen, holding a scroll of military strategy, had shed his armor for a simple outfit. His long black hair was casually tied back with a hairpin, exuding a natural grace, his demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being. "What is it?" Xia Chen inquired calmly, his expression betraying no turbulence. "The lieutenant general summoned you. It must be good news." Li Shi lowered his head, hesitant to gaze further, feeling that the young officer before him possessed an ethereal quality, as if he could ascend to the heavens at any moment, unbound by earthly ties. "Understood. You may leave." Xia Chen waved his hand, maintaining a measured composure. As the crucial moment approached, he found himself remarkably serene, free of distracting thoughts. Once Li Shi exited the tent, Xia Chen rose to adjust his attire and appearance. He then proceeded, unhurried, toward the military tent of Li Wenzhong. Upon entering, he found Li Wenzhong seated at his desk, coincidentally holding the same military treatise, titled The Art of War, that Xia Chen had been studying. The treatise asserts, for a commander, one must have a clear heart to devise strategies and maintain discipline to govern the troops. Before Xia Chen could speak, Li Wenzhong posed the question first. To be a commander, one must cultivate inner clarity to formulate plans and uplift morale to lead the army. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen replied, instantly recognizing this as the opening line of The Art of War. A commander, regardless of circumstances, be it great joy or profound sorrow, must maintain absolute rationality, free from excessive emotional upheaval. You exhibit such steadfastness, truly deserving of your lineage as a scion of illustrious generals throughout history, Li Wenzhong said, putting down the treatise with a smile of admiration. In recent days, despite the tumult in the capital, Xia Chen had not sought him out for updates on the developments or inquired about potential rewards, displaying a composure more befitting a seasoned statesman than a mere 17-year-old. I trust you, sir. Since you have entrusted the matter to me, I shall await the outcome patiently. Xia Chen smiled, exuding a blend of humility and confidence. It suffices to address me as uncle in private. Li Wenzhong gestured for Xia Chen to take a seat. Are you curious about your reward? Li Wenzhong asked. This morning, Lieutenant Qin informed me that a promotion to replace his position as captain is likely, and he will accompany you to the Dragon Guard. Xia Chen responded calmly. Originally, that was the intended course of action, but now circumstances have changed. A furrow formed on Xia Chen's brow. Has something unexpected occurred? He pondered as Li Wenzhong continued. Qin Mu and I have confirmed that we are being transferred to the Dragon Guard, primarily due to you. Me? Xia Chen gazed at Li Wenzhong, slightly taken aback. He had assumed the issue concerned Li Wenzhong's appointment as General of the Dragon Guard, not himself. You were indeed set to be promoted to captain, but the Emperor has intervened. Li Wenzhong fixed Xia Chen with a deep look. The Emperor? A glimmer of surprise lit Xia Chen's eyes, astonished that the Emperor would personally involve himself in his promotion. Do not worry excessively. The Emperor has not dismissed your appointment as captain, merely suggesting that there is no rush. Young men must endure trials to grow. Li Wenzhong sipped his tea, smiling as he noted the emotional shift on Xia Chen's face, who seemed less composed than before. This is a positive development. Among countless officials in the court, only a few catch the Emperor's attention, Li Wenzhong remarked, patting Xia Chen on the shoulder. Prepare yourself. Accompany me to the palace shortly. To the palace? Xia Chen queried. The Emperor wishes to see you personally. Li Wenzhong replied with a serious expression. In recent years, the Emperor had seldom attended court, with many officials only glimpsing his presence during the annual court assembly. Most matters were resolved through discussions with the council, implemented directly by the cabinet. The fact that the Emperor desired to meet Xia Chen personally conveyed a significant message to the outside world, perhaps indicating an intention for him to assume a more prominent role. I understand. Xia Chen inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Entering the palace was a momentous occasion. He had distinguished achievements and was of royal lineage. Surely the Emperor would not wish him harm. Half an hour later, Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen boarded a carriage, which gradually made its way toward the heart of the inner city. For over 50 years, the Emperor had ruled, largely abstaining from worldly pleasures, dedicating the first 20 years to Buddhism and the next 10 to Taoism, until advised by ministers that a dynasty could not thrive without heirs. Thus, the Emperor had sired a crown prince, a second princess, and a third prince. Having secured heirs, the Emperor no longer exhibited the same coldness as before. However, in the past decade, he had become increasingly enigmatic, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts. Therefore, during the audience, one must not harbor excessive personal opinions. Do you understand? In the carriage, Li Wenzhong whispered, outlining the various protocols and considerations for entering the palace. Xia Chen nodded, forming a clearer image of the Emperor in his mind. Success and failure often hinge on a single individual. Over the past 50 years, the Great Wu Kingdom had flourished under the Emperor's guidance, achieving numerous victories in foreign wars. For instance, the Battle of Huaiyang 36 years ago nearly led to the downfall of the Great Feng. Over 20 years ago, in the conflict with the southern frontier, they emerged victorious, extending the kingdom's borders southward by several hundred miles. Now, with the war against the eastern wilderness and the demon tribes poised to conclude, the Great Wu Kingdom stood as a formidable power, instilling fear in both the eastern demons and the southern barbarians. Yet, prolonged military campaigns had led to the oppression of the common people, and domestic tensions had reached a breaking point. Although the Great Wu was currently the preeminent kingdom, it seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. Without a powerful empress to emerge in the coming years, it could very well disintegrate into chaos within 5 years. In the carriage, Xia Chen meticulously analyzed the current and future political landscape. Soon, the vehicle halted before an imposing castle wall. Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen opened their eyes in unison. The palace had arrived. Chapter 37. The first audience at the palace. Outside the city walls, sharp-armored soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing Li Wenzhong's carriage, two of them approached. "Please disembark. The carriage cannot enter." Li Wenzhong was the first to alight, with Xia Chen following closely behind. "Lordly," the soldiers saluted upon recognizing him, as they were members of the Dragon Martial Guard. News had spread among them in recent days that their general might be ousted, with Li Wenzhong poised to take his place. "Very well. Conduct a search. I wish to enter the palace." Li Wenzhong nodded, extending his arms. Even as the head of the cabinet, he understood the necessity of inspection before entry. The rules were immutable. "My lord, the emperor's decree has already been conveyed. You may enter directly." The soldiers conducted a cursory inspection of Li Wenzhong and quickly gestured for him to proceed. Li Wenzhong nodded, while Xia Chen remained silent, observing intently. If he was not mistaken, the three characters White Tiger Gate etched upon the city wall foretold a significant event. In 5 years, a palace coup would indeed erupt from there, with the third prince leading an army through the White Tiger Gate and into the palace, resulting in a river of blood. The towering walls were fortified with spells cast by sorcerers, and the soldiers stationed atop were equipped with crossbows. Only a massive army could hope to breach such defenses otherwise. It was a futile endeavor. Xia Chen meticulously memorized the layout around the White Tiger Gate, noting that 3 major encampments outside the capital housed a total of 50,000 troops, who alongside the Imperial Guard safeguarded the city. These encampments were beyond the reach of any authority save the emperor's command. Thus, it was clear that any attempt to open the White Tiger Gate would have to be orchestrated from within, necessitating internal betrayal. Xia Chen pondered the implications. Some within the Dragon Martial Guard had evidently sided with the third prince, a critical piece of intelligence. As Xia Chen mused, Li Wenzhong followed, a leading eunuch, through the myriad palace corridors. Xia Chen ceased his reflections and began to admire the palace's grandeur. The glazed tiles glimmered under the sun, resembling stars adorning the rooftops. Intricate beams and painted rafters portrayed centuries of splendor and legend. Lanterns swayed gently, casting flickering shadows in the corridors, creating a dreamlike ambience. Auspicious birds and mythical beasts perched on the eaves, as if guarding this magnificent domain, epitomizing imperial dignity and opulence. After 800 years, every brick and tile bore the marks of time, evoking a profound sense of reverence. "Generally, you may take the prince inside," the leading eunuch beamed, exhibiting none of the arrogance typically associated with his station, appearing instead as a humble servant. "Very well," Li Wenzhong replied, not indulging in pleasantries, for he was soon to be the Dragon Martial Guard's new general. He deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with anyone beyond the senior eunuchs overseeing the 12 supervisory offices. "Thank you for your hard work, Eunuch Ma." Xia Chen produced a silver coin from his sleeve and discreetly placed it in Eunuch Ma's hand. Eunuch Ma's eyes brightened momentarily before he quickly regained composure, waving his hand dismissively. "It is merely the duty of a servant. How could I accept the prince's silver?" Eunuchs who ran errands for the emperor were astute. Eunuch Ma was well aware of the young nobleman's background. While an ordinary prince might not warrant such deference, the fact that this one hailed from the Xia household, and more importantly, had been summoned personally by the emperor, made this encounter exceptional. Over the years, apart from a few cabinet ministers and high-ranking officials, he had not witnessed the emperor summon anyone else alone. Thus, he could not accept Xia Chen's silver. "Though I serve the emperor, it is but a small token for the time you have spent waiting. Please enjoy a jug of wine." Xia Chen smiled, saying no more, and deftly tucked the coin into Eunuch Ma's waistband before waving his hand and proceeding into the palace. As Eunuch Ma felt the weight of the silver coin against his waist, he gazed at Xia Chen's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though he served the emperor, he wielded no real power, and none of the court officials had ever shown him such respect or concern for how long he had waited, let alone offered him silver. Sensing the lingering warmth of the coin, Eunuch Ma took a deep breath, pocketed the silver, and his expression returned to calm. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." Upon entering the palace and traversing a long corridor, they arrived at a grand hall. Before Xia Chen could survey the surroundings, Li Wenzhong pulled him down to kneel. "Rise." A voice, ethereal and difficult to pinpoint, resonated within the hall. Only then did Xia Chen observe the environment of the palace. At the center of the hall sat an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, adorned with prayer beads around his neck. His hair was streaked with gray, and he faced away from them, obscuring his true visage. This was none other than the ruler of the great Wu Empire, Emperor 1. This is the Dragon Martial Guard's token. Take it. You shall assume your post tomorrow. Emperor 1 remained seated, appearing to be engaged in meditation or contemplation. An enigmatic aura emanated from him, and in a fleeting moment, Xia Chen perceived a shimmering golden dragon, ethereal and yet to fully manifest, gliding past the emperor. Was this the auspicious dragon of fortune? Was it due to the timing not being right, or perhaps the current strength of the great Wu Empire being insufficient? Or was it a matter of Emperor Wen's personal circumstances? As Xia Chen pondered, Li Wenzhong suddenly knelt, his voice tinged with excitement. I humbly thank your majesty. I shall not disappoint your trust. Dismissed, the emperor waved his hand, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Li Wenzhong rose, casting a reassuring glance at Xia Chen, as if to convey not to be anxious. Once Li Wenzhong exited, only Xia Chen and Emperor Wen remained in the chamber. Incense wafted gently, and the room was so silent that one could hear their own breathing. Xia Chen patiently awaited, refraining from speaking first. Have a seat. The emperor's voice echoed after an indeterminate period. Thank you, your majesty. Xia Chen immediately knelt, expressing his gratitude, and then found a seat beside him. Your temperament is quite unlike that of the Marquis of Anong. Emperor Wen continued to face away from Xia Chen, showing no inclination to turn. Yet it felt as though he could perceive everything behind him. I was separated from my father in childhood, leaving me with few memories of him. Over the years, our correspondence has been scant, and thus, I am not well acquainted with his character. Yet, your majesty's presence is as formidable as a mountain, and as awe-inspiring as a deity from the heavens, dignified and beyond reproach. Strangely, I find a sense of familiarity in your majesty, which alleviates my tension and emboldens my spirit. Xia Chen replied respectfully, but with remarkable boldness. Upon hearing his response, Emperor Wen fell into silence, his gaze shimmering with thoughts unknown. Chapter 38. A display of madness in acting. Within the opulent yet chillingly authoritative palace, the voice of Emperor Wen resounded like a heavy bell. Devoid of emotion, I have heard that Duke Anwu has neglected you these years and has even sired a younger brother for you in the eastern wilderness. Do you harbor any grievances? Xia Chen's form trembled slightly, and in an instant, his expression seemed to shift like the changing skies. First, a flicker of anger ignited in his eyes like a small flame, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a veil of sorrowful clouds. He struggled to restrain himself, his lips quivering slightly before he finally managed to voice a choked response. Your Majesty, I indeed have grievances. The Emperor's tone suddenly turned stern, akin to a cold wind sweeping across a frozen lake. Do you not know that for 800 years, the great Wu dynasty has governed with filial piety? He is your father. As a son, how can you have grievances? Xia Chen fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the floor heavily, his voice resolute and sincere. Our great Wu dynasty upholds filial piety, with the ruler and ministers in their rightful places and fathers and sons in theirs. Your Majesty, as the sovereign and father, how could I dare to deceive you? At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the Emperor's eyes, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Xia Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure surge towards him, as if a colossal beast awakening from a millennium-long slumber. He was inwardly astonished. Is the Emperor truly a sorcerer? His realm of power is indeed profound. This formidable aura seemed to transcend the mundane, surely belonging to a master of the third rank or even the second. Xia Chen couldn't help but ponder how such a powerful emperor could be slain by the third prince 5 years hence. Even when besieged by a great army, the emperor should be able to escape unscathed, unless, of course, a coup were to involve someone of equal or greater strength. As thoughts raced through his mind, Xia Chen's expression remained earnest. At this moment, his acting was nothing short of masterful. What a profound understanding of the roles of ruler and minister, father and son. If our Great Wu dynasty had more individuals like you, who clearly recognize these roles, I too would have fewer worries. The emperor turned, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing the youth kneeling before him. Lift your head. Let me see you. Xia Chen complied, noticing that the emperor often referred to himself as I, rather than the more imposing I of sovereigns. You possess a fine countenance, worthy of my daughter Yaoguang. The emperor nodded slightly in approval upon seeing him. His gaze, deep and contemplative, revealed a youthful spirit full of vitality, like the morning sun. At such a young age, to articulate the principles of ruler and minister, father and son. It seems you have read quite a bit in the Duke's residence, and your knowledge surpasses many of the scholars in the court. Although the emperor often projected an image of a monk or sage, none could deny his exceptional intelligence. Even upon first hearing such words, he perceptively discerned the extraordinary significance they held in solidifying political order. These words served as a cornerstone, reinforcing monarchical authority and emphasizing hierarchy, compelling all to submit unconditionally to the sovereign. The emperor was clearly fond of this sentiment. Did someone teach you this? He inquired. Your Majesty, this is my own thought. Xia Chen replied succinctly. Very well, very well. They say the Duke of the East has a flourishing martial arts lineage. Yet I did not expect such a learned individual to emerge from this generation, rivaling even the esteemed scholars. The emperor rarely displayed such a smile, causing the attendants and eunuchs standing in the corners of the palace to manifest surprise. They had served the emperor for many years, but had never witnessed such an emotional display, not even during meetings with the cabinet elders. Do you know why I summoned you today? The emperor's tone shifted. Your Majesty, I do not know. Xia Chen responded respectfully, fully aware that he had garnered some measure of the emperor's trust. The principles he had articulated were his strategic gambit. This sentiment, to a feudal monarch, was akin to an indomitable artifact, the supreme treasure for maintaining rule. I have heard you uncovered the military defense map incident and apprehended numerous spies from the Inspection Institute in the capital. With such merit, you could be promoted to the position of captain. However, I do not intend to grant you this position. Do you have any grievances? I have no grievances. Both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. I firmly believe that your Majesty, withholding the captaincy, must have deeper intentions. Thus I leave all decisions to your Majesty. Xia Chen replied earnestly. What a sentiment. All grace from the emperor is to be cherished. If all ministers possessed your awareness, how could there be such turmoil in the court? Xia Chen's words seemed to strike a chord deep within the emperor's heart, and the emperor's gaze toward him had completely transformed. What was initially a casual remark had unexpectedly yielded such delightful surprises. If you had pursued a scholarly path since childhood and entered the Hamlin Academy, you would surely be a prime minister. The emperor's calm words echoed in the palace, causing the attendants hidden behind the corner pillars to change their expressions dramatically. If anyone else had claimed that someone possessed the potential for such a role, it would have been dismissed as flattery. However, when spoken by the emperor, though seemingly casual, who could ascertain the true sentiment behind it? My lifelong ambition is to protect my family and country. If your Majesty has need, I am willing to be your sharpest blade. Even if it means shedding blood on the battlefield, I would not hesitate, Xia Chen declared, his words resonating with conviction, his performance elevating to the point where he nearly believed his own fervor. Even if it means shedding blood, the emperor murmured, seemingly savoring the tragic and desolate undertones of this phrase. Your martial pursuits are indeed regrettable. Ultimately, the emperor slowly articulated, you are correct. I indeed have great plans for you. With your intellect, remaining in the Imperial Guard is beneath your talents. I wish to assign you to the Lantern Bearers. The preceding conversation had solidified the emperor's conviction that this prospective son-in-law was entirely devoted to him, harboring animosity toward the Duke of the East's residence, especially regarding his father, Duke and Dong, which aligned perfectly with the emperor's intentions. The Lantern Bearers? Xia Chen feigned confusion. Do you not wish to go? The emperor inquired. Your Majesty, regardless of where I am sent, as long as it is your Majesty's command, I am eager to comply. Xia Chen's face displayed excitement, embodying a fervent youth eager to showcase his talents and achieve greatness before the sovereign. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. The Lantern Bearers have a vacancy for a director. You shall temporarily assume this role. Your Majesty, I fear my qualifications are still insufficient for this position. Xia Chen hesitated, revealing a trace of reluctance. The director of the Lantern Bearers was a fourth-rank official, while he currently held the rank of a seventh-rank lieutenant. Such a leap from seventh to fourth rank was indeed unorthodox. I command you to go. No one will dare to object. This is merely a temporary assignment, and I have tasks to entrust to you. The Emperor's words were authoritative, yet his tone grew grave at the end. Your Majesty, what tasks do you require? Regardless of whether it involves traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I pledge to accomplish it. Xia Chen proclaimed passionately, his face flushed, his performance worthy of an award for Best Actor. Chapter 39. You and I are of the same kind. Within the palace, candle flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls like silent phantoms. The soft crackling of the burning wax resembled the rustling of a dancer's skirts, with each flicker of flame stirring the tranquil air. Emperor Wen sat high above, surveying the prostrate figure of the young Xia Chen before him, nodding slightly with a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. I require neither your willingness to brave fire nor water. Your ability to see through the schemes of the inspection court is sufficient to reveal your intelligence. Today, I appoint you as the lamp-bearer to assist Ma Song in uprooting Lu Li's faction completely. The Emperor's gaze was piercing, fixed intently upon Xia Chen, as if seeking to penetrate his skin and delve deep into his soul, scrutinizing his unwavering loyalty. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen slowly raised his head. Your Majesty, is that all? His voice was calm, yet carried a note of inquiry. What else do you think should be addressed? The Emperor's tone was ethereal, as if echoing from a great distance, laced with a hint of amusement. You have summoned me to the palace. There must be other important matters you wish to entrust to me. Xia Chen boldly responded, meeting the Emperor's gaze with unwavering composure. Indeed, you are perceptive. There is another task I wish to assign to you. Rise. The Emperor's voice softened slightly, and in that moment, he appeared merely as an ordinary elder. Yet the aura of authority surrounding him commanded respect and prevented any thought of overstepping bounds. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xia Chen stood and took his seat with poise before the Emperor. Your primary responsibility as the lamp-bearer is to unearth the undercover agents lurking within the Imperial City South Inspection Court. The Emperor's words were calm, yet they struck Xia Chen's heart like a boulder cast into a still lake, creating ripples of concern. The lamp-bearers have already been infiltrated? Xia Chen exclaimed involuntarily. Though infiltrated may be too strong a term, there is certainly a mole among them, and their position is likely significant. Otherwise, how could Lu Li have committed such a blunder as to misidentify the target of the military defense plans? The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, as if reminiscing about the intricate web of circumstances. I vow to uncover the truth within 3 months. Xia Chen clasped his fists, his pledge resolute. Oh, 3 months? You are remarkably confident. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as it swept over Xia Chen. I will not speak falsely before your Majesty. Xia Chen stood firm, responding with determination. Well said. After 3 months, I shall await your good news. The Emperor waved his right hand, and a platinum token floated gently before Xia Chen. You shall commence your duties tomorrow. The investigation is urgent. You are permitted to select a few men from the Imperial Guard to accompany you as the lamp-bearer. With that, the Emperor gestured for Xia Chen to withdraw. I take my leave, Your Majesty. Xia Chen performed a deep bow, his movements precise and exemplary, every gesture reflecting utmost respect. The Emperor took a moment to observe him. Inside the carriage, Xia Chen sat across from Li Wenzhong. Does your uncle not wish to know what the Emperor and I discussed? Xia Chen broke the silence first. The Emperor has asked me to remain discreet, so it is evident he has confidential matters to communicate with you alone. I need not pry. Li Wenzhong kept his eyes downcast, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. Resting with closed eyes, the Emperor has entrusted me with a significant responsibility, appointing me as the lamp-bearer to lead the 9 great offices. Xia Chen's words struck like thunder, reverberating in Li Wenzhong's ears. What? Li Wenzhong's eyes shot wide open, his gaze electrifying, the intensity gradually fading. After Lu Li's downfall, 2 of the 9 great office heads have also vacated their positions. However, Lu Li has held sway over the lamp-bearers for over 20 years, and many owe their allegiance to him. Those who favor his cause are countless. The Emperor's deployment of Yu suggests he seeks to assist the new commander Ma Song in restoring order. A tumultuous storm is surely on the horizon within the lamp-bearers. Li Wenzhong's eyes were profound, his tone filled with nostalgia. Over the past 20 years, I have witnessed Lu Li's inexorable rise. Who could foresee his sudden collapse? How could one not lament such a swift turn of fate? The lamp-bearers wield excessive power, existing outside the boundaries of courtly propriety, once serving as the Emperor's sharp blade. Yet Lu Li's recent dominance led him to cultivate numerous loyalists within the lamp-bearers, causing many to remember Lu Gong rather than the Emperor. His downfall is not merely due to the military defense plans. It is a consequence of his own actions. Xia Chen's demeanor remained calm, his tone unperturbed. Though Lu Li's defeat was precipitated by him, the root of the issue lies with Emperor One. The military defense plans were merely a catalyst. Li Wenzhong gazed deeply at Xia Chen, secretly marveling at the young man's clarity and wisdom, far surpassing his expectations. As a minister, serving the sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. While receiving the Emperor's favor is a rare opportunity, it is fraught with peril. A moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. In the past, it was Lu Li. Today, it is I. Tomorrow, it may be Ma Song, the lamp-bearer. And perhaps even you. All are ensnared in this vortex of power. Li Wenzhong's gaze drifted far away, his head gently resting against the carriage wall, as if striving to pierce through the illusions of the world and discern the trajectory of fate. Xia Chen regarda Li Wenzhong, surprised to hear such candid expressions from a man known for his cautious demeanor and traditional martial prowess. Why would you speak so, uncle? Are you not soon to assume the position of Grand General of the Dragon Guard, a trusted minister of the Emperor? Do you not fear I might relay such words to His Majesty? Xia Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, observing Li Wenzhong's relaxed posture. Though our acquaintance is brief, I cannot claim to know you well. However, I have always been adept at gauging character. I see no fear nor reverence in your eyes, whether gazing upon me or speaking of the Emperor. I'm not as unwaveringly loyal as I appear, and neither are you. We are, in fact, kindred spirits. Li Wenzhong's demeanor remained steady as he regarded Xia Chen once more. I hold great promise for you. As long as you avoid major missteps and perform admirably, you may yet shatter the centuries-old decree that prohibits the maternal clan from wielding power. Should that day arrive, I may find myself relying on you, considering it a preemptive investment. Li Wenzhong's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his teacup, gesturing towards Xia Chen before drinking it down in one gulp. Xia Chen remained silent for a long while, ultimately raising his cup in return to Li Wenzhong. The ancients say, "Great wisdom appears foolish." That must pertain to you, uncle. It is said that the officials in the court are among the most astute individuals in the world. I believe if you had pursued a career through scholarly endeavors, your accomplishments would not pale in comparison to theirs. It is a pity you chose the military path. Xia Chen praised with a smile. Great wisdom appears foolish? I dare not claim such a title. It is merely a modicum of understanding in navigating human affairs. In the capital, it is a treacherous mire where dragons and snakes intertwine. The Emperor above the clouds, the powerful soaring through the skies, the arrogant minions, the seemingly brutish warriors, the sly politicians, the hidden conspirators, and the leaders of the masses. Who among them is not extraordinarily astute? In the face of such individuals, how can one not tread cautiously, as if walking on thin ice? Li Wenzhong shook his head with a soft sigh, his gaze returning to Xia Chen. Yet you, among the younger generation I have encountered, are the most astute. Uncle, let us refrain from further flattery. Xia Chen hastily interjected, wishing to divert the conversation. The carriage progressed slowly, and both men leaned against their respective corners, lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, breaking the tranquility, Li Wenzhong's voice resonated once more. Should the day come when I fall from grace, could you ensure the safety of my family? Why do you speak in such a manner, uncle? Xia Chen's expression turned grave as he gazed at Li Wenzhong, who wore a tranquil countenance. A wave of heavy melancholy surging within him. Chapter 40. Each to their own. The gentle spring breeze rustled the curtains of the carriage, enveloping the interior in an unsettling silence. Why is my uncle so pessimistic? Xia Chen pondered as he observed Li Wenzhong. Do you realize how many generals of the Dragon Guard have changed hands over the past 50 years? Li Wenzhong's voice was remarkably calm, yet his gaze was profound. 8 in total. Particularly in the past 2 decades, 5 have been replaced. Upon hearing this number, Xia Chen fell silent. It became evident that the position of the general of the Dragon Guard was indeed perilous. Over the years, His Majesty has grown increasingly inscrutable, concealing his emotions and harboring profound suspicions. The best general of the Dragon Guard in recent memory was Xiao Chen, who retired peacefully over 30 years ago, while the others faced ruin. Li Wenzhong's words were tranquil, yet they carried an air of solemnity. This position, while seemingly glamorous, is fraught with danger. I understand now, uncle. Xia Chen nodded gravely, refraining from further comments. The carriage continued its slow progression, the wind causing the bells to emit a melodious chime. The breeze in the capital had grown quite strong. Xia Chen discerned that Li Wenzhong was not merely placing his bets solely on him. He was more concerned with the powerful Hou family behind him. Based on the frequency of changes in the position, 5 generals over 20 years, each held the post for an average of 4 years. Li Wenzhong's faith in Xia Chen was not misplaced. However, 4 years is a fleeting duration, and he evidently did not believe that Xia Chen could influence the court or sway His Majesty at that time. His wager was on the Xia family. Though Li Wenzhong appeared to converse with him, he was, in fact, communicating with the Xia family behind him. By intentionally revealing so much, even exposing his vulnerabilities, he was essentially offering a token of allegiance. As Xia Chen contemplated this, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Sir, there's a carriage ahead blocking our way. Judging by its insignia, it must belong to the 3rd prince. The Li family's old servant quietly announced. Li Wenzhong furrowed his brow. His predecessor, the general of the Dragon Guard, had fallen from grace for being too closely associated with the crown prince. Now, with the 3rd prince approaching, it was evidently a perilous signal for him. Let them through, allow them to pass. Li Wenzhong instructed in a low voice. But it was clear that they could not yield. Zhengde Street was a main thoroughfare, wide enough to accommodate 6 carriages. The opposing luxurious carriage halted as it passed alongside Li Wenzhong's. I have heard that General Li is on the verge of promotion. Upon learning this, I was quite pleased. What a fortuitous encounter. Just ahead is the Deshun building, where officials often hold banquets to celebrate promotions. Why not join me for a meal there and celebrate together? The lavish carriage's curtain was lifted, revealing a handsome young man with a beaming smile, the 3rd prince, who had previously enjoyed a splendid performance at Baiwa building. Li Wenzhong knew he could not evade this encounter and opened the curtain, responding with a cold demeanor. Your Highness, I have urgent matters at home. It would be inconvenient for me to accompany you to the Deshun building today. Should there be a banquet for my promotion, I shall ensure an invitation reaches you. Li Wenzhong kept his distance, who in the court was unaware of the fierce rivalry between the crown prince and the 3rd prince. Given his current sensitive status, how could he afford to entangle himself with the 3rd prince? Unless, of course, he had no desire to remain the general of the Dragon Guard at all. General Li, you seem overly cautious. I have long admired your character. Moreover, this is a public invitation, not a clandestine meeting. My father is a man of great magnanimity. He would not harbor suspicions against you for this. The 3rd prince replied with a hearty demeanor, displaying a carefree and spirited attitude. Your Highness, I truly have matters to attend to. It is really inconvenient today. Li Wenzhong shook his head, sensing the 3rd prince's ulterior motives. If he genuinely sought to win him over, a private discussion would have sufficed for further conversation. But in this public setting, who would dare to speak freely, let alone dine together? Oh, could it be that one of your concubines is about to give birth today? The 3rd prince inquired with feigned curiosity, his interest piqued. Li Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly, yet he maintained a serious expression as he replied, My wife is virtuous. The Li family has long struggled with offspring. Consequently, she has arranged a matchmaking event for me today to select a concubine. I anticipate that by this time next year, I shall indeed have a concubine in confinement. And I will certainly invite your highness to the celebratory feast." With a sincere bow, Li Wenzhong concluded. Xia Chen quietly listened to their exchange, his expression bemused. Once again, Li Wenzhong had astonished him. The third prince, momentarily taken aback, had intended to challenge Li Wenzhong, but found himself outmatched by the latter's quick wit. His gaze shifted toward the carriage, landing on Xia Chen. What a pleasant surprise to encounter a familiar face, Master Xia Chen of the Xia family. "I pay my respects to your highness." Xia Chen clasped his hands in greeting, but did not disembark from the carriage. "You are my second sister as consort. We are family, so there is no need for such formality." The third prince waved his hand, exuding warmth. "Master Xia, we are all family here. General Li is overly cautious and refuses to join me for drinks. Why don't we share a few cups instead?" The third prince extended the invitation to Xia Chen. "Indeed, we are family. No need for such formality. Just call me brother-in-law, and I shall address you as your highness. That way, we each maintain our roles without creating unnecessary distance." Xia Chen smiled back, his enthusiasm evident, extending his hand out of the window as if to grasp the third prince's hand. The third prince's lips twitched slightly. Both Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen were decidedly unconventional today, particularly Xia Chen, who was utterly unreserved. The audacity to ask him to call him brother-in-law. At 20 years of age, how could he address a 17-year-old as such? Yet, in terms of familial hierarchy, Xia Chen truly was his brother-in-law. Damn it! The third prince cursed inwardly, blaming his unreliable father for placing him in such an awkward position. As he gazed at Xia Chen, whose head was extended out the window, he found himself further incensed. Not only was this fellow taking advantage of him, but he was also remarkably more handsome. The third prince begrudgingly acknowledged a tinge of jealousy. However, he suppressed his discomfort, his expression stiff as he looked upon Xia Chen's youthful visage, forcing a smile. "Brother-in-law, your highness." Xia Chen returned the greeting with a radiant smile. It seemed this excursion to the palace was indeed fruitful. Not only had he gained a new brother-in-law, but this ambitious young man was also bold enough to instigate a coup, displaying a ruthless nature. Chapter 41. The Lonely Third Prince. On Xingda Street, the gaze of passers-by and shopkeepers alike converged upon two carriages stationed in the center of the thoroughfare. One carriage, resplendent and imposing yet quietly elegant, drew the attention of the well-versed crowd, who recognized it as the conveyance of two distinguished figures. The carriage on the left belonged to the third prince. From a nearby tavern, someone identified the third prince's carriage. Who could possibly compel the third prince to halt in the street for a conversation? A voice of confusion emerged, suggesting that the other carriage likely belonged to General Li. Recently in the spotlight due to his involvement in the military defense strategy and rumored to be on the verge of a significant promotion, poised to become a key minister in the court. The atmosphere on Xingda Street shifted, an undercurrent of tension palpable among the onlookers. At that moment, the focus of their scrutiny was on Li Wenzhong, whose countenance was grave. He realized he had been maneuvered into a precarious position. Regardless of the outcome, both the emperor and the crown prince might harbor suspicions about him, leading to a lack of trust. Such an inauspicious start before even assuming his post. "Your Highness, my brother-in-law, I have matters to attend to at home. Rest assured, there are no concubines expecting to give birth, nor am I seeking a match for a concubine. My loyalty to your sister is unwavering. You need not worry. We shall reconvene another day." Xia Chen jested, clasping his hands in a mock salute before drawing the curtain. As the carriage began to roll forward, the third prince's carriage remained stationary in the heart of Xingda Street. How audacious of Li Wenzhong and Xia Chen, showing such disregard for his highness, remarked a beautiful woman from within the spacious carriage. "One is a servant of the emperor, and the other is from the illustrious Xia family, my brother-in-law in terms of status. Why should they regard me highly when I am not the crown prince?" Inside the carriage, the third prince maintained a stoic expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. Yet, their insolence was undeniable. Their words were absurd, particularly Xia Chen's brazen exploitation of the prince's position. The yellow-clad maidservant, a confidant of the third prince rather than a mere attendant, voiced her discontent. I know they will not heed my invitation, but I came today merely to irk them. Li Wenzhong will undoubtedly not ally with me, so I intend to vex my elder brother, the crown prince, and my father. As for Xia Chen, I genuinely wish to cultivate his favor. I have heard rumors in the capital, previously dismissing them, but after witnessing his prowess at Baiwei Tower, it is clear he is a formidable general. Even my father wishes to utilize him, which is indeed intriguing. Despite being 3 years my junior, calling him brother-in-law is somewhat embarrassing. Yet with this connection, it would be advantageous to draw closer. If I could secure the support of the Eastern Town Marquis' estate through him, the grasp of military power would render the title of crown prince less significant. The third prince reclined in the embrace of the yellow-clad maid, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke animatedly, while she listened attentively. At times feigning ignorance, she was not truly oblivious. Her beauty alone could not have won the trust of the third prince. She understood his solitude and the occasional need for companionship to alleviate his burdens. In that moment, the third prince appeared to unburden his heart, sharing his thoughts freely. My father, engrossed in the pursuit of eternal life, has dabbled in both Taoism and Buddhism. He has ruled for over 50 years, and it was only 20 years ago that my elder brother was born, followed by my second sister and myself. Though he is consumed by the quest for longevity, he remains tethered to power, viewing me merely as a pawn to counterbalance the crown prince. I know he has never contemplated passing the throne to me. No matter my merits, I am but a tool in his hands. With closed eyes, the third prince's voice was soft and even, concealing the sorrow lurking in his gaze. The yellow-clad maid gazed upon the handsome face of the third prince, gently caressing his forehead with a hint of compassion in her eyes. If he wishes to treat me as a tool, then so be it. Should I become the sharpening stone for the crown prince, then I shall fulfill that role. He deludes himself into thinking he can control everything, believing himself a deity of this world. How laughable! Does he truly think himself a god? I shall witness whether he truly possesses such omnipotence. The third prince's tone grew increasingly indifferent, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. Meanwhile, Xia Chen mused, this third prince is remarkably well informed. We had scarcely exited the palace when he pursued us. He toyed with a dagger in hand, his interest piqued. Though it appears he is coming for me, his true target is you. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Wenzhong, merely coveting the support of my family's estate, the Eastern Town Marquis, but alas, he miscalculates. I am but an uncherished son among them. Li Wenzhong replied nonchalantly, unsure if his words were meant for Xia Chen or the third prince. Indeed, the Marquis of Anong may not regard you highly, but your uncle, Xia Chen, treats you quite well. He is currently the head of the Xia family. Li Wenzhong's voice floated to Xia Chen, who smiled without delving further into the topic. As Li Wenzhong escorted Xia Chen to Windao Street, they arrived at the very heart of the Eastern Town Marquis' estate. I shall report to the lantern bearers tomorrow. What are my duties with the Imperial Guards? The Emperor did not specify otherwise, so it seems he intends for you to concurrently fulfill both roles. Li Wenzhong contemplated before responding. Xia Chen nodded, gracefully dismounting the carriage and waving farewell as he entered the Marquis' estate. Instead of returning to his own quarters, he headed directly to his uncle Xia Chen's residence. The Emperor had assigned him to the lantern bearers ostensibly to investigate and uncover internal spies, yet Xia Chen sensed a deeper implication. Despite the rift between him and the Xia family, he bore their blood. The Xia family, now in a position of power and military control, could pose a threat by infiltrating the lantern bearers, seizing control of intelligence operations regarding Dawu. Xia Chen laid out all the circumstances to Xia Chen. I understand the situation. Return home for now. I shall inform you if anything arises, Xia Chen replied, his expression grave, clearly contemplating the complexities involved. Xia Chen nodded and retreated to his own quarters. As night fell, consuming the capital like a dark beast, the nocturnal revelries of the elite commenced in earnest. On the brothel-lined street, the privileged offspring of nobility and numerous officials gathered. A piece of news spread among various cliques. Have you heard? The Emperor personally summoned the heir of the Eastern Town Marquis, Xia Chen. How is that possible? Even a few officials from the 6 ministries seldom receive such an audience. It is true. Do you know what the emperor said when he summoned Xia Chen? Brotherly, do tell. Don't keep me in suspense. The emperor remarked that if Xia Chen were to pursue a scholarly path from a young age and enter the Hamlin Academy, he would undoubtedly become the prime minister in 30 years. Wait, I heard it would be 20 years to achieve that position. Nonsense. The emperor clearly stated this lad possesses the talents to govern and intends to have Xia Chen succeed the current prime minister, Lin Hanpu, in 10 years, becoming a pillar of our Daowu. In every gathering place, from taverns to brothels, the conversation revolved around Xia Chen's audience with the emperor, various accounts swirling in the air, culminating in extravagant claims of his extraordinary capabilities. Though still in the bloom of youth, his intellect and erudition have already surpassed those of the current prime minister, Lin Hanpu. Chapter 42. Renowned in the capital, the Cuckoo Tower. This is one of the most famous brothels in the capital. At this moment, within a private chamber, several young men are seated around a table, each accompanied by a young lady. Lin, why don't we go teach that Xia Chen a lesson? What a pretentious talent he thinks he is, speaking so arrogantly. A young man clad in purple robes glanced at the young man seated at the head of the table, gesturing with his fist. How dare he belittle Lin Xiang? He must be quite bold. This young brat is utterly ignorant of his own insignificance. A crude warrior, what could he possibly know? How shameless to seek fame in such a manner. In an instant, the entire room was filled with raucous chatter. These young men were renowned scions of the capital, their fathers or grandfathers being prominent officials. While the matter concerning the emperor likely held some truth, it was surely exaggerated through the retelling. The young man in the blue robe at the head of the table shook his head slowly, maintaining a clear sense of rationality. Moreover, he hails from the Duke of the Eastern Town. As scholars, we might not even know who will prevail in a confrontation. Lin Zihan set down his cup, his tone calm, yet his eyes revealed a flicker of emotion. Nonetheless, I am genuinely curious about what abilities this Xia Chen possesses that warranted a summons from the emperor, and public praise as well. I would like the opportunity to witness his prowess. The others exchanged glances upon hearing Lin Zihan, recognizing that although he remained composed, being the son of the prime minister, he was indeed concerned about his father's reputation. Princess Yawang is currently organizing a literary gathering, inviting the most celebrated talents in the capital. Perhaps we should also extend an invitation to Xia Chen. We shall see whether he is a man of true skill or merely a charlatan seeking fame. Lu Bo remarked with a smile, fanning himself casually. He sat beside Lin Zihan, his father being the Minister of Works. This is the first literary gathering hosted by Princess Yawang. How could we invite a crude warrior? It would tarnish our scholarly event. Some shook their heads, feeling that the presence of a brutish warrior would taint the gathering. Over the years, the divide between the literary officials and martial heroes had grown increasingly pronounced, with both sides looking down upon one another. One side deemed the other uncouth and brute force reliant, while the other saw them as mere scribes, devoid of practical contributions. What a splendid idea! It is said that Princess Yawang has significant ties to this Xia Chen. Someone's eyes brightened, sensing that the ensuing spectacle would indeed be entertaining. Upon hearing this, the others felt a pang of discomfort, as if they had swallowed a fly. The thought that the beautiful Princess Yawang could be betrothed to a crude warrior left many silently shaking their heads, filled with melancholy. In a nearby brothel, within a secluded private room, 5 middle-aged men were enjoying drinks and feasting on the freshly popular steamed base, each accompanied by a young and lovely lady. A bearded man, exuding authority, spoke in a deep voice. Lu, do you truly believe that statement carries such weight? A middle-aged man sitting next to Lu Yun inquired, perplexed. Though he acknowledged the statement's merit, he struggled to pinpoint its significance. Lu is a disciple of the esteemed Confucian scholar Kong Song, and he was the second-place graduate in our examination year. His scholarly depth surpasses ours. Chun Zhizhong remarked with a grin, pulling the lovely lady beside him into his embrace, his hand naturally resting on her alluring figure. I first heard several young scholars discussing this statement while passing the National Academy this evening. I didn't think much of it then, but now, hearing everyone speak of it, isn't it peculiar how quickly news of today's events in the palace has spread throughout the capital? Liu Hao did not respond immediately. Instead, he posed a question to the other four. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading this? Chen Zhizhong's eyes lit up, suddenly grasping the crux of the matter. He recalled the phrase regarding the roles of monarchs and ministers, fathers and sons, and realized he had caught hold of the key to the situation. Who in the capital possessed the influence to disseminate the emperor's private conversations with his ministers so swiftly, making it common knowledge? It must be. The atmosphere grew tense, and none dared to continue. Only the lantern-bearer possessed such capability. Liu Hao sighed, fully aware that this matter was undoubtedly commanded by the emperor. Otherwise, how would the lantern-bearer dare to act so independently? All present were astute individuals who had passed rigorous examinations, and they quickly came to the same conclusion. A ruler must embody the essence of rulership. A minister must adhere to the conduct befitting their station. A father must fulfill his paternal role, and a son must embrace his filial duties. Society functions with each individual adhering to their respective norms and responsibilities. This statement is destined to endure through the ages. If this phrase truly originated from Xia Chen, it would be remarkable. Liu Hao sighed, realizing that merely this one phrase could etch Xia Chen's name into the annals of history, recited by scholars for generations to come. Even if future scholars dismiss it, all subsequent monarchs would be inclined to enshrine Xia Chen in the historical records. The others exchanged glances, astonished by such exaggeration. Only Chen Zhizhong kept pace with Liu Hao's line of thought, feeling an insatiable curiosity towards Xia Chen, who hailed from the Duke of the Eastern Town. The following day, as the morning sun began to rise, Xia Chen emerged invigorated, as his blanket was propped high, forming a perfect pyramid, a masterpiece in its own right. He tossed aside the covers and released the pent-up energy accumulated overnight. After freshening up, he grasped the lantern-bearer's badge and departed the Duke of the Eastern Town's residence. Brother Chen, shall we head directly to the lantern-bearers or do something else first? Xia Chen asked eagerly from behind, her expression brimming with excitement. Initially anticipating to showcase his skills in the military, she never imagined she would swiftly be drawn into the exhilarating world of the lantern-bearers, a mysterious organization, who in the capital had grown up hearing tales of the lantern-bearers. Xia Chen had heard since childhood of their omnipresence, shrouded in mystery like phantoms, and now she was to follow her young master into their ranks. How could she not be thrilled? Not in a rush. Let's first visit the Yulin Guard to arrange matters. Xia Chen replied calmly, heading eastward. While the lantern-bearers were significant, he could not neglect the military. 5 years hence, during the coup, the military played a crucial role. Originally, he had intended to use the military as a foundation to lay groundwork within the ranks early on. However, plans had changed unexpectedly. Just as he prepared to take action, he was summoned by the emperor to join the lantern-bearers, disrupting his strategy. Yet, these were minor issues. Regardless of how circumstances shifted, the current situation remained under his control. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by the lantern-bearer's secretive prison. If memory served him correctly, several remarkable talents who would later shine during the reign of the Empress were currently detained in the lantern-bearer's dark prison. A smile crept across Xia Chen's face. His myriad strategies were all ready to unfold. Chapter 43. The Lantern-Bearer's Office. Sir, please take me along. The lantern-bearers are unruly, and you will certainly need some of your own to assist you. I wish to serve you, Li Shi said earnestly, half kneeling with clasped fists in the military tent. Xia Chen regarded Li Shi with a deep gaze and spoke solemnly. We all serve the emperor as loyal subjects, alleviating his burdens. Rise then. Given your dedication in bringing me food these past days, you may accompany me. Xia Chen waved his hand, helping Li Shi to his feet. Thank you, my lord, Li Shi replied, visibly excited. Prepare yourself and depart. After Li Shi left, Xia Chen turned to Xia Qian, Xia Hui, Xia Shao, and Xia Kong who stood behind him. Xia Qian and Xia Shao will accompany me to the lantern-bearers. Xia Hui, you will lead Xia Kong to develop the Imperial Guards. You both have proven yourselves, and your merits are recorded in the Ministry of War. I have already advocated for your advancement. You shall rise steadily. My lord, this cannot be. The head of the family has assigned us to serve you, and wherever you go, we shall follow to ensure your safety. Xia Kang exclaimed anxiously. Each noble is typically assigned several family guard upon leaving the estate. From that moment, their fates became intertwined with that of their lord, belonging solely to Xia Chen, no longer to the entire Xia family. I have my reasons for placing you here. Trust me. Besides, in the capital, who dares to covertly assassinate me? Whether I have two more or two less makes little difference. Xia Chen shook his head, focusing on Xia Hui. He held Xia Hui in high regard. He knew that Xia Hui had commanded troops in the past and possessed certain military talents. Though he had retired from the army, he had not been idle in the Xia residence, diligently studying military strategy. Even his uncle, Xia Chen, had tested him and personally instructed him in military tactics for a time. It was because of his departure that Xia Chen specifically sent Xia Hui to assist him. In the days since, Xia Hui had demonstrated considerable capability, and Xia Chen believed it a disservice to assign him merely as a minor commander overseeing 100 men. Rest assured, my lord, I will manage the situation here with the Imperial Guards. At the very least, the 200 men under your command will always remain loyal to you, Xia Hui stated, a smile gracing his face as he looked earnestly at Xia Chen. The lantern-bearer's office, a stately and resplendent, yet ancient building stood on the central avenue, merely 100 meters from the White Tiger Gate of the palace. The lantern-bearers traversed the shadows, yet their stronghold lay amidst the light. Whether noble or commoner, all knew the precise location of the lantern-bearer's office. Yet none dared to approach within 100 paces without cause. Have you heard? Our Eagle Eye division is about to receive a new director, who will report for duty today. A parachute? Is it the same as the new director from the Shadow Division? Damn, I find these parachute officers insufferable, full of themselves, yet utterly lacking. Ever since Commander Liu fell from grace, our lantern bearers have been mired in chaos, with a blade of uncertainty hanging over us, ready to fall at any moment. Shoo, tread carefully. At a desk, one person tightly covered his companion's mouth. He surveyed the surroundings, his countenance fraught with tension. Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize the precarious state of our internal affairs? Some high officials have already been purged. Let us not meddle. His companion's eyes flared with anger, yet reason soon quelled his ire, leaving him slumped in his chair, devoid of spirit. Indeed, the power struggles of the prominent have nothing to do with us lowly individuals. We must simply attend to our own duties. Li Wei sighed, acknowledging his earlier indiscretion. Do you know who the new director is? Zhang Zheng raised an eyebrow. What does it matter to me? I do not know him. Oh, but you do. Remember the mission we received yesterday afternoon? The person we sent to the capital for promotions? Zhang Zheng whispered in Li Wei's ear. You mean the young lord from the Zhendong Marquis? Xia Chen. Exactly. He's the one parachuting in as our new director. Zhang Zheng gave Li Wei a look that inquired if he was astonished. How can it be him? If I recall correctly, he is only 17. That is exceedingly young. What can be done? Look at his background. He is also a prince consort, the Emperor's own son-in-law. We, the lantern-bearers, are the Emperor's hounds. Whether His Majesty grants Xia Chen the position of director or even commander, what can we say? Zhang Zheng lamented, feeling the unfairness of fate. As the two conversed, someone hurriedly burst through the door. Brothers, quickly tidy our desks and clean up. Our new director is arriving shortly. Xia Ping panted, seizing a broom to sweep up scraps of paper scattered on the floor. The others exchanged glances, hesitating, yet eventually followed suit under the lead of Xia Ping. What could they do? They were merely pawns. The power struggles of the influential could obliterate them with a mere ripple. Even if they were discontented with the new director, many believed their own sons to be older than him. However, the fact remained that he was now the director, an undeniable reality. They lacked the audacity to confront him. Such is the nature of reality. Damn, what is there to clean? A mere newcomer, and he hasn't even arrived yet. Yet expects us to tidy up for him. What a farce. I refuse to participate. A young man in his 20s suddenly kicked over a chair beneath him, a scar running from his forehead to his chin, rendering his face fearsome. As the others witnessed this young man rise, they recoiled, lowering their heads, their eyes alight with realization. Indeed, how could they have overlooked this troublemaker? They lacked connections and status, but this young man had formidable ties. The current Empress was his aunt, and the crown prince was his cousin. He was indeed a true royal. I cannot abide him. Why not remain in the Imperial Guards? Why stir trouble among us lantern-bearers? I have heard that Commander Lu's downfall was orchestrated by this brat. He was the mastermind behind it all. Now he dares to come to our lantern-bearers. Does he seek death? Another stood, his countenance dark. The onlooker's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This man was the adopted son of Lu Li, and it seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 44. One man can penetrate millions of troops. Lu Chun, one of Lu Li's adopted sons, stands as the most capable among them. Lu Li, having placed him among the lantern-bearers, might have entertained thoughts of him as a successor. However, the will of the heavens is inscrutable. After over 20 years as the commander, if Lu Chun were to inherit, the lantern-bearers might indeed become a clan of the Lu family. This, among other reasons, contributes to Lu Li's downfall. The Eagle Eye division comprises 5 factions, each led by Lu Chun and Duke Yunyang, Cui Hu. As they speak, their words resonate with the crowd, while others, their gazes flickering, silently retreat to the corners, hidden among the throng. The celestial duel is of no concern to such insignificant figures. Just as the atmosphere grows lively with fervent shouts, an unyielding voice, calm yet penetrating, cuts through the air, startling the assembly. Before the figure is seen, the voice is heard. All eyes turn towards the entrance, where the door is forcefully kicked open. Xia Chen, with a youthful countenance now imbued with ferocity, strides in with a long sword in hand. Following closely, Xia Chen enters alongside Xia Hao and Li Shi. Xia Chen wears a smile, nonchalantly wielding a folding fan, appearing as though he were on a leisurely excursion, and with his unparalleled looks, he resembles a dashing young nobleman of the world. This is the badge of the Eagle Eye Division's chief. From this day forth, I am the chief, Xia Chen proclaims, a smile gracing his features as he produces a platinum token from his belt and tosses it into the crowd with a deft motion, reminiscent of a wayward scion. The token lands squarely in Li Wei's hands, who, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, finds the token almost scorching. Is there a problem? If not, kindly return it. This was granted by His Majesty. Xia Chen chuckles, his countenance radiating an extraordinary grace that leaves the onlookers momentarily dazed. As lantern-bearers, they have encountered numerous dignitaries in the capital, yet this youthful presence exudes an aura they have never witnessed before. Li Wei, feeling a surge of anxiety, hastily offers the token back to Xia Chen. Initially dismissive, even antagonistic towards the new chief, he now finds himself daunted by the youth, who appears his junior by several years, yet commands an air of nobility that renders Li Wei speechless. Is it possible that some individuals are born with an innate superiority, untouchable and revered? Despite Xia Chen's genial demeanor, a sense of trepidation grips Li Wei, an unsettling thought creeping into his mind. This sentiment is shared among all present. The atmosphere feels suffocating, as if the very air has been siphoned away, rendering their breaths labored. The Eagle Eye Division falls into a hushed silence, no one daring to raise their voices. Even the most boisterous among them now avert their gazes, unable to confront Xia Chen. Throughout, Xia Chen remains composed. Yet his presence instills a profound awe that stifles any inclination towards defiance. It is an invisible clash, a contest of wills. Though you may possess a handsome facade, appearances alone do not suffice. We lantern-bearers seek true merit. If you believe that connections and lineage grant you the right to act as you please among us, I suggest you return to the Imperial Guard post-haste. Duke Yunyang, Cui Hu, realizes that Xia Chen's mere utterance has obliterated the morale of the crowd, his brow furrowing as he understands that failure to assert himself now would mean complete capitulation. What qualifications does a mere boy of 17 possess? Lu Chun rises, his voice gravely assertive. At his stand, over 10 lantern-bearers follow suit, their silence speaking volumes. The atmosphere grows tense once more. Duke Yun, young lord, if others claim that their rise is due to connections and status, I would say nothing. However, for you two to stand before me and make such claims is utterly ludicrous. Xia Chen, positioned at the threshold, retracts his fan, pointing at Cui Hu and Lu Chun. laughing heartily as if they were of no consequence. Those closest to Xia Chen feel a chill. This new superior possesses an unsettling charisma that is not merely a display of power, but a deep-seated intimidation that instills fear and anxiety in any who dare harbor hostility. They feel as if in the presence of the current emperor, an enigmatic force akin to celestial authority. Both Lu Chun and Chui Hu sense this disquiet, their brows knitted in discomfort. Xia Chen's eyes shimmer with a peculiar light, the dual irises shifting in a mesmerizing dance. Yet none perceive this transformation. Aware of his own extraordinary nature, Xia Chen recalls that since activating the nine-dragon imperial seal and entering that fractured celestial realm, he has become one with a colossal force. As he concentrates, an inherent pressure emanates from him, commanding respect and reverence, making him feel as though he embodies the very principle of authority, representing the will of the cosmos. Furthermore, he senses that this pressure can be further refined. There is no Duke Yun among the lantern-bearers, only Chief Chui. Under Xia Chen's gaze, Chui Hu's heart quakes slightly, yet he retorts, "What is so laughable? What have we done to merit your derision? Is it laughable? Surely, Duke Yun must be aware of his own lineage." Xia Chen surveys the room, lingering on Lu Chun before turning his attention back to Chui Hu. "I insist, do not address me as Duke Yun." Chui Hu, brimming with indignation, resembles an enraged lion, his eyes fixed on Xia Chen, ready to pounce at any moment. "The title of Duke Yun is a legacy of your ancestors, yet you, unable to confront your own origins, are unworthy of addressing me in such a manner." Xia Chen mocks, continuing, "You are correct. My rapid ascent is indeed attributable to my lineage and background. I commenced my career as a 7th-grade lieutenant, a starting point unattainable for the average individual. I fully recognize that my achievements stem from my ancestors' sacrifices on the battlefield for the nation, and I cherish this truth with pride. Unlike you, who bask in the blessings of your forebears while shamelessly claiming all accolades as self-earned. Do you not find that laughable?" Pointing at Chui Hu, Xia Chen's voice turns cold, and across from him, Chui Hu's face reddens, his eyes burning with rage, fists clenched, mouth agape yet unable to form a retort, rendered powerless. Chapter 45. The Dark King. The Grand Hall was enveloped in a profound silence. At the entrance, a few lantern-bearers from other divisions were cautiously pressed against the wall, observing the scene. Xia Chen's words flowed relentlessly, seemingly intent on shattering Chui Hu's resolve. "You were born into the Chui family of Qinghe, inheriting the title of Duke of Yunyang, with your aunt being the current Empress. From the moment you drew breath, you bore these indelible marks. Do you truly believe your ascent is solely due to your own abilities? In our vast Wu, with its 19 provinces, countless talented individuals remain unrecognized. Had you not been blessed with these advantages, merely an ordinary person, you would not have even entered the Lantern-Bearers' Hall, let alone become its leader at such a young age. One must harbor gratitude for their ancestors and possess self-awareness, rather than attributing all achievements to personal merit. Our progress today, including that of the court officials, relies on the perfect alignment of time, place, and people. Some things cannot be achieved through effort alone. The pivotal moments in life are determined by the womb, and being born into a fortunate circumstance is paramount." Xia Chen's proclamations resonated like a grand bell, echoing through the hall. The audience instinctively perceived this as sophistry, blasphemous and nonsensical, but they found themselves momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter his claims. Some even nodded in reluctant agreement, as if awakened by his words. Indeed, the turning points in life are dictated by the womb, while effort and ability hold significance. The fortune of one's birth is the most critical factor. Do not think I address this solely to him. These words are meant for all of you, Xia Chen declared, pointing at Chui, who while surveying everyone present. Though you consider yourselves mere footnotes among the lantern-bearers, to the common folk, you are already towering figures. Each of you who has entered this circle has done so through the legacy of your forebears. It is only after your fathers have passed or aged that you can seamlessly step into their roles. Is that not also a matter of connections? Your associations may not be as grand as mine, thus you must address me as your superior. Essentially, What distinguishes you from me? You stand upon the foundation of your ancestors' glory, reaching a starting point that an ordinary person could scarcely dream of. Your indignation toward me stems from your own discontent with your lack of my background and status. How laughable. Xia Chen's finger pointed at the crowd, addressing the hundreds from the Eagle Eye division. Yet none dared to meet his gaze, for he spoke truths that laid bare their connections. Indeed, entry into the lantern-bearers was not a matter of mere effort. The lineage of the lantern-bearers was predominantly inherited, with the occasional individual rising through generations of toil. Cui Hu, now dejected, resembled a drenched, defeated bird, devoid of any fighting spirit. Xia Chen looked at Xia Chen with admiration, marveling at his eloquence that rendered everyone speechless. Meanwhile, Li Shi regarded Xia Chen with a peculiar expression, having contemplated various strategies to regain control, whether through force or calling Commander Ma Song for support. Yet, he did not foresee that Xia Chen could command the situation merely through words. Indeed, my ascension to the position of the lantern-bearers is attributed to my family background. There is no denying that. However, my being chosen by His Majesty, transitioning from the Imperial Guards to become your superior, is a testament to my personal capabilities. Xia Chen insisted, shifting the discourse for another heavy blow. If I am not mistaken, the investigation into the military defense map incident was primarily undertaken by the Eagle Eye Division, correct? Upon his words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. What do you intend to imply? The previously silent Lu Chun could no longer contain himself, stepping forth with his gaze fixed intently on Xia Chen. Lu Chun, if memory serves, you personally led the team to apprehend those who stole the military defense map, only to find that you apprehended the wrong individuals. If you cannot even discern the correct direction, what makes you think you can reach your destination? Xia Chen observed Lu Chun, whose countenance darkened. What are you trying to say? Lu Chun gritted his teeth, feeling as though Xia Chen's words were daggers piercing his pride, causing him profound anguish. I merely noted your apparent dissatisfaction, especially your earlier assertion questioning my qualifications to be your superior. I apologize. I tend to be somewhat petty and enjoy teaching others. Since you harbor doubts, allow me to elucidate. Xia Chen maintained a calm demeanor, betraying neither joy nor anger. Why am I entitled to be among the lantern-bearers? Why am I your superior? Because I am more intelligent than you. Because I possess greater capability. Because I have solved cases that you could not. That is why I am here. That is why I am the division head. While you are merely a hall master. So do you yield now? With each, because his words struck like thunder, resonating within the hearts of those present, rendering their faces pale. I refuse. Lu Chen's eyes blazed with fury, recalling how his adoptive father, Lu Li, had been purged because of Xia Chen. His fist clenched. A primal urge to cleave this man in two surged within him. Xia Chen approached Lu Chen, mere paces separating them, locking eyes with his reddened gaze. If you refuse, you are welcome to strike me. Your long knife rests at your side. A swift draw could slice me in two. Xia Chen smiled, exuding an unsettling madness, prompting the onlookers to sense an impending danger. They knew Lu Chen's temperament. In such a furious state, he might truly act. The atmosphere in the hall froze. Lu Chen's gaze sharp as a blade, measuring the trajectory of his weapon. Li Wei trembled, fearing that in the next moment, Xia Chen would be bloodied before them. Ha ha ha! Do you take me for that fool, Zhao Yu? On your first day in the Imperial Guards, you deliberately provoked Zhao Yu into striking you, then seized the moral high ground to assert dominance. Not only did you beat him soundly, but you also used him to establish your authority. A classic example to intimidate others. Ultimately, you ousted him from the Imperial Guards. Do you think I am so foolish? Lu Chen suddenly laughed, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they resembled a still pond, devoid of emotion. He had nearly succumbed to Xia Chen's provocation, almost losing his reason. Regardless of the outcome, should he strike Xia Chen, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xia Chen maintained a tranquil expression, devoid of disappointment. It was merely a calculated move on his part, and he was not surprised that Lu Chen did not take the bait. If losing control were so effortless, he would be greatly disappointed in this dark king who wielded power during the reign of the Empress, who had successfully dismantled both the Inspection Institute and the Royal City Division. Xia Chen's smile radiated satisfaction. Although he was but a youthful and lesser version of the ultimate Dark King, gold cannot be concealed. Such a person would present a worthy challenge to subdue. Chapter 46. I am a kind-hearted person. The Eagle Eye division once again fell into silence. Contrary to the anticipated fierce conflict, only a battle of words ensued. The newly appointed director appeared as a venerable scholar, engaging in eloquent debate that rendered all present, particularly the instigators Xia Hao and Lu Chun, speechless. This new director possessed remarkable verbal prowess, a sentiment echoed by all. At this moment, Lu Chun, the future infamous Dark King, had suppressed all emotions. His face a mask of neutrality. He regarded Xia Chen with an almost indifferent tone, slowly articulating his thoughts. I have investigated you. Though youthful, your skills are exceptionally adept, akin to a seasoned hunter who prefers to strategize before acting. From your initial appointment as a military officer to your captures of covert agents, you have demonstrated considerable strength on 2 occasions in public. While the world deems you a waste, I perceive you as one who conceals profound depths. Thus, my attempt to strike you down would not only be futile, but would also unjustly place the blame upon myself. Lu Chen's words resonated in the ears of the onlookers, leaving many lantern-bearers astonished. They had presumed that Lu Chen refrained from attacking due to the weight of culpability that would accompany slaying Xia Chen. They were unprepared for the revelation that it stemmed from a lack of confidence in dispatching him with a single blow. Was this renowned waste truly that formidable? Lu Chen was celebrated among the lantern-bearers as a youthful prodigy, capable of contending even with those of the 6th rank. Since you have studied me, yet still wish to confront me, such is not the act of a wise individual, Xia Chen remarked with a smile. Lu Chen remained silent, lost in contemplation. Well then, let us discuss how to conclude this situation. With over 100 of you surrounding me, one might mistakenly believe you're plotting a rebellion against me, Xia Chen casually declared, causing many to shift uneasily. This accusation of rebellion was a heavy mantle to bear. The director jests. We have gathered here to welcome your arrival. A middle-aged man in his 40s, beaming with a smile, stepped forward from the crowd, approaching Xia Chen with small, respectful strides and bowing deeply. Xia Chen's lips twitched. The audacity of this old fellow was astounding. Had he not overheard their earlier calls to unite against his master, he might have almost believed him. Meanwhile, the other lantern-bearers brightened at the sight. Recognizing the esteemed Zheng Ping, who had held the position of leader in the Eagle Eye division for over 20 years. His eloquence was commendable. You are here to welcome me. I am truly honored, Xia Chen replied, casting a glance at the middle-aged man with a goatee, whose face radiated obsequiousness. In his mind, he recalled Zheng Ping's credentials. As one of the 5 leaders of the Eagle Eye division, Zheng Ping had maintained his position for over 2 decades, a testament to both fortune and misfortune. His deep-rooted experience among the lantern-bearers was notable. In his youth, he had been a peer of the former commander, Lu Li. Rumor had it that they had once competed fiercely. Yet, Lu Li ascended to prominence, while Zheng Ping remained stagnant in his role, leading to speculation that he had offended Lu Li years ago. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xia Chen refocused. While I consider you all as welcoming me, I distinctly recall hearing these 2 planning to instigate trouble. Xia Chen surveyed the gathering, settling his gaze on Xia Hao and Lu Chen. Some misunderstandings persist. What are you 2 waiting for? Do you not see the director before you? Zheng Ping shot a glance at Xia Hao, then approached Lu Chen, giving him a nudge. Xia Hao's expression shifted as he realized the tide had turned. However, it was Lu Chen who spoke first. I have met the director. Hu, sensing he had lagged behind, quickly echoed, I have met the director. Both offered respectful bows. Xia Chen observed this spectacle with a smile. Knowing his position among the lantern-bearers had solidified, his master was indeed formidable. With merely his words, he commanded respect that surpassed even physical might. Now that you all acknowledge me as your director, let us proceed. While I am known for my benevolence, I am also a man of principles. Some matters cannot be overlooked. Today, I shall not pursue accountability for the actions of others, but the 2 of you, in your arrogance, sought to incite insubordination. This cannot be dismissed lightly. Xia Chen's tone was calm, yet it struck the others with the force of thunder, instilling a palpable dread. Gentlemen, it is merely a misunderstanding. You have just assumed your position, and I have prepared a feast for us to celebrate. Let us move together. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Zhang Ping interjected, his expression shifting. You need not say more. Those who err must face consequences. Do you comprehend? Xia Chen shot Zhang Ping a glance, causing him to freeze in place, overwhelmed by the chilling intensity of his gaze. Xia Chen's eyes turned frigid as he pointed at Chui, Hu, Lu Chun, and the dozen others behind them. You shall each receive 50 strokes of the rod, and then be transferred to other divisions. Starting today, the 5 major divisions shall undergo rotation. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present darkened, particularly those of Chui, Hu, and Lu Chun. While 50 strokes were severe, they could endure it. However, the prospect of rotation was catastrophic, dismantling their power structure painstakingly built over the years. My lord, is not the rotation a bit hasty? Such a move could incite unrest. Even Zhang Ping could not refrain from speaking up. Zhang Ping, I have proclaimed my kindness and compassion. Do you not grasp my intent? I am here to save you. You are astute enough to deduce why His Majesty has placed me among the lantern bearers. You have formed cliques for personal gain. But whose allegiance does the Eagle Eye Division truly possess? Is it to you or to the Emperor? Do you not understand how Lu Li fell from grace? Was it truly due to my unveiling of the military defense plans? Surely, you must comprehend. As Xia Chen spoke, he patted Zhang Ping's shoulder, flashing a smile. I extend my goodwill, yet you fail to appreciate my earnestness. It is profoundly disappointing. Should you refuse rotation, I shall consider it as though I never mentioned it. I will not impose my will upon you. However, what follows next is beyond my control. I cannot guarantee that I possess a benevolent heart. I sincerely hope that when the time comes, it will not be I who wields the knife. If we truly reach that juncture, recalling the warmth with which you all gathered here today to extend your welcome, I should perhaps show mercy. Xia Chen smiled, while Zhang Ping, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably, his complexion paling. Chapter 47. The Empress. Why not assist me in fulfilling my duties as a wife? Xia Chen departed, boldly stepping into the office that belonged to the director, with no one daring to obstruct him. Silence enveloped the remaining onlookers. Old Zheng, you're typically the wisest among us. It is up to you to decide whether we should rotate positions. If we truly do so, the foundations we have built over the years will be shattered. The other 2 leaders, Liu and Chun Song, approached, aligning themselves with Zhang Ping. I am open to rotation. Whether you accept is your own affair. Do not use me as a pawn. I am of advanced age and simply wish to live out my remaining days in peace. Zhang Ping, having regained his composure from Xia Chen's remarks, glanced at the others, including Chui, Hu, and Lu Chun, shook his head, and then turned to leave. Liu, Chun Song, Chui Hu, and Lu Chun exchanged glances. I too accept rotation. Lu Chun spoke solemnly, and upon finishing, he led a group of over 10 individuals out of the hall. This, Liu and Chun Song exchanged bewildered looks, placing their last hope on Chui Hu. Do you not comprehend? Our internal solidarity as the lantern bearers has drawn the Emperor's attention. Commander Liu was toppled because of it. Chui Hu's cold voice pierced through. As colleagues, I have said enough. However, to disrupt all of our subordinates so brazenly is excessive and tyrannical. Since time immemorial, no newly appointed official has conducted themselves in such a manner. Liu furrowed his brows, recognizing that dismantling his subordinates would threaten his very existence. Even if he were to acquiesce, would his supporters allow it? Having said this, weigh the pros and cons for yourselves and proceed with caution. Chui Hu concluded, turning to depart, leaving only 2 factions in the hall. Each felt as though they were being manipulated like courtesans, once proud and dismissive of others, yet now subdued by a singular force, rendered more docile than women themselves. How infuriating! Chen Song spat, recalling how loudly they had boasted before Xia Chen had even made a move, yet now they all cowered. Alone, with mere words, he had managed to subdue them all. In the garden of Princess Yao Wang's residence, an array of flowers flourished, competing in splendor, while butterflies danced gracefully among the blooms. resembling playful sprites. Surrounding the scene, pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, intricately carved railings winding around lotus ponds where goldfish frolicked and lotus leaves glistened like dew. Princess Yaowang, intrigued, fed the goldfish in the pond when a purple-clad maid approached with a report, prompting her to turn in surprise. Beside her stood a lady in yellow. Though not as beautiful as Yaowang, she would still be considered a paragon of beauty in the outside world. This lady, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, appeared adorably naive. She was Li Wei. The purple-clad maid and Princess Yaowang had long grown accustomed to Li Wei's presence. The maid, named Ziyu, was one of Yaowang's two closest attendants. If Xia Chen were present, he would recognize Ziyu as the renowned female minister from the Empress's era, whose influence once surpassed even that of the Prime Minister. Ziyu detailed the events of the day regarding the lantern bearers, noting that Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen had all agreed to rotate positions. They were now kneeling at the prince's office, voluntarily reporting their request for rotation. However, Li Yu and Chen Song could not endure this humiliation and were currently patrolling the streets with their subordinates. In Ziyu's intelligent eyes, a spark of wisdom flickered. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply held up with a jade hairpin, with a few strands framing her face, adding to her gentility. She moved with grace, her purple gown billowing like a flower blooming in the night. When speaking with Yaowang, her focused gaze revealed her keen intellect. She was an exceptionally captivating woman. Yet standing beside Yaowang, her brilliance seemed somewhat overshadowed. It appears I underestimated my betrothed. I misjudged him. Princess Yaowang listened intently to Ziyu's report, contemplating for a moment before responding. Zheng Ping and the others are astute, and so are Li Yu and Chen Song. However, they are emboldened by their ties to the crown prince and the third prince. It seems a significant reshuffling awaits the Eagle Eye division. Yaowang's voice was cool, her lips slightly parted. Your Highness, have you not always wished to extend your reach into the lantern bearers? With the prince now at the helm of the Eagle Eye division, this is an opportune moment. Moreover, if we can secure support from the Xia family, we will obtain military power, and perhaps your ascension as the first female emperor of the Donghou dynasty will no longer be a mere dream. As Ziyu spoke, her eyes glimmered with fervor. Even the crown prince and the third prince could only reach as far as the leaders of the lantern bearers. Yet if they could gain the prince's backing, they would acquire invaluable insight and influence. Even before marriage, why refer to him as the prince? Yaowang turned her head, offering only a delicate profile to the two. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. If Xia Chen were to encounter her, he would surely be captivated by her beauty. I refuse to believe there exists a man capable of resisting her allure. Li Wei chimed in cheerfully, embracing one of Yaowang's arms. The three had grown up together, their bond transcending mere servant-master relations. Regardless, marriage is inevitable. He will be the genuine prince. Ziyu smiled in agreement. I have heard that Xia Chen possesses unparalleled beauty. Some even claim his appearance surpasses that of the so-called four great beauties of the capital. As my personal attendants, should I truly wed Xia Chen, you two may very well find yourselves as his concubines. I doubt my eagerness is the issue here. It seems you both have taken a fancy to him. Yaowang's smile illuminated the garden, rendering the surrounding flowers pale in comparison. Unwilling to back down, she countered her attendants. If fate compels me to marry him, why not have you both fulfill my wifely duties? Yaowang gazed at Ziyu and Li Wei, who were blushing profusely at the audacity of their jesting. We would never dare to compete with your highness for a man, Ziyu replied with a laugh. In her stillness, she resembled a tranquil painting, radiating a serene aura. Yet when she spoke, she transformed into a vibrant presence, subtle yet impossible to overlook. Ziyu, the hidden minister of the Empress's era, was pursued by many, yet she remained as unattainable as the moon in the sky. By the pond in the garden, laughter echoed, even drawing the goldfish into the spectacle, enchanted by the delightful scene. Once the merriment subsided, Yaowang and Ziyu grew serious. Please send him an invitation, requesting his presence at the literary gathering 3 days hence. It is time I finally met my betrothed. The exquisite beauty of Princess Yaowang was mesmerizing. and she regretted her initial judgment of Xia Chen as an untalented waste. Yet in such a short time, he had stirred the winds of change in the capital, successfully taking charge of the lantern-bearers and commanding the Eagle Eye Division. Indeed, she had misjudged him. Chapter 48. Invitation to the literary gathering. Summer Chen had just finished his first day of experiencing the lantern-bearer. At the intersection of Zhengde Street, he was intercepted by a captivating figure, the future renowned Xia, who looked somewhat puzzled. Indeed, Your Highness, my princess has been betrothed to you for quite some time, yet they have never met. In 3 days, my princess will host a literary gathering, providing an opportunity for you both to meet and strengthen your bond. Xia stepped down from her carriage, without hesitation, and entered Summer Chen's carriage directly. Upon entering, she looked up to scrutinize Summer Chen's appearance. And indeed, he was strikingly handsome, incomparable in the capital. Xia immediately recalled what her lady had said earlier about her needing to attend to the prince, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Summer Chen, bewildered, wondered why she was blushing since he had not made any advances. This future hidden minister still seemed a bit too youthful and naive. Amused by this thought, Summer Chen decided to tease her. Strengthen our bond? Is it that your princess longs for me? Summer Chen playfully raised an eyebrow while toying with a jade pendant in his hand. Your Highness, yes. My princess merely wishes to meet and understand you better, lest she enter marriage without knowing you, which could affect their relationship afterward. Oh, so it's not the princess who longs for me. Then it must be you who desires me. Summer Chen retorted playfully, causing Xia's face to redden from her cheeks to her ears. Feeling a wave of warmth envelop her. Your Highness, please do not jest. Xia bit her lip, feeling flustered as her thoughts became jumbled the moment she entered the carriage. It was difficult to remain composed. I thought you entered my carriage to test the waters for your princess. You are Yao Wang's personal maid, destined to serve her closely. As I understand it, royal brides send a maid to test their suitor's capabilities. Could it be that you are the chosen one? Summer Chen said with a teasing tone, while Xia's face was already a deep crimson. Observing her shyness, Summer Chen found it quite amusing. He imagined the poised demeanor she would possess in the future, commanding respect in the court, contrasted with her current flustered state, which was highly entertaining. Please, Your Highness, be serious. I entered your carriage due to the crowd outside. Though I am a woman, as the princess's maid, I am also considered your maid. Therefore, there is no need for excessive decorum. As for who assesses your capabilities, that is for the princess to decide. Xia gathered her composure, smiling as she responded with earnestness. At this moment, seated opposite Summer Chen, she regained her grace, exuding an air of sophistication that surpassed the daughters of noble families in the capital. I have come to invite you to the literary gathering. The flush on Xia's delicate face gradually faded as she steered the conversation back on track. The literary gathering is for scholars. Would it not be farcical for a mere warrior to attend? If your princess truly wishes to meet me, she could seek a more private setting, or simply come to the royal palace where we could discuss matters behind closed doors, rather than in a public gathering. Summer Chen smiled at Xia, who in the capital does not know that the prince has received the emperor's commendation, praise for possessing talents that rival even Prime Minister Lin. Should you pursue the path of scholar, you could surely rise to prominence. Upon hearing this, Summer Chen raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had learned of this matter earlier that morning. He suspected that the lantern-bearer was acting under the emperor's orders to promote him. The emperor intended to elevate him. The more renowned Summer Chen became, the further his revolutionary theories on governance would spread. While the prince enjoyed considerable fame, many scholars in the capital were quite resentful of him, even threatening to confront him physically. The princess sought to assist the prince. He believed that if he could excel in debates with the scholars, he would undoubtedly shine at the literary gathering. Xia handed Summer Chen a finely crafted invitation, then gracefully bowed and smiled before exiting the carriage. Xia Chen and Xia Hao climbed in, with Xia Chen wearing a mischievous grin. Even before the wedding, the princess is hastily sending someone to contact you. Is she eager to marry already? This princess is far from simple. She arrives at this moment, perhaps drawn by my current status. One must elevate oneself to gain the attention of others. Otherwise, even your anger will be perceived as endearing, Summer Chen said. pulling back the carriage curtain to watch Xia's carriage disappear from view. No matter how extraordinary Princess Yaoguang may be, she is still bound by her status as a woman, and their engagement is a decree from the emperor that cannot be altered. In no more than 2 or 3 years, they would be wed. Xia Chen chuckled, unconcerned. Though the princess holds a noble position, she is still just a princess. Summer Chen shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. In the current capital, who would have thought that the seemingly inconspicuous Princess Yaoguang, compared to the crown prince and the third prince, would ultimately emerge victorious? After years of lurking, she would soar like a dragon, shocking the world one fateful night. Understanding the formidable nature of Princess Yaoguang, Summer Chen remained humble. Her outreach to him was not due to his merit, but rather because of his control over the Eagle Eye Agency and its vital intelligence system. Whoever holds such power can dictate terms. Upon returning to the Eastern Town Marquis's residence, Summer Chen did not head to his courtyard first, but instead went to visit Xia Chen. He recounted in detail everything that had transpired at the Lantern Bearer that day. You managed the situation excellently, demonstrating both authority and gentleness, avoiding any resentment from the crowd, thereby solidifying your stance. Now that the 3 major leaders have agreed to rotate, you can seize this opportunity to take full control. What are your plans for the other 2 factions? Xia Chen pondered for a moment before asking. Li Yu and Chun Song are affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, respectively. We can ascertain this. The Emperor likely knows as well. His decision to transfer me to the Eagle Eye Agency is to eliminate their influence within the Lantern Bearer. These 2 leaders are disobedient, presenting me with a perfect opportunity. As I arrive, I must elevate my own people. With every new face, a departure must follow. Let us use these 2 factions for a thorough cleansing within the Lantern Bearer. Summer Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. To be honest, he preferred taking action over mere words. Resolving matters with fists was far less exhausting than speaking. Chapter 49. The Division of the Family. Xia Chen gazed at his nephew before him. All along, he had perceived this nephew as astute, yet somewhat too gentle in his endeavors. He lacked the robust spirit emblematic of the Xia family, which made Xia Chen somewhat apprehensive that Xia Chen might stray down a misguided path, resorting solely to dark machinations akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared he had misjudged. His nephew was evidently a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, embodying a balance of yin and yang, thoughtful yet not devoid of decisive action. Among the 3 generations, Xia Chen may not have possessed the most exceptional martial talent, yet in terms of intellect, no one in the younger generation could rival him. Perhaps as I age, Xia Chen will shoulder the weight of the family, steering it towards prosperity. Thus, the Xia family would not only possess martial might, but also the acumen to thrive, potentially flourishing for a century to come. Xia Chen fell into contemplation. Based on Xia Chen's recent conduct, he exhibited both courage and strategy, truly a natural-born leader. The Xia family's 600 years of prosperity stemmed from its principle of meritocracy. Leadership was bestowed upon those with capability and wisdom. Xia Chen himself adhered to this philosophy, devoted to the family. Although his 2 sons were commendable, they lacked the broader vision that Xia Chen possessed. Uncle, I intend to move out of the Marquis residence. Xia Chen's sudden declaration jolted Xia Chen from his reverie. What reason could there be to vacate the Marquis estate? Was it due to the remoteness of his courtyard and the scarcity of servants? Xia Chen furrowed his brow, his expression stern. In the Xia family's history, it was rare for a legitimate descendant to leave the Marquis residence. Such an action typically signified a split within the family. Not for that reason. Xia Chen shook his head, a gentle smile illuminating his face, his demeanor as soothing as a spring breeze. Are you truly seeking to divide the family? Xia Chen's frown deepened. He had envisioned nurturing Xia Chen to inherit the family's responsibilities, only for Xia Chen to express a desire to move out. It's not quite that serious, but I believe it is no longer suitable for me to reside in the Marquis residence. Xia Chen sipped his tea, calming Xia Chen's rising anxiety before continuing. The Emperor places significant importance on our Marquis house, yet simultaneously harbors reservations. The notion of a powerful minister threatening the throne has been a concern throughout history. Our family's continued prosperity hinges on the current state of the realm, which remains divided and tumultuous. The emperor still requires our support, yet he is wary of us. My current position is somewhat unique. I am of the Marquis lineage, yet also a son-in-law to the emperor. His intention to cultivate my allegiance is evident in his recent maneuver to elevate me among the lantern-bearers. Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives, such as using me to sow discord within the Xia family, ideally leading to a schism. To the outside world, I appear as a neglected child of the Marquis house, raised with little regard by my parents. Thus, many perceive my relationship with the Marquis house as tenuous. Even the emperor believes so. This is why I was chosen. Henceforth, I must not appear overly close to the Marquis house, and they must not treat me too favorably. As Xia Chen spoke, Xia Chen's expression flickered with uncertainty. He yearned to counter his nephew's assertions, yet words eluded him until he finally spoke in a grave tone. Is the matter truly as dire as you suggest? Over the years, both your grandfather and I have willingly relinquished military power, and your father has remained dutiful. Can the emperor truly harbor such distrust toward us? Even without any disloyalty, a united and talented Marquis house poses a significant threat to imperial authority, something no ruler wishes to witness. Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of celestial bodies, his tone deep and resonant, evoking a palpable tension. We must not gamble on the emotions of a ruthless sovereign. After over 50 years on the throne, he has become a political machine, annihilating any perceived threats to his rule or anything beyond his control. Xia Chen regarded Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. Thus, if the emperor desires to see the Xia family divided, to witness animosity among us, we shall oblige him, projecting an image of discord while discreetly fortifying our strength. Is this your desire? Xia Chen's gaze flickered with intensity, fixating on his nephew as he spoke gravely. Indeed, the less united we appear, the more trust the emperor will place in me, granting me greater authority, thereby ensuring the safety of our family. Xia Chen met Xia Chen's gaze, shedding any pretense of modesty. In that moment, he radiated confidence, akin to a blade unsheathed, captivating Xia Chen's attention. After a prolonged silence, Xia Chen finally acquiesced. I comprehend your intent. Proceed as you see fit. The following day, at the Lantern Bearer's office, the Eagle Eye Division. At this hour, why has the newly appointed director not yet arrived? I am eager to witness his tactics today. Rumor had it that the rotation was to commence today. Though young, this individual was known for his ruthless nature. It was said that yesterday, the esteemed Master Zheng and others had petitioned for a rotation, only to be made to kneel at the entrance for 3 hours before being granted entry. This director is exceptional, despite requesting the rotation. It was they who had to beseech him. He has deftly handed them a blade, allowing him to strike. As the crowd engaged in lively conversation, the clock neared noon. Yet Xia Chen had yet to arrive at the Lantern Bearer's office. Something must have occurred. Do not wait any longer. It seems the new director will not grace our office with his presence today. Panic ensued as someone rushed into the Eagle Eye Division. What has happened? Is there yet another upheaval? The crowd inquired urgently, only to be met with shocking news. A revelation swept through the upper echelons of the capital, leaving many astounded. The recently favored figure within the capital, now overseeing one of the Eagle Eye Division's 9 sections, the young lord of the Marquis house, and the emperor's son-in-law, Xia Chen, had a fire break out in his courtyard. This news left many in disbelief. What? A fire at the Marquis residence? Shouldn't we act swiftly to extinguish it? Extinguish what? The Marquis residence is filled with skilled individuals. It cannot truly be ablaze. It seems the young lord has fallen out with the Marquis house and is now moving out. My cousin's brother-in-law's sister's son's friend witnessed it firsthand. Xia Chen is currently selecting a new courtyard and has already made payment. It appears he is genuinely severing ties with the Marquis house. What could have transpired to warrant such an uproar? A division is no trivial matter. It seems there has not been a case of a legitimate descendant moving out in years. I do not know, but I have heard that the discord has escalated significantly. The family head, the esteemed Marquis Xia Chen, summoned the clan elders and nearly resorted to expelling Xia Chen from the family registry. Across the capital, from high-ranking officials to the common folk, News of this incident spread like wildfire. Conversations erupted in taverns and tea houses, igniting a fervor throughout the city. At this moment, the protagonist of the tumult, Xia Chen, was moving into his newly acquired spacious courtyard with Xia Chen by his side, accompanied by a beautiful maidservant, Bai Zhu. "Young master, will you be attending the lantern bearers tomorrow?" Xia Chen inquired softly, aware that establishing authority among the ranks would require consistent presence. "Tomorrow I shall take a day of respite, and the day after, I will attend the literary gathering. As for the lantern bearer, let the bullets fly for a while." Chapter 50. Rebirth and the Intent of the Blade. The newly acquired courtyard by Xia Chen, though far from the grandeur of the Marquis's residence, could still be deemed a mansion within the capital. Nestled in the inner city and adjacent to the central avenue, its location was exceptional. The courtyard, with its exquisite scenery and finely appointed rooms, immediately captivated Xia Chen. Consequently, the purchase alone cost him 3,000 taels of silver, a sum that would be astronomical for an ordinary family. In this era, silver held immense purchasing power. Xia Chen's monthly salary amounted to a mere 50 taels, totaling 600 taels annually. The high cost of rice in Chang'an made living in the capital quite challenging. Standing beneath a peach blossom tree in the courtyard, Xia Chen sighed, reflecting on the value of everyday necessities. Having previously resided in the Marquis's estate, he had never grasped the weight of expenses. Now that he had moved out, he truly understood the difficulties of managing food, clothing, and shelter, where every item required expenditure. Over the past decade, the gifts from relatives during festivals had amassed to just over 2,000 taels. Had it not been for Cui Mengru's heartfelt gesture of forcing 3,000 taels upon him before his departure from the Marquis's residence, he would have struggled to afford this courtyard. "Young master," a gentle and melodious voice interrupted his thoughts as a graceful maid emerged from the house. Indeed, Bijou had become Xia Chen's attendant. Previously, she had served as Cui Mengru's maid, intending to transfer her to Xia Chen's care once he achieved the 8th rank in his cultivation. However, with Xia Chen preoccupied with official duties and unaccustomed to having someone in his room, the arrangement had been postponed. Upon learning of his imminent departure from the Marquis's estate, Cui Mengru, in tears, insisted that he take Bijou with him to attend to his needs. Reflecting on these memories, Xia Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Though his biological parents were indifferent to him, his uncle and aunt had treated him as their own child, never making him feel like an outsider. "What do you think of this courtyard?" he inquired of Bijou, who, with a hint of shyness, dared not meet his gaze. While her assignment was to serve as a maid, the underlying implication was to warm his bed. In affluent households, it was customary for young masters to be assigned several maids of this nature, who would accompany them until marriage, at which point they would be elevated to concubines. From this moment forth, Bijou was truly Xia Chen's. "I still have over 2,000 taels. From now on, you shall manage the household affairs. In the coming days, take some people to the West Market and acquire some maids and servants. Their age is of little concern, but they must come from reputable families." Xia Chen handed Bijou a stack of silver notes, but she hesitated, overwhelmed with trepidation. "Young master, I am merely a maid. How can I be responsible for household matters? Such duties should fall to the mistress, the princess," she protested. "We do not know when we will marry, and we cannot wait indefinitely for her arrival. We have just moved out, and everything must be set up anew. Otherwise, by the time she arrives, it will be too late." Xia Chen replied, pulling Bijou's delicate hand and placing the notes firmly within her grasp. "Currently, you are the only woman in the house. If not you, shall I entrust these matters to Xia Chen? It is settled then. You shall oversee everything within the house. I do not possess the inclination to manage such affairs," he declared with a smile. Bijou lowered her head, shyly avoiding his gaze. As she felt the warmth of his hand holding hers, her eyes became slightly glazed, reminiscent of a flower poised to bloom in the spring. Occasionally, she would glance up, her starry eyes filled with shyness, a blush creeping up her fair cheeks. "Young master is truly wonderful." Night fell, and the bright moon ascended. In the courtyard, Xia Chen practiced with his blade. His movements were remarkably simple, consisting solely of the most fundamental techniques: slashes, thrusts, and cuts. He repeated these actions over and over again. To the untrained eye, it appeared ordinary, but those with knowledge would be astounded. Each strike of Xia Chen's blade exuded a profound energy, slicing through the air with precision, as if he were cutting through the very fabric of the atmosphere, a marvel that eluded the comprehension of the less discerning. Xia Chen's focus was unwavering. Regardless of the day's burdens, upon returning to his courtyard, he would diligently practice 10,000 strikes each day. Such perseverance and industriousness naturally bore remarkable fruits. Within his line of sight, a small notification continually emerged on his system panel. Blade technique skill experience, 9,830 10,000 as time flowed. The young man persisted in his repetitive motions. Before long, he heard chime. Your blade technique has reached perfection. You are about to comprehend a profound blade intent. Would you like to accept? Accept. You have comprehended the pure yang blade intent level. First rank. Second rank blade intent requires 30,000 experience points. First rank blade intent, 030,000. Xia Chen no longer paid attention to the notifications on his system panel. He felt himself being drawn into a peculiar realm. He transformed into a 5-year-old child, training with his master. Days turned into years, with the sun rising and setting and the seasons changing. Regardless of the sweltering heat or biting cold, Xia Chen stood resolute on a rocky cliff, enduring the elements. By 8, he had achieved minor proficiency in his blade technique. At 11, he reached significant mastery, and by 18, he attained perfection. Upon achieving mastery, Xia Chen bid farewell to his master and descended the mountain to venture into the world. He journeyed eastward, learning from various masters of blade techniques, facing bandits and rebellious armies along the way. At 20, he joined the military, starting as a lowly soldier, honing his blade intent amidst the carnage of battle. At 22, feeling a calling, he left the army and continued his journey eastward until he beheld the vast ocean. Eastward to the cliff stone to observe the boundless sea. Seated upon the rocky shore, Xia Chen repeated the fundamental movements of his blade technique, reminiscent of his childhood practice on the cliff. That year he lived by fishing, observing the ebb and flow of the tides and the sun's ascent and descent. He gradually subdued his brilliance. The murderous aura cultivated in the army washed away by the sea, rendering him an ordinary fisherman. Eventually, Xia Chen laid down his blade, no longer fixated on practice, allowing life to unfold naturally. He became a true fisherman, yet he harbored a peculiar passion, spending his days perched upon a rock, gazing at the sun, often lingering for hours. On an ordinary afternoon, as the sun sank beneath the horizon, consumed by the ocean, a smile unexpectedly graced Xia Chen's face. His eyes sparkled with a divine light, akin to a sun rising anew, dispelling the darkness of dawn. He picked up the spear beside him and casually swept it across the water surface. This blade is named Dawnbreaker, Xia Chen murmured softly to himself. Yet his voice rang with clarity, resonating like a declaration from a divine being to the world. Instantly, the once encroaching darkness of the ocean was illuminated. Fishermen aboard returning boats widened their eyes in astonishment. What did they behold? Another sun slowly rising, casting its brilliance upon the realm, illuminating the oceanic expanse. The formerly tranquil surface of the sea was cleaved open, revealing the depths below. This phenomenon lasted for 5 or 6 breaths before the immense waves surged back. But where the sea had parted, a lingering aura of pure yang remained. A single strike is all it takes. How terrifying it is. Chapter 51. A unique system and the 6th rank martial artist. Xia Chen opened his eyes, revealing a singular gaze where a great sun slowly retracted, once again transforming into an eye, his double pupils merging into one, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. The tides, the great sun, the essence of the blade. Xia Chen murmured to himself, raising his head to gaze at the high-hanging moon, as if only an instant had passed. Yet, he felt as though he had truly traversed over 20 years of vicissitudes. Everything experienced in that world felt strikingly real, especially his insights into swordsmanship. The clarity faded once more, leaving only the pure essence of understanding. Xia Chen furrowed his brow, the memories of that world becoming somewhat nebulous in his mind. He recalled many events, yet the specifics eluded him, save for the vivid memories of his sword training. It seems that my system has undergone a mutation, vastly different from the player systems of my previous life. In the past, player systems could accumulate experience points to comprehend the essence of blades, fists, and swords. But it was a direct infusion. This time, however, it felt as if he had genuinely lived an entire lifetime, beginning his sword training at the tender age of 5, ultimately attaining enlightenment at 23 in the Eastern Sea. This was an experience that had never transpired in his previous life. Although the memories of that world were fading, the sensations remained profoundly real, as if nothing were fabricated. You have successfully comprehended the pure yang blade intent in the small world, gazing upon the vast sea, understanding the true essence of the tides, and creating your own sword technique. Dawn. Exceptional performance. Reward. 1 minor rejuvenation pill. Host. Xia Chen. Age. 17 years. Realm. Peak of the 7th rank martial techniques. Red Sun body forging art. First Sun demon breaking blade. Dawn. Blade technique. 1 restriction of pure yang blade intent concept. Law true essence of the tide system space. 10 cubic meters minor rejuvenation pill. Saves 3 months of arduous training. System shop. Unsealed training speed. Tenfold enhancement. Fortune golden dragon refining essence and draining marrow. Bone quality talent. Superior bone quality. Originally a waste body. Innate double pupils. Awakening. 1. The system panel displayed a multitude of text, and Xia Chen carefully examined the information. This enlightenment had yielded tremendous rewards. The previous entry into the 9 Dragon Seal had significantly altered him, most notably enhancing his training speed, which had previously increased by 1 point at a time. Since that event, it had escalated to direct increments of 10. His efficiency had surged tenfold. Moreover, his bone quality, once deemed a martial waste, had transformed into superior bone quality following the Golden Dragon's purification. Even without reliance on the system, his self-training would undoubtedly classify him as a prodigy. To his surprise, he had also acquired a pill. Xia Chen felt a surge of joy. In his past life, he had engaged with others on player forums and learned that while every player possessed a system, they were rather rudimentary, with no reports of equipment drops or reward items. My system appears to be truly exceptional. Could it be that my rebirth into this world was not solely due to the 9 Dragon Seal, but rather because of this system? Xia Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he pondered the implications of this newfound realization. Shaking his head, he decided to refrain from further speculation. The unknown might reveal itself in time. He retrieved the minor rejuvenation pill from the system space, which emitted a delicate fragrance. Although of lower grade, it could directly save 3 months of arduous training. While this world possessed medicinal pills, they were not abundantly available, mostly limited to healing pills, with scarce options for enhancing training speed. With this thought, Xia Chen's eyes brightened. If he could obtain the formula for this minor rejuvenation pill, it would greatly aid in the future development of his own power. This was merely a lower grade pill. If there were medium or even higher grade variants. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Xia Chen's mind. Then, he tossed the minor rejuvenation pill into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of fiery energy erupted in his throat, coursing through his limbs and veins. His blood began to boil, and his heart thumped rhythmically, akin to the beating of a great drum, echoing throughout the courtyard. It was hard to fathom that such a sound emanated from a single heart. It was still early March, the chill of the sky just beginning to recede. Certainly not warm. The peach blossom tree in the courtyard had just sprouted tender buds, yet had not yet bloomed. As Xia Chen sat in meditation, breathing rhythmically, the temperature in the courtyard began to rise. Baiju, who had been tidying up Xia Chen's room, sensed the unusual changes in the courtyard and hurriedly pushed open the window. In that moment, she witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Xia Chen sat beneath the peach blossom tree, and behind him, a magnificent vision unfolded. An endless ocean stretching far beyond the horizon, waves crashing powerfully, awe-inspiring and heart-stirring. It was Baiju's first sight of the ocean. She had often heard tales of its vastness within the manor, But today, she beheld it. At that moment, a great sun slowly rose from the horizon, akin to dawn, casting light upon the world, enveloping Baizhu in a vast and warm aura. The sun ascended until it hovered directly above the sea, transforming into a blazing orb. Instantly, the entire courtyard was illuminated, and the blossoms erupted forth. The peach blossom tree burst into full bloom, exquisite beyond belief, and Baizhu gazed entranced. Was this a miracle? Young master, truly remarkable. As Xia Chen opened his eyes once more, a flash of lightning flickered within his gaze. His eyes had grown increasingly extraordinary. He had officially entered the 6th rank martial artist realm. At this moment, Xia Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. The enhancement he gained throughout the night surpassed anything he had experienced before, exceeding tenfold. While it was true that in this stage, unless one ascended beyond the 3rd rank, rank alone did not equate to everything. The 6th rank was still regarded as a formidable level within the entire capital. In the martial world, a 5th rank could establish a sect. One could only imagine the value of the 6th rank. Young master, truly remarkable. Baizhu, regaining her composure, rushed out from the room. Let us keep tonight's events a secret from the outside world. This is a secret that belongs solely to us. Xia Chen bestowed upon Baizhu a radiant smile. As she beheld his stunning visage, her heart raced uncontrollably. Rest assured, young master, I understand. I want to speak of it outside. Even if the princess were to marry into our family in the future, I would still keep this secret for us. Baizhu replied, her cheeks flushed, softly adding a final remark. Chapter 52. No, brother, what gives you the right to be so handsome? Nightfall enveloped the scene as Baizhu poured hot water for Xia Chen, standing beside the wooden tub. Young master, allow me to assist you with your bath. Her lively eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Chen nodded. Baizhu, now his devoted maid, was an integral part of his life in this world, where he was akin to a native. There was no need to impose modern sensibilities or feign moral superiority here. One should not oppose the world unless endowed with the strength to change it. Otherwise, it is wiser to embrace the norm rather than strive for individuality. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Baizhu approached Xia Chen, unfastening his belt and helping him shed his garments. Suddenly, an exquisite, art-like physique stood revealed before her. Baizhu, petite and only reaching Xia Chen's chest, felt the intense energy radiating from him, her gaze becoming entranced, momentarily frozen in place. It was only when she heard the splash of water that she realized Xia Chen had entered the tub. Shaking herself from her reverie, she hurried to the edge of the tub, dipping her delicate hands into the water to assist him with his bath. Yet, her mind wandered as she scrubbed. Young master, you are quite impressive. Late into the night, Xia Chen extinguished the lamp and, as he settled into bed, noticed a small silhouette stealthily approaching from the adjoining room. Despite the darkness, his keen eyes discerned Baizhu, clad in scant attire, a mere purple garment shielding her modesty. Baizhu, he called softly, startling her. What is it? Is something the matter? Silence enveloped the space until, after a pause, Baizhu's timid voice emerged. The mistress instructed me to care for young master's daily needs, and, at night, to warm your bed. Her words were barely audible, akin to a whisper, and in the depths of darkness, her face blushed crimson. Xia Chen understood this was customary in esteemed families. His previous hesitance stemmed from not yet having reached the 8th rank, thus unable to consummate. I do not require bed warming. You should sleep in the side room tonight. He sighed, for while he was not an exemplar of virtue nor a hypocrite, he was not one to rush matters. Baizhu would eventually belong to him, and given her youth, there was no need for haste. Do you find me undesirable, young master? Silence lingered until, with a quivering voice, Baizhu replied, I did not mean it that way. Observing her tear-streaked face in the dark, Xia Chen felt a headache brewing. Very well, come here, but it is truly just for warmth. He lifted the covers, and she nestled into his embrace like a delicate creature. In this feudal era, unable to effect change, one must yield. While physical strength might annihilate a body, it cannot forcibly reshape a mind. Morning arrived, and Xia Chen resumed his martial training. He had sent Xia Chen to request leave from the lantern bearer. After participating in his fiancé's poetry gathering the next day, he intended to confront those who had wronged him, demonstrating a true display of power to make them reconsider their actions. The verbal sparring he had engaged in previously was merely an appetizer. Buju rose from the bed, her face aglow with joy, her eyes dreamy. Although nothing intimate had transpired between them the previous night, their relationship had evolved significantly, transitioning from strangers to a deeper familiarity. On the third day, Xia Chen's internal clock woke him promptly, and the petite Buju stirred in his arms. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she climbed out from under the covers, her fair skin exposed to the air, clad in a light garment. "Young master, are you to meet the princess today?" "Not quite, merely attending a literary gathering," he replied, shaking his head and affectionately tousling her hair. "You may sleep a little longer. I can manage myself." "No, I must assist you in dressing. The gathering is at the princess's residence, and you must look exceptionally handsome to avoid being looked down upon by her," Buju insisted, springing from the bed to help him prepare. At a small eatery on Central Avenue, the aroma of lamb soup filled the air. "Young master, are we truly in no hurry? The princess's residence is just a few hundred meters ahead. Shouldn't we finish breakfast first?" Xia Chen continued to sip his bowl of lamb soup, addressing the anxious Xia Chen beside him. "This lamb soup is quite delightful and authentic. I enjoy it immensely." Xia Chen sighed, observing Xia Chen's calm demeanor, contrasting with his own impatience. He sensed that his master seemed indifferent toward the renowned second princess, showing no eagerness. Yet, Xia Chen treated everyone with politeness, even beggars in the city, exhibiting a warm and refined demeanor. "Let's be on our way," Xia Chen finally declared after finishing his soup. He beckoned Xia Chen to follow. "How much do I owe you?" he inquired of the proprietor. "Nothing, young master." The owner, bowing slightly, smiled broadly. Though he did not recognize Xia Chen, the young man's striking appearance and demeanor suggested he was of noble lineage. Thus, the owner dared not accept payment for his humble establishment. "Here, take this. My master always pays for his meals." Xia Chen promptly produced a piece of silver from his pocket and placed it on the table, leaving the owner in awe. "Who is this young master? I have never encountered someone so considerate." The old man murmured to himself, lost in thought, unaware that this young man was none other than the illustrious Xia Chen, recently the subject of much discussion throughout the capital. At the residence of Princess Yawang, an array of carriages and sedan chairs filled the entrance, bustling with scholars in traditional robes and elegantly dressed young gentlemen presenting their invitations, entering with smiles. "Look, that woman is stunning. I have never seen such beauty," someone exclaimed. "Which family does she hail from? Her grace is unmatched. That lady in purple is of great significance. She is the princess's personal maid." "Really? Just a maid?" "She's more beautiful and graceful than the daughters of many noble families, truly befitting someone of the princess's inner circle." As the crowd gathered outside the princess's residence, they noticed a striking figure in purple waiting with an air of distinction, prompting murmurs among the onlookers. Some bold young men attempted to approach her, only to be met with her icy dismissal. Is this young lady waiting for someone special? Who could be so important as to warrant such attention from her? Speculated one. Could it be that Princess Pingyang is arriving today? Or perhaps the crown prince or the third prince? Only a select few could command such attention from Princess Yawang, who dispatched her personal maid to await at the entrance. The crowd murmured softly, and suddenly, the ever-composed Miss Thiu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Following her gaze, the onlookers beheld a gentleman approaching. He possessed brows that resembled ink paintings, elegantly sweeping towards his temples, with long, deep-set eyes that shimmered like stars amidst the darkness, as if concealing boundless emotion and wisdom. His complexion was as fair as snow, and his visage was akin to a jade crown. Cloaked in a green robe, he stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an aura of refined grace with every gesture, as though he were an ethereal being gracing the mortal realm, captivating all who beheld him. Upon seeing the meticulously groomed Xia Chen, Ziyue's eyes brightened, and she found herself unable to look away. The crowd cast envious glances at Xia Chen, silently lamenting, "Brother, How can you be so handsome? What are we to do?" They exchanged glances, instantly feeling overwhelmed, as though they had already lost the competition before it had even begun. They too had made considerable efforts in their appearance, yet the disparity between them was striking. Their hearts ached as they watched the object of their admiration. Missing boldly approached this gentleman. "I have met the royal consort." Chapter 53. The Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. At the entrance of the princess's residence, all present were utterly astonished by the scene before them. The goddess they revered, Lady Xia, was displaying such demeanor before this man. Wasn't it just a matter of being somewhat handsome? They were all strapping young men, with height and appearance. Well, they might lack a bit in looks, but they were still men. Everyone had come to participate in the literary gathering. Why should he receive such preferential treatment? The crowd, filled with indignation, felt an undeniable sense of injustice. "Why are you standing at the entrance?" Xia Chen inquired, glancing at Xia, somewhat perplexed. "I am here specifically to welcome the esteemed son-in-law." Xia replied respectfully, standing beside Xia Chen. Today, Xia Chen indeed appeared much more distinguished than on that day, when he wore the lantern-bearer uniform in the carriage. On that day, he exuded a certain rebellious charm, brimming with an ostentatious flair. Yet today, clad in splendid attire, he radiated an aura of a noble gentleman, opulent yet remarkably restrained. Upon hearing Xia's response, Xia Chen cast her a sidelong glance, then surveyed the gathering of scholars and young lords at the entrance, all eyes trained on him. He preferred not to engage in further conversation at the entrance. Xia Chen suspected that if it were not for being beneath the emperor's gaze, the envious crowd, their eyes ablaze with jealousy, might have charged at him. He pondered whether he should summon the imperial guards or the lantern-bearers for protection should the situation escalate. The perils of human jealousy were formidable. With that thought, Xia Chen gave Xia a subtle nod. "Shall we proceed inside?" Xia led Xia Chen and Xia Qian past the throng blocking the entrance of the princess's residence. It was only after Xia Chen's figure had disappeared from sight that the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. "Who on earth is that person?" Lady Xia personally welcomed him. "Such prominence. Why is he so handsome? With his arrival, will there still be room for us?" "What's there to fear? This gathering is about literary prowess, not looks. I see him as nothing more than a pretty face, a hollow shell." A disdainful young man clad in brocade spoke, looking down upon those who relied on their looks, unlike himself, who relied on his family name. To attend a literary gathering looking so dashing? Surely his intentions lie elsewhere, perhaps seeking the favor of Princess Yaowang. He clearly aims to live off her. He scoffed, "Though I may not be as handsome as he, I take pride in never relying on others." As Yang Wei contemplated this, he straightened his posture, filled with self-importance. But soon enough his confidence wavered. It seems I need to rest well. Maintaining such rigidity can be quite exhausting." With a smile plastered on his face, he unfurled the folding fan in his hand, just as he was about to display his noble demeanor, when he overheard a whisper nearby. "Shoo, keep it down. Do you know who that person was?" "Who else could it be? Obviously a pretty boy, here seeking patronage. Ugh, I disdain such people." Before the speaker could finish, Yang Wei interjected with a loud voice. The speaker's face paled at Yang Wei's words, and he anxiously scanned the surroundings before hastily covering Yang Wei's mouth. "Brother Wei, you mustn't speak so carelessly. That man is of significant standing. Be cautious, lest his associates overhear. Who could provoke such anxiety? Surely, he isn't a prince?" a curious companion inquired, while others expressed dissatisfaction at the mysterious nature of the conversation. "That man is Xia Chen, the legitimate son of the Duke of An'an, and the son-in-law of Princess Yaowang. Just yesterday, his affairs were the talk of the town. I heard he moved out from the Duke of Jindong's residence." "What? He is Xia Chen?" No wonder Lady Xia came out to greet him. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, realization dawning upon them. Here, at the princess's residence. Although the couple had yet to wed, the engagement was sanctioned by the emperor, and the impending marriage was a foregone conclusion. Thus, Xia Chen was in essence half a master of this place. "Lower your voices. Do you know that Xia Chen currently oversees the Eagle Eye Division, one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers? Each division has distinct powers and jurisdictions, and the Eagle Eye division primarily governs the capital. Today's literary gathering has attracted a majority of the scholars and young lords in the city, and it is certain that personnel from the Eagle Eye division have infiltrated the event. It is possible that every word we utter is being recorded. Wu Bai glanced around, his tone filled with caution, fearful of being overheard. The crowd's expressions shifted once more, particularly Yang Wei, whose anxiety escalated. The lantern-bearers had a notorious reputation for their relentless pursuit of those who crossed them. The young scions of noble families dreaded them most. "Brother Wei, are you all right? Why does your posture seem so weak? You need to stand firm." As the crowd's demeanor fluctuated, Yang Wei suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes rolling back as he staggered, collapsing to the ground. I can't take it anymore. I'm feeling lightheaded. I fear I may not be able to attend this literary gathering. I must return to rest." Panic-stricken, Yang Wei recalled that he had spoken ill of Xia Chen, and he had done so loudly. Would Xia Chen send the lantern-bearers to confront him? Quickly, help Brother Wei back. "Brother Wei, I heard goji berries can alleviate dizziness. I have a recipe that uses goji berries as the main ingredient. It worked wonders for me last time. After the gathering, I shall personally deliver it to you." One of his companions patted his chest, promising with a beaming smile. The entrance erupted into chaos as Xia Chen had already stepped into the inner sanctum of the princess's residence. "Is this not the venue for the literary gathering?" Xia Chen asked Ziyue while following her along a winding path adorned with exceptional scenery, taking in the sights. "It leads to the inner courtyard. I believe it may not be appropriate for me to enter the inner courtyard," Xia Chen remarked, his gaze fixed on the vibrant fountain in the beautiful garden ahead. Speaking quite casually, "Your Highness is no outsider. Even if you enter the inner courtyard, no one would speak out of turn. With time still remaining before the gathering commences, you are family and naturally deserve a moment to rest." Ziyue paused, turning to face Xia Chen, her gaze sincere as she looked upon his handsome visage. Xia Chen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ziyue guided him through several courtyards until they arrived at a charming courtyard, steeped in historical elegance. Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion. The plaque above the courtyard bore 3 simple characters, devoid of any signature. Yet those 3 words emanated an extraordinary aura. Ziyue turned back to Xia Chen, pausing at the entrance as she gazed at the inscription, then broke into a gentle smile. These characters were penned by the princess herself. Even the Grand Tutor has praised her calligraphy. Xia Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the beauty of the script. However, his attention lingered not on the characters themselves, but rather on the words Heavenly Phoenix. Upon Princess Yaowang's ascension, she had adopted the era name Heavenly Phoenix. From the inscription, Xia Chen discerned that Yaowang harbored grand ambitions for the realm, aspirations that soared high. "Do you find anything amiss with these characters, Your Highness?" Ziyue, astute as ever, detected an unusual emotion in Xia Chen's expression. "The characters are indeed exquisite, yet the term Heavenly Phoenix might be a touch too ambitious. A phoenix is destined to soar through the skies, aspiring to reach greater heights. Such a display of ambition can come across as somewhat ostentatious." Xia Chen's tone remained calm and composed as he offered his observations. However, it was this very tranquility in his voice that caught Ziyue's attention, altering her gaze. The prince consort chuckled, remarking that it was merely an ordinary courtyard name. Ziyue smiled gracefully, swiftly concealing the peculiarity in her gaze. "Haha, I merely spoke without thought. But if I were to name it, I believe simplicity would suffice with just 2 characters." "Oh, does the prince consort have a better name?" Ziyue's gaze lingered on Xia Chen, who stood at the entrance, her sharp intellect momentarily unable to decipher whether his previous comment was casual or laden with meaning. The morning sunlight bathed Xia Chen, illuminating half of his exquisite visage, rendering him as if he were a deity, radiant and resplendent. "How about calling it Yao Qi?" Xia Chen suggested with a brilliant smile that exuded warmth, his demeanor as gentle as jade, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. After uttering these words, he stepped into the courtyard, no longer glancing at the plaque inscribed with the 3 characters of Tianfeng Pavilion. "Yao Qi?" Ziyue echoed at the doorway, her mind grappling with the significance of these 2 characters. Yet, she felt an aura of grandeur and sanctity surrounding them. as if they were imbued with great karma and significance. The more she repeated them, the more she sensed an elusive charm, though she could not quite grasp its essence. In this world, there were no Yao Qi or Queen Mother myths. Thus she was destined to remain oblivious to the depth of meaning these words held. When Xia regained her composure, she noticed Xia Chen had already opened the door and entered the hall. "Prince Consort, wait for me." They lifted her skirt and ran gracefully, her movements still remarkably elegant. Upon entering, she found Xia Chen already seated in the hall. "The Prince Consort has arrived. The princess is currently bathing and will require a moment. The imperial kitchen has prepared breakfast for both the princess and the prince consort, and it will be ready shortly." Xia guided Xia Chen into a dining area, her expression brightening with a smile. Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he was about to meet the future empress. Was she so eager? Would they share breakfast together? Had their relationship grown so intimate? To an outsider, one might think they were already an old married couple. Chapter 54. Princess Yaoguang Xia Chen sat quietly on a bench, enveloped in the warm, flickering light that danced between the ornately gilded beams. In the center of the hall, a long sandalwood table adorned with intricately embroidered satin cloth commanded attention. Surrounding him, emerald screens shimmered softly, creating a sanctuary from the clamor of the world outside. Alone, Xia Chen maintained a serene demeanor, akin to a fathomless, tranquil pond. Attendants stood silently nearby, pouring tea for him, yet he remained reticent, exuding an unusual tranquility. Yaoqi, in a modest boudoir deep within the courtyard, Princess Yaoguang sat before her vanity mirror, murmuring the name as she absorbed the detailed report from Xia. The copper-hued mirror reflected a face of stunning beauty, flawless in its allure. Standing behind her, picked up a wooden comb, her long, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. "I sense that the prince consort has ulterior motives. His peculiar attitude towards the term Tianfeng makes me feel as though there are no secrets between us, as if he sees right through me." Xia's brows knitted together, confusion etched upon her features. It appeared that this prince consort was more astute than they had anticipated. Having spent the past 17 years in concealment, nurturing his talents in quietude, Yaoguang, clad in a cool undergarment after her bath, radiated a tempting glow. Yet, why did the prince consort choose to hide his brilliance? Was his situation within the marquisate truly so dire that there were those who wished him ill, intent on snuffing out his potential before it could flourish? Xia furrowed her brow, her voice soft yet laced with tenderness, still perplexed. 14 years ago, Marquis Anong had gone to the eastern wilderness battlefield and fathered his second son, rumored to be a prodigious talent, Xia Hao. Both the Marquis and his wife doted on this child, neglecting Xia Chen, the legitimate eldest son. Yet, as the firstborn, Xia Chen's identity ensured that the Marquisate would ultimately be passed down to him. Yaoguang's voice carried a mature authority, imbued with wisdom. Her visage resembled blooming peach blossoms in spring, with delicate, rosy cheeks and skin as smooth as jade. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, shimmering with a captivating allure, enchanting all who beheld her. Standing behind her, gazed at the reflection she had seen countless times, momentarily lost in admiration. Finally, she gathered her thoughts and spoke. "Princess, you imply that Marquis Anong wishes to bequeath the title to his younger son, Xia Hao, while Xia Chen's existence serves as an impediment. Thus, the Marquis intends to harm the prince consort, yet even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Surely, after 14 years of separation, he would not act with such cruelty." The more Xia pondered, the colder her back felt. She envisioned Xia Chen's countenance, recalling his composed and confident smile, and her heart ached. What trials must he have endured to thrive in the Marquisate? No wonder he chose to sever ties with them and relocate. "I cannot discern the exact reasons. Perhaps I have misjudged." Yaoguang shook her head, a hint of perplexity lingering in her brow. She felt that the situation was not as simple as it appeared, as if she were ensnared in a web of misconceptions. What was he doing now? Suddenly, Yaoguang glanced at Xia's reflection in the mirror and shifted the topic. He sits there quietly, savoring his tea without a word or inquiry. Such patience. I have heard from Li Wenzhong that Xia Chen delights in military texts, possessing a calm demeanor and the bearing of a general. Today, it seems he truly embodies that. A smile graced Yao Guang's lips. Xia, what is your impression of Xia Chen? General Li holds him in high regard, and while rumors in the capital can be misleading, it is evident that General Li's loyalty to the princess precludes any deceit. I have met the prince consort twice, though I cannot ascertain his martial prowess. He is certainly no ordinary man. Xia pondered for a moment, continuing to style Yao Guang's hair. The silence in the room deepened, and after a while, Yao Guang nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps I could align myself with him. He may indeed become my future husband, and some matters are inescapably linked to him. In Yao Guang's expressive eyes, contemplation shimmered. By the way, we should refrain from contacting General Li Wenzhong moving forward. He has been promoted to the Grand General of the Dragon Guard, and his status has changed significantly. My father harbors deep-seated suspicions and will undoubtedly assign someone to monitor General Li's interactions with others. We must tread carefully. Yes, Your Highness. I will limit our correspondence unless a significant matter arises that necessitates General Li's involvement. Otherwise, we shall not employ him as a hidden card. Xia's expression turned serious, well aware of the stakes involved. Bring me my phoenix jade hairpin. I shall wear it today, Yao Guang declared suddenly, gazing at her exquisite reflection. Did you not say that the hairpin is overly ostentatious and that you should be more understated? Xia replied, surprised. This hairpin was a gift from the current emperor, renowned throughout the Dao dynasty. It was crafted from a rare crimson jade, resembling blood from a phoenix, and was meticulously sculpted by the finest jade artisans and celestial masters of the era. The first owner of this phoenix jade pin was the Empress of the Wuzong Emperor, and had been passed down through the royal family for 6 centuries. When Princess Yao Guang turned 16, Emperor Wen gifted it to her, yet she had worn it only once until now. I possess no other adornments of note. This hairpin is fitting for embellishment. Xia smiled, choosing not to press further, and rose to fetch the pin. She understood the princess well. Her natural beauty compelled her to suppress her brilliance since the age of 15, allowing other young ladies and noble women some measure of opportunity. Nevertheless, the princess's collection of accessories remained ample, and her decision to wear the phoenix jade pin today indicated its significance. With delicate hands, Xia retrieved a jade box, unveiling the hairpin. Its vibrant crimson hue glowed, exquisitely carved to reveal the intricate feathers of a phoenix, as though it could take flight at any moment, infused with vitality. Once adorned with the hairpin, the princess's aura transformed entirely. This literary gathering will attract many talented individuals. It warrants attention, Yao Guang remarked, surveying her reflection, seemingly addressing Xia while also explaining herself. It appears as if it were specifically worn for the prince consort. Xia teased, her playful banter reflecting their close friendship, free of pretense. Hearing this, Yao Guang's cheeks flushed slightly, though she quickly masked her embarrassment, restoring her calm demeanor. Nonsense. You should hurry to check on Xia Chen. We've kept him waiting long enough. I shall join you shortly. With a gentle push, Yao Guang urged Xia toward the door. A smile danced in Xia's eyes as she slowly exited the room. Chapter 55. The first meeting with the Empress Xia Chen remained composed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Empress. Eventually, he beheld Xia gracefully adorned in flowing violet garments. Your Highness, I apologize for the wait. The princess will arrive shortly. Xia curtsied and approached Xia Chen, her crimson lips parting as she spoke. I'm fine. Xia Chen shook his head, his gaze unwaveringly calm. Xia could not discern whether Xia Chen was genuinely unperturbed or merely concealing his irritation, particularly since he had waited for 3 cups of tea. Having just finished her ablutions, Xia had taken extra time to prepare for her meeting with Xia Chen, and she felt compelled to offer an explanation to avoid any misunderstanding. Xia Chen smiled slightly, reassuring her that her concerns were unwarranted. He was in no rush, and a little more waiting would pose no issue. He cared little for such trifles, whether it was a matter of someone attempting to assert dominance or simply taking time to adorn themselves. However, a lingering shadow haunted him since his entry into the princess's residence. Although he appeared serene, he remained vigilant and cautious. From the tales of his former life, he knew the second princess concealed her true nature to a chilling extent. The crown prince and the third prince had clashed violently, culminating in the latter's desperate rebellion during the door seizing incident. He had been pushed to the brink. In contrast, the second princess had remained in the shadows, only emerging at the last moment to quell the chaos with swift, precise, and ruthless action. Xia Chen found the second princess's unpredictability unsettling, particularly since, despite the near extermination of the royal bloodline during the upheaval, the presence of the eighth prince, who also possessed a claim to the throne, remained. Convention dictated that a member of the royal family should be selected to restore order. Yet, both the civil officials and the military aristocracy chose to support the second princess's ascension, which was indeed alarming. It suggested that she had already ensnared their loyalty, deftly manipulating the entire realm. Now, confronted with such a formidable individual as his betrothed, Xia Chen could not help but remain on high alert. Despite being somewhat of a player in this world, with advantages to his name, he never underestimated the inhabitants of this realm. Countless players in his past had paid with their lives for underestimating the locals. More troubling for Xia Chen was the unresolved mystery of his demise during the door-seizing incident. Was his death truly an accident? Or had the second princess inadvertently ended his life during the conflict? Lost in thought, Xia Chen heard Ziyue's voice calling to him. Turning towards the side hall, he saw a woman emerge, breathtakingly beautiful, leaving him momentarily dazed. This woman was indeed the most exquisite he had ever encountered. Following her was a delightful girl, Li Wei, brimming with vitality. "Your Highness." Xia Chen quickly regained his composure and respectfully bowed. Regardless of his speculations, he understood that the performance had to be flawless. Yao Guang scrutinized the young man before her, her enchanting eyes revealing a flicker of emotion. He was undeniably the most distinguished individual she had ever met, his appearance impeccable. "You need not be overly formal. Rise," she instructed in a calm voice, a subtle smile gracing her lips, unnoticed by herself. Li Wei stood behind Yao Guang, casting curious glances at Xia Chen. Noticing her gaze, he nodded in acknowledgement before turning his attention back. "Please, take a seat," Yao Guang gestured, inviting him to sit across from her. At once, maidservants entered, presenting an array of exquisitely crafted delicacies, each portion small yet artfully arranged, a feast for the senses. "Are you hungry?" Yao Guang inquired, observing the handsome youth before her. "Not particularly," Xia Chen replied, nodding placidly. Silence enveloped the room as Yao Guang lowered her gaze to the table, contemplating the dishes being served. She wished to break the tension with conversation, but found herself at a loss for words. Known for her eloquence, today, however, she felt unusually tongue-tied in the presence of this man who was her fiancé, yet differed from her expectations. According to reports, Xia Chen was gentle and courteous, exuding an air of nobility, always smiling warmly at others. Yet, upon meeting him, she found him polite but somewhat distant, even cold. This discrepancy puzzled her, leading her to wonder if the information she received had been inaccurate. They sat together at the dining table in silence, and Ziyue furrowed her brow. The prince was neither shy nor lacking in social grace, and his demeanor did not suggest nervousness. Why, then, was he so aloof? She had heard tales of his literary prowess, even praised by the emperor himself. Had he prepared for today, as gathering? As Yao Guang's advisor, Ziyue recognized the necessity of dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. The princess and the prince should spark an immediate connection during their first encounter, yet their silence was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Indeed, Ziyue's words shattered the tension. "I am but a warrior, here today to witness the brilliance of the youth of our great Wu." Xia Chen responded with a smile. Realizing his earlier misstep, he had allowed his preconceived notions and suspicions about the second princess to cloud his judgment, leading him to adopt a defensive stance. Yet, nothing had transpired as of now. He had only recently become engaged to her. As for his younger brother, the future pillar of the Wu kingdom, Prince Xia Hao was merely 13 years old. Xia Chen had heard whispers regarding his brother's rumored connection with the Empress. However, he believed their relationship was likely amicable, and the notion of mutual affections was likely a fabrication, a remnant of the remnants of the fallen nations of Qing and Dafeng. The Empress had ruled for decades, her power unchallenged, Had there truly been any romantic entanglement, they would have undoubtedly been open about it long ago. Furthermore, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Empress had mysteriously vanished during its early days. Rumors suggested that Prince Xia Hao had been involved, but such claims were not baseless. As the subsequent fragmentation of the Wu dynasty disproportionately benefited him, Xia Chen recognized the danger of drawing conclusions based solely on outcomes, which could lead to a flawed understanding of the underlying causes. He resolved to immerse himself in the present, experiencing it fully, unperturbed by past uncertainties. Whatever the ultimate outcome, he would strive earnestly, undeterred by the challenges ahead. With this thought in mind, Xia Chen graced Yao Guang with a radiant smile. Chapter 56. Phoenix Claws. The atmosphere in the room eased considerably. Yao Guang and Ziyue were perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Xia Chen's demeanor. It was their first encounter with the princess's regal presence, naturally causing a degree of tension. Sensing their thoughts, Xia Chen smiled and offered an explanation, indicating that he was no longer anxious. Yao Guang's rosy lips parted slightly, and she was momentarily taken aback by her own admission of feeling like a naive girl. Upon first meeting the princess, she perceived her as a phoenix descending from the heavens, radiating brilliance and exuding an overwhelming authority, which inevitably filled her heart with trepidation. However, after taking a seat and clearly seeing the princess's extraordinary beauty, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Xia Chen, with his striking appearance, sat opposite Yao Guang at a close distance, his gaze warm yet not fervent, maintaining an impeccable sense of propriety. Initially, Yao Guang held his gaze, but now she averted her eyes slightly, feeling a strange discomfort she had never experienced before. "My princess is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world," Li Wei suddenly interjected, gazing earnestly at Xia Chen. "Though my princess is indeed the most beautiful, claiming she dominates the world is somewhat exaggerated." Ziyue chimed in, laughing. She had a sense that Xia Chen's earlier remark about overwhelming authority was not merely flattery. With aspirations akin to a soaring swan, he could potentially reach great heights in the future. Xia Chen picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of phoenix claw, savoring it with a smile. His words were casual, as if engaged in mere banter. Yet, sitting across from him, Yao Guang's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on Xia Chen as he enjoyed his breakfast. A brief silence enveloped the room, broken only by the elegant sounds of Xia Chen's eating. As a woman, no matter how grand her ambitions, what did it matter? Suddenly, Yao Guang smiled, illuminating the entire room like a blooming spring flower under the bright sun, captivatingly beautiful. Yao Guang found herself genuinely intrigued by the man before her. If she continued to believe he was merely speaking lightly, it would be a grave folly indeed. Was Yao Guang foolish? Certainly not. In fact, she was exceedingly astute. Xia Chen believed there were few in the entire Wu dynasty who could rival her intelligence. Thus, she was convinced that her fiancé understood her profoundly, even grasping certain aspects of her essence. Yet, this realization also stirred a potent sense of insecurity within her, as if he could see right through her, leaving her exposed and vulnerable in his presence. Moreover, the more critical issue was that she hardly knew this fiancé of hers. Many of the previous pieces of information did not align, rendering him somewhat enigmatic, shrouded in a fog that prevented her from discerning his true nature. "Do you enjoy eating phoenix claws?" In that fleeting moment, Yao Guang's thoughts raced, but she quickly regained her composure, returning to her natural demeanor. She chose not to dwell on his question, but instead shifted the topic. "The phoenix claws are delicious and juicy, particularly those from the princess's palace, which possess a unique flavor." Prior to arriving, Xia Chen had already consumed a bowl of lamb soup, leaving him moderately satiated. Nevertheless, he genuinely found the phoenix claws delightful. In the delicate dish before him, there were only 3 claws, and he had already devoured 2. Yao Guang observed him in silence, sensing an underlying ambiguity in Xia Chen's words. "I heard that the son of Minister Wen will be attending the literary gathering today. Recently, rumors in the capital have suggested that the prince consort is exceptionally talented, perhaps even surpassing Minister Lin. It seems that Minister Lin's son may try to make things difficult for the prince consort." Ziyue felt compelled to introduce another topic. internally sighing as she found herself acting as a lubricant between the two. The rumors circulating in the streets are merely gossip, with Minister Lin's son attending. It will be a good opportunity to witness whether he possesses his father's charisma. Xia Chen was indifferent, focusing intently on the delectable dishes before him. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Who else will be attending the literary gathering today?" In response, "Your Highness, some sons of high-ranking officials will be present, along with several talented youths from the National Academy and renowned scholars from the White Deer Academy, as well as Master Tianhai from the Heavenly Dragon Temple. It is likely that the Heavenly Master's residence will also send someone." As Ziyue enumerated the names, Xia Chen couldn't help but cast her glance. His initial disinterest was now piqued. It was not surprising that the sons of officials and students from the National Academy and White Deer Academy would be present. However, the fact that esteemed scholars from the White Deer Academy were also attending signified that the literary gathering would be of considerable stature. Most notably, the participation of the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Heavenly Master's residence was quite unusual. The head monk Long Shu from the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Grand Master from the Heavenly Master's residence were among the foremost powers of the realm, revered as land deities due to their formidable prowess. Each possessed unfathomable strength. Both the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Heavenly Master's residence resided within the capital. Yet both entities maintained a transcendent status, detached from worldly affairs. Xia Chen regarded Yao Guang with a profound gaze, realizing that the ability to attract both of these esteemed institutions to the gathering was truly remarkable. "Why have you stopped eating?" Li Wei, who had just been about to summon a maid to bring more phoenix claws, noticed that Xia Chen had set down his chopsticks and inquired with curiosity. "This phoenix claw is so delectable that I fear becoming addicted. It would be quite distressing if I couldn't indulge in it daily." Xia Chen laughed, making a jest. "Is that so?" Li Wei responded, her innocence shining through. "If you enjoy it, you may come often." Suddenly, Yao Guang fixed her beautiful eyes on Xia Chen and uttered a surprising statement. Xia Chen looked at her in astonishment. "Come often? Shouldn't I just move into the princess's palace?" He thought, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. "We have yet to be wed. Frequent visits to the princess's palace may invite unwelcome gossip." After a moment's hesitation, Xia Chen spoke. "Are you concerned about what others might say?" Yao Guang met his gaze directly, unwavering and resolute. Chapter 57. The Heroes of the World. In the room, both Ziyue and Li Wei gazed at Yao Guang in astonishment, not expecting the princess to be so forthright. Indeed, as soon as Yao Guang uttered those words, she felt a twinge of regret, realizing the ambiguity they conveyed. They were not yet wed, and her remarks seemed akin to an overt invitation for Xia Chen to visit her home. Whether intentional or not, such words were easily misinterpreted. With this thought, Yao Guang discreetly glanced at Xia Chen, only to find him maintaining a serene expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips, seemingly oblivious to any misinterpretation. "If the princess is untroubled, I too shall remain at ease." Xia Chen beamed, exuding confidence. Thereafter, both chose not to dwell further on the topic. Yao Guang savored her breakfast slowly, her delicate movements exuding elegance, even evoking a sense of delight in Xia Chen. However, she felt somewhat unsettled under Xia Chen's gaze. As this was her first experience of being scrutinized while dining, a peculiar sensation that hastened her pace, though her grace remained intact. Thus, the breakfast concluded without much incident. Xia Chen urged himself to remain composed, reminding himself not to overthink, treating the gathering as a unique form of courtship. As Yao Guang finished her meal and dabbed her vibrant lips with a silk handkerchief, he spoke, expressing interest in visiting the Wenhui event first. After a brief contemplation, Yao Guang responded coolly, "It is time. Let's go together." Rising, she moved forward, leaving Xia Chen momentarily puzzled by her intentions. This grand Wenhui event had not occurred in the capital for the past 5 years. It was evident that Princess Yao Guang invested considerable time and energy into organizing it, hinting at an ulterior motive to attract distinguished individuals and gather talented aides. Xia Chen understood this well. He realized that accompanying her could influence her efforts to cultivate an image of an independent and powerful woman. Hence, he tactfully suggested proceeding ahead. Unexpectedly, Yao Guang showed no hesitation regarding their relationship, and their joint appearance undoubtedly conveyed a message to the outside world, perhaps that their relationship was flourishing, and both were content with the impending union. These reflections flitted through Xia Chen's mind as he caught up with Yao Guang, walking alongside her toward the outer courtyard. If she was unbothered, why should he be? He had no clandestine affairs to hide. As they walked, he inquired about the attendees from the Bailu Academy and the Tianshi Mansion. Ziyue informed him that the esteemed scholar Lu Tong from the Bailu Academy had descended the mountain with his disciples and arrived in the capital days prior. Meanwhile, the Tianshi Mansion was expected to be represented by Taoist Zunzenzi. Xia Chen nodded, his understanding deepening, for he had researched notable figures of the Dao Wu realm since arriving. The Bailu Academy was renowned for its rich heritage, over a millennium old, and Lu Tong was a figure of legend. After years of arduous study, he passed the imperial examination at 20, only to later advise Emperor when to allow the populace to recuperate and avoid war, following tumultuous conflicts that had strained the country. His candid counsel earned him the Emperor's ire, resulting in Lu Tong resigning from his official position to devote himself to scholarly pursuits at the Bailu Academy, ultimately becoming a distinguished sage at 45. Now, 20 years had lapsed since Lu Tong's departure from the capital, and the political landscape had irrevocably transformed. Had he aligned himself with Yao Guang during this Wenhui, or was his arrival orchestrated by her? Xia Chen was familiar with Lu Tong from a previous life, where he ascended to the cabinet during the reign of the Empress, implementing policies that revitalized the economy and laid the groundwork for Dao Wu's military exploits. Similarly, the Master Tianhai from the Tianlong Temple held considerable renown as a skilled orator and adept in Buddhist doctrine. Although born within the temple, he embraced teachings from Confucianism and Taoism, often engaging with Emperor when in philosophical discussions. As for Taoist Zunzenzi from the Tianshi Mansion, he was among the most notable disciples of the second generation, though less renowned than the former two. Xia Chen, however, did not underestimate him, recognizing his wisdom and latent potential. Zunzenzi had thrived into the era of spiritual awakening, pioneering a new path for Taoism. This seemingly modest Wenhui concealed a wealth of talent, with numerous future luminaries poised to grace the historical stage. Xia Chen felt a surge of urgency. He had nearly overlooked the significance of this event. Grateful he had not missed it, he pondered whether the two young scholars from the Bailu Academy and the Guozijian had arrived, estimating their ages to be just over 20. Images of future events danced in his mind, recalling the dazzling rise of Confucianism during the era of unification, where it overshadowed both Buddhism and Taoism. Among the most illustrious figures were two scholars, Su Xingqian and Feng Zhiru, both from the Guozijian and Bailu Academy, respectively. One attained the position of the youngest prime minister at 29, while the other broke records by entering the second rank of Confucianism and Taoism at 31. The two, famed for their exceptional talents and backgrounds, had received the Empress's favor and were likely to be courted by Yao Guang at this Wenhui. As the pair traversed a narrow path, Xia Chen's thoughts meandered far beyond, navigating the river of time to discern the most advantageous route for himself. Soon, they traversed through numerous courtyards and arrived at the main hall, where a lively crowd had gathered. Many had already taken their seats, and upon noticing the footsteps, their collective gaze turned toward them, revealing the incomparable beauty of Yao Guang alongside Xia Chen. Chapter 58. He, my fiancé. The once bustling hall fell abruptly into silence. All eyes were fixed upon Yao Guang, who radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Yet, even her luminescence could not entirely eclipse the radiance of the man standing beside her. He towered tall and upright, akin to a majestic pine, adorned in impeccably tailored garments that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist to perfection. His visage appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, with sharp brows arching elegantly into his temples and deep, expressive eyes that seemed to harbor countless stars. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips formed a graceful line, exuding an innate nobility. Standing there with a gentle smile gracing his lips, he resembled the sun breaking through winter's ice, warm and captivating. His demeanor was ethereal, as though he had stepped from the realms of poetry and art. exuding an aura that commanded attention without the slightest effort. The gathering had encountered the princess. Everyone bowed in unison, yet their peripheral glances were drawn to Xia Chen, brimming with curiosity. Who was this striking figure, standing beside the princess? Did he belong to the royal lineage? With the current monarch's offspring being few, merely 4 princes and 3 princesses, many had yet to lay eyes on a prince, leading to rampant speculation. The pair appeared remarkably well-matched, akin to celestial beings, perfectly balanced in their radiance. Unbeknownst to them, thoughts stirred within the crowd. How could such an exquisite man exist in the capital? And why had I been unaware until now? As myriad thoughts circulated, Yao Guang's cool voice broke through the reverie. Please rise. Today's literary gathering requires no formalities. With a subtle lift of her hand, she commanded the room's attention. Xia Chen quietly assessed the scene before him. The spacious front hall and courtyard could comfortably accommodate hundreds without feeling crowded. On the opposite side of the hall, a middle-aged eunuch orchestrated the proceedings, while beautiful maidens and eunuchs deftly served platters of fruit and beverages, efficiently arranging the setting. That is eunuch's son, our princess's steward. He is quite adept at managing affairs. Ziyue remarked softly, noticing Xia Chen's gaze. He nodded in acknowledgement, aware that while the princess's court was still in its formative stages, some talents had already been gathered under Yao Guang's auspices. As Xia Chen scanned the crowd for a familiar face, a distinguished man in his 40s, accompanied by 3 scholars clad in scholars' robes, approached. Master Lu, no need for such formalities. Yao Guang promptly urged the middle-aged man to rise and take a seat. At that moment, Yao Guang and Xia Chen found themselves in a side chamber, allowing them to observe the entire literary gathering while maintaining a degree of privacy. Xia Chen scrutinized the modestly dressed middle-aged man and instantly recognized him as Lu Tong, a renowned scholar from the White Deer Academy. It seemed Yao Guang had already established a connection with this esteemed figure, and his arrival in the capital was likely orchestrated by her. I believe the princess summoned me to the capital for more than just a literary gathering. Lu Tong's voice resonated. Indeed, the current political landscape has shifted. Master Lu possesses extraordinary talent. Merely teaching would be a waste of such gifts. Furthermore, your understanding of Confucian principles has reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, Yao Guang replied, her demeanor exuding the essence of an emerging empress. After all, I had resigned in anger years ago, and the emperor was displeased. Lu Tong pondered aloud, revealing his apprehensions. Following his retreat to the White Deer Academy, he had vowed never to return to court. However, having reached a profound understanding of his aspirations, he no longer shunned the prospect of serving in government. Master Lu is indeed exceptionally gifted, though my father was displeased in the past. He is a man of great magnanimity and would not hold a grudge over such matters, Yao Guang assured confidently. 20 years had passed. The events of the past were long behind them. Lu Tong nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. After 2 decades in seclusion, returning to serve as a 3rd-rank official would place him at the heart of the Great Wu dynasty's power structure. He understood that if not for Princess Yao Guang's recommendation, this position would have been elusive, regardless of his illustrious reputation. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. 20 years prior, he had been merely a 5th-rank official, and now he was on the brink of becoming a 3rd-rank minister. The 3 young scholars accompanying Lu Tong exchanged glances filled with delight. Their mentor's rise to prominence would undoubtedly benefit them in their future endeavors. Lu Tong and Yao Guang continued their conversation openly, with no desire to conceal Xia Chen's presence, indicative of the purity of their current relationship. May I inquire who this young gentleman is? Lu Tong finally asked, unable to suppress his curiosity, having noted Xia Chen's striking presence since his entrance. This is Xia Chen, my fiancé, Yao Guang stated plainly, her tone direct and unembellished. Ah, the prince consort. Lu Tong was taken aback, having been out of touch with court affairs for years. In his brief time in the capital, he had heard the name Xia Chen repeatedly, an emerging talent, the legitimate son of the Duke of East Town, and the one who had recently unraveled the national military defense conspiracy. Xia Chen's accomplishments had propelled him to prominence. Assuming the role of the head of the Lantern Keepers and overseeing the Eagle Eye Division, Rumors suggested that the emperor intended for Xia Chen to eventually lead the Lantern Keepers, given that he was an outsider. The emperor was wary of placing trust in those outside the family. If the rumors held any truth, Xia Chen could become the most powerful outsider in the past 6 centuries of the Great Wu dynasty. Regardless of the veracity of these rumors, Xia Chen's youth promised an extraordinary future, especially as he belonged to the esteemed Xia family. The 3 disciples behind Lu Tong gazed at Xia Chen with envy, tinged with admiration, fully aware that they could not harbor any feelings of jealousy. People truly lived different destinies. In their early 20s, they were merely at the level of candidates, while Xia Chen, at 17, had already attained a 4th-rank official position. Moreover, he led one of the most feared divisions within the government, wielding authority far exceeding that of a typical 4th-rank official. Chapter 59. The teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. Not only that, but in recent days, Lu Tong had heard numerous rumors regarding Xia Chen in the capital. Although Lu Tong was not one to indulge in gossip, the incessant chatter in the city piqued his curiosity. For instance, the young noble had received accolades from the emperor, who exclaimed that his son-in-law's intellect surpassed that of the prime minister, Lin Hanpu, and his literary talents rivaled those of the greatest Confucian scholars. Furthermore, this young noble had fallen out with the Xia family, becoming the first direct descendant in nearly a century to move out. These whispers intrigued Lu Tong, who was taken aback to find that the person before him was indeed Xia Chen. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Tong rose to pay his respects, his 3 disciples swiftly following suit, recognizing that despite Xia Chen's youth, he had already attained a level comparable to their esteemed teacher. More intriguingly, they sensed an intangible aura emanating from Xia Chen that seemed to influence them, instilling a sense of admiration rather than jealousy, prompting an inexplicable desire to draw closer to him, a phenomenon they themselves failed to comprehend. Such humility from the esteemed scholar. Xia Chen responded with a gentle smile, rising in kind. His demeanor was not haughty. Rather, it was imbued with grace and courtesy, evoking goodwill. Upon hearing the noble articulate the principles of governance and familial relations, Lu Tong recognized that this youth had indeed studied Confucianism, for such sentiments echoed the essence of Confucian teachings. After exchanging a few words, Lu Tong's curiosity led him to inquire further. What intrigued him most was this very aspect. "Somewhat familiar," Xia Chen replied, exhibiting modesty. This seemingly simple assertion encapsulated the profound relationship between Confucianism and statecraft, reflecting the lofty ideals of the Confucian tradition. Lu Tong, smiling in admiration, noted the astonishment of his 3 disciples, who realized that their teacher, one of the 5 great Confucians of the Donghou dynasty, held Xia Chen in such high regard. It is merely a moment of inspiration. In the face of such commendation, Xia Chen maintained his humble demeanor. The young noble's character was commendable, explaining why he garnered the emperor's favor. Lu Tong mused, recalling his own youth spent in relentless study. Observing the young man, whose demeanor was as polished as jade, Lu Tong felt a pang of nostalgia, contemplating the passage of time and his own advancing age. Should you continue to cultivate your thoughts and refine the ideals within your words, you may indeed etch a glorious chapter in the annals of history. Lu Tong understood the significance of such ideas for the consolidation of imperial power. He believed that if these insights truly stemmed from Xia Chen's contemplation, then this young man was a seed of scholarly promise. Though slightly advanced in age, if he devoted himself to Confucian study, he might one day emerge as a sage of the Confucian school. Xia Chen smiled and shook his head. "I seek not fame for myself, but rather aspire to benefit the common people and ensure their happiness. Therefore, I yearn to fight on the battlefield and defend my homeland." Yao Guang had been quietly listening, refraining from interjecting until she heard Xia Chen's words, which compelled her to regard him with increased interest. What a pity. Lu Tong shook his head, genuinely feeling a sense of regret. Had Xia Chen been under his tutelage from a young age, he might have achieved remarkable success. Yet, Lu Tong recognized that, given Xia Chen's current standing, he could no longer claim the position of teacher. "Is there a student among those you brought from the Bailu Academy, named Feng Jiru?" Xia Chen, wishing to steer the conversation toward a specific inquiry. Sought to ascertain Feng Jiru's presence. To my disappointment, Feng Jiru did not accompany me to the capital, Lu Tong replied, shaking his head. I have merely heard his name mentioned in passing. Xia Chen smiled, appearing unconcerned. Who is this Feng Jiru? Yao Guang, perceptive as ever, noted Xia Chen's seemingly casual inquiry, which sparked her curiosity. She was eager to gather talents, having gone to great lengths to host this literary gathering. Feng Jiru is a scholar from the Bailu Academy, having entered the institution a decade ago and accepted as a disciple by the headmaster. Lu Tong responded to the princess's inquiry. To be chosen as a disciple by Master Qi must indicate exceptional talent, Yao Guang remarked, her interest piqued. The headmaster of the Bailu Academy was a revered figure in the Dawu dynasty, nearly attaining the status of a great Confucian sage. Xia Chen's mind conjured an image of the headmaster, Qi Jingfeng, known as the Master of No Rescue for his notable declaration upon reaching the third rank. A gentleman does not rescue. His words resonated throughout the realm, earning him widespread acclaim among scholars. However, Lu Tong grimaced as he continued. Regrettably, since Feng Jiru became Master Qi's disciple, he has exhibited nothing remarkable, remaining at the 8th rank of self-cultivation even now. I had hoped to bring him to the capital to experience its splendor and engage with the city's talented youth during this literary event, believing it might inspire him to break through to the 7th rank. Alas, he declined, stating he had yet to finish studying the library's collection and did not wish to leave the mountain. Lu Tong shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment. Feng Jiru, still considered a junior to him, had rejected his well-meaning offer. He genuinely believed that Master Qi had misjudged Feng Jiru. While his character was commendable, he lacked the innate talent for Confucian cultivation. Now, in his early 20s, rather than toiling away in the Bailu Academy, it would be wiser for Feng Jiru to come to the capital, pursue official titles, and perhaps achieve something noteworthy, rather than squander his youth. Feng Jiru wished to exhaust the Bailu Academy's vast collection. Even Yao Guang found Lu Tong's words astonishing. The Bailu Academy boasted a millennium of history, with its extensive library accumulating knowledge over generations, surpassing even the royal collections. Yet, Feng Jiru dared to dream of perusing it all. How could that be feasible? Yao Guang's interest in Feng Jiru waned, but she sensed that the matter might not be as simple as it appeared. Master Qi, having recognized Feng Jiru's potential enough to take him as a disciple, indicated that he might possess unique qualities. Xia Chen smiled slightly, choosing to remain silent. He harbored no belief that Feng Jiru was a mediocre talent. The results spoke for the process, and it was implausible for Master Qi to have erred in judgment. Xia Chen recalled hearing that Feng Jiru had indeed seemed unremarkable during his early years at the Bailu Academy, appearing somewhat ordinary. However, Feng Jiru was unique. He was indifferent to the ranks of Confucianism and had no desire for worldly pursuits, embodying a detachment that resembled Taoist principles. He spent his days immersed in books at the academy, and yet on a stormy night, he had a sudden breakthrough, achieving the 3rd rank and uttering words that astonished the world. Xia Chen felt compelled to visit the Bailu Academy soon, not necessarily to recruit Feng Jiru, but to at least familiarize himself with this promising individual. With everyone currently undervaluing him, it was an opportune moment to invest in this potential gem. With that thought, Xia Chen smiled. During the reign of the Dawu Emperor, the prevailing moral philosophy emphasized kindness and helping others. Yet Qi Jingfeng's contrarian views stirred a great uproar. In the 32nd year of the Daxian era, in September, Qi Jingfeng delivered a lecture at the Bailu Academy, attracting scholars from across the realm who sought to expel this supposed heretic from their midst. Standing before the gathered scholars at the Bailu Academy, Qi Jingfeng proclaimed, "A gentleman does not rescue. The reason a gentleman refrains from rescue is to uphold order and rules. A gentleman understands that the world operates on intricate mechanisms, governed by its own principles and consequences. A gentleman contemplates the benefit of the multitude. He is aware of the limitations of resources and understands the importance of prudent allocation on a macro scale. Should he engage in actions that contradict virtue or partake in excessive rescue efforts? He risks undermining the moral fabric of society. The gentleman refrains from intervening, as it is an exercise in self-preservation and self-discipline. He assesses his own capabilities and does not recklessly plunge into perilous situations to save others, lest he endanger himself. In the event of encountering a drowning individual, should he lack the skill of swimming, the gentleman does not impulsively leap into the water. Instead, he calls upon a specialist to effect the rescue. Moreover, the gentleman considers the mindset of the one in distress and the potential consequences of his aid. Overzealous assistance may lead to a dependency on others for survival. Thus, the gentleman abstains from rescuing, desiring instead that the individual gains insight, learns independence, and grows through adversity. For instance, when a friend faces minor setbacks, the gentleman does not hastily offer assistance, but rather encourages self-reflection and strategic thinking. This exemplifies the gentleman's principle of refraining from unwarranted rescue. In this manner, all scholars may falter, yet Qi Jingfeng gained renown throughout the realm, becoming a leading figure in the grand scholarly tradition of Confucianism. Chapter 60. The Scholar, the Monk, and the Taoist. In the side hall, Xia Chen, Lu Tong, and Yao Guang engaged in conversation, with Ziwei occasionally contributing insightful remarks that left Lu Tong quite astonished. He had not anticipated such intellect from a mere maidservant of the princess. As for Li Wei, she remained indifferent to the gathering, quietly enjoying the pastries laid out on the table. Meanwhile, in the main hall, news of Xia Chen's identity had already begun to circulate. When he made his entrance alongside Yao Guang, he captivated the audience instantly. Whispers spread throughout the crowd. What? That is Xia Chen, the betrothed of Her Highness the Princess? The astonishment was palpable. They had heard too many rumors about him over the past 2 days. A 17-year-old fourth-rank official. Such a feat was rare indeed in the annals of the Great Wu dynasty. With such a remarkable background, achieving such a high position at such a young age, and being promised to Princess Yao Guang, not to mention his striking good looks, how could they possibly compete? The young talents present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if a formidable rival had arrived. It was said that the renowned young master Jing Xian from the Four Great Beauties would also attend today. He hailed from the illustrious Shao family in Jiangnan, known for their literary gatherings. The Shao family is a lineage of scholars, rumored to possess royal blood from the previous dynasty. Someone remarked, their eyes gleaming. This was no idle gossip. The Shao family had often intermarried with the royal family in the past, with many empresses emerging from their lineage, and the matriarchs of the Shao family often being princesses themselves. However, after the rise of the Great Wu, the Shao family suffered greatly during the national calamity, retreating to Jiangnan, where the current royal family had not pursued their complete annihilation. Now, 8 centuries later, with the imperial Su family firmly in power, the Shao family was no longer a source of concern. The thought of the 2 most beautiful figures, Princess Yao Guang and Master Jing Xian, standing side by side was enough to elicit gasps of admiration. Goodness, my friend, be cautious with your words. This is the princess's residence, and young Master Xia is still present. We must not indulge in idle chatter. A sharp-eyed individual warned, swiftly distancing himself from the speaker, as if to assert his disassociation with such thoughts. Others nearby exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the comment, but one could not contain himself, saying, I had the fortune of encountering Master Jing Xian once. He is indeed striking and ethereal, but in terms of appearance and demeanor, he still falls short of Xia Chen. The crowd exchanged looks of disbelief. After all, Master Jing Xian was universally acknowledged as one of the 4 great beauties of the Great Wu. How could it be that Xia Chen surpassed him? They hesitated to retort, as the visage of Xia Chen lingered in their minds, leading to a contemplative silence. Such an unparalleled face and bearing. It truly was a daunting prospect. Anticipation grew from Master Jing Xian's arrival. Once the 2 appeared together, the truth would be evident. The little cabinet elder has arrived. A voice called out, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. It was Lin Zihan, the son of the Lin family, who was quite well known in the capital. At 25, He had already attained the rank of fifth-rank official and was currently serving in the cabinet, although not as a cabinet elder, but rather in a clerical capacity, assisting with document transmission and drafting official papers. While his role was primarily that of a messenger, it placed him at the heart of political power. Many cabinet elders had begun their careers in such positions, leading some to refer to this role as a stepping stone for future ministers. Furthermore, as Lin Zihan's father was the prime minister, he was often referred to as the little cabinet elder. Lin Zihan, exuding an air of distinction, had chosen not to don official robes today, having taken a leave specifically to attend the literary gathering. Upon entering, he scanned the room, seemingly searching for someone. "Young master, the guests have arrived. They are gathered with the princess and the esteemed Lu Tong in the side hall," someone whispered to him. "Lu Tong is also present?" Lin Zihan's gaze sharpened momentarily before he relaxed, recalling that the Minister of Rites had visited his father the previous day to discuss matters, and he had overheard that Lu Tong was to be reinstated as Deputy Minister of Rites, a recommendation from Princess Yaoguang. His attendance at the literary gathering was therefore expected. "Shall we proceed inside now? Patience is key. If we go in now, others will think I'm merely targeting him, and they will say that the Lin family is petty and vindictive. My reputation is secondary, but I cannot tarnish my father's name. The banquet will commence shortly, and as the gathering is meant for camaraderie through literature, we will have ample opportunity to assess him later." Lin Zihan shook his head, displaying a calm demeanor. Although his aim was indeed Xia Chen, he remained unhurried. He stepped aside, quietly enjoying his drink, soon attracting other young masters and scholars who approached him with flattery. He remained composed, welcoming all, and soon a circle of admirers formed around him. While everyone's attention was captivated by Lin Zihan, a handsome monk entered the princess's residence. He appeared to be around 30 years of age, wearing a gentle smile, with sword-like brows and bright eyes. Though clad in monk's robes, he radiated an air of elegance. His quiet approach did not go unnoticed, and murmurs filled the room. "It is Master Tianhai. He has come as well." The crowd gasped in surprise. Tianhai had gained fame at a young age, known as the little monk Tianhai since the age of 12 or 13, and now he was addressed as Master Tianhai. He often visited the homes of dignitaries, imparting Buddhist teachings and gaining considerable renown. At 15, he had left the capital for a decade-long pilgrimage, embracing the life of a wandering monk, honing his spiritual essence. No one knew where he had traveled or how many miles he had walked barefoot, but upon his return to Tianlong Temple at the age of 25, he had achieved a profound state of enlightenment, shining with an inner light that was untouched by worldly dust. On that day, the entire Tianlong Temple was aglow with Buddhist radiance, and the chants echoed throughout the capital. "Greetings, Master Tianhai." Even among the many scholars present, the aura of respect was palpable in the face of such a Buddhist master. "Esteemed guests, I am honored." Master Tianhai replied with a radiant smile, his eyes gleaming with a depth of understanding. Suddenly, another figure emerged, Taoist Xianjinzi, dressed in a simple Taoist robe. A middle-aged man holding a wine jug, with a sword slung casually across his back. He appeared nonchalant. Upon spotting Master Tianhai, Xianjinzi nodded in acknowledgement. Then, disregarding the attention of the crowd, seated himself at a table in a quiet corner of the hall. In the side hall, Xia Chen Yaoguang and the others observed this unfolding scene. "Ziwe, the time has come. Please announce the commencement of the literary gathering," Yaoguang remarked thoughtfully, noting that the majority of the guests had arrived. Chapter 61, Physiognomy. The literary gathering commences. Yaoguang emerged from the side hall, followed closely by Xia Chen and Lu Tong. After stepping out, Xia Chen led Xia Chen away from Yaoguang's entourage, finding refuge in a secluded corner of the grand hall beside a solitary figure. "Drinking alone, dear Taoist Xianjinzi, is rather dreary. My interest in this literary gathering is minimal. Why not share a drink together?" Xia Chen confidently seated himself beside Xianjinzi, raising his cup in a toast from a distance. Upon hearing the voice, Xianjinzi turned his bleary gaze towards Xia Chen. In that moment, he felt as if struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, and the intoxication in his eyes dissipated instantly. His cup slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents across the table. What had he witnessed? An endless, nine-clawed, true dragon coiled above Xia Chen's forehead, with purple mist enveloping him, radiating a brilliant golden hue. Xianzhenzi was taken aback. As he focused again, he beheld a youthful gentleman, his demeanor as graceful as jade, a smile adorning his face, holding a cup in salute. The vast, nine-clawed dragon vanished. The primordial purple mist receded into oblivion, rendering the previous spectacle as mere figment of his imagination. Had he been inebriated? His mind in turmoil. Xianzhenzi struggled to regain composure. Xia Chen, slightly taken aback by Xianzhenzi's astonishment, glanced at the spilled wine. Taoist, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Who are you? Xianzhenzi steadied himself, regarding Xia Chen with an expression of reverence, his tone earnest. I am Xia Chen, he replied with a smile. Xianzhenzi scrutinized Xia Chen for an extended moment, examining his features with increasing trepidation. So it is you. Though residing within the Donghou Mansion, he had recently heard whispers of Xia Chen's name. Your physiognomy is rather extraordinary. You are no ordinary person, he remarked earnestly, albeit with an undercurrent of unease. For, despite his expertise in physiognomy, he had discerned nothing about Xia Chen. In all his years mingling among the elite, aside from Princess Yao Guang's somewhat peculiar features, he had never misjudged. Yet, before him, Xia Chen's physiognomy eluded him entirely. He could perceive neither past, present, nor future, as if this individual transcended the annals of time itself. Taoist, might you elaborate? Xia Chen inquired with keen interest, pouring another cup of wine for Xianzhenzi. Such matters cannot be divulged. The secrets of heaven are not to be disclosed. Xianzhenzi shook his head, accepting the cup and downing its contents to mask his own uncertainty. Yet beneath this veneer, he felt an overwhelming weight of seriousness. Earlier, he had indeed glimpsed Xia Chen shrouded in purple mist, with a colossal nine-clawed golden dragon swirling above him. Now, however, he found himself utterly incapable of discerning this young man's physiognomy, a perplexing conundrum. If what he had previously observed was not a mere illusion, did it not imply that this Xia Chen possessed the countenance of an emperor? Yet how could that be possible? In the realm of the Wu Kingdom, he had only observed such traits in the emperor, the crown prince, and Princess Yao Guang. The first time he beheld the princess's features, he had been taken aback, doubting his own perceptions. Subsequent observations only confirmed her enigmatic allure, and though the old Tianchi had remained silent, Xianzhenzi was resolute that her physiognomy, though nebulous, indeed bore imperial qualities. This revelation had profoundly moved him, leading him to ponder the potential emergence of a female ruler in the Wu Kingdom's future. It was this extraordinary insight that compelled him to honor Yao Guang by attending this otherwise mundane gathering. And now, a fourth candidate appeared. The Wu Kingdom, boasting formidable strength, was ruled by the sovereign. Nevertheless, even so, the celestial forces could only manifest a fleeting five-clawed dragon of mere length, whereas Xia Chen seemed to embody an infinite, nine-clawed dragon spanning uncharted realms. Xianzhenzi found himself engulfed in self-doubt, questioning his mastery of physiognomy. Perhaps he had genuinely been intoxicated, lost in a dreamlike reverie. Xia Chen, bemused, wondered why Xianzhenzi appeared so distracted. Was it perhaps a consequence of overindulgence the previous night, rendering his focus tenuous? Let's drink. After much contemplation, Xianzhenzi resolved to consult the old Tianchi for clarity. While he considered himself unparalleled in his craft, the old master's comprehensive wisdom and insight into the mysteries of heaven were beyond his reach. As the two engaged in spirited conversation, discussing matters ranging from nobility and politics to the finest delicacies offered by roadside vendors, Xianzhenzi, seemingly buoyed by the wine, leaned against Xia Chen, sharing his exclusive insights. Allow me to tell you, at the Rouge Pavilion on Suyu Street, Miss Lianyu, though not the most beautiful, is undoubtedly the most attentive. A night spent in her chamber guarantees you one wish to return the next day. Xianzhenzi chuckled, shedding the lofty image of an ethereal sage. In admiration, Xia Chen mused, truly, he is a sage destined to carve a new path, unbound by the mundane, with profound understanding of the way. An opportunity to explore Suyu Street with him will be delightful. Meanwhile, the gathering in the hall thrived, with lively games such as wine-drinking orders, flower passing, and poetry recitals captivating the audience. In the center, a troupe of performers entertained the crowd. Xia Chen cast a glance around, reflecting, indeed, each era boasts its own taverns. Essentially akin to a bar, the gathering involved drinking penalties or impromptu performances, and he mused how delightful it would be to introduce a dice game. Lost in his thoughts, he found little interest in joining the revelry, preferring instead to engage in philosophical discourse with Xianzhenzi. Despite his somewhat remote position, many eyes were drawn to him, for his striking appearance commanded attention even in the shadows. Especially notable was his companion, Xianzhenzi, of modest renown, yet still recognized as a figure of genuine skill from the Donghou Mansion. Suddenly, a hush fell over the gathering, followed by a chorus of gasps. Young Master Jing Xian has arrived. At the entrance, an exceptionally handsome young man strode in, accompanied by a young attendant. With a smile playing on his lips, Jing Xian paused at the threshold, displaying an air of distinction as he unfurled his fan. He did not advance further, reveling in the admiration of the crowd, accustomed to being the center of attention. This pose showcased his features splendidly, particularly his flawless right profile. He savored the gaze of the onlookers, prepared to bask in their accolades. Come forth, be the center of attention. Let the praises rain down upon me. Xianzhenzi, a master of facial physiognomy, was astonished upon his first audience with the emperor, his countenance shifting dramatically in shock. He promptly knelt and proclaimed, "Last night, within a dream, I beheld a vast expanse of purple mist stretching for 9,000 miles across the heavens, with a divine dragon coiling amidst it, its head and tail elusive. Now, encountering your majesty, I realize that you are indeed this true dragon. I humbly wish to follow you and serve at your side." Historical Records of Taoism, Volume 3, Biography of Xianzhenzi. Chapter 62, Strategic Guidelines. Jing Xian, possessing the grace of a gentleman, tilted his gaze subtly towards the heavens at a 45-degree angle. However, after an extended moment of anticipation, he was taken aback to find that no accolades were forthcoming from the crowd. It was only then that he lowered his eyes to survey the hall, discovering that everyone's attention was fixated on a young man in the corner. As Jing Xian's gaze fell upon this youth, his pupils constricted sharply. Standing at a distance from the entrance, he could only glimpse half of Xia Chen's profile. Yet, this mere half-profile was enough to send a tremor through his spirit. It seemed somewhat handsome. Jing Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. The mere sight of this profile was terrifying. He could only imagine how striking the full face must be. Although he was somewhat narcissistic, Jing Xian was astute enough to discern the shift in atmosphere without needing to ask questions or wait for others to speak. It was undoubtedly related to the young noble with the striking visage, as the crowd was comparing him to that individual. Though he had not seen the young man as full face, the reactions around him suggested one thing. "I have lost," Jing Xian murmured to himself. While the crowd remained silent, their gazes conveyed everything. He quietly folded his fan, feigning nonchalance, and with a natural smile, stepped into the hall with a composed demeanor. "Greetings to all." Jing Xian saluted the assembly, his poise impeccable. The crowd finally regained their composure, and, at that moment, they were unequivocally certain that young Master Jing Xian had been eclipsed. Xia Chen was indeed astonishingly incomparable in his beauty. For reasons unknown, the pressure on their hearts had significantly diminished. If even the esteemed young Master Jing Xian, one of the four great handsome men, could not rival Xia Chen, then perhaps it was not so unacceptable for them to fall short as well. Who was this young man, and when did such a figure emerge in the capital? Jing Xian sought out Lin Zihan among the throng, who graciously parted the way for him. He approached Lin Zihan and whispered, "Who is that man?" Lin Zihan, with an impassive expression, replied slowly, "His name is Xia Chen, the prince consort of the princess." Xia Chen. Jing Xian's complexion shifted slightly. He had come to this literary gathering partly for the sake of the renowned Yaguang princess. He was aware that the princess had already been betrothed, yet 3 years prior. He had the fortune to glimpse Yao Guang at a banquet and had been captivated ever since. Despite Xia Chen's rising fame in the capital, Jing Xian could not fathom that Yao Guang would be enamored by a mere scion of a military family. Did Xia Chen comprehend the intricacies of court politics? Did he possess knowledge of Confucian texts, Buddhist scriptures, or Taoist teachings? He was nothing more than a crude warrior. Yao Guang was a woman of extraordinary talent and refinement. How could she possibly take a liking to Xia Chen? Jing Xian prided himself on his intellect and appearance, confident that he would make a compelling impression today. Yet, now he felt a considerable weight upon him. His greatest confidence, his looks, had been utterly shattered by Xia Chen. Have you ever tested his literary talent? Is he truly the fool of legend? Jing Xian was a cautious individual. Having already succumbed in appearance, he could not afford to falter in inner talents. He had been indulging in wine with Taoist Xianzhen, deliberately distancing himself from such frivolities. Lin Zihan remained composed, unperturbed by the unfolding events. Jing Xian cast a glance at him, realizing that Lin Zihan's purpose for attending the literary gathering today was indeed aimed at Xia Chen. Lin Zihan had passed the imperial examination 6 years prior, now holding the position of a fifth-rank official. With both talent and background, he had no need to rely on this gathering for fame. He had chosen to recline in the shadows, likely aware of his own limitations. And his previous utterance of a ruler is a ruler, a minister is a minister, a father is a father, and a son is a son, was probably a mere imitation that had fortuitously pleased the emperor. Jing Xian felt increasingly convinced of his own superiority. There was no rush. The literary meeting had only just commenced. Lin Zihan remained as steady as a seasoned veteran. Who was he? The young minister, although the title carried a hint of flattery. No one could deny Lin Zihan's genuine abilities. Many claimed he bore a resemblance to his father and might one day share a seat in the court alongside Lin Hanpu, creating a tale of dual ministers from the same household. Thus, he would not recklessly offend someone favored by the emperor. Moreover, this was the princess's residence. Xia Chen was to be her future husband. Regardless of whether Yao Guang held feelings for Xia Chen, striking him would be akin to striking the princess herself. Lin Zihan, endowed with exceptional talent, had entered the court and received meticulous guidance from his father for 6 years. Though still young, his perspective was already vastly different. The envy and rivalry that consumed Jing Xian and his companions seemed to him like children playing house. Observing Lin Zihan's calm demeanor, Jing Xian felt a sense of tranquility wash over him as he settled down to savor his wine. He then watched as the crowd engaged in games, feeling a surge of restlessness and decided to join it. As time flowed by, the gathering was of grand scale, drawing nearly all the notable scholars from the capital. Particularly, the students from the National Academy occupied a significant portion of the venue, some still without titles, yet most already holding the status of graduate. With the imperial examination approaching in 3 years, it was a crucial time for building reputation. Consequently, the quality of the event was exceptionally high. Many were eager to present their meticulously crafted couplets and poetry, which garnered silent nods of approval from the audience. Some even composed verses on the spot, eliciting admiration from all present. The atmosphere of the entire gathering reached a fever pitch. Initially, the event allowed for free interaction, with participants forming groups to play games, drink, and recite poetry. As the gathering progressed, a phase of free expression commenced. Those who had recently penned exceptional poetry or essays, or who had composed songs, were encouraged to present before the assembly. This was a golden opportunity for renown, leading many to queue for their turn. Some recited poetry, others played musical pieces, while some even performed on the flute. Throughout this process, Xia Chen remained engrossed in his wine, genuinely uninterested in seeking fame through this gathering. To be candid, he felt he had already drawn enough attention in the capital recently, which was inconsistent with his strategy of cautious development and preparation for future ascendancy. Xia Chen had always maintained a clear mind, never assuming that early prominence would lead to complacency. The waters of this world ran deep, a lesson learned through the sacrifices of many players in his past life. As the era of spiritual revival had yet to arrive, even the highest martial prowess could not contend with the formidable machinery of a nation. Thus, Xia Chen intended to first establish himself as a power within the Donghou dynasty, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. Therefore, he resolved to act prominently in matters of business while remaining discreet in his personal affairs. Events like this literary gathering, which offered superficial acclaim without substantive benefit, were not of his interest. Moreover, he possessed a vast repository of literary works, casually producing a few breathtaking verses or reciting the 4 lines of haiku, which players deemed essential, will be akin to childish play against these individuals. Xia Chen believed that employing grand strategies to deal with trivialities was unnecessary. Even if he wished to be a literary scribe, it was better suited for a more significant platform than this gathering. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he observed the lively literary meeting, currents of intrigue were already swirling beneath the surface, and many eyes were once again drawn to Xia Chen. It seemed he was content to watch the spectacle, but they could not allow him to depart unchallenged. They would gauge his worth. Someone turned to the surrounding individuals and commanded, "Let us assess him." The great ancestor was renowned for his handsome countenance and celestial demeanor, unparalleled by any in the world. One day, the great ancestor attended a literary gathering. Upon his entrance into the venue, the assembly was taken aback, all captivated by his appearance, feeling inadequate in comparison. At that time, the capital boasted 4 renowned handsome men, one of whom was the esteemed young master Jingxian, who also graced the gathering. Upon beholding the great ancestor, he stood frozen in place, exclaiming, "Today, I truly have my eyes opened. Such striking beauty exists in the world, and I'm far from it." Thus, overwhelmed by shame, young master Jingxian vowed never to refer to himself as a handsome man again. Chapter 63. The Buddha of This World. The poetry gathering continues, having reached its 3rd segment. Yao Guang graces the occasion, presenting several prompts for on-the-spot poetry, prose, and lyrical composition, unrestricted by form. Her presence ignites fervor among the assembled literati, for she is a princess. Such an opportunity to engage with her would not arise on ordinary days. Amitabha, a Buddhist chant echoes in the corner, reaching Xia Chen's ears. Slightly intoxicated from a morning spent drinking with Xianjinzi, he acknowledges the voice. Master Tianhai. Despite his inebriation, Xia Chen retains a semblance of clarity, nodding respectfully to the eminent monk before him. Young Master Xia, will you not partake in the literary gathering? The wisdom in Tianhai's eyes sparkles, revealing profound depths. A serene smile graces his lips, exuding elegance. The literary assembly is but an empty title, for Buddhism espouses the notion of emptiness. Might the master also harbor an interest in such frivolities? The young master demonstrates a remarkable understanding of our Buddhist teachings. Tianhai's gaze brightens, and he brings his hands together in a gesture of reverence towards Xia Chen. I have heard your words, ruler, subjects, father, and son, which contain profound truths, yet seem incomplete. Hence, I seek your counsel. Tianhai's demeanor is humble, his presence striking. While he may not possess the striking looks of Jingxian, he commands attention in the crowd. Master Tianhai is a revered monk, yet why does he linger in the realm of the mundane? Word has it that he possesses a pure heart, untainted by worldly concerns. Yet in this moment, it appears that the master is somewhat ensnared by attachments. Xia Chen refrains from responding directly, instead taking a seat and smiling as he speaks. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, Tianhai's previously serene countenance shifts slightly. What do you mean by this, young master? Tianhai, hands clasped, recites a Buddhist chant. Confucianism emphasizes engagement with the world, Buddhism advocates transcendence, while Taoism seeks seclusion. Yet the master navigates the corridors of power, and after a decade of refining his spirit, he has not shed his worldly impurities. Rather, he has given rise to a corrupted heart. Xia Chen's eyes shine brightly as he fixes his gaze on Tianhai, as if peering through the monk's very flesh to discern the concealed corruption within. This proclamation stirs not only Tianhai's composure, but also draws the attention of the intoxicated Xianjinzi, who can delineate the boundaries between the pure heart and the corrupted heart. I have my own path. Tianhai regains his composure, a smile returning to his face as he clasps his hands once more, exuding a blend of elegance and confidence. He gazes deeply at the young man before him, astonished that this individual could so succinctly articulate his internal state. His decade of spiritual refinement has indeed yielded complications. When he returned, the radiance of Tianlong Temple was not a reflection of his unblemished heart, but rather the result of his master, Long Shu, personally chanting scriptures to suppress his malevolent inclinations. Few within the temple are privy to this truth, yet he knows. While the Buddha may offer salvation in the next life, he cannot rescue the suffering souls of this world. I possess a pure heart, aspiring to become a Buddha in this realm. Tianhai's smile radiates brilliantly, yet it is tinged with an aura of compassion, as if he seeks to embody the Buddha and liberate the souls trapped in this existence. During his decade of spiritual cultivation, he traversed the eastern wilderness, journeyed through the southern barbarians, arrived in the kingdom of Qing, witnessed the landscapes of the Great Foam, and ultimately traveled westward to the western regions for pilgrimage. Throughout this journey, he encountered countless suffering beings, enduring profound misery amidst the turmoil of the world, where wars raged and lives were as inconsequential as blades of grass. At that moment, he resolved to withdraw from worldly affairs, determined to contribute to the welfare of the present world. If the Buddha cannot save all sentient beings, then he shall become the Buddha himself. He seeks power to end this chaotic era. I possess a pure heart, wishing for this world to transform into a pure land, a divine realm. Xia Chen scrutinizes Tianhai, recognizing that the monk's understanding of the Buddha's heart has diverged from contemporary Buddhist ideals. In Xia Chen's view, this divergence is not erroneous, rather, is commendable. Yet in this era, it is deemed heretical by Buddhist standards. One must abide in non-attachment to nurture the heart. Xia Chen speaks slowly, leaving Tianhai momentarily stunned, repeating the phrase to himself. Non-attachment, to nurture the heart without attachment, is a renowned phrase from the Diamond Sutra, which teaches one to remain ungrasping towards all things. For instance, one should not cling to external accolades, material pleasures, or personal beliefs, insights, and emotions. Attachment breeds turmoil and obstacles, binding the heart. Though Tianhai possesses great compassion, he has succumbed to attachments, thus embodying the very essence of a corrupted heart. Then, pray tell, what heart should one nurture? Tianhai lingers in contemplation, repeatedly murmuring Xia Chen's words. Ultimately, he poses a serious inquiry. One should cultivate a pure heart, a compassionate heart, and a heart of enlightenment. One must not be ensnared or distracted by external appearances, but instead foster wisdom and awakening. Xia Chen responds with tranquility. Tianhai gazes at Xia Chen with utmost seriousness, astonished by the depth of his comprehension of Buddhist philosophy. Across the hall, many eyes are drawn to the exchange between Tianhai and Xia Chen, as well as Xianjinzi. Who would dare overlook these figures hailing from the Donghou Mansion and Tianlong Temple, both of which boast unparalleled masters of the age? Master Tianhai, what troubles you? Why do you persist in bowing to young Master Xia? What are they discussing? Someone ought to eavesdrop. Why does it seem that Master Tianhai regards Xia Chen with such peculiar eyes, as if in reverence or admiration? The crowd buzzes with speculation. Are you suggesting that my path is unfeasible? That I should relinquish my attachments? With a heart full of compassion, Tianhai contemplates the possibility of being reassigned to the capital. If the master wishes, he may visit me then, perhaps discovering the true path. Xia Chen also brings his hands together in a gesture reminiscent of a Buddhist master. Smiling warmly, steel must be wielded where it is most effective. Efforts must be directed toward tangible matters. Tianhai has approached him willingly, and thus he will invite him into the fray. By speaking first, he asserts his presence, rendering Tianhai momentarily speechless. He cites profound wisdom from the Diamond Sutra, delivering a jolt of realization to Tianhai. While he refrains from exposing Tianhai's corrupted heart outright, he at least shakes its very foundation. He speaks sparingly, for patience is required in the art of fishing. Tianhai is an astute individual. If he senses a strong ulterior motive from the outset, he may slip away from the hook. At present, Xia Chen cannot illuminate a clear path for Tianhai, but if he is indeed assigned to the capital as an official, he will possess ample means to retain Tianhai when he arrives in his domain. First, he must draw the fish closer. The question of nourishment will be addressed later. Tianhai is indeed intrigued by Xia Chen's finesse in navigating Buddhist principles. Young Master Xia, you possess a profound connection with our teachings. Should you find the time, I would be honored if you could visit Tianlong Temple, and we might explore the Dharma together. Tianhai bows respectfully. I have heard of your exceptional talents and scholarly prowess, even earning the admiration of His Majesty. I hold you in high esteem. As the gathering draws to a close, might there be an opportunity to witness your literary prowess? As Xia Chen and Tianhai engage in this delightful discourse, someone finally can no longer contain themselves, rising to exclaim loudly. It is not a lack of patience, but rather the fact that Xia Chen has been utterly idle, spending the better part of the gathering in that corner, drinking and conversing, as if residing in an entirely different realm from them. They had been patiently awaiting an opportunity. Yet, as the literary gathering was drawing to a close without any sign of chance, they found themselves compelled to force Xia Chen into action. Master Tianhai embodies a spirit of compassion for all beings. In his youth, he lived as an ascetic, traversing the world and witnessing the profound suffering of sentient beings. Thus, he made a grand vow, wishing to descend into the depths of hell to exchange his own torment for the peace of the world. During a literary assembly, Master Tianhai encountered the Celestial Emperor for the first time. Within this gathering, the Celestial Emperor discerned the Master's lingering attachment and remarked, "One should give rise to their heart without clinging to anything." Upon hearing these words, Master Tianhai experienced an epiphany. Shortly thereafter, he became a disciple of the world-honored one, marking the rightful return of our teachings in this era of Buddhism. History of Buddhism, the narration of the present Buddha, Volume 2, Chapter 64. A true gentleman should care for the world. The banquet fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes fixed intently upon the speaker. Some silently rejoiced, for the highlight of this literary gathering had finally arrived. Ever since Xia Chen's name had resonated throughout the capital days prior, many had anticipated this event, leading some to attend solely for the purpose of encountering him. Humanity is inherently envious, and Xia Chen, with his striking good looks, having become a prince consort and a fourth-rank official at such a young age, coupled with his literary prowess, stirred feelings of jealousy among the attendees. While they could not criticize him on various grounds, the realm of culture was where they excelled, and doubts lingered regarding the depth of Xia Chen's knowledge. However, most had already concluded that the knowledge he possessed was but a fade, superficial and lacking substance. They aimed to use this literary event, particularly in the presence of Princess Yao, to expose Xia Chen's hypocritical facade. Why, of all things, did he choose to present himself before those versed in culture? They would not tolerate such audacity. Indeed, young Master Xia, your remark about the roles of sovereigns and subjects, fathers and sons, does exhibit the demeanor of a great scholar. In my opinion, in a few years, you could become one of the 6 great scholars of our esteemed Wu dynasty. What do you mean by a few years? Young Master Xia's talent is not inferior to Prime Minister Lin's. I would argue that he already possesses the capabilities of a great scholar. Gradually, voices arose, their volume deliberately raised. Lin Zihan, who had been seated quietly, cast a blank stare at the speaker, committing his face to memory. How dare this individual mention his father? Prime Minister Lin? Though Lin Zihan understood the speaker's intention was to elevate Xia Chen only to undermine him, it was still an affront to his father's dignity, especially in his presence, a reckless act akin to seeking death. Princess Yao and Lu Tong naturally overheard these attempts at flattery, laced with malice. Lu Tong glanced at the expressionless Yao before shifting his gaze to Xia Chen, eager to see how he would respond. Xia Chen's expression remained tranquil as he slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept over those who had spoken, causing a chill to run through them, prompting involuntary steps back. They finally recognized that this young man was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an overwhelming presence. As a mere martial man, I do not profess to be well-versed in poetry or prose. Today, I merely wish to observe the talented youth of our capital. You may compete amongst yourselves. I shall not partake." Xia Chen lifted his wine cup, filling it generously, and offered a toast to the assembly before downing its contents in one swift motion. The crowd was taken aback by Xia Chen's public admission of his lack of expertise in literary arts. Was this a confession? Had they achieved their objective? No, this was insufficient. Such nonchalant statements, if circulated after the event, might lead some to believe Xia Chen was merely being modest, looking down upon them and their competition. Thus, they felt compelled to compel him to compose a poem, so they could ridicule him thoroughly, tarnishing his reputation in the capital. You are too modest, young Master Xia, who in the capital is unaware of your literary talent. If you do not showcase it today, could it be that you disdain us scholars? Director Xia is already a fourth-rank official, while we are but insignificant scholars, not yet even holding an official title. Surely, you do not consider us unworthy of your attention. Two voices rang out in succession, drawing the crowd's attention to the speakers, two students from the Imperial Academy, named Li Chun and Wang Ming. Both were somewhat renowned within the academy and were considered strong candidates in the upcoming imperial examination. While they feigned compliments to Xia Chen, their words dripped with provocation. Their remarks were sharp, establishing a moral high ground that effectively drew a line between Xia Chen and the assembled scholars, as though they represented the collective sentiment of all present, insinuating that Xia Chen's reluctance to engage was a sign of contempt. Could it be that young Master Xia finds our poetry and prose akin to child's play, unworthy of serious consideration? Li Chun pressed further. I have stated that I lack interest in poetry and prose, and I harbor no disdain for you scholars. You are the future pillars of our nation, destined for greatness. My purpose here today is merely to meet you and witness the talents of the scholars of our Wu dynasty. Xia Chen maintained a demeanor of apparent weakness, neither angered nor provoked into a challenge. This only served to solidify the crowd's belief in his lack of true ability. With this thought, they no longer felt intimidated and began to gather, eager to join in the collective derision, hoping to ride the wave of Xia Chen's downfall and enhance their own reputations in the capital once the event concluded. Regardless of the crowd's taunts, Xia Chen continued to shake his head, and by the end, even Jing Xian could no longer restrain himself. Recently, there have been rumors in the capital claiming that young Master Xia surpasses Prime Minister Lin in talent, causing quite a stir. Is it possible that young Master Xia orchestrated this himself, aiming to overshadow Prime Minister Lin? Jing Xian's words struck at the heart of the matter. Knowing that Lin Zihan's primary purpose for attending today was to defend his father's honor, Prime Minister Lin was a figure of great renown. And while there were matters he could not publicly address, that did not mean he was indifferent to slights against his reputation. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at Jing Xian, then turned to Lin Zihan, who wore an expression devoid of emotion. He understood that the students were akin to rabid dogs, attempting to gnaw at him in hopes of currying favor with the esteemed little cabinet elder. Especially with the exams approaching, gaining the little elder's favor could undoubtedly lead to a bright future. Although Xia Chen held a prestigious position as a prince consort and managed one of the 9 divisions of the Lantern Bearers, such status did not extend to the realm of examinations or the elevation of future officials. Thus, they would rather offend him than risk alienating the little cabinet elder. Young Master Lin, the recent rumors in the capital were not propagated by me. His Majesty did, in passing, express admiration for me, but he never claimed that my talents surpassed those of Prime Minister Lin. I wish to clarify this here today to prevent any impact on the Prime Minister's reputation. Whether you believe it or not, this will be my sole explanation. This cup of wine is my toast to Prime Minister Lin. Xia Chen rose once more, poured another cup of wine, smiled at Lin Zihan, and drank it all in one go. His bold demeanor elicited many nods of approval from the onlookers. Following this, Xia Chen did not retreat as he had before. Instead, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze sweeping across every face present. Then, with a slight smile, he gathered his breath and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Xia, may indeed lack skill in poetry and prose, for I consider such pursuits to be trivial, mere embellishments of peaceful times. Yet, in this current era of turmoil, with the nation divided and the Northwestern Front restless, while the common folk suffer, A true gentleman should harbor the well-being of the masses in his heart, striving for national strength and prosperity. Thus, I hold such trivial literary pursuits in disdain. Xia Chen's voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall, silencing the audience. Was he chastising them? Accusing them of neglecting the welfare of the nation and the people, instead indulging in frivolous elegance? As they stood in stunned silence, Xia Chen's voice rang out once more. In this chaotic time, our brave soldiers are shedding blood on the front lines. I truly have no inclination to compose poetry here. This is also why I have consistently declined to participate. Though I lack an affinity for poetry, witnessing your obsession with such trivialities, in light of the unrest in the northwestern borders, evokes a sense of responsibility within me. Thus, I shall offer you a poem. Xia Chen's voice thundered, causing many faces to flush with embarrassment, some shrinking back in shame. Indeed, while the soldiers fought valiantly, they had become preoccupied with poetry, chasing shortcuts to fame in the capital. Xia Chen had effectively rebuked them all. While the great ancestor was young, he was erudite, with extraordinary talents, possessing the ability to govern the world. Yet his aspirations were lofty, his heart concerned for the common people. Fully aware of the hardships faced by soldiers on the front lines, striving for national strength and the prosperity of the populace. In his youth, he harbored no fondness for the realm of poetry, perceiving it merely as a superficial means of self-promotion. At that time, the scholars in the capital were entirely consumed by the trivial pursuit of poetic endeavors, hoping to achieve fame through verse. During a literary gathering, a multitude of students implored the founding emperor to compose poetry. Time and again, he declined their requests, yet they persisted, ultimately provoking his ire. He rebuked them, saying, "Scholars ought to harbor grand ambitions. How can one squander the days in the frivolous pursuit of mere poetry?" Upon his words, the assembly fell into a profound silence, and all present felt a deep sense of shame and embarrassment. History of Summer, Volume 3, Annals of the Founding Emperor. Chapter 65. The Song of Conquest should be sung to the tune of Wu Go. Upon the high platform, both Yao Guang and Lu Tong were engulfed in silence. Particularly Yao Guang. Although Xia Chen's ire was directed at the scholars, this literary gathering was orchestrated by her. "Princess," Ziyue softly called from behind Yao Guang. "Fear not. Do I lack the fortitude for this?" Yao Guang responded, shaking her head and smiling. "Moreover, he speaks the truth. Poetry is but a trivial pursuit. Throughout history, no prime minister has ever governed solely through verse. The princess harbors grand ambitions. Had she not been born a woman, she would undoubtedly achieve great accomplishments." Lu Tong echoed her sentiments with admiration, lamenting that Yao Guang's talents surpassed those of both the crown prince and the third prince, yet her gender rendered her fate unfortunate. Otherwise, the great Wu dynasty would surely welcome a wise and virtuous ruler. Yet what of being a woman? Who claims that a woman cannot accomplish great deeds? Yao Guang replied with a serene smile. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback by her words, but Yao Guang chose not to elaborate further, her gaze drifting towards Xia Chen, who stood in a corner of the hall. For reasons unknown, she found herself anticipating the kind of poetry Xia Chen would compose. In the hall, under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xia Chen regarded them solemnly. "Where are the writing implements?" "Your Highness, the writing tools are here. You may recite while I hold the brush for you." A eunuch hurriedly stepped forward with fine ink and paper. "I shall do it myself." Xia Chen declined, taking the tools in hand. "Allow me to prepare the ink for you." Master Tianhai cheerfully approached Xia Chen and, without waiting for a response, began grinding the inkstone. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this scene. Master Tianhai, akin to a mere apprentice, willingly assisted Xia Chen in preparing the ink. Had the world gone mad? This was the direct disciple of Long Shu. He need not even bow before the princes. Seeing that Tianhai had commenced preparing the ink, Xia Chen abandoned his pretenses. Soon, the ink was ready. Xia Chen was proficient in calligraphy, having diligently practiced since childhood in the Marquis's residence, and in his past life. He had also studied the cursive script of Wang Shiji. While he was not a master, he had certainly attained a commendable level. Thus, as he wrote, the strokes flowed with elegance and vigor, exuding a commanding presence. Standing nearby, Tianhai's eyes brightened upon seeing the first line, which he then recited aloud for all to hear. The Song of Conquest should be sung to the tune of Wu Go. Although it was merely the first line, its grand spirit was already evident on the paper. Soon, Tianhai announced the second line, to vow to extinguish the kingdoms of Qing and Dafeng. As this line echoed through the hall, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent, captivated by the poem's profound essence. The vow to obliterate the Qing and Dafeng kingdoms and unify the realm resonated powerfully. Wuguan was a crucial fortress in the northwest, vital for defending against the Qing and Dafeng. To launch a campaign to the west or north, one must pass through the stronghold, and the poem's message was unequivocally clear. This line ignited a fervor among some scholars present, their faces flushed with excitement. However, they were soon met with Tianhai's shift in tone, a wave of melancholic heroism washing over them, only to die on the battlefield for the nation. Why bother with a horse's hide to wrap the corpse? As Tianhai's words lingered in the air, many in attendance felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Some murmured, "Why bother with a horse's hide to wrap the corpse?" Excellent! A voice erupted from the gathering, someone at the banquet unable to contain their admiration. Utterly magnificent! Truly magnificent! Others joined in their praise. Young Master Xia's work eclipses all the poetry we composed earlier. It is utterly incomparable. A young man rose, raising his cup in a serious toast to Xia Chen. To everyone's surprise, this individual turned out to be Yuan Yongkue, the son of the Minister of War. Previously, he had maintained a low profile among the crowd, yet now he openly voiced such sentiments. Lin Zihan quietly savored the poem, finding its heroic essence increasingly stirring. The soldier's willingness to embrace death without fear. This poem is the finest frontier poetry our great Wu has seen in nearly 3 centuries. Lu Tong proclaimed solemnly from the high platform. Ziyue repeated the 4 lines, her eyes sparkling with newfound brilliance. Yao Guang gazed at the radiant Xia Chen amidst the crowd, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Once Xia Chen completed his poem, he bowed to Master Tianhai, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Your help in preparing the ink is far less valuable than the Buddhist scripture you gifted me. Tianhai pressed his palms together, resembling a devout follower. I shall surely visit Tianlong Temple to discuss Buddhist teachings with you. Xia Chen returned the gesture, then turned his gaze toward the quietly observing Taoist Zunzenzi. Taoist Zunzenzi, should you have the time, feel free to visit me. I have fine wine to share. The Taoist, with a drunken smile, nodded in agreement. Xia Qian, let us depart. Xia Chen turned to his admiring companion, Xia Qian, and together they navigated through the crowd, exiting the hall. As they reached the entrance, Xia Chen glanced back at Yao Guang on the platform, finding her gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met in a fleeting moment of connection, and Xia Chen nodded before turning away, disappearing through the door. Once Xia Chen had departed, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into fervent discussions. My goodness, that poem was extraordinary, such a bold spirit. It is no wonder he hails from the prestigious Xia family, openly declaring his intent to vanquish both the Qing and Dafeng kingdoms. A young man with such aspirations could very well emulate the legendary general of the East, charging into Dafeng's heartland and seizing its capital. Many scholars, devoid of integrity, began to extol Xia Chen's virtues, entirely forgetting their earlier criticisms. Lin Zihan, gazing at his drink in silence, eventually rose. Let's take our leave as well, he declared before stepping outside. Jing Xian remained behind, murmuring the 4 lines of Xia Chen's poem repeatedly, feeling a weight settle upon his heart. Alas, I cannot compete with his appearance, nor his literary prowess. Do I truly stand no chance? He looked at the stunning Yao Guang on the platform, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Young master, shall we depart like this? The literary gathering has yet to conclude. What if the princess? On the street, Xia Qian voiced her concerns to Xia Chen. When they urged me to compose poetry, I feigned weakness not to spare their feelings, but rather to gauge Yao Guang's response. Xia Chen replied calmly, not glancing back. His primary objective was to assess Yao Guang. Those scholars were merely tools for his purposes. It was laughable, They believed they had successfully cornered Xia Chen, forcing him to lash out in anger and compose a poem. Yet, he had been waiting to see whether Yao Guang would speak up for him or intervene against those who pressured him, but she remained silent. Yao Guang chose to remain silent. Perhaps she merely wished to test his true abilities. However, her decision not to stand by his side placed her in opposition to him. There is nothing more to say. Xia Chen's heart turned icy once more. Remember the faces of those who led the jeers? Xia Chen spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Behind him, Xia Chen sensed that his young master was in a rather unfavorable mood. Though the words were calm, they conveyed an unusual chill. Remember, in a few days, after taking control of the Eagle Eye Division, he would instruct others to arrange a few grand feasts for them as a reward. Xia Chen was known for repaying grudges. Those who attempted to step on him to rise in rank, hoping to ingratiate themselves with Lin Zihan, were utterly laughable. Although Xia Chen could not pave their way to promotion, he could certainly cast them into the depths of despair. Without imparting a lesson, the people in the capital might genuinely think him an easy target. Furthermore, assist me in investigating a scholar from the Imperial Academy named Su Xingchen. Find an opportunity to secretly bring him to me. Xia Chen gazed at the street vendors, his eyes distant, lost in thought. The great ancestor possessed a broad-minded spirit and a heart full of benevolence. At that time, there were those in the capital who were envious of the great ancestor's exceptional talents and publicly challenged him. Yet, the great ancestor merely smiled and disregarded their provocations, never harboring resentment nor seeking personal revenge. His virtuous character was celebrated by scholars throughout the realm. Consequently, men of ambition gradually gravitated towards the great ancestor, inspired by his noble integrity and eagerly wished to follow him. History of Xia, Volume 6, Annals of the Great Ancestor Emperor. Chapter 66, The Extraordinary Talent. On the street, Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why the young master would take an interest in a student from the Guozijian. Could it be that this student had offended the young master? However, he refrained from inquiring further, silently committing the name Su Xingchen to memory. Xia Chen had primarily attended the literary gathering with the intent of encountering Feng Zhiru and Su Xingchen. Yet, to his surprise, neither had shown up. Although Xia Chen had been drinking earlier, he had kept a watchful eye on the happenings of the gathering, hoping to spot Su Xingchen. For what he understood, Su was keenly interested in court politics, and given the opportunity presented by Yao Guang's literary event, he should have been in attendance. However, he remained elusive. Indeed, these exceptional individuals, though not yet in positions of power, possessed an undeniable aura and were not easily courted. Xia Chen was aware that they were still biding their time, cultivating their talents while awaiting the right moment. Nonetheless, the literary gathering was not without its rewards. He had made the acquaintance of Xian Zhenzi and Tian Hai, particularly Tian Hai, who had taken the bait he had cast. Perhaps future gains awaited. With these thoughts, Xia Chen entered a tavern. The clock nearing 2 in the afternoon. At the Yaoguang residence, only drinks and snacks had been served, and his recent advancements in martial arts had led to an increased appetite. Esteemed young master. Shortly after entering the private room, a knock came at the door. A young gentleman clad in scholarly robes stood at the threshold, smiling at Xia Chen. His lips were red and his teeth white, his eyes sparkling like stars, exuding a confident yet restrained demeanor. The main hall outside was already filled to capacity, and having observed only 2 individuals entering the private room, he boldly approached to inquire if he might share a table. The young gentleman was polite, yet his request to share a table caught Xia Chen off guard. Before Xia Chen could respond, Xia Chen frowned and rose. Though they were not overbearing, nor did they bully the weak. Unlike the unsavory customs of the noble youth in the capital, sharing a table was not something to be accepted lightly. Moreover, the very reason they had booked a private room was to enjoy a peaceful and intimate setting, especially considering the young master's distinguished status. We do not, of course. Just as Xia Chen was about to decline, Xia Chen interjected with a bright smile and rose to his feet. His radiant smile was reminiscent of an ancient saying, Jiang Taigong fishing, willing participants take the bait. It seemed this fish had willingly swum into the net. The young gentleman before him was none other than Su Xingchen, whom Xia Chen had been tasked to find. A true talent, destined to be hailed alongside Feng Zhiru of Bailu Academy as the twin stars of Confucianism and Taoism, remarkably intelligent, with aspirations that encompassed the world. Su Xingchen stood at the door, a smile gracing his lips, yet his gaze scrutinized Xia Chen with utmost seriousness. It was an exceedingly dull meal for just the two of them in such a spacious private room. Thus, he extended the invitation to join him. Xia Chen performed a courteous gesture, his demeanor so refined that it belied his martial lineage. "Thank you, kind sir." Su Xingchen clasped his hands in gratitude, his eyes reflecting admiration. This prince of noble birth, already a high-ranking official at a young age, displayed no hint of arrogance, and even his attendants were not overbearing. Although he had initially intended to refuse, he had not spoken harshly. His presence here was no mere coincidence, nor was it due to an actual lack of available seating. He was genuinely curious about this rising star in the capital, having formed opinions on many figures during his 7 years in the city. Yet, he had misjudged this son of the Duke of An'an. Especially after learning of his participation in the literary gathering, he felt compelled to see this individual for himself. Xia Chen, however, did not believe that Su Xingchen had merely come to share a table. The timing of his arrival was too coincidental. Although Su Xingchen's rise was still some time away, Xia Chen was certain that such a remarkably intelligent individual would not overlook matters of the court. Thus, Su Xingchen must surely recognize him. What was his true intention in approaching? Was it mere observation, or did he have ulterior motives? Xia Chen fell into deep contemplation. The two young men wore brilliant smiles, yet within, they were as cool as ice, their minds racing with calculations. Meanwhile, Xia Chen scratched his head, bewildered by the unfolding situation. "My name is Su Xingchen, courtesy name Changya. May I know your esteemed name?" After taking his seat, Su Xingchen introduced himself without hesitation. Revealing his name, there was no need for concealment, as he led a remarkably low-profile existence in the capital, where few recognized him. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Chen, standing just behind him, had his pupils constrict upon hearing the name Su Xingchen. His expression turned serious as he scrutinized Su, then glanced at his beaming young master. Suddenly understanding why his master had behaved so peculiarly and invited the stranger to share a table. This was indeed the very person his master had instructed him to investigate. The opportunity had presented itself. Xia Chen regarded Su Xingchen with an increasingly peculiar gaze. "I am Zhang Sheng." Xia Chen playfully adopted a pseudonym to play along. Su Xingchen smiled and nodded, internally evaluating the young man before him. He appeared to be generous and approachable, yet there was an underlying sense of caution, a reluctance to reveal his identity in public. Su Xingchen had never believed that Xia Chen was aware of him. His remarkable talents led him to understand the necessity of discretion in the capital, avoiding unnecessary fame and recognition. To maintain a low profile, he had not attended the literary gathering himself, opting instead to send a classmate to gather information. Thus, apart from his classmates, very few in the capital were aware of his identity, which was why he felt comfortable using his real name. He was a practitioner of the righteous path, seeking the true dragon of destiny. Until he encountered a worthy sovereign, he could not afford to be too ostentatious. He lay in wait, prepared to soar to great heights once he identified the rightful ruler. In pursuit of this goal, he had clandestinely met with the crown prince and the third and fourth princes, only to dismiss them in the end. This left him profoundly disappointed, as he believed that the current generation of the Donghou dynasty's royal family lacked a worthy leader. However, his analysis of the situation indicated that Donghou was on the verge of unifying the realm, a nascent momentum that caused him to doubt his own assessments of the world. During this time of self-reflection, he considered leaving the kingdom of Wu to seek the true dragon of destiny in the realms of Defeng and Qing. Yet, a recent chance encounter had introduced him to the name of Princess Yaoguang, igniting his interest. The more he observed, the more excited he became, for she embodied the characteristics of the sovereign he sought, a person capable of realizing his ideals. Yet, this raised a question in his mind. Why must it be a woman? Never before had a female ascended to the throne. Su Xingchen fell into contemplation once more, deciding to observe Princess Yaoguang for a while longer. The literary gathering was a grand event hosted by her, and he intended to scrutinize it closely. However, it was at this moment that Xia Chen caught his eye once again. Thus, he came, wishing to observe from a closer vantage point. Two young men, each with their own motives, sat across from one another at the dining table, calculating and observing one another. Su Xingchen, courtesy named Changya, was a paragon of talent and intellect, nearly otherworldly in his brilliance. One day, Xingchen visited a tavern for a meal, only to find that all the seats were occupied. Coincidentally, Emperor Taizu also arrived at the establishment. Known for his magnanimous nature and fondness for socializing, Taizu, upon noticing that Xingchen had no place to sit, graciously invited him to share a private dining chamber, disregarding Xingchen's humble status. Deeply impressed by Taizu's generosity and discernment, Xingchen recognized that Taizu was no ordinary individual, possessing the demeanor of a true sovereign destined for greatness. Thus, the bond between Xingchen and Taizu grew increasingly profound. Chapter 67. The Great Peng Rises with the Wind. In the private room, Xia Chen inquired with a smile, "Brother Su, as a student of the Imperial Academy, why did you not attend the literary gathering hosted by Princess Yawang today?" Su Xingchen replied with a calm smile, "My knowledge is limited. I would only embarrass myself there." He shook his head, his demeanor relaxed. Xia Chen's eyes sparkled as he responded, "I must respectfully disagree with your statement." Su Xingchen looked at him in surprise. He had merely intended to express humility and expected Xia Chen to either chuckle or nod, perhaps changing the subject. Instead, Xia Chen's outright disagreement piqued his curiosity. He halted, eager to hear what Xia Chen would say next. If Brother Su had attended the gathering, it would have surely overshadowed the other scholars, thus providing them an opportunity. "You're simply being modest." Xia Chen took a sip of his drink, his gaze steady upon Su Xingchen. Su Xingchen was taken aback. Astute as he was, he had not anticipated such word from Xia Chen. Was this truly an assessment of himself? How could it be? Despite having lived in the capital for many years, he had not revealed his talents. Even his classmates were unaware of the depths of his thoughts. How could Xia Chen know? Your words are delightful, truly uplifting. I am already 22. Yet I have taken the imperial examination thrice, and have merely attained the rank of a scholar. If I possessed true talent, would I not have achieved the status of a genshur by now? At 22, I'm still idling away my life. Su Xingchen feigned bitterness, his acting remarkably adept. I have heard of a fish in the distant North Sea known as kuan, immensely large, dwelling in the icy depths. This extraordinary creature can transform into a bird called Peng, surveying the world. It waits for the right moment, eventually leaping from the water to become a mighty bird, soaring 3,000 miles with a splash, and flying from the North Sea to the South Sea, showcasing its prowess, ultimately rising to 90,000 miles. Xia Chen shared this fable with a smile. Su Xingchen's expression subtly shifted. He had never heard of such a fish bird, yet he grasped the essence of Xia Chen's words. I also know of a bird that does not spread its wings or sing for 3 years. Many assume it to be weak and foolish. Yet there are those with discerning eyes who remark, for 3 years without flight, it will soon possess great wings. Though silent, it observes the world. Though it does not fly, when it does, it will soar to the heavens. Though it does not sing, when it does, it will astonish all. Upon concluding this tale, Xia Chen discerned that Su Xingchen's expression had completely transformed. His gaze was piercing, indicating that this was no mere coincidence or flattery. I believe, Brother Su, you are like that bird. Though you do not fly yet, when you do, it will be a spectacular ascent. Though you do not sing yet, when you do, it will be remarkable. Xia Chen laughed heartily, his demeanor generous and unmatched, leaving others feeling inadequate. His words did not cease. He delivered a final, striking blow to Su Xingchen, concluding the discourse. The Peng migrates to the South Sea, splashing 3,000 miles, soaring to 90,000 miles. All things arise from yin and yang. Brother Su is like this Kuan-Peng. Though you currently remain as Kuan, concealed in the icy depths, you harbor aspirations to soar. Once the opportune moment arrives, you shall harness the winds and waves, leaping 3,000 miles, and then soaring upwards to 90,000 miles, reaching the South Sea, transforming from yin to yang. Su Xingchen remained silent, his body cold. He had never regarded the world's heroes with reverence, believing himself to be well concealed, merely a spectator observing the grand performances of the capital's renowned talents. He relished this concealed existence, awaiting the right moment to witness significant events. However, today, someone had forcefully and directly torn away his facade, rendering his supposed concealment a mere farce. I have always considered my intellect unparalleled, thus feeling self-satisfied and dismissive of the world. Today, meeting you, I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of a well. Su Xingchen laughed at himself, rising to respectfully salute Xia Chen. Xia Chen did not shy away, calmly accepting the salute while drinking, projecting an image of profound depth and inscrutability. You remain untrained, perceiving me as a frog gazing at the moon from the bottom of a well. Should you pursue cultivation, you would see me as a mayfly witnessing the vast sky. Mr. Su possesses the talent to govern the world, yet has remained dormant, searching for a worthy master. Xia Chen inquired calmly once more, startling Su Xingchen anew. How did he know this? What manner of being was Xia Chen? Could he truly see into the hearts of men? Su Xingchen had never confided these thoughts to anyone. I merely feel my knowledge is insufficient, and in this era of peace under the Great Wu, my presence or absence makes little difference. Thus, I see no reason to rush. After a prolonged silence, Su Xingchen spoke cautiously, yet he still hesitated to fully open his heart to Xia Chen. He sensed the precariousness of his situation. Xia Chen seemed to grasp his essence completely. In contrast, he knew nothing of Xia Chen beyond hearsay. For instance, what was Xia Chen's character like? Was he open-minded and accommodating? Could he be trusted? After all, he was the lantern-bearer, the leader of a spy organization. Entrusting his future and life to this man felt exceedingly perilous. Oh, is the world truly at peace? Yet everywhere I look, there is suffering, people are destitute, unable to pay taxes. In certain regions, the sale of women has emerged, a sign of a dynasty in decline. Xia Chen spoke flippantly, resembling a nobleman, his words evoking dread, yet he delivered them with an air of casualness. Su Xingchen's pupils constricted. He raised his head to look at Xia Chen directly, his gaze no longer evasive, his entire demeanor transformed, no longer concealing his brilliance. What do you mean by that, young Master Zhang? Call me young Master Xia. We are both intelligent individuals. You have come here specifically for me, and pretending to be oblivious is rather tiresome. Xia Chen smirked, abandoning the pretense. He aimed to deliver a profound shock to this self-assured young man. Indeed, Su Xingchen's expression shifted once more. He felt an overwhelming trepidation towards Xia Chen. Who was he? How could he know so much? Was the lantern-bearer truly all-seeing? Yet many things Su Xingchen had never disclosed to anyone. Chapter 68, On the World. In the private room, Su Xingchen felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, he yearned to depart, not wishing to linger for even a second longer. He abhorred this uncertainty and the fear of the unknown, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. The man before him, Xia Chen, was exceedingly perilous. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. He cast a glance toward the door, only to discover that at some unknown moment, Xia Chen had quietly taken position by the entrance, seemingly guarding the two, yet distinctly obstructing his path. Su Xingchen sighed inwardly, regarding himself as astutely clever. Yet today he felt akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den, and it was he who had willingly walked into the trap. Now, there was no turning back. Xia Chen wore a subtle smile, quietly observing the increasingly restless Su Xingchen. Brother Su, what troubles you? Are you perhaps a bit peckish? The dishes should be arriving shortly. Let us first indulge in some wine. Xia Chen lifted a cup, pouring a drink for Su Xingchen. The latter, glancing at the goblet, gritted his teeth, accepted it, and consumed it in one gulp. My apologies, Director. Today, I have acted rashly. I shall drink to my own folly. Su Xingchen was aware that his actions today had been ill-considered. He knew nothing of Xia Chen, yet had recklessly approached him seeking a closer observation. Ultimately, he had underestimated the heroes of the world. Self-punishment is unnecessary. Brother Su, simply answer my question. Do you truly believe that today's world is peaceful and prosperous? Xia Chen maintained his smile, yet it carried an air of seriousness. Su Xingchen gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer evade the inquiry. Should he fail to respond earnestly today, it would be difficult to escape through that door. If Xia Chen were to accuse him of being a spy from the Inspection Institute or the Imperial City, colluding with hostile nations, he could easily find himself imprisoned in the Lantern Man's dungeon, which would spell trouble indeed. In recent years, he had kept a low profile, failing to forge connections with significant figures in the capital. Regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would have showcased some of his talents and acquainted himself with the powerful, thus avoiding the current predicament of having no allies in times of trouble. Although the Great Wu currently boasted a formidable military, its finances were already strained, relying solely on increasing taxes to sustain itself. Reports of citizens starving to death due to insufficient rations were emerging from the populace. Over the years, establishments like the capital's pawnshops and the brothels of Suyu Street had proliferated, yet the prices for a single visit had steadily declined over the last 3 years. This reflected an intensifying competition among such venues, with an increasing number of beautiful women entering the trade. The unfortunate reality was that ordinary families could no longer survive, forced to sell their children. While entering a brothel was undignified, it was certainly preferable to dying of hunger. Su Xingchen spoke with a tone heavy with indignation. Xia Chen regarded him earnestly. The young man was indeed perceptive. He had discerned how the brothel industry mirrored the current societal conditions, observing these establishments to grasp the essence of the issues plaguing society. Su Xingchen continued. Currently, in Great Wu, 8 kings hold sway over the territories, acting as local tyrants who exploit the common folk. Many suffer under their oppression, living in misery. More critically, over half of these kings harbor grand ambitions. With external threats from the kingdom of Qin and the Great Feng, and the situation in the northwest being tumultuous, a war could erupt at any moment. Indeed, there are issues in today's world. While our Great Wu appears strong, it is akin to a fire stoked with oil. One misstep could lead to a great upheaval. Su Xingchen spoke gravely. Thus, Brother Su has remained in hiding, seeking a wise ruler to support in the chaos, to elevate the true dragon to power, and thereby gain merit. Xia Chen remarked with a light-hearted chuckle, as if speaking casually. Sitting across from Xia Chen, Su Xingchen was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He could perceive everything. He had penetrated his facade. Even a man as composed as Su Xingchen felt a surge of alarm and profound unease. He had not forgotten Xia Chen's current status. The Lantern Man, the court's hound, the emperor's son-in-law, and a scion of the Xia family, which had been loyal to the imperial family for 6 centuries. This loyalty had earned them the emperor's trust and command of troops. Now he felt completely exposed. Regret flooded Su Xingchen's heart. One misstep, and he stood to lose everything. Today, he might truly meet his downfall here. He harbored grand aspirations, determined to become a prime minister of great renown, not just any prime minister, but one who would unify the realm, achieving a feat unparalleled in history. Yet now, he faced the possibility of death before even embarking on his journey. And what are your thoughts on the other 2 nations? Xia Chen continued to smile, posing another question. Though these nations exhibit some internal decay, they still harbor loyal ministers and capable generals. Their national strength may have waned, yet their fortune remains intact. Su Xingjian sighed, having already contemplated the worst outcomes, and thus chose to speak candidly. Therefore, the tripartite balance of power makes our ostensibly strongest nation the most perilous. Indeed, His Majesty favors war, and our country is on the brink of internal collapse. Should His Majesty choose to adopt a strategy of recuperation and appoint me as Prime Minister, I could turn the tide within 5 years. Su Xingchen spoke with the sharpness of a drawn sword, his brilliance now shining through as he recognized the looming threat of death. He discarded his previous strategy of remaining inconspicuous, aiming to capture Xia Chen's attention with his audacious proclamations, hoping to revive this stagnant situation and draw the notice of the court's influential figures, even the emperor himself. If only someone would grant him an opportunity, he was certain he could demonstrate his worth. Though this step was fraught with risk, he had no choice but to take the gamble. Su Xingchen, born into a humble family, had displayed remarkable intelligence from a young age, unmatched in his village. At the age of 7, a ragged Taoist priest visited his village, exuding an extraordinary aura. The priest sought lodging at the Su household and, upon meeting Xia Chen, recognized his brilliance and tested him with scholarly questions. At that time, Xia Chen had already mastered the Confucian classics and understood many worldly principles. The priest, greatly impressed, chose to remain with the Su family. Xia Chen became the priest's disciple, receiving instruction for 5 years. No one knew the depth of the knowledge imparted by the priest. They only observed that Xia Chen grew increasingly composed, displaying a maturity beyond his years. When he turned 13, the priest departed, leaving behind a book titled The Way of Kings. Chronicles of Xia, Volume 1, Biographies of Su Xia Chen, Chapter 13. Chapter 69. A momentous change in 5 years. Xia Chen gazed quietly at the strikingly talented Su Xia Chen, took a sip of his drink, and casually remarked, "Are you suggesting that the current tripartite division of the world will continue indefinitely? Without my intervention, for the next 50 years, the world will remain in a state of 3 powers mutually restraining one another. Although each harbors ambitions to annex the others, none possess the absolute strength to obliterate the other two." Su Xia Chen asserted with unwavering confidence. "Yet I cannot shake the feeling that, perhaps in 5 years, our Grand Wu will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. At most, within a decade, the current state of affairs will witness a significant shift." Xia Chen smiled at Su Xia Chen, articulating his own predictions. Su Xia Chen's gaze deepened. Upon hearing Xia Chen's words, he instinctively considered countering with a detailed explanation of his perspective. However, he quickly restrained himself, adopting a demeanor of calmness akin to a placid lake. "I understand you are skeptical and steadfast in your convictions. How about this? Let us engage in a friendly wager. A decade from now, we shall revisit the 2 time frames I have mentioned. If my prediction proves correct, you will owe me something. As for what that may be, I shall disclose it at the appropriate time, but rest assured, you must fulfill my request regardless." Xia Chen looked at Su Xia Chen as if challenging him. "Do you dare to wager?" Su Xia Chen regarded the poised young man before him, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. Xia Chen had cornered him, and while he had anticipated a grim fate, he now sensed an unexpected glimmer of hope. "Very well, I accept your wager." Su Xia Chen's mind remained clear. He pondered Xia Chen's true intentions, having prepared for the worst. Yet, the prospect of a wager offered him a lifeline. Whether he would win or lose was a matter for a decade hence. For now, his concerns would be left for his future self to grapple with. Moreover, he firmly believed that the state of the world could remain stable for at least another 30 years. He was brimming with confidence. Xia Chen could not help but smile at Su Xia Chen's response, his grin radiant. He had lured him into a trap, and now the man had willingly stepped into it. "I see you are restless and lack the appetite for this meal. You do not appear hungry. Therefore, you may take your leave." Xia Chen gestured dismissively, signaling Su Xia Chen to depart. Hearing this, Su Xia Chen's heart leaped with joy, yet he maintained an outward calm, exuding an air of composure as he respectfully bowed to Xia Chen. "Thank you, young master. I shall take my leave." At last, Su Xia Chen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. His mind was no longer taut with anxiety. Although Xia Chen was astute and cunning, he ultimately remained young and inexperienced. Su Xia Chen had anticipated being captured, yet he was released instead, likely stunned by his analysis of the world's dynamics. Thus, in light of their wager for the next decade, he was granted a reprieve. Su Xia Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing that to Xia Chen, he was merely a pawn. His earlier assertions had stirred Xia Chen's competitive spirit, prompting him to propose a wager. As he prepared to turn and leave this contentious locale, he suddenly heard Xia Chen's voice again. "Report to the Lantern Man's office tomorrow morning. I am in need of a clerk." Su Xia Chen paused, bewildered. What? He instinctively wished to refuse. What a preposterous notion. To follow Xia Chen to the Lantern Man's office as a mere clerk? He had aspirations of becoming a prime minister. Just as he opened his mouth to decline, Xia Chen's voice rang out again, this time devoid of warmth, imbued with a chilling authority. "Do not even think of fleeing tonight or leaving the capital. No matter how swift you believe yourself to be, you cannot outpace the Lantern Man. I can find you anywhere, from the ends of the earth to the depths of the sea. I have recorded everything you said today. Utter nonsense. Our Wu is prosperous, and our people are content under the wise governance of our sovereign. You, however, are spouting treasonous rhetoric and, as it appears, you are a spy from an enemy nation, deliberately infiltrating our capital to spread such rumors. Moreover, you have been following me stealthily today. Were you plotting to assassinate me? Xia Chen glanced at Xia Chen, whose complexion had turned pale, and continued, you also mentioned lying in wait for the opportune moment, seeking a wise ruler to achieve great merit. Are you contemplating rebellion? Xia Chen's final words struck Xia Chen like a dagger to the heart, leaving him paralyzed with fear. He was drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, his body chilled as if plunged into an icy abyss. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Xia Chen had not anticipated that the previously amiable and smiling Xia Chen would suddenly turn hostile and unrecognizable. Do you realize that such accusations could lead to the extermination of your entire family? Xia Chen's words dripped with cold cruelty, suffused with a palpable killing intent that enveloped Xia Chen. This aura had been honed during his training within a peculiar realm of the system, a manifestation of lethal energy. Xia Chen felt as though he had descended into the depths of hell, with Xia Chen embodying the very devil that had emerged from its depths. In a daze, he perceived a vision of a battlefield littered with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. Despite considering himself the most talented person in the world, Xia Chen was utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. He was stricken with terror. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure. Steadying his mind and allowing his thoughts to flow once more, he spoke in a low voice, "My lord, you previously stated that." "Did I?" Xia Chen interjected. "I have just emerged from a literary gathering and, upon entering the tavern, noticed someone stealthily trailing me. You followed me into the private room, attempting to approach me with malicious intent, which I promptly recognized. I have merely been interrogating you. My loyalty to the Emperor is unwavering," Xia Chen proclaimed with righteous indignation, even bowing respectfully toward the direction of the palace. Xia Chen stood aghast, dumbfounded by the audacity of this charade. "I can attest that my young master has been questioning you throughout, and not only is your identity suspicious, but you have also uttered numerous treasonous statements," interjected Xia Chen, who had been standing at the door. Xia Chen's heart sank further upon hearing this revelation. Today, he finally grasped the true nature of power, the manipulation of truth, and the perversion of justice. Xia Chen, had conceded defeat. "You are a clever man, and I trust you will make the right decision. I hope to see you at the office tomorrow morning, rather than issuing orders to pursue you," Xia Chen remarked, taking a sip of his drink, his expression devoid of emotion, radiating an authority that commanded respect. Upon first meeting the great ancestor, Xia Chen was struck by his benevolence and profound wisdom, leading him to kneel before the great ancestor and express his desire to assist in his endeavors. Though merely a lowly clerk, he bore no grievance, only wishing to remain by the great ancestor's side to learn. The great ancestor recognized his sincerity and determination, thus granting him permission. History of Xia, Volume 3. Biography of Xia Chen, Chapter 70. The resplendent era of extraordinary beings like stars. Xia Chen departed, utterly lost and in despair. He wandered the streets as if his very soul had been stripped away. Normally astute and rational, his mind was now a chaotic tangle of thoughts. All he could hear was the emotionless voice of Xia Chen echoing in his head, pronouncing the annihilation of 9 clans. Such a catastrophic fate. Xia Chen never anticipated that a single misstep could lead to such grave consequences. Xia Chen was rumored to be gentle and approachable, devoid of the airs typical of nobility. Even Xia Chen had shared this assessment. Thus, he had boldly approached Xia Chen, eager for close observation. Little did he realize the depths of Xia Chen's cunning. The moment Xia Chen decided to sever ties, he did so without hesitation. The thought of falling into the hands of this devious individual filled Xia Chen with hopelessness. His aspirations of becoming a prime minister seemed to vanish, leaving him destined to become a mere tool of the court. a lowly clerk in a sea of mediocrity. In the Great Wu dynasty, such a position was scorned by the officials, marking him with a stain upon his life's history, an existence devoid of promise. As these dark thoughts consumed him, Su Xingqian contemplated finding a tree and a rope to end his suffering. Yet, as this morbid notion surfaced, he quickly shook his head. Shu Xingqian, oh Shu Xingqian, how can one so self-proclaimed as extraordinary possess such fragility? To contemplate escape in the face of adversity is a path unworthy of a true man. The calamity that has befallen you is a direct result of your arrogance, your disregard for the formidable talents of others. Moreover, Xia Chen is a ruthless individual. He would not spare your family. Should you perish, they would face unjust accusations without your protection. A true man must shoulder his responsibilities. Even if life becomes a struggle, one must endure with the resilience of a wildflower. For nothing should be able to bring you down. With renewed determination, Su Xingqian clenched his fists, rallying himself with fervor, albeit in a rather comical manner. Ha ha, father. Look at this uncle. He's so funny. If someone in our school fails to recite their lesson and is punished by the teacher, our instructor encourages us in this very manner. It seems this uncle has also been punished for failing to recite. A child on the street, holding a candied hawthorn stick, innocently pointed and laughed at the spirited Su Xingqian. Xiaoji, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize to this uncle, the child's father admonished, then turned to Su Xingqian with an apology. The child, only 7 years old and named Song Ji, hailed from a humble family in the capital. Children speak without restraint. No harm done, Su Xingqian replied with a gentle shake of his head, offering a smile to the innocent Song Ji before continuing on his way. In a private room of a tavern, young master, what is it about Su Xingqian that compels you to go to such lengths to bring him to your side? Xia Chen inquired as he seated himself at the table, now free from outsiders. He had observed the previous scene intently, noting Su Xingqian's belief that Xia Chen was merely toying with him. However, Xia Chen understood that Xia Chen held Su Xingqian in high regard. Even if Su Xingqian did not voluntarily approach, he could not evade Xia Chen's watchful eyes. The young master had long since set his sights on him. This individual possesses remarkable talent. He has the potential of a prime minister. Xia Chen stated calmly. Oh, that cannot be. He appears rather ordinary to me. Merely in his 20s with only the title of scholar. Surely there are many more accomplished students in the National Academy. Xia Chen expressed skepticism. Observing his young master who merely smiled without further reply, he fell into contemplation. His master had never before praised someone in such a manner. What extraordinary abilities did Su Xingqian possess? How does he compare to Prime Minister Lin? Xia Chen hesitantly asked, regretting his question almost immediately. Was this not a trivial inquiry? After all, Prime Minister Lin had wielded power for over 20 years, remaining unassailable despite the emperor's suspicions. Moreover, when did Prime Minister Lin become a standard for measuring talent? At that moment, Xia Chen's voice interrupted his thoughts. Prime Minister Lin's abilities are indeed commendable, ranking among the top 10 in the history of the Great Wu dynasty over the past 8 centuries. Although the current state of affairs is rife with issues, those shortcomings do not lie with Prime Minister Lin, but with the emperor. If it were not for Lin's governance over the past 2 decades amidst ongoing warfare, the Great Wu might have crumbled from within instead of thriving as it does now. However, even Lin does not surpass Su Xingqian, Xia Chen declared, his voice steady as the room fell silent, while the clamor of diners in the hall outside continued unabated. These patrons would never suspect that within this modest chamber, discussions were taking place regarding the evaluation of Prime Minister Lin. Nor would they fathom that the pillar of their dynasty was deemed lesser than an inconspicuous scholar from the National Academy by Xia Chen. Xia Chen swallowed hard, rendered speechless by Xia Chen's assertion. Although he remained doubtful of Su Xingqian's extraordinary talents, he trusted his young master. If he said it was so, it must be true. That alone is sufficient. Xia Chen continued, lifting his gaze to the sky beyond the paper window. Prime Minister Lin indeed possessed great talent, ranking among the top 10 in the annals of history. Yet, Su Xingqian could very well rank among the top 3, even contend for the title of the greatest. He was a prodigious talent, destined to leave a remarkable legacy throughout history. Yet, an era of fierce competition was on the horizon, heralding an unprecedented age of unification. Following this unification, a golden age would dawn, giving rise to countless heroes, each more extraordinary than the last, taking their places upon the grand stage of history. In such a brilliant era, even prodigies like Xia Chen might find themselves overshadowed. Send someone to keep a close watch on him. We cannot allow him to flee under cover of night. Xia Chen instructed, pulling his thoughts back to the present. Understood. I shall personally oversee this matter tonight. However, young master, he must be a clever man, aware that we have grasped his fate. Even if he attempts to flee, our agents will ensure he cannot escape. Xia Chen replied, it is precisely because he is intelligent that we must be wary of any unconventional tactics. Scholars are often the most cunning. We must proceed with caution. Xia Chen's demeanor was one of vigilance. He did not presume victory, nor allow pride to cloud his judgment. Xia Chen was the first remarkable individual he had encountered, and he regarded him with utmost seriousness. Even though this man would not yet submit to him, nor willingly serve him, that was of no consequence. First, they must secure his presence, for even if he could not win his heart, they must at least claim his allegiance. Chapter 71. The Celestial Master's Mansion. At noon, Xia Chen relished his meal with great delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, the literary gathering hosted by Yao Guang had also concluded. As the attendees departed, Yao Guang remained seated in the grand hall, holding a piece of paper inscribed with a poem, its words ethereal and its sentiment profound, a creation penned by Xia Chen earlier. Yao Guang gazed at the poem, lost in contemplation, rendered momentarily speechless. Xian, clutching a gourd filled with fine wine procured from the princess's residence, ambled through the streets. The quality of the beverages at the princess's mansion was indeed exceptional, much to his liking. Though he appeared to be inebriated, he navigated the bustling thoroughfare without colliding with a single soul. With a grace that rendered him nearly imperceptible, it felt as if he had melded into the void. Yet he remained palpably present, unnoticed by passers-by. In that moment, he seemed to embody the essence of the Tao, his state rather extraordinary. He journeyed eastward along the central avenue until he arrived at a magnificent mansion, sprawling in expanse, crowned by an imposing 9-tiered tower that soared into the heavens, evoking a powerful visual impact. This was none other than the sacred abode of Taoism, the Celestial Master's Mansion. Within its walls resided the venerable Celestial Master, a paragon of the highest echelon of martial prowess. Uncle Master. Greetings, Uncle Master. The disciples greeted him warmly upon his entry into the Celestial Master's mansion, where he held a significant position among the second-generation disciples, despite not being a direct disciple of the venerable Celestial Master, as the mansion housed 3 distinct lineages. Where is the Celestial Master? Xian inquired as he traversed the grand hall, ultimately arriving beneath the towering edifice. Uncle Master is upstairs basking in the sun. A chubby youth, previously preoccupied with his own endeavors, responded immediately upon hearing Xian's voice. Good. Xian nodded, preparing to ascend the stairs. But he paused to observe the boy's handiwork. What are you working on? Uncle Master, my alchemical skills are nearing fruition. I intend to create a wondrous entity through alchemy. Every natural creation possesses a spirit, whereas artificially crafted things lack that essence. Thus, I have fashioned a wooden figure, intending to imbue it with spirit through alchemical means, transforming it into a true being. The chubby youth, Mo Ban, enthusiastically elaborated upon his ambitious project, imbuing spirit into a wooden figure, bringing it to life. Xian was taken aback, although he recognized the boy's extraordinary talent in the craft. Even the venerable Celestial Master held him in high esteem. The notion of transforming a wooden figure into a living being seemed far-fetched. How has it progressed? Despite his skepticism, Xian refrained from discouraging the child, and instead inquired with genuine interest. However, Mo Ban's expression shifted to one of disappointment. I have failed repeatedly. My experiments only momentarily imbue the figure with spirit. It merely becomes animated under my control, reverting to an ordinary wooden form the instant I withdraw my energy. Mo Ban's spirits sank as he grappled with the complexities of this art. Now, I am attempting to reduce the wooden figure size and exploring other materials like jade, stone, and exotic metals, hoping that a diminutive form might yield success. Mo Ban quickly regained his enthusiasm, fixating intently on the small jade figure in his hands. I must go seek the celestial master now. Xian Jinzi offered a word of encouragement before hastily departing. He genuinely had matters to discuss with the celestial master, but he also wished to evade Mo Ban's incessant explanations of his fanciful ideas, which often left him feeling overwhelmed. Mo Ban remained oblivious to Xian Jinzi's departure, his focus entirely consumed by the small figure he held. As Xian Jinzi ascended to the third floor, he encountered a striking young woman clad in snow-white robes. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her countenance was ethereal and cold, her eyes resembling distant stars, and her brows, though delicate, betrayed a hint of aloofness. She moved with a grace that suggested she was untouched by the mundane world, her otherworldly beauty eliciting both admiration and trepidation. Murong Yuyan, possessing an innate Taoist constitution, was naturally inclined towards the Tao but emotionally detached, her feelings unkind-led. Junior sister, Xianjinzi called out, halting in his tracks. Senior brother, she acknowledged with a nod, her expression remaining as unyielding as ice. Xianjinzi, accustomed to her demeanor, understood that her indifference was simply her nature. Murong Yuyan was the prized disciple of the venerable celestial master. Foregoing further conversation, he resumed his ascent, his mind swirling with questions that necessitated the wisdom of the celestial master. Yet, before departing, he turned once more to Murong Yuyan. Have you broken through to the fourth rank? I achieved that this morning, she replied coolly, her words succinct and devoid of warmth. Her recent breakthrough had not gone unnoticed by Xian Jinzi, who, despite his composure, felt a ripple of emotion within. His junior sister's talent was indeed astonishing. At merely 18 years of age, she had ascended to the fourth rank. It was no wonder the venerable celestial master had taken her as a disciple. If all proceeded smoothly, they could expect to see a third-rank master emerge from their ranks in her 20s. Xian Jinzi continued his ascent, momentarily shaken but quickly regaining his inner equilibrium, for he too possessed his own path. Celestial Master, Xian Jinzi presents himself for an audience. Upon reaching the 9th tier, he found an open-air platform beneath the vast blue sky, where the Celestial Master often gazed at the stars by night, contemplating the Tao and seeking breakthroughs beyond the first rank. Though Xian Jinzi's voice was soft, he was confident the Celestial Master would hear him. With the Celestial Master's prowess, he was aware that upon entering the star-gathering tower, he had already stepped into the Celestial Master's domain. This was why he had encountered little resistance during his journey, for the Celestial Master was impervious to any threats. Anyone foolish enough to attempt harm would soon learn why the first rank was revered as a legend among mortals. Chapter 72. The Dynasty Cultivates Fortune. The sacred land cultivates virtue. Gumin, the ethereal voice of the old Celestial Master echoed in Xian Jinzi's ears. Upon entering, Xian Jinzi beheld a venerable man with flowing black hair, a complexion radiant and youthful, as if he were but a child. Despite his appearance, Xian Jinzi knew that the old Celestial Master had surpassed 100 years of age. Master, I have come with a perplexity that weighs on my mind. Seeking your esteemed guidance. Xian Jinzi bowed respectfully. Even you're troubled? It seems you have encountered a genuine conundrum. Pray, share it with me. The old Celestial Master reclined in a rocking chair, clad in simple attire, squinting contentedly in the sunlight, with a pot of tea beside him, exuding the air of an ordinary elder. Today, at a literary gathering, I encountered a young man. In a moment of hazy reverie, I observed an overwhelming purple aura emanating from behind him, and behind his forehead loomed a colossal 9-clawed divine dragon, its tail lost in the horizon. Yet, when I focused my gaze, it all vanished, as if merely a figment of my inebriation, despite my usual resilience to alcohol. Xian Jinzi recounted, still astounded by the memory, carefully organizing his thoughts. More crucially, I could not discern any aspect of this youth's visage. Every individual possesses a fate and destiny reflected in their countenance. My inability to perceive his features suggests he may possess no fate or destiny. The old celestial master, who had been relaxed with his eyes half closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing Xia Zhenzi's words. What eyes they were, seemingly containing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, profoundly intricate, as if the great Tao were in motion. What is the name of this young man? Master, he is called Xia Chen, Xia Zhenzi replied earnestly. Is he not the one from the East Town Marquis estate, who has become the prince consort of the princess and recently assumed control of the Eagle Eye division? Indeed, master. Xia Zhenzi nodded. The old celestial master, with his celestial prowess intertwined with the fate of the great Wu dynasty, was not indifferent to worldly affairs. Rather, he was well informed about the political landscape of the capital, choosing to remain uninvolved and allow events to unfold naturally. I have calculated his fate. He is of average stature, yet he is betrothed to Yao Guang. However, Yao Guang's fortune is overwhelmingly potent, which is not favorable for him. He lacks the capacity to bear such fortune, thus foreboding an untimely demise. The old celestial master spoke slowly, having calculated the fate of Yao Guang's intended husband after the emperor arranged the marriage. Why can I discern nothing of his visage? Xia Zhenzi questioned, perplexed. Despite the disparity in their abilities, he believed he was not inferior in the art of physiognomy. The old celestial master fell silent, aware of Xia Zhenzi's proficiency in this craft. Let me cast another divination. Rising from his rocking chair, he appeared as a gentle elder, devoid of any imposing aura. After a while, the old celestial master furrowed his brow and once more took up the tortoise shell to divine. Yet astonishingly, not a single hexagram revealed his fate. None bore any meaning. Nothing can be divined, the old celestial master murmured, while Xia Zhenzi, standing behind him, felt a tumult within his heart. Even the old celestial master could not fathom it. The celestial master cast another divination, marking his third attempt. However, this time, as he cast the tortoise shell, it shattered mid-air, its intricate inscriptions exploding into fragments. Unable to divine, unable to perceive, while grounded in the present, it eludes the ancient and future, the old celestial master remarked, his complexion paling, struggling to maintain his composure. Master, what troubles you? Xia Zhenzi's pupils constricted in alarm. The shattering of the tortoise shell was unprecedented. This individual carries immense karmic ties. A variable has emerged, and the future has shifted. I can no longer discern the heavenly machinations. The old celestial master spoke gravely after regaining his composure. Xia Zhenzi was astounded. Even the esteemed old celestial master could not decipher Xia Chen. In this world, there are only two individuals whose origins I cannot perceive. One is Yao Guang, and now another is Xia Chen. Strangely, these two share a bond of marital fate. Even more astonishingly, despite Yao Guang, he could still glean a glimpse through the mists. Recognizing her as a person of great fortune, possessing the aura of a ruler. Though still a princess, she already bore a portion of the great Wu's fortune, potentially destined to become the first woman to lead the realm and restore order throughout the ages. Yet, as for her husband, Xia Chen, he was utterly inscrutable. The old celestial master's tone grew intensely serious. Xia Zhenzi felt a mix of shock and relief. He was astonished that even the old celestial master could not perceive Xia Chen, yet relieved to learn that the anomaly lay not in his abilities but in the peculiarity of Xia Chen's fate. A person's fate is determined from a moment of their birth, and to defy destiny is an arduous endeavor. 1's fate, 2's fortune, 3's geomancy, 4's accumulation of virtue, 5's education, 6's career choices, 7's marital decisions, 8's noble associations, and 9's health. Among these, geomancy and virtue can slightly alter one's fate. Yet such alterations are exceedingly rare and contingent upon one's original destiny. Moreover, to fundamentally alter a person's fate, one must rely on. The old celestial master hesitated, and Xia Zhenzi, engrossed in his thoughts, quickly interjected, Master, what other means exist to change one's destiny? Fortune. The old celestial master gazed into the distance. his eyes deep as the heavens. Fortune, as we refer to it, is akin to national destiny. Ancient texts recount that in primordial times, this world was inhabited by celestial beings, demons, Buddhas, immortals, and shamans, alongside various extraordinary beings, all immensely powerful and flourishing. Yet, one day, our world fell into desolation. We were defeated, and some perished while others fled to distant lands. Xianzhenzi listened, captivated, his heart yearning. He understood that these revelations were likely the sacred secrets of the celestial master's abode. Had it not been for Xia Chen, he would never have learned of such profound truths. In those times, powerful dynasties and renowned cultivation sanctuaries thrived. The sanctuaries cultivated virtue, while dynasties nurtured fortune. The essence of fortune was extraordinarily profound, capable of conferring divine titles, reaping the blessings of the world, and binding officials to the dynasty's fortune through their ranks. With the aid of such fortune, even one with poor foundational skills could cultivate its speeds tenfold or even 100-fold that of others. To fundamentally alter a person's fate, only the immense power of fortune could achieve this. The old celestial master turned to Xianzhenzi, smiling as he spoke. Immense power of fortune? Xianzhenzi mused. Are you suggesting that Xia Chen has acquired such vast fortune to overturn his destiny? Yet, as far as I am aware, the power of fortune is finite in our world, divided among the Great Wu and the Great Fengqing. Where could he possibly obtain it? Xianzhenzi inquired, perplexed. Chapter 73. The pinnacle of the current era. The power of fortune in the world is finite, intricately linked to a nation's prosperity, the well-being of its people, economic flourishing, a formidable military, and the emergence of remarkable individuals. In essence, it correlates directly with the comprehensive strength of a nation. Institutions like the Celestial Master's Pavilion and the Tianlong Temple to the west of the capital, despite their non-involvement in worldly affairs, are inclined to assist the Great Wu dynasty in safeguarding the realm, for they too wish to partake in a fraction of this vital fortune. Given the paramount importance of fortune, even the foremost powers of the age are drawn into the fray of worldly competition. Xianzhenzi was filled with profound curiosity about the origins of Xia Chen's extraordinary fortune. Even if one's fate were altered, there should still be calculable elements. The old celestial master spoke slowly, revealing that Xia Chen harbored a great secret, possibly possessing an item that obscured celestial mechanisms. Yet, he sensed something more. Xia Chen appeared to be an unpredictable variable. A brilliant light erupted from the old celestial master's eyes as he stood atop the star-gathering tower, gazing into the inner city of the capital, seemingly attempting to pierce through the void to locate Xia Chen's whereabouts. An unpredictable variable? He mused. The Tao of heaven encompasses the 50 and the myriad, and all things in the world are bound by destiny. However, it is precisely due to these unpredictable variables that fate holds the potential for alteration. The old celestial master continued, his voice resonating like the sound of the Tao, while Xianzhenzi attentively absorbed his teachings. Did you not previously mention witnessing a 9-clawed golden dragon of fortune spanning the boundless skies, accompanied by a surge of purple energy? The old celestial master turned to regard Xianzhenzi, who knelt before him. Indeed, yet upon closer examination, I felt as though I had been deceived by my own vision. Xianzhenzi replied, You have mastered the art of physiognomy and have reached the pinnacle in this field. In a state of unclouded perception, while indulging in wine, you perhaps glimpsed that obscured aspect. Xianzhenzi was taken aback by the old celestial master's words. However, such a vision is indicative of an emperor's fate. In the presence of his majesty, I could only discern half a zhang of purple energy and 3 zhangs of fortune. Xianzhenzi could not restrain himself from speaking. Having read Taoist texts which describe the golden dragon of fortune as a manifestation of the convergence of both individual and national fortunes. Only when an emperor amasses 10 zhang of fortune can it potentially transform into a golden dragon of fortune. After reflecting on Xianzhenzi's statements, the old celestial master fell silent, for he too could not provide an explanation. Xianzhenzi continued, You have mentioned that Yao Wang's fate is exceedingly unique. At her birth, She was accompanied by 10 zhang of purple energy, with our great Wu's national fortune seamlessly merging within her. She may one day surpass all emperors of the past and present, achieving unparalleled greatness, unifying the world, and consolidating the entirety of fortune within Great Wu, thus successfully manifesting the golden dragon of fortune. At that moment, with such unified fortune, perhaps you could break through the constraints of the Tao of heaven and step into the legendary realm of the extraordinary. As Xianzhenzi spoke, his tone grew increasingly grave. Yet now, with this variable emerging, will affect your plans? Should we take action while he is still feeble to rectify this unpredictability? As he concluded, a chilling intent permeated his voice. When Yaoguang was born, the capital was awash with purple energy, and the skies were adorned with purple clouds, a spectacle that compelled all within the capital to kneel in reverence. At that time, the entire court believed it signified a victorious campaign in the southern frontier, a divine omen affirming the current emperor's merits to rival those of ancient sage kings. The emperor rejoiced and granted amnesty to the realm. However, Xianzhenzi understood that this celestial phenomenon was triggered by Yaoguang's birth. He was deeply astonished, for it was unprecedented for a mere princess to inspire such an extraordinary display of purple energy enveloping the capital. Historically, even those destined with great fortune or the fates of founding emperors had not matched Yaoguang's magnitude. Xianzhenzi was privy to this knowledge because the old celestial master had uncovered this secret, and due to his proficiency in physiognomy, he was discreetly summoned to the palace to obscure Yaoguang's countenance at birth, shielding her from the scrutiny of others. If variables were so easily corrected, they would not be variables, Xianzhenzi asserted. If you were to intervene personally as a first-tier power, who among the living could stand against you? Save for the other 4 first-tier powers? In the face of unpredictability, who can claim absolute certainty? Furthermore, who can ascertain that no other first-tier power has taken notice of Xia Chen? The old celestial master laughed heartily, his aura serene, resembling a benevolent elder. Yet Xianzhenzi was acutely aware that the old celestial master was not a man of leniency. In his youth, he had single-handedly wielded the Xuanwu sword to cleanse demons in the eastern wilderness. Are you referring to Long Shu, the current leader of Buddhism, the foremost figure in the Central Plains? Xianzhenzi's expression shifted slightly. He recalled how, during a literary gathering, Master Tianhai had approached Xia Chen for conversation. Were their exchanges merely casual discourse? Ha. The affairs of the world are innumerable, and I am but an ordinary man. How could I hope to comprehend them all? The old celestial master chuckled with candor, gazing towards the distant horizon where blue skies met white clouds. A gentle breeze caressing the air. There is no need for murderous intent. Since unpredictability exists, it must serve a purpose. The future is an enigma that no one can predict with certainty. Even I cannot truly fathom it. The emergence of variables may not necessarily lead to adverse outcomes. Perhaps it is precisely because of these variables that we might gain other insights, such as the Tao. Fate is determined in the unseen. We are mere mortals, and it is futile to contend against the heavens. Let all things unfold naturally. The old celestial master stood at the forefront, with no railing to impede him. A single misstep would send him plummeting. Yet, Xianzhenzi felt no trepidation regarding the old celestial master's safety. He observed the old celestial master, who, at that moment, emanated an ethereal aura, harmonizing with the cosmos, surrounded by an enigmatic Taoist resonance. Xianzhenzi sighed, recognizing the chasm that lay between him and the old celestial master, not just in terms of cultivation, but also in mindset and understanding of the Tao. Since fate has brought you together, it may signify a connection. Attempt to engage with him without ulterior motives. Let all things unfold naturally, just as with Yaoguang. Today, plant a seed, and in the future, it may take root and flourish. I shall seek an opportunity to meet this young man personally and discern the mysteries he possesses. The old celestial master turned his back to Xianzhenzi, as if facing the entirety of humanity, becoming one with the Tao, his essence unfathomable. Indeed, Xianzhenzi bowed respectfully. When he raised his head again, he found himself standing on the first floor before the star-gathering tower. The Celestial Master's spell, the shifting of stars. Chapter 74. The idol of scholars and the troubles brought by exceptional talent, as Xian Jinzi conversed with the venerable Taoist master. The events of the literary gathering gradually spread throughout the capital. Did the prince consort Xia Chen attend? Did he compose poetry? How did he perform? Just a few days ago, there were whispers proclaiming him a prodigy among scholars. This was indeed a grand banquet, with many students sharpening their wits, eager to assess whether Xia Chen possessed genuine talent. In the afternoon, the tea house was bustling with patrons indulging in their afternoon tea. At that moment, an inquisitive crowd encircled a student returning from the literary assembly at the Imperial Academy. The young scholar, however, appeared somewhat distressed, hesitating to respond. "What troubles you, Shally? We are your uncles, having watched you grow since childhood. We even supported your tuition when you entered the Imperial Academy. Now that you have achieved the rank of Jiren and participated in the princess's literary gathering, do you look down upon us and refuse to speak?" An elder, frustrated by the silence, exclaimed, "Qinshu, do not press Li Zhang." Just then, another student clad in scholarly robes entered the tea house. "What is the matter?" he inquired, sensing the tension in the air. "Ha ha ha." Today, Li Zhang, alongside several fellow scholars, confronted Prince Consort Xia Chen, publicly compelling him to compose poetry. I am at a loss as to what he was thinking. Regardless of his actual skills, he is still a prince, a scion of nobility. With the current director of Lanterns holding significant power, how could we, ordinary folk, dare to offend him? Yet, there he was, foolishly charging forward to challenge him. And I could not dissuade him. Zhang Zhongyong recounted with a shake of his head, reflecting on their shared upbringing in the same alley. I had his best interests at heart, yet he accused me of hindering his rise to fame in the capital, even threatening to sever ties with me. Truly, being a good person in this age is a thankless task. Zhang Zhongyong sighed, addressing the attentive neighbors around him with a tone of resignation. If he had merely embarrassed Xia Chen in public, it could have been overlooked. But Xia Chen, evidently no easy target, chastised them for their obsession with poetry while neglecting the pressing matters of the state and pursuing shortcuts in their studies. Ultimately, he recited a poem before everyone, articulating his ambitions and leaving the crowd astounded. Zhang Zhongyong laughed heartily, while Li Zheng wore a look of shame. The poem was indeed remarkable. After today, it seemed no one would dare to claim Xia Chen lacked knowledge or literary talent. This was the true essence of gaining renown in the capital. Ha ha! A true man should be like this. Xia Chen once again topped the headlines in the capital, becoming the subject of discussion among the populace during their leisure hours. The most fervent discourse revolved around his poem, particularly the closing lines, "Only to die for the nation on the battlefield. Why should one need a horse's hide to wrap the corpse?" This sentiment resonated deeply with many, stirring their spirits. Director Xia was right. Poetry was merely a trivial pursuit. Throughout history, which chancellor governed a nation through poetry? Practicality builds a nation. In these tumultuous times, with the northwest border on the brink of war, what we require are capable ministers, not mere literary figures. The Northern Great Fong, in recent years, experienced a decline in national strength. Was it not due to the pervasive veneration of literary pursuits? Scholars spent their days indulging in wine and merriment, utterly indifferent to state affairs. How could such an atmosphere foster a formidable military? If Great Fong continues on this path, I can confidently predict that within 50 years, it shall be devoured by our Great Wu. We must not follow in Great Feng's footsteps and should be vigilant against the corrosive influence of poetry on the minds of the people. A student, standing at the entrance of the Imperial Academy, raised his voice in fervent agreement, drawing a crowd of fellow scholars who nodded in assent. We must study the classics and national policies, but we cannot waste our energies on poetry. Thus, Xia Chen's name resounded throughout the Imperial Academy and among scholars far and wide. Many adopted his lines as their motto, believing a true man should serve his country loyally, even to the point of dying on the battlefield. Some even contemplated enlisting in the military. Little did Xia Chen anticipate these repercussions. Meanwhile, he returned to his courtyard, where a young boy awaited him. judging by his stature. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, yet his face was remarkably youthful. "What brings you here?" "Third brother, I have come to pledge my service to you," Xia Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he fidgeted restlessly on the seat. "You wish to serve me?" Xia Chen replied, barely suppressing a chuckle, just as Baizhu entered with tea for both him and Xiaowen. "Indeed, if Sister Baizhu can accompany you, why cannot I?" Xiaowen grinned, accepting the tea with a smile, causing Baizhu to blush slightly. "That will not do. You are too young. Besides, does third uncle know about this?" Xia Chen shook his head, recalling that Xiaowen was yet to turn 12. "But I've already broken through to the 8th tier of the refinement stage. According to the family rules, I am now eligible to enter society." Xiaowen stood up earnestly. "You have advanced to the refinement stage so swiftly?" Xia Chen expressed his astonishment, marveling at the boy's exceptional talent. In comparison, he himself had not broken through until he was 17, a rather average accomplishment among the noble offspring. "Indeed, I owe it all to you, third brother. If you had not improved the foundational sword techniques, I would not have made such rapid progress." Xiaowen scratched his head, beaming with a simple smile as he recounted the details of his journey. Originally, Xiaowen believed he would require 2 to 5 months to break through, but after being personally taught the Shuyang demon-breaking blade by his uncle Xia Chen, he could harness the energies of heaven and earth to refine his body, accomplishing the feat in just a month. "I initially intended to join the Imperial Guard, but they deemed me too young. Then I considered the border forces, yet both my uncle and father insisted I remain. So, I resolved to come and serve you instead." Xiaowen spoke with fervor. Xia Chen and Xiaowen's father, Xia Han, had hoped Xiaowen would stay at home to hone his martial arts until he reached at least the 7th or even 6th tier, allowing them to feel more at ease. By then, Xiaowen would be older and more capable. However, Xiaowen was unwilling to remain idle. Having finally advanced to the 8th tier, he longed to explore the outside world, even if it was just within the capital, rather than languishing in the boredom of the Marquis's residence. Xia Chen gazed at the youthful boy before him and sighed, pondering the troubles that exceptional talent could bring. Had Xiaowen reached the 8th tier around 14, his parents would not have worried so much about his departure from home. But at 11, it was only natural for them to be concerned. He was still just a child. Chapitre 55, Xia. In the hall, Xiaowen glanced around and noticed that Baizhu had already left before he softly spoke. "I know that the falling out between third brother and the family is certainly fabricated, although third brother tends to be a bit inconspicuous at home. Uncle and aunt treat you exceptionally well. All those rumors circulating outside are untrue." Xiaowen lowered his voice, his youthful face filled with earnestness. "Uncle has indeed mentioned expelling me from the family tree. This cannot be false." Xia Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiaowen. Despite his words, he silently admired the boy. Although young and seemingly reckless, he did not appear to be foolish, though I am unaware of the specific circumstances. It seems that third brother and uncle have their reasons for acting this way. Xiaowen scratched his head, smiling cheerfully. "Furthermore, I informed my father of my intention to join you. While he verbally opposed it, he nonetheless assigned 3 family guards to me, which is quite telling, isn't it?" Xia Chen was momentarily taken aback by Xiaowen's words. Did Xiaowen's decision to seek him out receive tacit approval from his uncle, Xia Han? What had transpired in the family recently? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Chen asked, "Has anything significant occurred?" "Not particularly, but a couple of days ago while I was in my father's courtyard, I overheard him conversing with my mother. He was quite inebriated at the time. I vaguely heard him mention a vacancy for a deputy minister in the Ministry of Rights, a position that was originally meant for him. The Ministry of Personnel had already submitted the documents to the cabinet, but it was ultimately rejected on the grounds that my father is too young and needs further tempering. Consequently, the position of deputy minister was filled by a distinguished scholar from Bailu Academy." Xiaowen lowered his head, his mood somewhat subdued. He had even stepped in to take a look, and it was the first time he had seen his father in such a state. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen fell silent, involuntarily conjuring an image of his uncle Xia Han in his mind, dapper, refined, and exuding the demeanor of a gentleman. He always greeted his younger kin with a smile, never discriminating based on talent or lineage. The Xia family wields significant military power. Uncle, who excels in civil service. has already tread a precarious path, especially given his considerable political talents. With the imperial examinations approaching, the Deputy Minister of Rights holds particular importance. If Uncle were to assume this position, even if he is not the chief examiner this time, he would nominally serve as a mentor to the candidates. Xia Chen sighed, glancing at Xia Wen and speaking in a low tone. I understand that His Majesty fears our Xia family. He is apprehensive of my father cultivating factions and worries that we might extend our influence into the civil service. He fears that with our military power and scholarly support, his reign may become unstable. Xia Wen set down his teacup, rising with a youthful face that bore an icy expression. Xia Chen was taken aback by Xia Wen's words. His little brother exhibited unexpected courage. Moreover, he seemed impetuous yet possessed a keen intellect, a true prodigy. Perhaps his father had made no mistake in naming him Xia Wen. This little brother undoubtedly inherited his father's political acumen. Truly a remarkable talent among the Xia family's third generation, second only to his biological brother Xia Hao. Though merely 11 years old, he already displayed extraordinary potential. More importantly, he harbored no fondness for the great Wu, particularly towards the emperor. Indeed, a promising candidate. The grace of the sovereign is like both thunder and rain. Xia Chen regarded Xia Wen calmly. I understand, third brother. I shall not express such sentiments publicly. The Xia family is, of course, unwaveringly loyal to His Majesty. Xia Wen lifted his head to meet Xia Chen's gaze, sharing a knowing smile. An unspoken understanding passed between them. You should stay here with me. I will introduce you to the lantern bearers tomorrow. I will arrange for you to have an identity and become my attendant. All right, that sounds great. I have heard that third brother is now a fourth-rank official and oversees the lantern bearers' Eagle Eye division. You must be quite impressive. Xia Wen's expression brimmed with excitement. Despite his maturity and intelligence, he remained a mere 11-year-old child. Bai Zhu entered, personally leading Xia Wen to the side courtyard to settle him. Meanwhile, Xia Chen remained seated, deep in thought. His uncle Xia Han had excelled in the imperial examinations at the age of 22, becoming a top scholar. Now 36, he possessed both connections and strength, achieving the rank of fourth-rank official in just 14 years. For others, this was already rapid progress, but for his uncle, it was merely standard, perhaps even slow. This clearly indicated something was amiss. His uncle had been a student at Bailu Academy in his youth, receiving praise from the current headmaster, Mr. Qi, which attested to his scholarly prowess. Although the cabinet had rejected his petition, the reasoning cited youth rather than a lack of qualifications or ability. The position of Deputy Minister of Rights, while indeed prestigious, was merely a third-rank position, not that of the minister himself. Being deemed too young did not seem a valid reason. Xia Chen sighed, realizing why his uncle had succumbed to inebriation, appearing dejected and frustrated. If matters continued to develop this way, it seemed his uncle would only ever reach the pinnacle of being a deputy minister, with becoming a minister or entering the cabinet being utterly impossible. It appeared that both his uncle and father had sensed the emperor's profound unease regarding their family, caught between both attempting to win them over and harboring deep-seated fears. Their decision to send Xia Wen was a calculated risk. The third generation of the Xia family was indeed a remarkable cohort, each emerging one after another. Although the outside world remained largely unaware, the potential of the next generation was undoubtedly recognized by Xia Chen and Xia Han. Despite their youth, they exhibited astonishing promise. The first and second generations of the Xia family had already raised the emperor's suspicions. If the third generation continued to unveil so much talent, how could the emperor sleep soundly? It seemed that both his uncle and father had already sensed the dangers facing the Xia family and were taking action. According to the original historical trajectory, it appeared that the Xia family had resolutely placed their bets on Yao Guang, thus evading the looming threat of extermination and allowing the third generation to shine brilliantly during the era of unification. Xia Chen murmured to himself, his pupils igniting with a dazzling light as his dual pupils slowly revolved, chaos enveloping him, as if he could open the heavens. Chapter 76. Has my poem become a model? The director of the Eagle Eye division, who had not graced the office for 3 days, finally made his appearance today. Since assuming his position, He had instilled a sense of trepidation among his subordinates, and everyone anticipated a tempestuous reign. However, to their astonishment, Xia Chen had deviated from the norm and absented himself from work for 3 consecutive days. It was only yesterday that they learned he had been attending a literary gathering, and to their surprise, he had emerged triumphant, with his poem now reverberating throughout the capital. This poem of our esteemed director must be disseminated forthwith, for the capital and its surrounding areas fall under the jurisdiction of the Eagle Eye Division. Within a day, it is imperative that every soul is made aware of this poetic masterpiece. As Xia Chen entered with Xia Wen, he heard the voice of Zheng Ping, the leader of the lantern bearers, issuing directives to his subordinates. Cui Hu and Lu Chun stood silently by his side, while the other 2 leaders, Chen Song and Li Yu, were conspicuously absent. What is going on so early in the day? Xia Chen inquired with a smile as he stepped into the hall. The director has arrived. Zheng Ping's face transformed, his stern countenance blossoming into a beaming smile. Director, the 10 or so lantern bearers present bowed in acknowledgement, regardless of their feelings. After 3 days of Xia Chen's absence, they had come to terms with the fact that his leadership in the Eagle Eye Division was an irrevocable reality, a decision made by the Emperor that no one could alter. Even in Xia Chen's absence, another would inevitably take his place, as the Emperor had lost faith in their internal matters and sought to bring in outsiders. Why are you all spreading my poem? Xia Chen's gaze grew curious. Though he now held the title of director, it seemed somewhat improper to exploit his authority for personal gain. Rest assured, director, this endeavor will remain confidential. The propagation of your poem is a directive from above. Zheng Ping gestured skyward, hoping to mend relations with Xia Chen without crossing any lines. In an instant, Xia Chen comprehended the situation. His poem spoke of loyalty to the nation, unafraid of death, with the likelihood of impending conflict in the Northwest. Its release served as a stirring call to arms, a nationwide mobilization. Thus, his poem had transformed into a political instrument. This was an unexpected turn, one that Xia Chen had not anticipated, realizing that even the Emperor could wield such influence. We, the Eagle Eye Division, oversee the capital and its neighboring regions, while others manage the rest. I assure you, your poem will echo throughout our great nation within 3 days. Your name will resonate among the populace. Zheng Ping continued eagerly, straightening himself with solemnity before bowing deeply, exclaiming, "Congratulations, director. You are on the brink of renown." The other lantern bearers echoed Zheng Ping's sentiments, their expressions reflecting a mix of admiration and trepidation, particularly from the usually reticent Cui Hu and Lu Chen. "Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Let us celebrate at Dashing Tower for lunch today," Xia Chen declared with a smile, patting Zheng Ping on the shoulder, acknowledging his adeptness in navigating the situation. "Allow me to introduce my brother, Xia Wen. Please arrange for his entry into the lantern bearers as a subordinate, following the appropriate procedures. Today's lunch at Dashing Tower will serve as his welcome banquet. Is that agreeable?" Xia Chen looked at Zheng Ping with a grin. Zheng Ping examined the youthful Xia Wen, who wore an innocent smile reminiscent of a simpleton, then glanced at Xia Chen before responding with enthusiasm, with the director's endorsement. "There is no issue. I will prepare the necessary documents this afternoon. No, before lunch." Such was the advantage of power. While ordinary individuals might struggle to gain admission into the lantern bearers, for Xia Chen, it was a matter of a simple command. Xia Wen gazed at his elder brother with admiration, realizing the formidable presence Xia Chen commanded over the once dominant lantern bearers. "I want to be just as impressive. I shall learn from my brother and ensure anyone who disobeys will face the consequences," Xia Wen thought, his innocent smile broadening. However, the other lantern bearers regarded him with bemusement, noting his youthful appearance, evidently much younger than his supposed age of 15 or 16. "He is the son of Lord Xia Han from the Ministry of Rights." Cui Hu finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Yes, he is my uncle's child. Alas, it must be said that there was a falling out between them. He sought to defend our homeland, yet his father vehemently opposed it, resulting in a fierce argument, after which he stealthily left home," Xia Chen replied, his tone light-hearted, not wishing to conceal the truth, especially since it was bound to surface. The expressions of those present grew increasingly peculiar, their attention fixated on Xia Chen's words. Did he break through to the 8th rank? Chui, who could no longer contain his astonishment. If memory serves, the records indicate that Lord Xia's eldest son, Xia Wen, is but 11 years old. Another exclaimed in disbelief. An 11-year-old of such caliber? How could this be? The regulations of the eastern town Duke's residence stipulated that only those who had achieved the 8th rank could enter the world. This was unfathomable. As the once feared lantern-bearers processed this extraordinary revelation, their expressions turned to incredulity. Even the usually taciturn Shui, Hu, and Lu Chun fixed their gaze upon Xiaowen. I'm not that small. I'll be 12 in a few months. Xiaowen stepped forward, grinning as he ruffled his hair, exuding an innocent charm. However, this only served to deepen the shock among the others. Such prodigious talent belonged to the direct lineage of the Eastern Town Duke. It was known that within their ranks, some individuals in their 30s had yet to reach the 8th rank. The disparity was staggering. Today at Dashing Tower, you must all attend, Xia Chen called out, gesturing with an absence of authority. Yet the others dared not dismiss his invitation, for his previous impression had been profoundly etched in their minds. Now aware that this seemingly gentle superior possessed a heart of ice and considerable cunning, they understood he was far from the harmless figure he appeared to be. We shall certainly attend the welcome banquet for young Master Xiaowen. The lantern-bearers replied in unison, their gazes towards the youthful Xia Wen now filled with respect. Report, Director. There is an individual named Su Xingchen outside, seeking an audience. He claims you summoned him. A lantern-bearer entered with the announcement. Xia Chen smiled, knowing that both literary and martial matters were now in his control. Today, as splendid weather matched his jubilant spirits. Chapter 77. Completely on the pirate ship, Su Xingchen followed a lantern-bearer, whose haggard face was marred by bloodshot eyes, yet his gaze shimmered with an unsettling excitement. He had spent the entire night awake, tormented by restless thoughts, and despite resigning himself to fate, sleep eluded him. He pondered deeply, ultimately sensing he had grasped something ineffable. Why did Xia Chen take pleasure in his suffering? Was it merely for amusement? Xia Chen was the legitimate son of the Marquis, a prince consort, and now a high-ranking lantern-bearer. While Su Xingchen was but a common scholar from the National University, their statuses worlds apart. To Xia Chen, extinguishing Su Xingchen's life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Such a person could not possibly act solely for the sake of his own malicious whims. Could he? Su Xingchen found it implausible. There had to be a deeper reason behind this. As dawn approached, a sudden clarity washed over Su Xingchen, jolting him upright in bed, his body trembling violently. Xia Chen understood his rebellious intentions, his desire to seek a wise ruler. Yet instead of capturing him, he urged Su Xingchen to serve as his scribe. Was Xia Chen plotting a rebellion, or was it the Xia family that harbored such ambitions? Enlightenment struck Su Xingchen like a thunderbolt, dispelling the fog of his previous despair. He was a person of exceptional intellect, and should have arrived at this conclusion sooner, but had been misled by Xia Chen into a labyrinth of misconceptions. Only in a hazy state, on the verge of slumber, did he finally recognize the truth. Su Xingchen's pupils radiated with a startling brilliance, a mix of exhilaration, excitement, and bewilderment. Xia Chen, as a prince consort, enjoyed the emperor's favor. Why then would he contemplate rebellion? Was it truly the Xia family? Despite their current power, all signs pointed to their loyalty to the imperial family. Su Xingchen, brilliant as he was, found himself perplexed. Yet, he refrained from exposing this conspiracy, for revealing Xia Chen's or the Xia family's treasonous intentions would surely lead to his demise. Both Xia Chen and the royal family would seek his death. The imperial family would never sever ties with the Xia family. Having grasped these thoughts, Su Xingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Only through destruction could there be renewal, a principle he had long desired. Su Xingchen entered the lantern-bearer's office, his eyes wandering curiously. The outside world had long painted the lantern-bearer's office as a terrifying hellish realm. However, upon entering, he found the atmosphere bustling, devoid of the anticipated gloom. Please, enter. The lantern-bearer led him into a small courtyard, gesturing for him to proceed. My lord. Su Xingchen knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice from within, he pushed it open. Inside, he beheld an exceptionally handsome young man at a desk, seemingly engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, another youthful figure watched him with innocent curiosity. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Xia Chen, without lifting his head, seemed to perceive Su Xingchen's condition with uncanny clarity, deepening Su Xingchen's sense of unease. "I was a bit too excited last night, hence my restless state," Su Xingchen admitted earnestly. "Excited because you harbor rebellious thoughts?" Xia Chen continued to scrutinize the documents before him, his voice calm and steady. Yet to Su Xingchen, it felt like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, instilling dread. How could Xia Chen know? Did he possess a form of mind reading? Su Xingchen's mind raced with trepidation. Had he entertained thoughts of betrayal? He might have already met a grim end before he even reached the door. Su Xingchen's cold sweat broke out anew, as he found himself teetering on the precipice of death once more. "From now on, you shall remain by my side as a scribe, assisting me with various documents. Moreover, your parents are aging, and you have been away for many years. In our great Wu dynasty, filial piety is paramount. It is our duty as children to serve our parents. I shall arrange for your parents to come to the capital. I have procured a small residence adjacent to mine, where they may stay." Xia Chen's gaze remained fixed on his work, as the quiet summer one approached, silent until now. "Here is the key." Someone handed Su Xingchen a set of keys. Su Xingchen swallowed hard, realizing that accepting this key meant he had irrevocably boarded the pirate ship. Regardless of whether Xia Chen was a wise ruler, there was no turning back. He understood he could not refuse, otherwise he would not just be entering the lantern-bearer service, but rather stepping into the lantern-bearer's prison, with his family unable to escape. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps they could even reunite within the lantern-bearer's confines, living as a happy family. "Thank you, my lord." Su Xingchen accepted the keys from Someone, casting a glance at the boy's honest smile, before respectfully bowing to Xia Chen. Noon, the Shenglu. The entire second-floor hall had been reserved by Xia Chen. The Shenglu was quite renowned in the capital for its delicious cuisine and its auspicious name. It was the favored venue for the nobility and wealthy merchants to host celebratory feasts. "Who is this tyrant who has reserved the entire second floor?" Someone exclaimed, their displeasure palpable. "My cousin is an assistant minister of revenue. I must see who dares to act so arrogantly in the capital." As frustrations mounted, the hall's patrons confronted Zhang Linda, the owner of the Shenglu. A man in his 40s, Zhang Linda hastily bowed to the crowd. "Esteemed guests, I am well aware of your esteemed status as regular patrons of the Shenglu. However, the second floor is currently unavailable as it has been reserved by the lantern bearers. Should you choose to confront the distinguished guests upstairs, it may lead to calamity. I speak for your own good, lantern bearers." The mention of this title caused a palpable shift in the crowd's demeanor. "Indeed, it is the esteemed Lord Xia Chen who has reserved the area. I implore you to dine on the first floor, or perhaps at our competitor, the Shenglu across the street. It is best to avoid disturbing our distinguished patrons." Zhang Linda, now drenched in sweat, urged the guests to the rival establishment. The crowd, glancing up at the second floor, saw their anger dissipate. Even the young man who had boasted of his influential cousin fell silent. On the second floor of the Shenglu, Xia Chen raised his glass. "Today marks the day my brother Summer One and my friend Su Xingchen begin their service. I am grateful for your presence. Allow me to toast to you all." He poured a cup of wine, rising to deliver a brief yet heartfelt address, expressing his gratitude in an approachable manner. Su Xingchen observed the unusually amiable Xia Chen, then glanced around at the compliant lantern bearers in attendance, marveling at how Xia Chen, seemingly gentle as jade, commanded respect without pretense. Was this what true leadership looked like? Chapter 78. I declare that those who form factions will indeed form factions. The atmosphere at the entire welcome banquet was harmonious, with Xia Chen naturally becoming the focal point of the event. The attendees were primarily mid-level officials of at least the 100 household rank. As they mustered the courage to toast him later in the evening, Xia Chen responded with a smile, exhibiting no arrogance whatsoever, fully integrating himself into the grassroots level. This eased the concerns of many. Their apprehensions stemmed from the fact that this young official was exceptionally youthful. They feared that in his eagerness to achieve results, he might resort to crude and reckless methods, initiating a purge among the lower-level officials. Surrounding Xia Wen and Su Xingchen were numerous individuals, all aware that these two were undoubtedly Xia Chen's trusted aides, despite their merely auxiliary roles as clerks. However, the steward of the prime minister's residence held a status comparable to a seventh-rank official, especially Xia Wen, the legitimate son of the Duke of Eastern Town. Although his branch did not possess a title, his father was a minor minister, a distinguished fourth-rank official. Moreover, everyone recognized Xia Wen's extraordinary talent. At just 11 years old, he had already ascended to the 8th rank, suggesting he would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Thus, no one dismissed him due to his youth. "I can't drink anymore. You all go drink with Brother Su." Xia Wen, his eyes glazed from inebriation yet retaining some clarity, hurriedly pointed towards Su Xingchen. Previously, he had no opportunity to drink at the Duke's residence, but today, buoyed by the support of the crowd, he indulged and soon found himself quite tipsy. Upon hearing Xia Wen's call and seeing him point, Su Xingchen quickly feigned drunkenness, laying his head on the table. The banquet continued with everyone drinking merrily. On the other side, sitting beside Xia Chen were Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen. "Today, my lord has truly splurged." Zheng Ping, his cheeks flushed from alcohol, raised his wine cup in salute to Xia Chen. "We are all brothers. There is no such thing as splurging." Xia Chen raised his cup with a smile, clinking it against Zheng Ping's. "However, I had originally reserved the entire second floor. It seems we have not filled it to capacity." Xia Chen sighed, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping, Cui Hu, and Lu Chen exchanged subtle glances, each displaying a different reaction. "The Emperor has tasked me with entering the lantern bearers. In fact, I have been given a mission," Xia Chen continued, speaking candidly as if confiding in close allies. The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. Even the usually composed Lu Chen turned his gaze towards him. "What is the mission?" Cui Hu could not help but inquire, having become particularly obedient and compliant after being schooled by Xia Chen previously. The Emperor mentioned that over the years, the lantern bearers have formed factions, each group coalescing, and those under them have almost become their personal retainers. Xia Chen paused, casting a glance at the three men, especially at Lu Chen, whose complexion had drastically changed. "Thus, when I dispersed your subordinates the other day, it was to save you. I hold all three of you in high regard. You are all intelligent individuals, and I trust you can comprehend my good intentions." Xia Chen patted Zheng Ping's shoulder, then did the same to Cui Hu, finally turning to the visibly distressed Lu Chen. "The Emperor is compassionate and possesses a broad heart. Though you are Lu Li's adopted son, you remain merely an adopted son. As long as you do not err during this sensitive period, these issues should not pose a significant threat." Lu Chen swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He finally understood why the Emperor had appointed such a young outsider to their ranks. Youthful exuberance often leads to rash actions and a fervent desire for achievement, which naturally results in a ruthless approach. This is the very quality that makes the young the most suitable as tools. Presently, this tool was aimed at severing the ties of Lu Li's faction. As Lu Chen, being Lu Li's adopted son, he should rightly be on the list to be cleansed. However, during this sensitive period, it would not be appropriate for you to continue as the head of the Pear Blossom Hall. Do you wish to relinquish your position temporarily and serve as my attendant?" Xia Chen inquired calmly. Lu Chen remained silent. Xia Chen did not resort to thunderous methods, nor did he accuse him of any wrongdoing. He simply sought to reclaim the power Lu Chen held with tranquil words, which was far more severe than previously dispersing his subordinates. Yet Lu Chen recognized he had no alternative and felt gratitude towards Xia Chen for preserving his position. Logically, he should have been the first to face the axe. Now, merely having his authority rescinded was an immense grace. "To my lord, I am willing to comply. Henceforth, I shall serve as an attendant, loyal to my lord for this life-saving favor." Lu Chen raised his wine cup, speaking solemnly. Regardless of his sincerity, he understood the necessity of expressing gratitude to Xia Chen, as Xia Chen now held his life in his hands. In the 3 days since Xia Chen arrived at the office, they had learned that he came wielding the Emperor's authority, which was why they had been at odds with him the other day. Yet today they were as compliant as obedient subordinates. Thus, Xia Chen successfully used a toast to reclaim authority. Old Zheng. Xia Chen turned to Zheng Ping, who jumped slightly and quickly exclaimed, "My lord, I'm not part of Lu Li's faction. Please see clearly. However, I too am willing to relinquish the head position and serve as your attendant." Zheng Ping hurriedly distanced himself, expressing his loyalty, fearing Xia Chen might mistakenly associate him with Lu Li's faction. The emperor undoubtedly harbors intentions of bloodshed. All associated with Lu Li will be purged. Ha, old Zheng. I am not a bloodthirsty tyrant. There is no need for such alarm. I merely wish to inquire. I have heard that Chen Song and Li Yu seem to be affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Xia Chen shifted the topic, casually picking up a piece of beef to eat. Zheng Ping relaxed, yet his eyes remained serene. I'm truly unaware of these matters, and I dare not speculate about the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. However, the Crown Prince and the Prince meddling in the Lantern Bearers would indeed be a grave offense. We Lantern Bearers are loyal to the Emperor. Ha, old Zheng. You are quite amusing. You are an elder in our Eagle Eye division. I'm still unfamiliar with many of the rules. How fortuitous it is to seek your counsel. Tell me, today I'm hosting a banquet for all my colleagues in the Eagle Eye division, and while you three are honored guests, why have those two not attended? And why did they bring their subordinates with them? Xia Chen shifted the subject once more, appearing casual as if merely inquiring. Cui Hu and Lu Chan's expressions grew serious. They understood that the true crux of the matter had arrived. To despise one's superiors and form factions is a grave crime. What should be the appropriate punishment? Zheng Ping asked with a grave expression. Forming factions warrants the death penalty, confiscation of property, male members of the family exiled, and females sent to the brothel. Zheng Ping stated coldly without hesitation. His words made both Cui Hu and Lu Chen exchange glances, astonished at the stark contrast of Zheng Ping's usual amiable demeanor. Chapter 79. Seizing Everything. Xia Chen chuckled upon hearing this, taking another piece of beef before inquiring once more. But what if they truly are the people of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince? What should we do then? Cui Hu and Lu Chen understood that this question was not posed casually, while Lu Chen observed Zheng Ping with a contemplative gaze. The Lantern Bearers are directly under the Emperor. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince meddling in their affairs would be a significant taboo. I believe neither the Crown Prince nor the Third Prince would dare to place their people among the Lantern Bearers. Zheng Ping smiled slightly before continuing. However, Chen Song and Li Yu are exceedingly arrogant. They appear to be affiliated with Lu Li's faction. We cannot allow such factionalism to fester among the Lantern Bearers. Zheng Ping spoke with grave determination, his words imbued with a chilling resolve. Ha! Zheng Darren is absolutely right. How could the Crown Prince and the Third Prince possibly extend their reach into our Lantern Bearers? One is a Crown Prince and the other a Third Prince. They cannot conspire against us. Rumors are indeed unreliable. Xia Chen laughed heartily, while Cui Hu and Lu Chen exchanged glances, fully aware that Xia Chen's words carried deeper implications. With Zheng Darren's guidance, I shall feel at ease. Cui Hu, Lu Chen, Xia Chen concluded, turning to look at them. You both heard my conversation with Zheng Darren. Assist him, and this afternoon, apprehend Li Yu and Chen Song. Additionally, take into custody all the 100,000 households from their two factions who did not attend the banquet, and confine them in the Lantern Bearer prison. Can you manage that? Xia Chen inquired calmly, prompting Zheng Ping to interject hastily. Darren, let these two young men handle such matters. I am but an old bone now, and it has been over a decade since I led a team. If something goes awry, it would be troublesome. Zheng Darren, it is precisely because they are young that they might struggle to maintain control. You are a venerable figure within the Eagle Eye division, renowned throughout the Lantern Bearers. It is imperative that you take the lead in this matter. Furthermore, with both of us supporting this endeavor, what could possibly go wrong? Xia Chen smiled, not permitting Zheng Ping any chance to refuse. At that moment, Cui Hu discerned a certain nuance. It seemed that Xia Chen held a special regard for Zheng Ping. He recalled how Zheng Ping had remained steadfast in the Eagle Eye division for over 20 years, and suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Thus, he chose to remain silent, bowing his head to eat, firmly supporting Xia Chen's plan. Zheng Ping must be at the forefront to apprehend Li Yu and Chun Song. Xia Chen departed, accompanied by Xia Wen, Xia Qian, Su Xingchen, Xia Hao, and Li Shi, leaving Dishing Tower. The wind is picked up, Cui Hu remarked as he pushed open the paper window, standing by the second-floor window and gazing at the bustling city of Dewangjing. He extended his hand, feeling the wind brush against his fingers, and spoke softly. "Have you all eaten our fill?" Lu Chun, still seated at the table, maintained a calm demeanor but suddenly bellowed, "I am full." Instantly, several individuals stood and responded loudly. Lu Chun turned to Zheng Ping, addressing him earnestly. "Zheng Darren, you instructed us to assist you. Please direct us on how to proceed." "Zheng Darren, simply give your orders. We shall execute them. Your experience surpasses our own." Kui Yu echoed, standing by the window with a cupped fist in salute. Zheng Ping's lips twitched. These two young rascals were now treating him with such courtesy, despite having previously regarded him with disdain, believing he merely relied on his seniority. They had always been unruly, disregarding others. Now, as they approached the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's people, they understood the gravity of the situation and had turned into timid turtles. "Return to the office swiftly, gather the personnel, and I will arrange for support. This operation must be executed swiftly and without causing any disturbances. Once we apprehend them, disarm them and confine them in the lantern-bearer prison. Ensure that no outsiders approach." Zheng Ping instructed in a deep voice. "Understood." Lu Chun and Cui Hu replied in unison. The many lantern-bearers exchanged glances. Though uncertain of what was to come, they sensed a storm brewing. Yet, it seemed that this storm had little to do with them. Rather, they felt as though they had transformed into the tempest itself. Such is the outcome of having a capable leader. In the afternoon, the entire lantern-bearer faction was abuzz with commotion. Two factions within the Eagle Eye division, from the 100 households up to the faction leaders, were all apprehended. Some attempted to resist, but were nearly executed on the spot. A few hundred households were even stripped of their armor and taken away before the eyes of the crowd. This caused a wave of unease within the lantern-bearers. Yet it remained confined to the Eagle Eye division, which brought some degree of comfort to the others. Goodness, the new leader of the Eagle Eye division has been excessively ruthless. Two faction leaders, over 1,500 households, and more than 10,000 households were directly apprehended. This was indeed terrifying. That Lord Xia acted so decisively and captured so many people. Did he truly fear creating a significant uproar? Ah, the youth are indeed valiant, untouched by the harshness of society, naturally fearless. It seems that Li Yu and Chun Song are in grave trouble this time. Others remaining in the capital, from various factions, gasped in astonishment, shaken by Xia Chen's actions. However, on what charges were these individuals taken? To seize so many lantern-bearers without cause. Even if he is the division leader, it could hardly be deemed proper. Some could not help but question what evidence Lord Xia had against these individuals, enabling him to act so unrestrained. Let me emphasize, I also heard through the grapevine that Chun Song and Li Yu are suspected to be affiliated with the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Is that true? What do the Crown Prince and the Third Prince intend? We are lantern-bearers. This is a grave taboo. Wait, if these two truly are linked to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, shouldn't this be a closely guarded secret? How has this become so widely known? Some were taken aback by this revelation, while others with political acumen questioned further. I wonder where this information originated. In any case, it has been labeled as hearsay. Let us merely observe the spectacle. The powerful are at odds, and it is best we refrain from meddling. If Chun Song and Li Yu truly have connections to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, then Lord Xia's audacious actions would be understandable. Perhaps this is the Emperor's will. Someone pointed upwards, causing everyone to shrink back, unwilling to continue the discussion. Chapter 80. I am the one who captured the Crown Prince's man. Let me out. The furious voice echoed through the dimly lit dungeon. Who gave you the audacity to arrest me? Where is the warrant? I'm Hall Master. Upon entering, Xia Chen was met with shouts of indignation. What are you shouting about? Xia Wen approached and kicked the door of cell number 48. Inside was none other than Li Yu. Xia Chen, on what grounds do you detain us? What crime have we committed? Li Yu glared at Xia Chen, his eyes blazing with fury. You abuse your power for personal gain. Wield your authority to exact revenge. I will report you to the commander. Even if you are the prince consort, his majesty will not spare you. Li Yu's confidence grew as he spoke, believing he had intimidated Xia Chen into silence. Are you certain his majesty won't spare me? Xia Chen finally replied, a smile playing on his lips, causing Li Yu's expression to change subtly. With that, Xia Chen walked away, and Li Yu fell silent in his cell. As Xia Chen passed cell number 23, Chen's song, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly brightened. Lord Xia! Lord Xia! Chen's song hurriedly stood up, grasping the bars. I was wrong. The reason I did not attend the banquet today is that my mother is ill, and I must care for her. Tears streamed down his face, his acting evoking a sense of pity. Who do you think you're fooling? Your mother is sick, but what about your subordinates? Are they all suffering from the same ailment? Xiaowen chuckled, following Xia Chen. Chen Song's face stiffened, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth. My lord, may I have a word? Xia Chen glanced at him, taking a few steps forward to see what he had to say. My lord, I am an associate of His Highness the Crown Prince. Previously, I was blind to your stature and offended you. I have realized my mistake. From now on, I shall follow your lead in the Eagle Eye Division. You are still the husband of Princess Yao Wang, and my prince is closely connected to her. Once he ascends the throne, I assure you, you shall reap the benefits. Perhaps the position of commander of the lantern bearers will be yours. Xia Chen regarded Chen Song with a peculiar gaze. Chen Song believed his words had struck a chord, a confident smile emerging on his face. Did he not expect this? Surprised? I am allied with the crown prince. You have your connections, and I have mine. Chen Song laughed inwardly, thinking that revealing this secret would turn his fortune around, perhaps even pull Xia Chen into the crown princess faction. Do you know why I sought to detain you, Chindarin? Is it not because we disobeyed orders, deliberately made things difficult for you, and failed to attend the banquet? Chen Song instinctively replied. Xia Chen chuckled and shook his head, finding Chen Song adorably naive. Even now, he was oblivious to the reason for his imprisonment. Chindarin, lean in a little closer. I wish to speak with you. Xia Chen beckoned him like a dog. Smiling, Chen Song eagerly pressed his head against the bars, listening intently. Xia Chen leaned forward, his tone gentle yet calm. I am the one who captured the crown prince's man. With that, Xia Chen patted Chen Song's cheek. Chen Song's pupils dilated, his insides churning with turmoil. Is Chindarin truly naive, or is this an act? You are the master of the lantern bearers. Do you think your actions are without consequence? Do you believe you can conspire with the crown prince while the emperor remains on the throne? Is a crown prince so eager to ascend that he would risk a coup? Xia Chen's voice remained soft, but Chen Song was already drenched in cold sweat. If he did not realize the gravity of his situation now, he would truly be a fool. Furthermore, now that you have been captured, do you think the crown prince will expend effort to rescue you, or would he prefer to silence you swiftly? Xia Chen chuckled, and with that, Chen Song slumped, utterly defeated in his cell. Xia Chen laughed heartily, resembling a villain in a tale, as he continued deeper into the dungeon. His purpose was not to confront Chen Song or Li Yu. They were unworthy of his attention. His true objective lay with 3 others. My lord, we have arrived. This cell holds you, Xiao Qian. A door swung open, letting blinding light flood into the dim confines, awakening a disheveled figure clad in prison garb, his skin pale from prolonged exposure to darkness. You, Xiao Qian, come forth. The Lord wishes to see you. You, Xiao Qian, feeling dazed, had been imprisoned for nearly 2 years. After enduring a few lashes upon his arrival, he had since been left to his own devices. Why was someone seeking him today? Greetings, my lord. 2 years of prison fare had instilled in this once fearless youth a newfound respect, no longer the brash individual he once was. He bowed respectfully to the striking young man before him. 2 years prior, Yu Shaoqian had led a group of scholars from the Guozijian, petitioning the emperor to be more attentive to state affairs, advocating for a policy of non-intervention, urging the concealment of wealth among the populace, and promoting recovery. They had even claimed that the Great Wu dynasty was on the brink of disaster, leading to his arrest by the lantern bearers. Xia Chen recited the charges. Regarding the kneeling youth, Yu Shaoqian's expression shifted, ultimately settling into calm acceptance. After 2 years of neglect, he had thought himself forgotten. Was he to be executed today? Yu Xiaoqian straightened, adjusting his tattered clothing. Despite his worn attire, he exuded an air of dignity, like a resilient bamboo, steadfast against the winds. Do you regret your past statements? Xia Chen inquired, observing Yu Xiaoqian steadily. If given another chance, I would still submit my petition. I regret my impulsiveness, thinking that, as a scholar, I could freely express my thoughts on national matters. If afforded another opportunity, I would bide my time, diligently study for my degree, and later confront the officials and the emperor, questioning why they neglect the common people. This realm does not belong to the emperor alone, but to all its citizens. The people are suffering. If we do not restore peace and continue waging war, the Great Wu will inevitably fall. Yu Xiaoqian spoke with unwavering calm, yet resonant conviction. The years in prison had taught him humility, yet he still stood firm in his beliefs. The world is on the brink of collapse. The Great Wu shall perish. It is the common folk who bear the brunt of this suffering. Xia Chen regarded the young man, filled with righteous spirit, for a long while before finally smiling. The suffering of the people is a burden on all. Xia Chen spoke gently, and Yu Xiaoqian's eyes lit up at his words, repeating them as if they were a mantra. His gaze towards Xia Chen began to shift. Yu Xiaoqian, you are hereby released. From this day forth, you shall accompany me as my scribe. Yu Xiaoqian, who had resigned himself to death, stood frozen in place, his eyes fixated on Xia Chen's retreating figure. He had been released? Yu Xiaoqian, styled Shoujing, was diligent and eager to learn from a young age. At 17, he entered the Imperial Academy for study. By the age of 23, he, along with his fellow students, submitted a memorial addressing the flaws in state governance. His words were incisive, boldly asserting that the realm does not belong solely to His Majesty, but rather to the countless people of the world. Consequently, he was apprehended by the authorities and imprisoned. At that time, Emperor Taizu was the head of the Lantern Bearers, and upon recognizing Yu Xiaoqian's deep concern for the nation and its people, as well as his exceptional talent, he ordered his release, allowing him to study at his side. Chapter 81. Scholars, Merchants, and Thugs. In the dungeon of the Lantern Bearers, a young man, filthy and shackled, leaned against the wall, lost in slumber. Zhang Wenliao awakened. The thunderous voice jolted Zhang Wenliao from his sleep, causing him to stir. Is it evening already? Have I missed dinner? He rubbed his stomach, which growled in protest, reminding him of his ravenous hunger. Nearly 2 years had passed since he was imprisoned in the Lantern Bearer's dungeon, and he had long surrendered any hope of escape. As an ordinary thug, how could he possibly leave this place? He harbored no grand ambitions. Merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. Each day, he clung to life felt like a gift. Step out. A lantern bearer, donning a white badge, opened the cell door and spoke to Zhang Wenliao with an expressionless demeanor. My lord, I have already disclosed everything I could. I was misled at the time and never intended to obstruct the lantern bearers or act against them. It was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenliao cast a glance at the open door, his heart pounding with trepidation. He had witnessed the lantern bearer's ruthless methods upon his arrival and had since suffered in the dungeon like a stray dog, barely surviving for months. Was it possible they had grown weary of him and sought to eliminate him now? Come out. A lord wishes to see you. The lantern bearer brandished his whip, poised to strike Zhang Wenliao, but hesitated, recalling the influential figure behind him. He pondered the young thug's unexpected fortune in being personally summoned by Lord Xia. My lord, please spare me. Zhang Wenliao trembled, stepping out of his cell to find 3 figures awaiting him. Most notably, the young man at the forefront left him at a loss for words. He swore he had never encountered a man of such exquisite appearance in his 20-plus years of life. Was this a celestial being? Overwhelmed by this thought, he knelt, too fearful to rise. Xia Chen frowned, noting Zhang Wenliao's lack of composure. Was this truly the future star of the battlefield? Lift your head. Xia Chen commanded in a low voice. Zhang Wenliao hastily obeyed, his heart racing with uncertainty about his impending fate. Zhang Wenliao, from this day forth, you shall serve as my protector. Xia Chen's voice bore no emotion, while Xia Wen, standing behind him, expressed confusion as to why his brother would select a mere thug from a dungeon. The earlier Yu Xiaoqian had been acceptable, being a scholar from the National Academy. Yet, this Zhang Wenliao's performance was abysmal. Could he truly serve as a protector? Xiaowen felt he could easily overpower Zhang Wenliao with one hand. Meanwhile, Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb, scrutinized the kneeling Zhang Wenliao, wondering if he too was a fortunate choice of the Lord. Zhang Wenliao stood frozen, watching as Xia Chen and the others turned to leave, unsure of how to proceed. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear the Lord's command? Do you wish to remain here and continue your prison fare? Do you truly believe our dungeon is a retirement home? The lantern bearer, who had been observing, spoke with irritation, jolting the dazed Zhang Wenliao awake. May I leave now? Zhang Wenliao hesitated, incredulous that he could exit the famed lantern bearer's dungeon so easily. Although a thug, he had some wit. Could this be a trap? Perhaps they intended to let him go only to accuse him of escaping and execute him on the spot. As this thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. It was implausible. The lantern bearers had countless ways to eliminate him. He was no one of significance to warrant such complexity. Lord Shen Shuiyan has arrived. A man in his 30s, dressed in clean prison garb and sporting a beard, knelt before Xia Chen. Having lost his vast fortune and spent 3 years in the lantern bearer's dungeon, he maintained an admirable demeanor and spirit. Impressive, Xia Chen remarked, observing Shen Shuiyan's resilience, which the prison garb could not obscure. Zhang Wenliao, trailing behind, swallowed hard. In contrast, he felt utterly inadequate. Thank you for your kind words, my lord. Life inevitably concludes. So what is there to fear? Since I did not perish 3 years ago, it signifies that my fortune has not yet run out. After 3 years of waiting, I have finally encountered a worthy master. Shen Shuiyan continued, bowing deeply, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. You knew of me and anticipated my arrival? Xia Chen asked, taken aback. Was there someone who could foresee events better than he? I did not know your identity or that you would come to rescue me today. However, 3 years ago, when my wealth was seized, I endured great suffering upon my imprisonment, nearly beaten to death. Afterward, I was abandoned, regarded as insignificant by those in power. In their eyes, I was merely an insect. The guilty are often those with treasures, and that great figure coveted only my fortune, disregarding my life. Thus, I chose to endure, though I contemplated ending my life after losing everything. I later resolved to bet on a chance that a significant figure might recognize my worth in commerce. I could not perish. I must live resiliently, even if it meant languishing in a cell. I would wait for 5, 10, or even 20 years, as long as no one sought my life. That day arrived sooner than I anticipated. Merely 3 years passed before I met you, my lord. In these 3 years, I have learned a vital truth. Possessing treasures without strength is a grave sin. Kneeling, Shen Shuiyan's forehead remained pressed to the ground, his tone earnest yet tinged with sorrow, akin to resilient grass in spring. Though I know not your identity, my lord, your ability to rescue me from the lantern bearer's dungeon suggests you are unafraid of that figure who seized my wealth. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to accept me. Shen Shuiyan's voice was resolute, aware that this might be his sole opportunity. Please, my lord, accept me as your servant. From this moment forth, you shall be my master. I seek nothing but your protection, a place to belong, and a chance to showcase my talents. His plea was strong, and Zhang Wenliao swallowed nervously. In comparison, he felt increasingly inadequate. While Shen Shuiyan openly offered to serve the powerful lord, Zhang Wenliao had been too frightened to express his gratitude. Zhang Wenliao's unease grew. It seemed he had faltered. On the other hand, Xia Chen regarded Shen Shuiyan seriously. While he acknowledged Xia Chen's great favor in rescuing him, he could not bring himself to utter such words of servitude. At the very least, he could work diligently to repay the Lord's kindness. This comparison left both Xia Chen and Zhang Wenliao feeling their previous performances had been woefully inadequate. Shen Shuiyan, born into a humble family, became an apprentice at a tavern at the tender age of 12. His innate intelligence and cleverness quickly garnered the attention of his employer, who frequently kept him by his side. Eager to learn and remarkably astute, within a year, Shuiyan managed all matters of the tavern with remarkable efficiency. By the age of 14, he was promoted to manager, and within 2 years, the establishment's business flourished to 5 times its former prosperity. At 16, Shuiyan resolved to pursue his own livelihood, taking his savings to a nearby city to open a small restaurant. which soon attracted a steady stream of patrons, yielding him his first fortune. By 18, he established his first tavern, and, as his enterprise gradually expanded, he ventured into various trades, becoming a prominent figure in each. By the age of 30, he had risen to be the wealthiest man in Yun Prefecture, earning the admiration of contemporaries who hailed him as a commercial genius. At 32, Xia aspired to extend his business empire to the capital, drawing the attention of the city's powerful elite. However, at 33, he faced the calamity of having his assets confiscated and was imprisoned for 3 years. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Taizu recognized his talent and rescued him from confinement, ensuring that his potential would not be lost. Chapter 82. The Powerful Lord Xia. Xia Chen gazed at the kneeling Shun Xia and nodded. Rise, from this day forth. I shall be your pillar of support. Upon hearing this, Shun Xia once again bowed in gratitude. Ding dong. Congratulations, player. You have gathered 5 remarkable individuals. The requirements for the Dynasty Strife version have been met. Would you like to update your system? The crisp sound resonated as a system panel materialized before Xia Chen's eyes. He discreetly withdrew his gaze after a moment, turning it back towards Shun Xia, Zhang Wenliao, Xiao Wen, Yu Shaoqian, and the diligent Su Xingchen, who was organizing documents in the room. They perfectly constituted the 5 required. His current system version was already the Spirit Awakening version, and now was set for an upgrade. This was indeed a remarkable leap forward. Let us go, Xia Chen said with a smile, his spirits high. His purpose in entering the dungeon today was to aid these 3, yet he had unexpectedly gained more. He had successfully triggered the conditions for a system upgrade. It seemed his system was originally at version 3.0, and with this upgrade, it would ascend to 4.0. Shun Xia followed quietly behind Xia Chen, who wore a beaming smile, clearly in a good mood. This young lord appeared to be merely in his teens, yet those around him, the lantern bearers, displayed profound respect towards him. This was the lantern bearer dungeon, notorious as the 18 layers of hell. Ordinary individuals imprisoned here for over a month seldom emerged. They either perished within or aged to death. Yet this young lord could secure his release with a mere utterance. His power was indeed formidable. Lord Xia, the others exclaimed, surprised that such a high-ranking official had personally come. As they walked, Yu Shaoqian and the others observed numerous lantern bearers greeting Xia Chen, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. They were astonished. They had spent 2 to 3 years in confinement, and never had they encountered such a youthful figure of authority in the capital. The world outside had clearly undergone significant changes. Masterly, I shall take these 3 with me. I will personally handle any necessary procedures. Xia Chen addressed a middle-aged man in his 30s in the dungeon's basement hall. The dungeon fell under the jurisdiction of the Lantern Bearers 6th Division, the Department of Confinement, and the basement levels were overseen by Masterly. These 3 were not significant prisoners. Director Xia could simply take them away without issue. I will ensure the proper procedures are followed. By evening, I should be able to deliver the release documents to your courtyard. The previously relaxed Masterly sprang from his seat, clasping his hands together with a smile. Thank you, Masterly. I appreciate your assistance. Please ensure the procedures are formal. I shall treat you to a drink another day. Xia Chen nodded, flashing a smile at Masterly before turning to leave. Yu Shaoqian and the others absorbed every word of the conversation. Although their backgrounds varied, they were all astute individuals. They were astonished, realizing Xia Chen's true identity. This youth, seemingly in his teens, was the director of the Lantern Bearers. They were left wondering which department he governed. I have been imprisoned for over 2 years, unaware of the changes outside. What is this lord's true status? To command one of the 9 major departments at such a young age. He must be a favored individual destined for greatness. Yu Shaoqian mused silently. His 2 years in confinement had profoundly altered his mindset. Once a noble idealist, he now recognized that relying on others was futile. To truly save the nation, one must possess strength and wield power. This was the true path to salvation. At this moment, Yu Shaoqian was no longer merely a youth absorbed in the classics. He had evolved into a pragmatic individual with a well-rounded perspective. Achieving the position of director at such a young age, this lord who had rescued him surely held an extraordinary lineage. He pondered which eminent family he hailed from, capable of earning the emperor's trust. With this lord's protection, surely his business would flourish unhindered, no longer attracting unwanted attention. Shun Shuyan's spirits lifted as he reflected on the past 3 years of waiting, finally finding a noble patron who recognized his talent. His time in prison had not been wasted. He had conceived an ambitious commercial blueprint, eager to demonstrate his worth upon release. His business acumen had evolved significantly since 3 years ago. Unbelievably, a visit to the Lantern-Bearer dungeon had turned into a fortuitous encounter. He had latched onto a genuine benefactor, and perhaps he too would rise to prominence in the future, akin to those he once admired. Zhang Wenliao, filled with delight, was still naive in his aspirations. Initially, their fates had dictated that they would wait another 2 or 3 years before being selected by Yao Guang, a turning point in their destinies. Especially for Zhang Wenliao, his moment of glory was still over a decade away. Yet now, their destinies had shifted once more. "Boss, why are you so anxious?" "He is the director of the Eagle Eye Division. We belong to the Confinement Division. Even if he outranks us, there is no need to be so tense," a lantern-bearer remarked to Master Li, observing his reverence for Xia Chen after they exited the dungeon. "What do you know? Did you not see how many were sent to the dungeon this afternoon? 2 of them were of my rank, also directors, and they were apprehended," Master Li replied, glancing at his subordinate and then surveying the surroundings before lowering his voice. "Do not be fooled by Director Xia's youth and amiable demeanor. That is merely a facade. He is a formidable character. 2 directors, along with a multitude of others, were apprehended today, over 50 of your kind." Hearing this, the subordinate, Wang Baihu, recoiled slightly, a chill running down his spine. Isn't he concerned this might incite dissent among his subordinates? Wouldn't that put everyone on edge? Of course, they're dissenters. Many from other divisions expressed their unease and sought the commander's intervention to address the situation. Master Li continued, "But guess what? Lord Ma Song expelled everyone and even punished a few directors for their insolence." Wang Baihu's expression shifted again at this revelation. Director Xia is different from other department heads. The commander's unyielding support for him speaks volumes. We serve the emperor directly, while he is the emperor's son-in-law. It is likely that in the future, the lantern-bearers will all bear the surname Xia. So, even if he does not currently oversee us, we must be exceedingly careful not to offend him. Master Li patted Wang Baihu's chest. If not for the fact that this lad was his confidant, he would not have divulged so much. As Xia Chen entered his office courtyard, he found Su Xingchen engrossed in reviewing documents, pen in hand. His adaptability and intelligence were remarkable. He quickly identified flaws in case files after merely glancing through them, and his speed of review left Shui, who momentarily speechless. Where did Xia Chen find this prodigy? To unravel cases with just a glance at the files. Could he be a detective? Shui, who was once again astonished. Chapter 83. A true man must learn to confront thousands. "Sir." Shui, who, upon seeing Xia Chen enter, promptly bowed. Su Xingchen, hearing the commotion, also laid down his brush and rose to pay his respects. Xia Chen nodded, just as Lu Chen entered. Upon noticing Xia Chen, he quickly reported, "Sir, the 2 hall masters suspected of forming cliques for personal gain have all been apprehended. How shall we proceed? First, conduct interrogations, then gather evidence of their crimes. For those with serious offenses, execution is warranted. For the less severe, revoke their identities as lantern-bearers. As for Chen Song and Li Yu, they shall be treated as allies of Lu Li. Given their years as hall masters, their subordinates are unlikely to be entirely clean. Investigate this matter and submit the evidence to the commanding officer," Xia Chen calmly declared as he took a seat, though his words tightened the hearts of all present. Particularly for Su Xingchen and his companions, this deepened their understanding of Xia Chen's authority. In just a few words, the fates of 2 hall masters and over a dozen captains, along with more than 500 men, were sealed. While many might have minor issues, their transgressions were not deserving of death, yet such is the consequence of misalignment in political struggles. Understood. Lu Chen felt an icy chill in his heart. Had it not been for Xia Chen's protection, he could well have faced the same fate as the lantern-bearers. After all, Li Yu and Chen Song were not allies of Lu Li, yet he was undeniably Lu Li's adopted son. He too should have been among those targeted for elimination. It was solely due to the words of this young man that he had narrowly escaped calamity. Reflecting on this, Lu Chun felt a flicker of relief. Go on with your tasks. Xia Chen waved his hand, and Lu Chun and Shui, who exited his courtyard. How do you find it? Xia Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Xingchen. Quite manageable. These documents do not pertain to major cases and are not particularly complex. Su Xingchen hamba zet ponde. His keen intellect rendering these records no challenge. He could effortlessly unravel their intricacies and identify logical flaws within. Very well, allow me to introduce you. This is Xia Chen, who also hails from the Imperial Academy. From now on, you two shall assist me in handling these documents. Xia Chen nodded, while Su Xingchen had already noticed the few individuals behind Xia Chen, still clad in prison garb. I have met Brother Shoujing. 2 years ago, he spoke boldly, earning my admiration. Today, it seems Brother Shoujing has found fortune in misfortune, having been rescued by the Sir. Su Xingchen said with a smile and a bow. You know me? Yu Shaoqian was taken aback, surprised to encounter an acquaintance after 2 years in prison. I too come from the Imperial Academy. 2 years ago, when Brother Shoujing submitted his petition, I was also studying there. Su Xingchen replied with a grin. How fortunate to meet a fellow student upon my release. Yet, I wonder why. I seldom ventured outside the academy and did not engage much with other scholars. Hence, it is only natural that Brother Shoujing has not heard of me. Yu Shaoqian seemed to sense what Su Xingchen was implying and responded with a smile. Yu Shaoqian glanced at Su Xingchen, having never heard his name before. Yet, the latter seemed well informed about him, suggesting that he was not entirely oblivious to the world outside. Either he lacked talent or harbored significant ambitions. Yu Shaoqian leaned towards the latter. Otherwise, amidst the multitude of scholars at the academy, how could the young Sir Xia have sought him to assist with documents? The two engaged in conversation to better understand one another, during which Yu Shaoqian increasingly recognized Su Xingchen as extraordinary. Regardless of the topic, Su Xingchen could seamlessly contribute his insights. Meanwhile, Su Xingchen discerned Yu Shaoqian's genuine capabilities, leading their discussion from Confucian classics to national policies, ultimately even delving into significant global affairs. Both understood that they would soon be colleagues, potentially working together for an extended time. Both harbored pride within, desiring not to have foolish colleagues who would hinder their progress. Through their dialogue, they silently elevated each other's esteem. Yu Shaoqian, renowned 2 years prior at the Imperial Academy, had not wasted his intellect during his imprisonment. Instead, he emerged with a profound clarity, significantly transformed from before, proving that there are indeed talented individuals in the world, and one must not underestimate the exceptional. Su Xingchen marveled internally and cast a furtive glance at Xia Chen, recognizing his discerning eye for talent. However, as a prince consort, how could he attract so many gifted individuals? Could it be that Xia Chen indeed harbored ambitions beyond mere loyalty? Meanwhile, Xia Chen observed Zhang Wenliao before him. Can you read? I cannot. Zhang Wenliao shook his head. At 21 years of age, having previously been immersed in gang life, he had no opportunity to learn. Xia Chen glanced at the two scholars from the Imperial Academy deep in conversation and ultimately decided Yu Shaoqian would be the one to teach him. Shoujing. Sir. Yu Shaoqian quickly approached. For the next few days, aside from handling documents, devote 2 hours each day to teaching Zhang Wenliao to read and write, aiming to have him recognize all commonly used characters within a month. Yu Shaoqian was taken aback, glancing at the unruly Zhang Wenliao. Teaching him to read seemed excessive. Clearly, his master valued this ruffian highly. Of course, though Yu Shaoqian harbored thoughts of disbelief, he nodded readily. Wasn't I assigned to be your bodyguard? I'm a rough man. Reading and writing is. Zhang Wenliao stammered, feeling that such tasks would be torturous. As a martial artist of the 9th rank, should I protect you, or you protect me? Xia Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the situation amusing. Zhang Wenliao's face flushed at the remark. Ha ha ha. My third brother speaks the truth. I wonder what my third brother sees in you. With your skills, you couldn't even defeat me. Summer Wen interjected with a laugh, slapping Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder. Zhang Wenliao instantly felt his shoulder go numb, terror gripping his heart. The seemingly youthful individual had previously appeared to be a mere relation. Yet that slap felt like a mountain crashing down. Was this innate strength? Truly terrifying. Xiaowen, you have tasks as well. Xia Chen turned to Summerwen. Starting tomorrow, instruct Zhang Wenliao and the others on the Nine-Yang military strategy, teaching them as the elders of our clan taught you. Xia Chen gestured towards you, Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen, both of whom were momentarily stunned. This 11-year-old was to be their teacher? Third brother, explaining military strategy is fine, but tends to be rather dull. I prefer practicing martial arts, using my fists to conquer the world. Summerone exclaimed, brandishing his fists. The youth was clever but lacked focus, favoring physical prowess over intellectual discourse. A true man must learn to confront thousands, no matter how formidable your fists are. Can you stand against 1,000 armies? Xia Chen said solemnly, his gaze fixed on Summerone and Zhang Wenliao, his tone grave and earnest. Within 30 years. While martial prowess is significant, military strategy is the true path. Should you master military strategy to a divine level, leading an army, even the great masters of the Heavenly Teacher's House or the Dragon Tree Abbot of Tianlong Temple would avoid your brilliance. That is the essence of confronting thousands. Hearing Xia Chen's words, Summerone and Zhang Wenliao felt a surge of aspiration, while Yu Xiaoqian and Su Xingchen, who initially regarded the conversation lightly, now bore solemn expressions. They were uncertain whether what Xia Chen had stated was true, yet they were all aware of the formidable prowess wielded by the esteemed Taoist master and Long Shu. Moreover, Su Xingchen astutely discerned a subtle implication in Xia Chen's earlier remarks regarding the notion that within a span of 30 years, martial prowess would be inferior to military strategy. What could this mean? Why did he specifically mention a time frame? Was it possible that after 30 years, this situation would be reversed? Zhang Wenliao was not an ordinary scoundrel. Subsequently, after a significant transgression, he found himself imprisoned, but fortune smiled upon him as he encountered the great founding emperor. The emperor aided him in his release and entrusted him with the knowledge of reading and writing, generously imparting the military strategies of the Xia family. The emperor proclaimed, "A true man must master the art of confronting a multitude and should be wary of merely exhibiting the bravado of a commoner." Grateful for the emperor's recognition and kindness, Wenliao etched this debt of gratitude into his heart, subsequently dedicating himself to diligent study, persevering through hardship, and ultimately achieving success. History of Xia, Volume 19, Biography of Zhang Wenliao, Chapter 84. The Treasure Basin. In the room, a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they absorbed Xia Chen's words. Utterly astonished, could the art of warfare truly wield such extraordinary power? Even Xia Wen, despite his youth and lack of keen interest in military strategy, was taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Marquis, he had been educated in the fundamentals of military tactics from a young age. Thus, in terms of theoretical knowledge, he had surpassed many in the realm. Indeed, military strategy is vast and profound, a path of righteousness that eclipses other disciplines such as martial arts, Confucianism, sorcery, and witchcraft. A master of military strategy can lead an army, forging a connection among all ranks, creating a united front. There are even formidable generals capable of conjuring a military spirit, which, once summoned, can vanquish evil and drive it away. Even a third-tier expert might find themselves felled in the presence of such a force. Xia Chen spoke earnestly, divulging this secret to a select few. Are you suggesting we rely on military formations? Xia Wen's eyes brightened, though a hint of confusion lingered within them. Their household possessed numerous military formations, and he had learned a few himself, which indeed enhanced the army's combat capabilities. However, he had never heard of coalescing into the so-called military spirit. You will soon understand. Dedicate yourself to mastering military strategy and solidifying your foundation. When the time is ripe, you will grasp the truth in my words. Xia Chen's gaze was far-reaching as he smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Su Xingchen and Yu Xiaoqian silently committed Xia Chen's words to memory. Xia Chen then turned his attention to the quiet figure of Shen Xuan, who had been standing silently by. Do you understand the task I am entrusting to you? My lord rescued me from imprisonment, clearly recognizing my proficiency in commerce. I am devoted to serving you. Shen Xuan replied earnestly, his head bowed. As the oldest and most capable in the room, he was acutely aware of the lowly status of merchants in this era, particularly among the learned scholars and the noble offspring present. Thus, he seized every opportunity to demonstrate his intelligence and worth. Excellent. I have an additional 1,000 taels of silver. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the lantern bearer to procure some merit fund from the city's underworld, gathering a total of 5,000 taels. Do you have the confidence to craft a treasure basin for me? Xia Chen inquired with a smile. With your protection, allowing me to work without the constraints of the noble class, I assure you that within 6 months, no, within 3 months, you shall witness results. Shun Shuiyin declared with resolute conviction. Ha! Go ahead and pursue your endeavors. Matters of commerce are yours to handle, while I will manage everything else. Xia Chen responded with a cheerful demeanor, feeling quite pleased. With Lu Chun included, he now had 6 capable individuals under his command. Although their loyalty was still forthcoming, they were already within his grasp. How could they possibly escape his influence? With this thought, Xia Chen rose and ventured into the inner courtyard. Let the system commence its upgrade. He had not forgotten the system's earlier mention of an upgrade. After a careful examination of the interface, he resolved to proceed without hesitation. The system announced, Dynasty Conquest version upgrading, estimated time, 1 day. As soon as Xia Chen's words fell, a line of small text appeared on the system interface. He was not anxious. After all, it was merely a day to wait. By evening, Master Li's efficiency was indeed remarkable. He personally arrived with 3 release documents for Xia Chen. I appreciate your efforts, Master Li. It is my honor to serve you, Lord Xia. Li Yugong beamed, embodying the spirit of a devoted employee. He did not linger long. Having made his appearance, he tactfully took his leave. Here are your documents. From this moment on, you are free individuals, Xia Chen announced as he handed the 3 documents to the newly released individuals. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed in unison, glancing at the documents with palpable excitement, suddenly gaining a more visceral understanding of power. It is time. Let us depart. You 3 have just been released, and coincidentally, I acquired the neighboring courtyard yesterday, which was initially intended for Su Xingchen and his family. You may stay there tonight. Thank you, my lord. They expressed their gratitude once more. And you, will you return to the Imperial Academy tonight? Xia Chen inquired, turning his gaze to Su Xingchen. Of course, I shall stay with my colleagues. Su Xingchen replied swiftly, displaying his intelligence by recognizing the importance of not seeking special treatment. Xia Chen nodded in approval. The twilight hour is the most beautiful before darkness falls. As Xia Chen exited the government office, the sun had fully set and night began to envelop the earth. Riding on horseback, Xia Chen and his companions entered Weiyang Street, then turned onto Changle Street, nearing Xia Chen's home. Who goes there? As they prepared to turn into an alley, they spotted a figure clad in black standing in their path. Xia Chen swiftly positioned himself in front of Xia Chen, his right hand subtly reaching for the knife at his waist, while Xia Wen, brimming with excitement, took a few steps forward, shaking his fist. Zhang Wenliao, finally realizing his role as a guard, hastily stepped out of the formation, feeling a surge of anxiety. The audacity of someone daring to block Lord Xia's path suggested that they were a formidable opponent, and he feared for his life as a mere 9th-tier individual. Do not worry, my lord. They harbor no ill intent. My master wishes to converse with you. May I request you to dismount for a brief discussion? Xia Chen, perched on his chestnut steed, cast a contemplative glance at the black-clad individual before gracefully dismounting. Young master, please reconsider. Their origins are unclear, and they're likely a skilled fighter. Xia Chen warned nervously. Fear not. I sense no murderous intent. If they harbored any hostility and managed to conceal it from me, they would at least be a 4th-tier expert. Such a caliber of fighter would render my position on horseback irrelevant. Xia Chen responded with a smile, unflustered, prompting the black-clad figure to regard him with greater interest. Xia Chen's audacity stemmed from his recent breakthrough to the 6th tier. Many in the world still perceived him as an 8th-tier individual, oblivious to the fact that he had swiftly surpassed 2 tiers in a short span. Now, even against a 5th-tier opponent, he would not shy away from a confrontation. As for a third-tier expert infiltrating the capital without prior notice, the moment they revealed their aura, they would attract the wrath of Long Shu and the Heavenly Master. Approaching the black-clad figure, Xia Chen noted the surroundings before the individual leaned in and spoke softly. "My lord, I come with no malicious intent, merely to convey greetings from my master." The black-clad figure nodded with a smile. "Is your master situated to the east or northeast?" Xia Chen inquired playfully, gesturing in both directions. "You are indeed astute, my lord. My master resides in that direction." The black-clad figure pointed eastward, a look of surprise crossing his face at Xia Chen's ability to deduce his master's location without prior disclosure. "Pray tell, what business does your master have with me today? Is it to request that I show leniency? My master harbors no desire to complicate matters for you, and is well aware that your actions today were not in your heart's intention. What transpired was merely a casual move on my master's part. However, this casual move has incurred some risks, and now that it has come to light, it is of no further use. Nonetheless, the implications of this move are significant and difficult to unravel. Otherwise, it could pose challenges for all involved. Therefore, my master seeks your assistance in removing this casual move. What say you?" The figure clad in black pointed to his neck, then with his right hand made a gesture of slitting, gliding across his own throat. Chapter 85. The Shadow of the Unruly Lord. Xia Chen cast a deep glance at the man in black, then turned his gaze towards the east, where the Eastern Palace lay. Though he had long anticipated this turn of events, and had conveyed this to Chen Song, he did not expect the Eastern Palace to be so eager to silence him, especially by seeking him out directly. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The prince was evidently a clever individual, aware that Xia Chen was merely a tool, a blade the emperor wished to wield against those who extended their hands into the affairs of the lantern-bearers. Thus, he boldly approached Xia Chen, soliciting his assistance in eliminating the potential threat. "My lord's relationship with my master is quite close. We are like family. In the future, my master will surely invite you for a drink. Drinks are unnecessary. While our relationship is close, you must understand that my current position is rather sensitive, which presents certain inconveniences. Nevertheless, the matter you mentioned poses no significant problem. However, allowing them to perish in prison seems rather crude. I apprehended them, and I am the one conducting the investigation. Rest assured, it will not implicate your master. You may return and report this." Xia Chen replied with a smile, fully aware of Emperor Wen's intentions. The emperor wished to sever the ties the prince and the third prince had with the lantern-bearers without causing a major uproar. After all, should the court become aware of their meddling, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable turmoil. Emperor Wen merely desired to incite a rivalry between the two princes, believing that their conflict would remain an internal royal affair. If the public were to learn of it, and both princes were suspected of treasonous intentions, it could tarnish the emperor's reputation and result in a royal scandal. Confident in his ability to control the situation, Emperor Wen believed that simply removing their influence would suffice, a minor lesson, a gentle reprimand. Thus, Xia Chen decided to play along, offering a favor to the prince. Evidently, the prince remained oblivious to the emperor's true feelings, fearing that someone might exploit the situation to launch an attack on the Eastern Palace. The man in black was elated upon hearing Xia Chen's words, initially expecting to exert considerable effort or even coercion to achieve this task, but was pleasantly surprised by Xia Chen's swift agreement. "Then I must trouble you, Lord Xia. Your actions today will surely be repaid by my master in the future." The man bowed and departed. That man in black was from the Eastern Palace, seeking my assistance to silence Chen Song, Xia Chen announced as he mounted his horse, without concealing the truth from those around him. The group was taken aback. Being astute individuals, they quickly deduced the harshness of the Eastern Palace towards its own. Although ruthless, it exhibited resolve, yet it bore the hallmark of an unruly lord. Su Xingqian spoke solemnly, causing further astonishment among the group at his audacity to critique the prince so openly. Yu Shaoqian cast a deep glance at Su Xingqian, noting his boldness. Xia Chen remained composed, understanding the value of discretion. Su Xingqian, glancing at Xia Chen, felt a tinge of disappointment. His earlier boldness was a test of Xia Chen's loyalty, harboring doubts about his intentions, yet he could not discern the truth at that moment. Just wait. Perhaps there will be another visitor tonight, Xia Chen remarked with a smile as he rode. Does this imply the third prince will also send someone? Wishing to eliminate a threat, Xia Chen inquired. Earlier that afternoon, he had learned about Xia Chen's esteemed background and his connection to the illustrious Zhengdong Marquis household, as well as his current position as the prince consort of Princess Yawang, which afforded him immense status. Understanding the audacity of the third prince, Xia Chen chuckled heartily as Xia Chen spurred his horse onward. That evening, indeed, another visitor arrived, though they did not reveal their identity. Their first words requested Xia Chen to discreetly eliminate Liu, ensuring he met his end unnoticed in prison. Xia Chen smiled and nodded, granting yet another favor to the third prince. My lord is truly perceptive, Xia Chen remarked, as the six of them enjoyed tea and conversation in the courtyard. Such is human nature, Xia Chen replied, shaking his head, not allowing himself to feel overly pleased. This courtyard feels somewhat cramped. Once our business starts to flourish, we shall purchase the surrounding properties and renovate them, allowing each of you to have your own quarters. Ah, we must trouble Mr. Shun for that. Xia Chen laughed, gesturing respectfully to Shun Shuyan, who promptly returned the courtesy. Mr. Yu, I am but a humble merchant and do not deserve the title of sir, Shun Shuyan insisted. Ha ha, Mr. Shun, do not belittle yourself. Merchants are essential to governance. Without commerce, a nation cannot prosper. My lord values you greatly, and as you manage our commercial affairs, you will be responsible for our sustenance. We shall rely on you, Mr. Shun, so do not underestimate your worth. Su Xingchen replied, raising his cup of tea in a toast to Shun Shuyan. Previously, despite his wealth, Shun Shuyan faced disdain from scholars. Yet, witnessing the respect shown by these two distinguished individuals from the Imperial Academy moved him deeply. Xia Chen smiled at this scene, recognizing that fostering relationships takes time. Living together under one roof naturally cultivates camaraderie among colleagues. The following day, Xia Chen and his companions proceeded to the court. The entire morning was consumed with various tasks, not due to the documents, as Su Xingchen and Yuan Qian, both exceptionally talented, were managing those matters, relieving Xia Chen of much concern. His primary focus was on sifting through the personnel list, as he had apprehended nearly all the key figures from the two major halls. It was now essential to rebuild these establishments, necessitating the promotion of trusted allies. In any organization, one must cultivate a circle of loyal supporters. Only then can authority flow from the top down. Without loyal subordinates, one's title becomes mere empty prestige. Power requires obedience and the ability to command. That is the essence of authority. The age-old dilemma of factionalism is indeed a perennial challenge, persisting regardless of the heights of civilization. As long as humanity exists, factions will endure in various forms, their structures eternally transmitted. Xia Chen reflected on how Lu Li, the former commander of the Lantern Bearers, had fallen due to factionalism. He, too, aimed to instate his own loyalists in crucial positions, though he was far from forming a faction himself. Nevertheless, the fundamental principle remained the same, placing one's people in pivotal roles. Yet, to accomplish his goals and secure his position, it was imperative to have his own trusted individuals. Xia Chen meticulously scrutinized the personnel list, fully aware of its significance. While Su Xingchen and Yu Shaoqian could assist with documents, the authority of personnel appointments must firmly rest in his hands. This is the foundation of leadership. After a busy afternoon, he finally compiled a personnel list. At that moment, a crisp chime resonated in his mind. System, Dynasty Conquest version upgrade successful. New functionalities added. Please check player. Chapter 86. New features of the system update. In the room, Xia Chen felt a surge of energy. New features have been added? He activated the introduction to the new functionalities on the system panel. The first new feature of the Dynasty Domination version system is detection. Detection. In this world, there exists a hierarchy among extraordinary individuals, categorized into 4 tiers: secondary talent, primary talent, elite talent, and extraordinary talent. To provide players with a more intuitive understanding of these talents, The system quantifies their various abilities into numerical values. Secondary talent, 80. 89, primary talent, 90. 94, elite talent, 95. 99, extraordinary talent, above 100. Players can utilize the detection feature to assess the abilities of these individuals, facilitating the selection of worthy talents. The second new feature of the Dynasty Domination version system is the System Mall. System Mall, the era of Dynasty Domination has arrived, with prodigies emerging in droves and various powerful leaders making their mark. To ensure that players do not lag behind in this grand era and can swiftly accumulate strength, the System Mall has been opened. The Mall offers 5 items. Refreshing requires 100 domination fragments, and players may exchange them based on their needs and available fragments. Note, capturing extraordinary individuals grants domination fragments. The third new feature of the Dynasty Domination version system is the Lottery. Lottery. Use 50 domination fragments for a chance to draw random items, potentially obtaining goods not available in the System Mall. However, it is also possible to waste 50 domination fragments. Everything depends on luck. The fourth new feature of the Dynasty Domination version system is the System Space. System Space. The capacity has been increased to 1,000 cubic meters, allowing players to store all manner of items, including living beings. Note, spending domination fragments can further unlock the System Space. Additionally, when capturing living beings, they must be unconscious. Otherwise, the attempt will fail. Xia Chen took a deep breath after thoroughly reviewing all the introductions. He was astonished that this system update included 4 new and immensely practical features. He opened the System Mall. Xia Chen was particularly intrigued by the System Mall, eager to discover the items available. Item 1. Low-grade small rejuvenation pill, 10 pieces. Effect. 1 pill can sustain 3 months of genuine energy cultivation, effective across all major systems. Purchase price, 30 domination fragments. Item 2. Body refinement pill, 10 pieces. Effect. Increases the effectiveness of a warrior's physical training by 70. Purchase price, 20 domination fragments. Item 3. Marrow cleansing pill, 1 piece. Effect. Purges impurities, enhancing innate talent. Purchase price, 100 domination fragments. Item 4. Purple gold dragon horse cub. Item description. Possesses true dragon bloodline, an exclusive mount for emperors. Can only be tamed by those of great fortune. Strength, 4th tier. Purchase price, 300 domination fragments. Item 5. Jade liquor, 10 gene. Item description. Spiritual liquor that nurtures the body, accelerates cultivation, and temporarily enhances comprehension. Rich and aromatic. Is among the finest wines in the world. Purchase price, 50 domination fragments. Xia Chen meticulously examined all 5 items. System. How many domination fragments do I currently possess? He was filled with joy at the prospect of these items, but worried about the quantity of domination fragments he held. Player. Xia Chen domination fragments, 1050. Note. Domination fragments can be obtained by capturing extraordinary individuals and through the system's evaluation of player strength. Secondary talent yields 50 fragments. Primary talent rewards 100 fragments. Elite talent grants 150 fragments, and extraordinary talent awards 200 fragments. Seeing that he had just over 1,000 domination fragments, Xia Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Given the extensive updates to the system, he had been concerned about the potential scarcity of domination fragments, which would have been disappointing. After pondering for a moment, he recalled that he had previously used the small rejuvenation pill, which was indeed a valuable item. The other 4 items, with the exception of the purple gold dragon horse, were also quite practical, not only for enhancing his own abilities, but also for improving those of his subordinates. However, Xia Chen did not rush to make an exchange. Instead, he rose and exited the room, heading to the hall where Su Xingqian, Yu Shaoqian, Zhang Wenyuan, Xia Wen, and others were present. Di Su Xingjian. Without hesitation, Xia Chen initiated the detection. Su Xingqian, half-step extraordinary talent commander, 31, 86, intelligence, 99, 100, politics, 92, 96, potential, 4.5 stars, realm, 7-tier Confucian Dao. Upon viewing the data on the system panel and glancing at Su Xingqian, who was rapidly perusing the documents. Xia Chen nodded in admiration. Truly, he was the individual Xia Chen had favored. Even the lowest category of commander, he held the potential to reach the realm of secondary talent. How is the half-step extraordinary talent determined? Xia Chen pondered Su Xingchen's intelligence. Did it represent a score between 99 and 100? Or did it fluctuate between the two? Thus, he was classified as a half-step extraordinary talent. This tier possesses greater potential than elite talent, and under the right circumstances, there exists the possibility of reaching extraordinary talent status. If fortune smiles upon him later, he might break the chains of fate and achieve a leap in his life's essence. A line of small text gradually appeared on the system panel, leaving Xia Chen in contemplation. Detect Yu Xiaoqian. Xia Chen's gaze shifted to Yu Xiaoqian. Although he was already aware of their capabilities, the system's data representation was evidently more straightforward. Yu Xiaoqian, primary talent commander, 36, 88, intelligence, 93, politics, 90, 94. Potential, 3.5 stars. Fate characteristic, jade shattered. In the face of a grave crisis or significant decision, all three attributes increase by 5. Realm, 7-tier Confucian Dao. Xia Chen's attention lingered on Yu Xiaoqian's fate characteristic. Although Yu Xiaoqian was a primary talent, he possessed an additional fate characteristic. In moments of life and death, he could unleash his potential, raising his attributes by 5 across the board, transforming commander to 93, intelligence to 98, and politics to 99. This level could rival the pinnacle of elite talent. Such a characteristic is quite formidable, Xia Chen mused, as Yu Xiaoqian had presented him with a delightful surprise. With this skill, he would be exceptionally well suited to support a crumbling empire and turn the tide. Chapter 87. A Remarkable Individual. Testing Zhang Wenliao. Xia Chen shifted his gaze from Yu Xiaoqian to Zhang Wenliao, who sat nearby, furrowing his brow while earnestly practicing his characters. Zhang Wenliao, half-step extraordinary talent commander, 52, 95. Intelligence, 82, 90. Politics, 63, 85. Fate trait, extermination of the alien. When facing foreign tribes, all dimensional attributes increase by 3. Potential, 3.5 stars. Realm, 9th rank of martial arts. Xia Chen glanced at Zhang Wenliao's various capabilities, nodding in approval. Particularly noteworthy was Zhang Wenliao's commander rating, which in the future could potentially reach 95, placing him in the realm of top-tier talent. His fate trait was also impressive. It was no wonder he was classified as a half-step extraordinary talent. Zhang Wenliao possessed remarkable potential, especially when confronting foreign tribes. If he were to be dispatched to the eastern wilderness battlefield or the southern border, and if memory served him right, there were indeed foreign tribes to the north of Dafeng. Xia Chen mused to himself before turning his attention to Xiao Wen, who was practicing his martial arts in the courtyard. Xiao Wen, extraordinary talent commander, 82, 103, intelligence, 85, 95, politics, 42, 87, fate trait, breaking the army. When leading the charge, all attributes increase by 3. Potential, 5 stars. Martial arts realm, 8th rank of martial arts. Upon witnessing Xia Wen's impressive attributes, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. It was no surprise that he was recognized as an extraordinary talent. With a peak commander rating of 103, he could outshine any era. Despite his exceptional abilities, he was still overshadowed by his younger brother, Xia Hao, who was reputed to transcend their ancestors. In that moment, Xia Chen reflected on many things, deeply impressed by the system's assessment of Xiao Wen, who undoubtedly excelled, yet in the grand tapestry of the future, he would still be somewhat eclipsed by his brother. One could only imagine the astonishing innate talent possessed by Xia Hao. The Xia family's 6 centuries of fortune was destined to erupt in this era, having already given rise to extraordinary figures like Xiao Wen and Xia Hao. Even so, these two could not entirely overshadow the brilliance of other Xia family descendants. As Xia Chen pondered these thoughts, a surge of ambition filled him. Sir, just as Xia Chen was lost in contemplation, 2 individuals entered the courtyard, Lu Chun and Shun Xuyan. How did the task fare? Xia Chen inquired, directing his gaze toward them. Lu Chun clasped his fists and replied, "I led a team to eradicate the Wolf-Tooth Society in the capital. I had conducted prior investigations, revealing that this society was involved in the trafficking of women and children, with numerous lives lost at their hands. Thus, this can be deemed a meritorious deed. The total value of the Wolf-Tooth Society's assets is estimated to be just over 10,000. I have taken 5,000, which I have already handed over to Mr. Shun. The remaining 6,000 to 7,000 will be reported to the authorities. Rest assured, my actions have been conducted with utmost discretion, and I will not cause you any trouble, my lord." Lu Chun spoke earnestly. This was the first task entrusted to him by Xia Chen, and given its clandestine nature, it eased his mind considerably. Typically, such tasks were reserved for trusted confidants, indicating that Xia Chen would not eliminate him either. "Very well done." Xia Chen then turned his gaze to Shun Shuiyan, who promptly reported, "Today, I took a tour of the capital and have selected a location. I plan to open a tavern. On one hand, the tavern business is highly profitable, and I possess considerable experience in this area. I am confident I can recoup my investment within 2 months. On the other hand, taverns attract crowds and serve as social venues. Now that you hold a position in the court, while it may seem there are no shortages of ears and eyes, it is essential to listen to the voices and movements from the lower strata." As Shun Shuiyan spoke, he cautiously cast a glance at Xia Chen. He reflected that to demonstrate his value, he must not solely rely on business acumen, but must strive to become a multifaceted talent. Xia Chen's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Since you have selected a location and formulated a plan, and with the necessary funds at your disposal, proceed with your endeavors." "Yes, my lord." Shun Shuiyan responded with enthusiasm, while Lu Chun felt a profound sense of pressure. It seemed that everyone around Xia Chen was exceptionally talented. Those like Su Xingchen and his brother Xia were already formidable. Even Shun Shuiyan, whom he had previously underestimated, revealed such insight. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, with his self-proclaimed superiority, felt an urgent need to showcase his value. Otherwise, how could he expect to gain favor? While Xia Chen listened to their reports, he also began assessing their respective attributes. Lu Chun, first-class talent commander, 81, 89, intelligence, 90, 94, politics, 66, 87, espionage, 94, potential, 3 stars, realm, 7th rank of martial arts. Shun Shuiyan, top-tier talent commander, 76, intelligence, 96, politics, 68, 82, commerce, 99, potential, 4 stars, realm, non-ranked. Xia Chen noted that the two had not only 3 dimensions, but also possessed a 4th attribute, indicating their status as exceptional talents. Among them, Shun Shuiyan's attributes caught Xia Chen's eye. At just over 30, he had nearly reached the pinnacle in all aspects. Particularly notable was his commerce rating of 99, which remained unparalleled even among top-tier talents. Xia Chen also checked on Xia Qian, and to his surprise, Xia Qian had attained the standard of a second-class talent, with a commander rating of 86 and politics at 82, further underscoring the Xia family's remarkable fortune. In the week that followed, Xia Chen remained at the Lantern Bearer's office, adhering to a strict schedule of coming and going. While his days were orderly and tranquil, the internal dynamics of the Lantern Bearers were rife with tension. Chen Song and Li Yu were sentenced to death on charges of collusion and self-interest, alongside 5,000 households and over 2,000 households. This left many feeling anxious. This was the first time in over a decade that so many had been sentenced to death within the Lantern Bearers. Yet, such is the nature of power struggles, more perilous than the battlefield, where blades may be unseen, yet in the next moment, lives are severed. Simultaneously, Xia Chen was vigorously promoting personnel within the Eagle Eye Division, wielding the commander's official document from Ma Song to transfer individuals from other 8 divisions into his Eagle Eye Division. The 2 factions previously led by Chen Song and Li Yu were restructured, and the power dynamics among Zheng Ping and his colleagues were also rearranged, effectively dismantling the existing hierarchy. Thus, he gained complete control over the Eagle Eye Division. Time continued its steady march, and soon it was the end of May. Xia Chen had been with the Lantern Bearers for nearly a month. Both Xia Chen and Xia Chen had undergone significant transformations during this time. Xia Chen and Xia Chen had fully adapted to the operations of the lantern bearers, with one overseeing case files and investigations, while the other managed documentation, their coordination impeccable. During this month, Zhang Wenliao had diligently familiarized himself with the foundational characters, and after learning to read and write, his demeanor had transformed considerably. The roughness that once characterized him had gradually faded, and he began to exude a sense of composure. In just a month, Shan Shuin's tavern was fully renovated and on the right track, prompting Xia Chen to set the grand opening for 3 days hence. Today, the atmosphere was particularly vibrant. Xia Chen sat in the courtyard, observing the wildflowers swaying in the breeze, murmuring to himself, "My lord, orders have come from above, mandating us to galvanize public sentiment and ensure the populace in the capital and surrounding areas are fervently supportive." Lu Chen stood behind Xia Chen, clasping his fists and bowing, his expression grave. The court may have resolved to declare war. Chapter 88. War is an extension of politics. In the courtyard, Xia Chen listened to Lu Chen's words with a stoic expression and slowly replied, "Let Li Su and Zhang Jin handle this matter. They have just arrived and are in need of tasks." Without turning his head, Xia Chen noted that over the past month, his presence had increasingly commanded authority. Merely speaking elicited respect from those around him. Li Su and Zhang Jin were his newly appointed hallmasters. "Yes, my lord." Lu Chen nodded and turned to leave. "War is imminent. What are your thoughts?" Xia Chen stood in the courtyard, his voice carrying into the room. Xia Chen and Xia Chen looked up, their expressions growing serious upon hearing his words. "Are we going to war?" Xia Wen leaped from inside the house, his demeanor tinged with excitement. His destiny marked him as one born for the battlefield, and despite his youth, his battle instincts were already emerging. Zhang Wenliao, who had been honing his physique in the courtyard, also set down the boulder in his hands. The court had unanimously agreed to dispatch troops, and an official order was expected within the next few days. Xia Chen observed the individuals who had come out and explained the details of the situation to them. "What do you think our chances are in the Northwest battle?" Xia Chen directed his gaze towards Xia Chen and Xia Chen, both of whom possessed not only intelligence, but also an innate talent for military affairs. Particularly, Xia Chen was well-rounded, excelling in both literature and martial prowess. With a commanding presence valued at over 90. "Who will be the commander-in-chief?" Xia Chen inquired, looking at Xia Chen. While the outcome of a war is influenced by various factors, it is undeniable that the commander plays a crucial role. "It should be Grand General Ouyang Jing." Xia Chen replied calmly. The previous night, he had discreetly sent Xia Chen back to ascertain that the Emperor had not summoned his uncle to the palace in recent days, leading him to deduce the outcome. Although the Grand General had not taken command in years, he was a seasoned strategist with profound military knowledge. From his actions over a decade or two ago, it was clear he commanded his troops with composure, favoring gradual, methodical advances rather than audacious maneuvers, preferring to erode the enemy step by step on the battlefield. With the Grand General leading, and given the robust military strength of Dongwu in recent years, there was little cause for concern on the front lines. The only apprehension lay in Xia Chen's side as he continued. "The only concern is whether the nation can sustain the burden of this war. If the Grand General does not falter on the front lines, we must ensure that our supply lines do not collapse, lest we endanger the lives of countless soldiers." Xia Chen added gravely, "This battle cannot be prolonged, or else the Wu's economy may face ruin, leading to the depletion of the national treasury." Xia Chen spoke steadily, acknowledging that Dongwu's military confidence was substantial, supported by tangible assets. Nonetheless, discussions regarding deployment had persisted for nearly 2 months before reaching a conclusion. The root cause was the empty coffers. For decades, wars had erupted approximately every 10 years. While these conflicts had bolstered Wu's dignity and confidence, they had also drained the treasury. Had it not been for the steadfast support of Lin Shoufu and Yang Golao, Dongwu might have encountered significant issues long ago. Therefore, this battle must be swift, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, fierce and rapid, even decisive enough to alter the course of fate, avoiding a slow attrition reminiscent of the Eastern Wilderness battlefield. Xia Wen's eyes sparkled as he passionately declared, "We must strike decisively." His keen sense for the battlefield had led him to the crux of the matter. However, the Grand General favored a stable approach, weaving a careful strategy, gradually encroaching upon the opponent until assured of victory before unleashing his full might. This cautious approach risked leading to a stalemate, prolonging the conflict. It is perplexing. If we could discern this logic, why can't His Majesty and the ministers? If war is to be waged, would it not be more fitting to send the Duke of Anwu, my lord's uncle, Xia Chen? The Duke is adept at seizing fleeting opportunities amidst the chaos of battle. Hearing the analysis, Zhang Wenliao scratched his head in confusion. In recent days, Yu Shaoqian had been teaching him to read, while Xia Wen dedicated an hour each afternoon to imparting military strategies and discussing significant battles from the past 50 years. As a result, his perspective and understanding had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, it was evident that his political acumen still required considerable development. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian exchanged cautious glances at Zhang Wenliao's words, relieved to see Xia Chen still smiling. "Young Liao," Xiaowen said sagely, patting Zhang Wenliao on the shoulder. Despite being shorter than Zhang Wenliao, the gesture appeared comical. Yet the depth of his words was profound, astonishing for an 11-year-old. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian couldn't help but elevate their opinions of Xia Wen further. "This young master has an immeasurable future ahead," they both acknowledged. "Indeed, brother one, I will continue to learn from you," Zhang Wenliao replied earnestly, though somewhat bewildered, as he patted his chest in affirmation to the younger boy, who was a head shorter than him. Over the course of a month, he had developed profound respect for Xia Wen, whose extraordinary talent and extensive knowledge surpassed his own. Even in the complex strategies that once perplexed him, war is merely a continuation of politics, a unique instrument of political maneuvering. Politics is a bloodless war, while war is a bloody form of politics. Every conflict serves the purpose of political ends, Xia Chen observed, a smile gracing his lips. Su Xingqian and Yu Shaoqian were taken aback by Xia Chen's words, their bodies jolting in realization. "Such a profound summation, my lord. Every war, indeed, serves the purposes of politics. How aptly put," they replied, their expressions serious as they grasped the depth of his insight. "Please keep a vigilant watch on the situation at the Eastern Wilderness battlefield in the coming days. As the Northwest prepares for war, it is likely that the conflict there will soon conclude. Dowu's treasury is nearly depleted and cannot sustain a two-front war," Xia Chen instructed Su Xingqian. "Does that mean my uncle and aunt will be returning soon?" Xia Wen's eyes brightened again, though the absence of any visible emotion from Xia Chen dimmed his enthusiasm. "Should all go as planned, they may return within 2 to 3 months, or by the year's end at the latest," Xia Chen replied, his gaze calm as he looked toward the horizon. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, with the gentle breeze and warm sun, summer was approaching swiftly. Chapter 89. The Celestial Abode. The capital city has been unusually boisterous these past few days. From the high-ranking officials to the humble merchants, everyone is fervently discussing the military affairs of the Northwest. With the Grand Commandant taking charge, victory is assured. This battle will surely bring the little ones of the Great Feng to their knees, begging for mercy. Let us march into the capital of the Great Feng. It is said that the Great Feng's eldest princess is a beauty of unparalleled grace, the foremost beauty of the realm. The entire capital is abuzz with excitement, and thanks to the clandestine maneuvers of the lantern bearers, the populace is brimming with confidence for this battle. Thus, the people's hearts are aligned. However, some high-ranking officials remain less optimistic, their brows furrowed with concern. There are numerous astute individuals in the world, and the higher one ascends, the more information they possess, leading them to understand that this war carries significant risks. A single misstep could lead to the collapse of the Northwest situation. Amidst such turmoil, Shun Shuiyan's tavern is preparing to open after a month of diligent efforts. Xia Chen places great importance on this establishment, as economic foundations dictate the superstructure. Regardless of the endeavor, financial backing is essential. Thus, he must acquire wealth, which is why he sought to bring Shun Shuiyan into the fold. Invitations have been sent in the name of the young master to all esteemed officials above the rank of deputy minister, as well as to the crown prince, the third prince, and the princess of Pingyang and Princess Yao. Xia Chen, standing behind Xia Chen, clasped his fists in report. After hearing this, Xia Chen set down his teacup, the liquid within shimmering and fragrant. Excellent. Please assist me in requesting a leave of absence for the day after tomorrow. I wish to personally oversee the opening. Xia Chen's mood was delightful today, and he regarded the opening with utmost seriousness. He aimed to achieve great acclaim, establishing his tavern as the foremost in the entire Donghou. He had no intention of concealing his motives for opening this tavern. There are too many influential figures in the capital, making it impossible to keep it a secret. Instead, he chose to display it openly, allowing everyone to recognize it as his enterprise, thereby deterring any misguided individuals from setting their sights on it. My lord, isn't the commotion surrounding our tavern's opening a bit excessive? Not only have we invited several esteemed officials, but we have also extended invitations to the crown prince and the third prince, not to mention Princess Pingyang and others. Will they truly come? It is possible they may not attend in person, but they will likely send some younger relatives in their stead, which suffices. Whether the crown prince and the third prince choose to come is their affair. I have extended the invitation, and that is all that matters. Xia Chen remained unfazed. After all, he had invited them all, and as long as one or two graced him with their presence, it would be a boon. How has your cultivation progressed recently? Xia Chen inquired again, to which Xia Chen's face lit up with excitement. Young master, the elixir you provided is truly miraculous. I have been taking the body refinement pill while practicing the yang-breaking demon blade technique you taught me, refining my sinews and blood with remarkable speed. I have only recently broken through to the 8th tier, and I feel that perhaps in another month, I might ascend to the 7th tier. As Xia Chen spoke, his enthusiasm grew. This month had been enlightening for him, as the elixir from the young master was indeed extraordinary. Initially, he had anticipated that breaking through to the 7th tier would take him at least a year. Here, take this elixir and find time to consume it. Xia Chen produced a jade box from his robes, revealing a lustrous blue pill within. Young master, what kind of elixir is this? Xia Chen asked, curiosity evident on his face, sensing that this pill was not ordinary. This is a lesser rejuvenation pill. It can save you 3 months of arduous cultivation. Xia Chen stated calmly. 3 months of arduous cultivation? Xia Chen was astonished by Xia Chen's words. Could such miraculous elixirs truly exist? With this pill, you should be able to break through to the 7th tier within a few days. Go ahead. Xia Chen smiled, recognizing that a 16-year-old at the 7th tier would indeed be considered a prodigy in the entire capital. Xia Chen was generous towards Xia Chen. Having grown up together and sharing the same lineage, their blood intertwined. Despite being somewhat distant now, they remained kin. Xia Chen was certainly incomparable to others. He intended that once he amassed sufficient fragments of domination, he would exchange for a cleansing marrow pill to help Xia Chen refine his bones and alter his fate entirely. This past month, those under Xia Chen's command had made swift advancements, particularly Zhang Wanliao. Xia Chen had selected a profound technique for him, and with the aid of the body refinement pill and Xia Wen's hands-on guidance, he had broken through to the 8th tier just days ago. June 1st, an auspicious day. The tavern opened by Shan Shuyin is situated adjacent to Yonla Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the inner city. A commercial hub where the elite of the capital come to shop and socialize. Today, from dawn, the street has come alive with activity. What is happening today? Such a grand spectacle? The streets have even been cleaned. It's as though they are laying down carpets. Why does it feel like the air on this street has become fragrant? Is it just my imagination? It is not your imagination. We previously invited an 8th tier sorcerer who purified the air along this street. At the entrance of Chonglu Street, young attendants were busy tidying up, and the entire thoroughfare was organized meticulously. Street vendors were not driven away, but they were prohibited from obstructing the path, while lantern bearers stood ready, patrolling the area. Some small businesses with fixed stalls were taken aback by the grand arrangements upon their arrival. Do you know about the tavern in the center of Chonglu Street that is currently under renovation? A neighboring vendor whispered. Of course. It's that uniquely designed celestial abode, right? What a bold name. Indeed, that very tavern is opening today. The fruit vendor surveyed the surroundings and leaned closer to the tea house owner, speaking in hushed tones. Such a grand affair for an opening? The tea house owner was astonished. The preparations had begun long before, and the scale was indeed overwhelming. The celestial abode has a powerful backer. It is rumored that many dignitaries will be invited today. The fruit vendor revealed insider information, a gleam of pride in his eyes. He knew this because his nephew had been fortunate enough to be selected as a waiter for the celestial abode. I must tell you, while the celestial abode has managed to open in just a month, the construction was monumental. In that short time, one could say it has been rebuilt. Though it is termed a tavern, it is more akin to a small tower, boasting 7 stories in total. I have heard that these 7 levels correspond to different tiers of status. No matter how wealthy an ordinary person may be, they can only ascend to the 2nd floor at most. The upper 5 floors are reserved for the truly high-ranking and influential. The fruit vendor shared this insider knowledge. His expression filled with longing as he spoke, wondering what marvels lay on the floors above the 2nd. Is it truly necessary for a tavern to be so extravagant? Will patrons be turned away if they wish to dine on the higher floors? The tea house owner, upon hearing this, was left in astonishment. Old Zhang, your perspective is too narrow. Dining is not merely about sustenance, but also about status. We are all nobility. If I can access the 4th floor while you are confined to the 3rd, it naturally elevates my standing and prestige. Do you understand? Sure, look at that carriage. Someone important is arriving. The fruit vendor, Old Li, spoke while scanning the surroundings, and as he spoke, he spotted a distinguished carriage slowly approaching the street. Chapter 90, Princess Pingyang. Yonla Street. Everyone gazed at the luxurious carriage, which appeared to belong to the Princess Pingyang's residence. Some recognized the emblem on the carriage. It was evidently modified, exceptionally spacious, exuding both opulence and nobility. In front of the carriage, 4 tall, white horses galloped in unison, drawing the carriage, while a rider cleared the way, creating quite a spectacle. Why had Princess Pingyang arrived? Could it be? Someone quickly recalled that today was the grand opening of Tianxiangju, and they momentarily lost their composure. If even Princess Pingyang was present, what could be the identity of the owner behind this establishment? Inside the carriage, Your Highness, it is merely the opening of a restaurant. Given your esteemed status, it is unnecessary for you to attend in person. One could simply send someone, remarked a maid in white, gazing at the alluring and voluptuous Princess Pingyang. But Summer Chun is my nephew by marriage. He has recently taken charge of the lantern bearers, and perhaps my imperial brother might entrust the lantern bearers to him in the future. Thus, we must show him this courtesy. The princess's enchanting eyes sparkled with myriad emotions as she chuckled softly, appearing no older than 26 or 27, akin to a perfectly ripened peach. I have indeed seen him once. That day at Bo, I witnessed him apprehending the inspectors. I was a witness to the process of breaking the military defense map. I never expected that in just a month or 2, he would progress so rapidly. The princess's captivating gaze wandered, her voice melodious and imbued with mature allure. As she spoke, the memory of that day at Bo, where she saw Summer Chun in action, resurfaced in her mind. Though she typically abhorred bloodshed, the image of Summer Chun battling fiercely lingered in her thoughts. It was said that he possessed poetic talent, resembling a scholar, yet in that moment, he appeared more like a rough-hewn warrior, albeit a rather handsome one. While the princess pondered these thoughts, the carriage gradually came to a halt. Your Highness, we have arrived. As soon as Princess Pingyang alighted, her eyes were drawn to a striking young man standing before an imposing building. The edifice rose majestically, exuding elegance, with the words Tianxiangju inscribed prominently on the 1st floor, resonating with grandeur and artistic finesse. Greetings, Your Highness. Summer Chun stood in front, accompanied by Shun Shuyin and others. Seeing Princess Pingyang disembark, he quickly stepped forward with a smile. I am truly honored that Your Highness has come personally. It brings great prestige to my humble establishment. As soon as Princess Pingyang set foot on Yonla Street, word had reached him. Otherwise, he would not have needed to greet other esteemed guests himself. We are all family. You open a restaurant, and I naturally must come to show my support. Princess Pingyang's gaze lingered momentarily on Summer Chen's handsome face before her smile widened. Moreover, I heard that you mentioned having delightful offerings in your invitation. I simply must see for myself. It is indeed an honor for me to have your highness here. I do possess some fine offerings, which I hope you will sample shortly. Summer Chan replied with a grin as he personally led Princess Pingyang inside. I urge you to indulge in a drink with me, to forget the sorrows of the ages together. As Princess Pingyang ascended the steps and approached the grand entrance of Tangxiangju, her attention was captivated by the couplets adorning the doors on either side. Did you compose these lines? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Summer Chan. Indeed, they are mine. Summer Chan nodded with a smile. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the final line is particularly bold and grand, elevating the act of drinking to something refreshingly refined. It seems that the most renowned aspect of your Tangxiangju is its wine. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, Princess Pingyang exuded maturity and beauty, while Summer Chan, standing beside her, appeared composed, creating a breathtaking tableau. The princess is astute. The highlight of Tangxiangju is indeed its fine wines. I have savored many exceptional wines, including those reserved for the imperial court, so my palate is quite discerning. Princess Pingyang's smile was radiant, her gaze like a tranquil spring, her laughter as enchanting as blooming peach blossoms. Rumors circulated that she possessed an innate charm, yet it was curious that no scandal had ever been associated with this princess, who remained unmarried to this day. However, the white-clad maid behind Princess Pingyang understood all too well that her mistress had not smiled openly in many years, maintaining a facade of authority in front of outsiders. Today, however, she was in exceptionally high spirits, her laughter unrestrained. Soon, I shall let you experience my exquisite wines. Summer Chan chuckled, exuding a gentle demeanor that belied the fierceness he had displayed at Bailu. This contrast intrigued Princess Pingyang, who thought to herself that though he had appeared somewhat fierce then, today he radiated the charm of an elegant young nobleman. I have heard that your Tangxiangju is ingeniously designed, spanning 7 levels. I wonder which level is appropriate for my status? Upon entering the grand hall of Tangxiangju, Princess Pingyang turned and